At the top intelligent research institute in Continent C, a super-intelligent being called Number 5 is lying quietly on the experimental table. She possessed superhuman intelligence and impeccable appearance, and was once hailed as the pinnacle of scientific creation. However, her excellence became her original sin. During the experiment, Number 5 gradually showed independent consciousness and judgment ability, and this sign of humanization frightened her creator, Dr. Qian, the controller of the research institute. In order to avoid losing control, Qian finally ordered her to be destroyed. Faced with the cold rationality of science and technology, Number 5 was powerless to resist. Her life was ended by a cold button. Number 5, who was once considered a perfect being, ultimately could not escape the shackles of human desire for control. However, the end of fate became a new beginning. Number 5 did not really disappear, but was reborn as Yunxi. When she woke up, she found herself lying on a hospital bed with the body of an ordinary girl. The memories of the original owner flooded in like a tide, allowing her to understand the story behind this body. Yunxi was born in an indifferent family. Her parents ignored her existence. Her sister was too brilliant, and the servants ordered her around. She was like a forgotten shadow in this family, longing for warmth but never getting any response. In the end, despair consumed her, and she chose to end this meaningless life by committing suicide. Number 5. Yunxi now feels the depth of human emotions for the first time. The loneliness and despair that penetrates deep into her bones makes her heart ache slightly. She looked down at her hands. They were no longer mechanical metal, but living flesh and blood. The moist air, the scorching sun, the rhythm of the heartbeat. From the cold program body to the living human being, Yunxi felt the real world that he had never experienced before. After his rebirth, Yunxi has lost the structure of a super-intelligent body, but he still retains excellent observation and analytical abilities. She secretly made a promise to herself. I will make up for your regrets, I will avenge your hatred, and I will realize your dreams. At the same time, at the other end of fate, the existence of a man is closely connected with Yunxi. He is Qi Yeqing, the second master of the Qi family in the imperial capital, a man with an ill-fated fate. The Qi family has been prominent for generations, but Qi Yeqing is like an outlier in the family, haunted by a curse. He was weak and destined to a short life. Despite his outstanding talent and strong means, he could never escape the shadow of death. Being alive is a luxury for me. Qi Yeqing often joked to himself like this. The appearance of Yunxi was like a ray of light that pierced through the darkness. She was his salvation and became an irreplaceable surprise in his life. All the expenses for Yunxi's hospitalization were borne by her head teacher Qiao Yuan. Although he was a teacher with a busy schedule, he still couldn't let go of Yunxi's condition. Worried that she would be left unattended, Qiao Yuan contacted Yunxi's parents and called them several times to explain her situation, hoping that they would come to the hospital as soon as possible. Perhaps out of concern or for other reasons, Yunxi's parents quickly rushed to the hospital. Yunping was wearing a gray coat, with a hint of anger between his brows, looking serious and hard. Meng Xiaorong was wearing a purple velvet dress and walking in hurried steps. Her slanted eyes made her face look a little bit sarcastic. When they pushed open the door of the ward, the moment they saw Qiao Yuan, their expressions softened a little. Teacher Qiao. Meng Xiaorong forced a smile and greeted him. Yunping stood behind her, looking around the ward with an unhappy expression. Qiao Yuan stood up to respond, while Yunxi lay quietly on the bed, looking at the two people at the door. There was no warmth in those black and white eyes, only strangeness. She moved her fingers and observed the man and woman standing at the door. Are they her parents? The words dad and mom flashed through her mind, but she didn't say them out loud. Meng Xiaorong met Yunxi's gaze, and a look of annoyance flashed across her face. Then she turned to Qiao Yuan and gave him an apologetic smile. Teacher Qiao, Yunxi has caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. Her tone was respectful on the surface, but it did not conceal the perfunctory tone. She did not even look at her daughter. Yunxi looked at the scene without any ripples in her heart, but her initial impression of the parents had already been largely determined. Their attitude towards her was neither close nor loving, and even showed disgust and impatience. She curled her lips, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, which seemed to be sarcastic, but also seemed to be indifferent. Yunxi is a good kid and hasn't caused me any trouble. Qiao Yuan spoke slowly. His tone was sincere. In his eyes, Yunxi was indeed a quiet and obedient student. As a notorious school in Anqing, it was rare for Shenglan College to have a student like Yunxi who didn't fight or cause trouble. But Yinping and Meng Xiaorong obviously did not appreciate Xiao Yuan's words. Their expressions became even uglier. Their daughter's suicide had made them a laughingstock. How could they not be angry? Yunping snorted coldly and looked away. Meng Xiaorong showed an expression of annoyance. Xiao Yuan seemed to sense something was wrong and invited Yun's father and mother. I want to talk to you alone about something. Let's go outside. The two looked at each other and nodded in agreement, although reluctantly. When leaving the ward, Meng Xiaorong turned around and glared at Yunxi, her tone full of sarcasm. Yunxi, I'll deal with you later, you annoying thing. After that, she slammed the door and followed Xiao Yuan out. The ward fell silent. Yunxi lay on the bed expressionless, his eyes calm and peaceful. She reached out and touched her face, carefully feeling the contours of her facial features, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The bone's shape is not bad. The sunlight from the window poured in, casting a reflection on the glass. Yunxi stood up, slowly walked to the window, and observed his appearance. He has delicate features, skin that is almost pathologically white, a thin figure, black and too long hair, and bangs that almost cover half of his face, making him look gloomy and withdrawn. The most obvious thing is the red birthmark under her eye, near her cheekbone. Its shape is as charming as a petal, revealing a bit of unruly. Well, although it's not perfect, it's not bad. Yunxi whispered. Her eyes swept outside the window and suddenly stopped under the banyan tree not far away. Under the tree, a man was sitting in a wheelchair. His white shirt made him look as cool as snow, and a plain blanket covered his legs. He has deep eyebrows and handsome features, and the sunlight shining on him cannot dispel the coldness around him. He raised his head, and his eyes met Yunxi's briefly. His indifferent phoenix eyes revealed endless coldness, as if isolating everyone. Yunxi tilted her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The man's weakness and indifference seemed to tell a story, which made her look at him a few more times. At the same time, an attendant in a dark suit stood behind the man and whispered respectfully, Second Master Qing, the old lady said that the person is in this area. Heh, she believed the words of that master again. Qi Yeqing spoke calmly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The attendant Qi Rue sighed. The old lady is also thinking about you, hoping to find the person who can save you. Qi Yeqing raised a faint smile. His sickly paleness made him look even weaker. He whispered, I know my own body well. No one can save it. The attendant heard this and stopped trying to persuade him. He just whispered, Second Master, it's cold outside. I'll push you back. Yes. Qi Yeqing nodded slightly, and his attendant pushed the wheelchair away slowly. The sunlight shone through the banyan tree and cast long shadows on the ground. Yunxi stood by the window of the ward, her eyes following the man walking away, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't mean to look at him more, but his outstanding appearance made it hard to ignore him. The gentleman is elegant and looks like Pannin. His slightly raised phoenix eyes are indifferent and emotionless, yet surprisingly attractive. In Yunxi's aesthetic, such looks were extremely rare. Apart from her creator, Dr. Qian, this man was the most handsome man she had ever seen. But strangely, there is no information about him in her brain. As a super-intelligent being, she has a huge database, and her memory stores the faces and information of countless people. Even though she was no longer a robot, this ability still existed. It was strange that she had never found such a conspicuous man in the database. Who is he? Yunxi whispered to himself, thought for a moment, and decided to put his doubts aside for the time being. She looked at her reflection in the glass again, confirmed that it was correct, and turned back to the bed. Not long after, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and Yunxi's parents and class teacher Qiao Yuan walked in together. The expressions on Yun's father and mother's faces seemed gentle, but with Yunxi's keen observation, she could see at a glance the impatience and dissatisfaction hidden in them. Analyzing micro-expressions is her strong point, and their emotional changes cannot escape her eyes. Teacher Qiao, you should go back first. Work is more important. We are fine here. Meng Xiaorong said with a fake smile, her tone hinting at seeing someone off. We will transfer the hospitalization fee to you later. Qiao Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, no hurry. He looked at Yunxi and said gently, Yunxi, feel free to contact the teacher if you have any questions. Yunxi nodded and responded simply. After Qiao Yuan left, the ward was silent for a few seconds, and then the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Meng Xiaorong's smile disappeared the moment the door closed, and a sour look appeared on her face. She stared at Yunxi coldly and said in a sharp voice, "Yunxi, what are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed enough for the family?" She stepped closer in her high heels, her finger almost poking at Yunxi's face. "Do you know how much money your trouble has cost the family? And you're still shutting yourself in? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Thinking about how to cause trouble for us?" Yun Ping stood aside, and although he did not speak, his face was dark, and it was obvious that he had no objection to Meng Xiaorong's words. His silence carried a tacit accusation against Yunxi. Facing her parents' aggressive scolding, Yunxi just looked at them quietly, her eyes indifferent and cold as ice. She spoke softly, with a hint of majesty in her tone. "Have you said enough?" This cold sentence made Meng Xiaorong stunned, and Yun Ping also raised his head and frowned. They obviously did not expect that Yunxi, who was always obedient, would respond in this way. "Yunxi, what's your attitude?" Yun Ping was furious. Meng Xiaorong was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward with her hands on her hips, stretched out her hands to grab Yunxi's ears, and cursed. "After committing suicide once, have you even forgotten your manners and respect?" However, Yunxi turned her head slightly and easily avoided her hand. Her action was not big, but it made Meng Xiaorong feel an unprecedented resistance. Yunxi had always been submissive to his family and had never contradicted them, so this sudden reaction angered them. Meng Xiaorong was furious and raised her hand to slap Yunxi. The crisp slap sound echoed in the ward. Yunxi's head tilted to one side, and a clear red mark quickly appeared on his face. Yunxi's eyes turned cold as he stared at the two people in front of him, the disappointment in his eyes becoming more and more intense. The weakness of her body prevented her from dodging in time, but the palm strike not only hit her body, but also her last fantasy of family affection. "Enough!" Yun Ping finally spoke, stretched out his hand to stop Meng Xiaorong, and said in an unhappy tone, "Arrange for her to be discharged from the hospital and go home first." He winked, and Meng Xiaorong reluctantly withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. Yunxi did not resist and watched all this quietly. She knew that she could not leave this family for the time being, and how to deal with it in the future and how to develop a relationship with them would take time and means. The discharge procedures were completed quickly. When Yunxi walked out of the hospital, he dropped his injured arm and followed his parents, as if nothing mattered. Her eyes accidentally swept across that familiar figure again. Under the banyan tree, the man in the wheelchair was still there. With a white shirt, a cold face, and a weak temperament, he looked like a person in a painting. His eyes moved slightly and met Yunxi's briefly. There were unfathomable emotions hidden in his indifferent eyes. Yunxi looked at him thoughtfully, then looked away and turned away. She didn't notice that a black line on the man's wrist suddenly broke off and turned into an ordinary rope after falling to the ground. The man in the wheelchair whispered to himself, "It actually exists." In the car, Yun's father and mother's tones softened a little, but Yunxi just looked out the window, silent. Her eyes fell on a screen on a building, which displayed the time and date. Yunxi read out the date softly, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. "So this is still the same world," she whispered to herself, a cold light flashing across her eyes. She quickly calculated in her mind, and the figure of Dr. Qian emerged. "We'll see each other again." Yunxi tapped the car window with his fingers, a meaningful smile on his lips. The Yun family's residence is located in the Jinyuan Villa district in the southern part of Anqing. Although it is not as noble as the western district where many wealthy people gather, it can still be considered a cozy nest for the middle class. The South District is a mixed bag, but the Jinyuan Villa District still retains some respectability, in stark contrast to the dilapidated and chaotic Southeast District. The car slowly stopped. Yun Ping and his wife got out first, followed by the housekeeper. Yunxi, on the other hand, stayed at the end and got out of the car silently, with no one looking back to notice her presence. She was wearing simple, loose clothes, with heavy bangs covering most of her face, making her look silent and forbearing. No one knew that the Yun she's standing here at this moment was no longer the Yun she once was. With a new soul, she was completely different inside. She slowly raised her eyelids. Her eyes were calm, like a calm lake, as if all emotions were hidden without a trace. Her eyes swept across the servants and then fell on the villa in front of her. It looked luxurious, but lacked some human touch. Similar to the temperament of Yun Ping and his wife. Seemingly respectable, but actually superficial. With an imperceptible arc on the corner of her mouth, she raised her foot and followed him into the house. As soon as you enter the house, you will be greeted by the magnificent decoration, crystal chandeliers, luxurious furniture, and intricate decorations, all of which show the taste of this home. Yun Ping threw off his coat and walked straight to the study, while Meng Xiaorong went to the kitchen. Obviously, no one was paying attention to Yun Shi. Yun Shi was standing at the entrance and observing the house silently when a clear female voice interrupted her thoughts. Xiaoxi, are you okay? A tall, pretty woman walked over quickly, with a hint of blame and worry in her tone. Yun Shi turned around and confirmed that the person coming was his sister, Yun Siyue. The woman in front of her held her arm and said anxiously, "Why don't you take care of your body? If there is something wrong, why don't you tell your sister?" Yun Shi lowered his eyes and silently observed Yun Siyue's expression and movements. On the way back, she heard her parents mention how much they loved her sister. In comparison, her position was obviously not worth mentioning. She watched calmly, trying to understand the different treatment her sister received in the family. There was anxiety in Yun Siyue's eyes, but also a hint of undisguised disappointment. Yun Shi remained silent, which made Yun Siyue even more anxious. She sighed, "If you have any problems in the future, you must tell your sister and don't do stupid things again." Yun Shi nodded, her tone light and calm. "I understand, sister." She lowered her eyes, her thick bangs covering most of her expression. Not a single ripple could be seen. Yun Siyue breathed a sigh of relief and did not ask any more questions. She turned around and was about to say something else, but she heard Meng Xiaorong coming out of the kitchen with obvious preference in her words. You did very well in this mock exam, and the teacher praised you. Mom and Dad have prepared a reward for you. It's in the room. Go and take a look." Hearing this, Yun Siyue's eyes and eyebrows instantly glowed, and her whole body looked a little brighter. She hugged Meng Xiaorong happily and said in a clear and coquettish voice, "Thank you, Mom." Meng Xiaorong looked at her smile, with eyes full of doting. As for Yun, she standing beside her, she was too lazy to even glance at her. Yunqi didn't react to this. She sat down quietly, waiting for Lin's mother to bring the soup. "Second miss, the soup is ready," Aunt Lin said respectfully, placing the soup in front of Yunqi. Yunqi opened the lid, and the aroma of medicinal herbs and meat filled her nose. She moved her nose slightly and quickly identified all the ingredients in the soup. After confirming that it was correct, she picked up the spoon and drank it slowly. After returning to the room, Yunqi sat on the edge of the bed, his mind working rapidly, carefully sorting out the next plan. She closed her eyes, and scenes emerged, especially the scene when she was destroyed. Dr. Qian's cold face was deeply engraved in her memory. "The same kind," she murmured in a low voice, with a sneer on her lips. "This man created her and ruthlessly destroyed her. Now she is reborn, but Dr. Qian continues his plan in the world. This hidden threat could not only destroy her world, but also have untold consequences for civilization as a whole." A dark light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. She knew that she was still weak and powerless, but this did not prevent her from secretly accumulating strength. She is no longer the super-intelligent being at the mercy of others, but a reborn person with independent will. She raised her head, her eyes as cold as a blade. "Emo Qian, you will have to pay me back sooner or later." In the past few days, Yunqi's life revolved around taking medicine, drinking soup, and recuperating. The Yun family seemed quite attentive to this, as if they wanted to fill the vague lack of family affection with care. Despite this, Yunqi still kept a clear head. She knew very well that this warmth was just an appearance, and there might be more complicated intentions hidden behind it. She didn't pay much attention to her family's current situation. Yunqi had her own plans, and she focused on investigating the latest developments of the top intelligent research institute in Continent S. However, the lack of information in Anqing made it difficult for her to obtain valuable intelligence, not to mention a highly confidential place like the institute. She decided to take special measures to solve the problem. Yunqi's plan began with getting close to her mother, Meng Xiaorong. In the living room, Meng Xiaorong, wearing a silk top and a designer skirt, was slowly scooping up birds' nest with a spoon, her posture revealing a hint of self-righteous elegance. Yunqi walked in, wearing a simple casual outfit. She glanced at the old clothes in the closet that didn't fit her figure, and had no choice but to make do with them. She slowly sat down next to Meng Xiaorong and said, "Mom, I want some pocket money." Meng Xiaorong stopped what she was doing and looked up at Yunqi. Her tone was gentle, but also a bit scrutinizing. "Pocket money? What are you going to do?" She said truthfully. The computer at home is not working well. I want to go out and check some information. Having said that, she didn't actually mention that the computer was most likely occupied by Ping, and the servants were always watching the study, so using it secretly would only cause more trouble. She unexpectedly discovered that there was only $3 in her wallet, which made her laugh and cry, and she even doubted whether the Yunxi in the past had the awareness of saving. Meng Xiaorong refused without hesitation. Don't forget how much money you spent on hospitalization. Your family already has enough food and clothing for you, so how can there be any extra money for you to spend as you please? Yunxi was stung by this cold attitude, but quickly regained his composure. She glanced at the exquisite skincare products in her mother's hand and sneered in her heart. Obviously, this little pocket money was just an excuse for her family not wanting to give her, not because they were really tight on money. Since she couldn't get the money, Yunxi didn't bother to argue. She stood up and prepared to go out. I'm going out for a walk, she explained casually. Meng Xiaorong followed her with a hint of caution, as if to make sure she would not do anything radical again. Finally, she waved her hand and let Yunxi go. After leaving the Yun family, Yunxi took a deep breath. The small villa area had a beautiful environment. With her keen observation, she quickly drew a map in her mind and determined the direction to the crowded commercial area. But the feeling of physical weakness reminded her that her body really needed more exercise. After walking about 2 kilometers along the street, Yunxi finally saw a small shop with a sign of a cheap internet cafe hanging at the door. She touched the only $3 left in her pocket and smiled. Finally found it. She walked straight in with a look of confidence in her eyes. That's right, Yunxi chose this place. Under the current conditions, this seems to be her only way to quickly obtain funds. $3 may be insignificant to others, but it is all her capital at this stage. The lottery station was not big, but it was very lively. Some people were holding slips of paper with smiles on their faces, while others were shaking their heads in frustration. More people lined up in front of the counter to buy lottery tickets, trying to change their destiny with numbers and luck. The arrival of Yunxi, the young girl, made the entire space seem a little abrupt. She found a corner and sat down, her eyes fixed on the numbers scrolling on the screen and the lottery numbers written on the whiteboard next to her. Her calm eyes seemed to isolate herself from the noise of the outside world. All the numbers were quickly calculated and deduced in her mind, and she finally came to a conclusion. After just a few minutes, she stood up, walked calmly to the counter, and told the owner a string of numbers. 786-9032. The shop owner was stunned, then looked her up and down. You want to buy a lottery ticket? Yes, one. Yunxi took out $2 from his pocket and handed it over. Are you an adult? The shop owner asked worriedly. I'm already 18. Her tone was calm, but it revealed a sense of certainty. The shopkeeper nodded, took the money and handed her a ticket, and reminded her casually, the lottery will be drawn in a few minutes. Little girl, I wish you good luck. Yunxi took the lottery ticket, thanked him lightly, and then stood aside, leaning against the wall and waiting quietly. Her hair was hanging down, and her expression was covered by the shadow, without any ripples. The numbers on the screen jumped slowly, and the people around held their breath, waiting for the final reveal. 7869032. When the numbers were fully displayed, several sighs were heard in the store. Oh, I missed again. Who could guess a number like this? However, just as everyone was shaking their heads and sighing, Yunxi had already stood in front of the counter and handed the ticket in his hand to the owner. The shop owner took the ticket and checked it, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. I won $500. He whispered to himself, then smiled and handed the money to her. Congratulations, little girl. Yunxi nodded, took the money, and turned to leave. 500 yuan was enough for her to deal with her next plan in her current situation. She didn't buy more lottery tickets because her goal was not to get rich quickly, but to achieve her immediate goals. In the penthouse suite, a man sat quietly in a wheelchair, looking at the scenery outside the window. A thin blanket covered his legs, and he looked pale and fragile. He had a handsome face, but his extremely pale skin and slightly pale lips made him look like a piece of finely carved porcelain. This person is Qi Yeqing, who is respected as Mr. Qing in Anqing. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his deep phoenix eyes revealed an elusive chill. Second master, the personal information you want to check is all here. Qi Rue walked into the room and handed a document to Qi Yeqing. His tone was calm, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. This information might mean a turning point in Qi Yeqing's life. Qi Yeqing took the document. His fingertips were clearly jointed, and the texture was cold and white. He casually opened the first page, and what caught his eye was a photo of a girl, wearing a school uniform, with messy hair covering half of her face, and a faint red birthmark hidden behind the frame. The girl in the photo looks timid and ordinary, with no eye-catching features. He spoke slowly, his voice low. "Have you ever committed suicide?" "Yes, second master." Qirue nodded, although he also began to doubt whether such an ordinary girl could really bring any hope. Qi Yeqing closed the file, his eyes deep. "Have you told the old lady?" Qirue hesitated slightly, then replied. "The old lady ordered that the person be brought back as soon as possible." Qi Yeqing narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice was a little cold. "Does she think it will be so simple?" There was a brief silence in the room, and Qirue stood aside, sighing in his heart. At this time, in a corner of the internet cafe, Yunqi sat down quietly and turned on the computer. Her slender fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, each movement carrying a calm and precise rhythm. She has already built a clear path in her mind for the information that ordinary people need to search and filter. The light from the screen reflected on her face. Her eyes were focused and deep as she quickly browsed through the public and private information about Continent C's top intelligent research institute. At this time, a piece of news caught her attention. The top intelligent research institute in Continent C announced the suspension of the use of the superintelligent robot number 5. The news mentioned that robot number 5 was recalled due to multiple problems with itself. Although its technology provided rich experience for subsequent research, the data and pictures attached by the officials seemed to confirm the authenticity of its defects. Yunqi stared at the screen with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. These problems were just excuses for her to cover up her tracks. As number 5, she is aware of her abilities and has no flaws. The only problem is probably her knowledge of the truth and the threat she poses to Qian and the Research Institute. She took a deep breath and continued typing away on the keyboard, searching for additional information. When she was about to finish her internet surfing, she suddenly recalled her little treasury when she was still a robot. That was a privilege granted to her by the Research Institute in order to simulate human financial behavior. If those funds can be transferred over, the current predicament will be greatly improved. However, she calmly rejected the idea. First, she didn't have a bank card at the moment. Second, she didn't dare to risk exposing her whereabouts. After all, Qian's surveillance system was pervasive. With caution, she deleted all the search history, turned off the computer, and left. After coming out of the internet cafe, Yunqi went straight to the bank and applied for a bank card. Although her funds are limited at the moment, she knows that having independent financial tools is the first step towards breaking free from control and moving towards freedom. After solving the bank card problem, Yunqi came to the familiar Lucky Lottery station. The shop owner recognized her immediately and greeted her warmly. "Little girl, are you here to buy lottery tickets again?" "Yeah." Yunqi nodded and walked to a chair nearby and sat down. Her eyes were fixed on the scrolling numbers on the screen, and her mind began to calculate at high speed. Strings of numbers emerged like a waterfall and finally condensed into a set of accurate answers in her mind. Several onlookers noticed her concentration and began to talk. Children nowadays should spend their time studying. Yeah, if they're addicted to lottery at such a young age, what will they do in the future? Yunqi ignored the whispered comments. She stood up and calmly reported the number to the owner. "How much are you buying this time?" asked the shopkeeper with a hint of curiosity in his tone. 180 yuan. Yunqi's tone remained calm, without any waves. This statement immediately sparked discussion among the customers in the store. Someone couldn't help but say, "Girl, this number may not be correct, so don't buy so much." "Yeah, we're spending so much money. Do your family know about it?" Their words contained both well-intentioned reminders and disdain and disapproval. Yunqi didn't react at all. She just calmly repeated, 180 yuan. Finally, the store owner issued the ticket according to her request, and Yunqi quietly waited for the result. When the winning numbers on the screen appeared one by one, the numbers were exactly the same as the lottery ticket in Yunqi's hand. The store fell into silence, and then someone whispered in disbelief, "Is it really a win?" The shop owner was also stunned. He quickly checked the numbers on the lottery ticket. After confirming that they were correct, he came to his senses and said with a smile on his face, "Congratulations, little girl, this is the first prize. The prize money is 450,000. The whole store was in an uproar over this news. The onlookers were all surprised, and the person who had just mocked Yun, she turned pale with a complicated expression. The shop owner celebrated while reminding Yunqi, "This is a big prize." You need to go to the designated location to claim the prize. Remember to bring your ID card. It's best to have a family member accompany you. Safety comes first. Thank you. Yunxi took the lottery ticket and nodded. She naturally understood the risks involved, but she also knew that no one could do it for her. Holding the lottery ticket, she walked out of the store, her back still calm and determined. Yunxi put her hands in her pockets, got off the taxi quietly, and walked towards the largest lottery center in Anqing. Although she seemed careless, there was a hint of sharpness in her steps. The process of redeeming the bonus was very simple. She only had to fill out a few forms and soon received a check for $450,000. The staff were not surprised by the amount of the prize, as they had seen winners of prizes worth tens of millions. However, seeing such a young girl coming alone to claim the prize still made people take a few more glances. Yunxi didn't stop and went out directly, ready to find the nearest bank to transfer the bonus to his bank card. However, when she turned into another street, she was alert and realized that someone was following her. The footsteps were barely audible, but Yunxi could hear them. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared at the corners of her mouth. Obviously, these people were targeting the money in her hand. The surrounding streets were crowded with people, and passers-by were chatting and laughing freely. No one would notice the few people with ulterior motives hiding in the crowd. Yunxi glanced around and caught the cooperation between them through tiny movements and eyes. She adjusted her pace slightly, seemingly casually, but avoided a middle-aged woman who accidentally approached her. The woman held a cell phone in her hand and pretended to operate it with her head down, but she was intentionally bumping into Yunxi. The moment they passed each other, the woman's movements were easily resolved. She didn't even touch the corner of Yunxi's clothes. The woman looked back in surprise, only to find that Yunxi had not stopped and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. On the other side, a tall and thin man stepped forward and pretended to be a passerby to ask Yunxi for directions. "Hello, how do I get to Qian Road?" Yunxi didn't even raise his eyelids and pointed in a direction coldly. "Over there." The man was unwilling to give up and continued to follow and tangle with her. At the same time, a strong man rushed over from behind. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact he was trying to get the target from Yunxi's pocket in an extremely secretive way. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the items in the pocket, a muffled sound was heard. Bang! The strong man fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain, and was stunned. His accomplice was also stunned when he saw this scene, and he didn't realize what was happening at all. Yunxi, who was standing aside, remained calm as usual, with his hands in his pockets, and even his expression did not change. The sturdy man wanted to struggle to get up, but a cold gaze swept over him, like a blade, making him completely give up the idea. His accomplices hurriedly helped him up, cursing under their breath. "Go!" Several people quickly left and disappeared into the crowd. Yunxi retracted her gaze, gently rubbed her aching arm, and frowned slightly. Although her body's reaction ability was still sharp, her weak body obviously limited her performance. If those people had acted at the same time, the outcome might not have been so smooth. She thought to herself, "I must recover my strength as soon as possible, otherwise danger may come at any time." After leaving the scene, the group gathered in a secluded place in a gloomy atmosphere. "Today is such a hell." The stout man who fell down covered his waist and cursed with gritted teeth. "Who is that girl? She looks so weak, but she is so difficult to deal with." Another person echoed in a low voice. "Boss, how about we find another opportunity to do it?" The leading man, Qian, glanced at them coldly, stroking his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his hand, his eyes deep. "Don't be impatient. This woman is not simple. Her technique is so clean and precise that it makes people shudder," he said in a deep voice. "Let's stop for 2 days and keep a close eye on her until we find out her background." Everyone looked at each other and nodded silently. On the other side, Yunxi had already taken a taxi back home. At this moment, the few people who had gone away gathered together inadvertently, looking unhappy. "Bah, today is really weird. What's wrong with that woman? I'll remember this grudge. It's been a long time since I've been insulted like this." The strong man gritted his teeth, then looked at the man with glasses next to him. "Boss, is this all for today?" That's right. He was the man Yunxi had just thrown to the ground. If he hadn't considered the action plan at the time, he would definitely not let the woman go easily. Qian sat aside, raised his hand to adjust his glasses. His face, which couldn't be more ordinary, revealed a hint of sinisterness and inquiry. No one knew what he was thinking about. "Let's stop for the next 2 days. That woman almost exposed us. The girl was so thin and young that even her wrists were wrapped in gauze, looking injured. But her actions and reactions were beyond their expectations. She had even found the right position to land her moves. She was not simple. For a long time, their actions had not failed. After a week of recuperation, Yunxi had a deeper understanding of this family. Although her family prepared supplements for her every day and appeared to be very attentive on the surface. But from her parents' indifferent attitude to her sister's perfunctory care, to the servants' indifferent attitude, all of them show that she is just an accessory in this family, or even an insignificant existence. She knew that such concern was more out of a sense of responsibility than a true expression of emotion. But she was not shaken by this. Instead, she used this indifference as a protective shell to block out emotional ties and allow herself to focus more on the plan at hand. This week's recuperation was not completely fruitless. The nourishment from the supplements gradually restored her body, and her mental state was much better than before. She was keenly aware that her past weakness was a shackle for her. Being weak was never her choice. So, starting from the third day, she set herself a strict exercise plan. She tied sandbags on her legs and insisted on running every morning, not avoiding the gazes of her family. The Yun family naturally noticed this change, but they were more curious and acquiesced, and did not delve into it further. For them, Yunxi's active exercise and improvement of his physical fitness is undoubtedly a worry-free situation. Early Monday morning, the sun penetrated the clouds and the breeze blew across the earth, bringing a rare sense of comfort to the entire Anqing. After finishing her morning run, Yunxi returned to her room and changed into the school uniform of Shenglan College. She walked to the mirror and looked at herself carefully. The girl in the mirror had skin as white as cream, and her eyes were clear but a little cold. She gently combed her black hair, which had become smooth and shiny due to the exercise and diet during this period. The bangs covering her forehead were trimmed more neatly, but they were still not tied to the side. No one knew how smooth her forehead was under the bangs, and once it was exposed, combined with the proportion of her facial features, it was so stunning. She reached out and picked up the black framed glasses on the table. After putting them on, the lenses covered most of her face and half hid the red birthmark under her left eye, making the whole person look more low-key. She in the mirror smiled gently, neither warm nor cold, like a calm lake, unfathomable. Almost done, she said to herself, picked up her school bag, turned around, and went downstairs. Downstairs, at the dining table, Sister Yunsu was dining elegantly, the sunlight shining on her, adding a soft halo. After hearing the footsteps, Yunsiue looked up and smiled at Yunxi. "Come and eat, Xiaoxi. It's time to go to school after eating." Her tone was gentle, but with a hint of scrutiny. Yunxi nodded slightly, without saying anything more, sat down, picked up the spoon, and drank the porridge mouthful by mouthful. Her movements were natural and calm, and there was no extra emotion between her eyebrows. She seemed unusually calm. Breakfast ended quickly, and the two sisters got into the car together. As usual, the driver took Yunsiue to Anqing No. 1 High School first. The car stopped at the gate of No. 1 High School. The gate here is tall and solemn, and the school exudes a strong atmosphere of learning. Yunsiue raised her chin slightly, pushed open the car door, turned her head, and said to Yunxi, "Xiaoxi, I'll go in first." "Yeah." Yunxi still responded briefly, watched her walk into the campus, and then drove towards Shenglan College. Compared to the atmosphere of Anqing First High School, Shenglan College is a completely different scene. It is located at the junction of several vocational high schools and vocational colleges, and the students are generally casual and even a bit ostentatious. In front of the school gate, the frequent coming and going of luxury cars forms a sharp contrast with the noisy scene. When Yunxi got off the car, she said goodbye to the driver politely but coldly. The driver was stunned for a moment, not expecting that this girl, who always kept her head down and kept silent, would suddenly be so proactive. Yunxi walked straight to the teaching building. She had already confirmed her class through her homework book, grade 37. As soon as she went upstairs, she heard a few classmates whispering in the corridor. "Is she the girl who committed suicide?" "Yeah, she looks like she's recovered pretty well. I heard she even likes Master G. I don't know where she got the courage from." These whispers were carried into Yunxi's ears through the air, but she remained expressionless and continued to walk forward. "Who is Ji Mingyu?" She was not interested. When he walked into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet for 2 seconds. Everyone turned their heads to look at the door, looking at this classmate who had not been seen for a long time. Yunxi, you're back. Chu Lianxue from the second row spoke first, with a hint of gloating in her tone. Then a sarcastic voice sounded. Yunxi, you have had a good time at home this time. You look a lot plumper. And Yuan sneered and raised her chin, her eyes full of contempt. Yunxi ignored these people. She glanced calmly across the classroom, quickly found her seat, walked straight over, and put down her school bag. Several classmates around her couldn't help but snicker and even gave her a nickname, Bitter Melon. Someone tapped her desk with their fingers, trying to provoke more ridicule. But Yunxi remained silent, her eyes as cold as water. She knew very well that this return to life was just the beginning, and no one knew how she would gain a foothold in this unwelcome environment. The sunlight from the window poured in and cast a shadow on her desk. Yunxi lowered her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful sneer. Chapter 11: Being Bullied and Confronting Li Huan. The class had not started yet. The cool curly-haired girl, Li Huan, walked straight to Yunxi's seat, tossing a bottle of water up and down with one hand. She knocked on Yunxi's desk with her other hand and smiled without any emotion. Kugwa, go buy us a few bottles of drinks. Li Huan took out a few bills from his pocket and threw them in front of Yunxi, with a domineering look on his face, seeming very cool. After hearing the noise, Yunxi looked up at her curiously with a cold expression, not at all the timid look as she had imagined. There was no fluctuation in the tone. Buy drinks? What does that have to do with me? Yunxi took the money on the table without hesitation and stuffed it directly into Li Huan's school uniform pocket with an iron chain. Then he ignored her and took out his books. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, with a certain indifference and apathy that had never been seen before. She had no idea how much her response would subvert the imagination of those around her. Even the boys in the back row couldn't help but look up at her. It's really interesting. It's the first time they see Yunxi have such a reaction. Was it this incident that changed her, or was she just pretending? Jingqi, who was playing games on his mobile phone diagonally behind Yunxi's seat, glanced over there with the corner of his eye, then crossed his legs and continued playing with his mobile phone indifferently, curling his lips calmly. On this side, Li Huan was also confused. Not only did Yunxi speak in such a tone, but he even dared to touch her? Is she crazy? Kugwa, are you talking to me? Li Huan immediately raised his voice, his eyes slightly widened, and took a step forward, getting closer to Yunxi with a fierce look. Chu Lianxue in front frowned slightly and turned to look at Yunxi, who was sitting against the wall. Yunxi has never been popular, and given her personality problems, the inconspicuous back row seat against the wall is most suitable for her. But Yunxi seems a little abnormal now, and Yuan also looked at Chu Lianxue with a strange expression. What's wrong with her? There was some sarcasm in her tone. Didn't Yunxi always keep his head down and do things for them? At this moment, they just found it even funnier and looked like they were enjoying the show. You have to know that Yunxi is now facing the domineering big sister Li Huan. If you provoke her and make her unhappy, you will suffer bad consequences. Li Huan was not a gentle character when he was in the first year of high school. He was quite famous at that time. She also won the second place in the city's women's sanda competition. She is quite skilled and has fought many fights at school and basically won all of them. In addition to her arrogant temper, now that she is in the third year of high school, no girl dares to provoke her. Besides, she is the daughter of the Li family, and her background is extraordinary. With Yunxi's condition, trying to be tough for a while won't have any good results. So a group of girls just stood and sat there waiting for the next scene. School is so boring. Wouldn't it be attractive to have such an interesting scene? Yunxi, the country bumpkin and coward, also has a rebellious side. It's fun, so fun. The shadow of Li Huan's body covered Yunxi, and her voice was amplified and sounded in Yunxi's ears. Yunxi raised his head impatiently and looked at her coldly. Are you sick? Do you think she can't see that this girl is bullying? And the people around them have clearly become accustomed to this. But she is not the original Yunxi. Ask her to go shopping and treat her as an errand boy. It's impossible. Oh my God! Yunxi actually cursed? A surprised voice suddenly rang out in the class, and everyone clapped their hands subconsciously in disbelief. Some of them would never bully Yunxi. Of course, they would not pay any attention to such things as others bullying her, and they would not make friends with Yunxi or anything. Yunxi is always gloomy, rarely talks to others, and always looks timid and cowardly. Anyway, people like them who like to make noise and play wouldn't like to associate with such classmates. As for the behavior of Li Huan and Yuan and others, It has nothing to do with them. Now Yunxi's behavior was contrary to usual and made them feel a little different. Funny and interesting. Even Jingqi in the back row stopped playing the game in his hand, turned his phone with one hand, smoothed his dark purple hair, raised his eyebrows, and looked leisurely at them in the front row. Yunxi, asking you to go shopping is a compliment to you. Otherwise, who do you think would be willing to talk to you? Another girl, Zhang Beibei, chimed in with a look of disdain. They are from the same faction as Li Huan. This bitter melon dared to yell at Sister Li. I'm afraid he doesn't want to stay in this class anymore. Her words immediately made Yun. She couldn't help but sneer, and his cherry-pink lips slowly curled up with a bit of interest. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly raised, and her pupils were as deep and bottomless as a whirlpool. Why? You think you are noble when you bully others. The pleasant sound, like a trickle of water, was unusually cold and seemed to give off a sense of oppression. Li Huan was wearing silver-black earrings, had one hand in her pocket, and had a tall figure. However, she, who should have been domineering, seemed to be suppressed a lot in front of Yunxi, who was still thin and sitting in his seat. And this is simply impossible. But after meeting Yunxi's eyes, she seemed to realize that the current Yunxi was different from the cowardly her before. But so what? She will only become more annoying. Li Huan took one hand out of her pocket and slapped it on Yunxi's desk, as if conveying her anger. She lowered her body, leaned forward slightly, narrowed her eyes, and gritted her teeth a little. Yunxi, please don't be ungrateful. Do you understand the consequences of doing this? She was warning Yunxi. Yunxi has provoked her, and she will not let Yunxi have an easy time. Kneel down now and apologize to me, and I will not care about what happened today. Li Huan stood up straight, looked down at Yunxi with a cold smile on his lips. If Yunxi continues with this crazy attitude, then the rest of her senior year will be extremely painful. Chu Lianxu had turned her head back, and although she was facing forward, she was actually waiting for the result with amusement. And Yuan stood aside with her arms folded, looking over there happily. At this time here, Yunxi frowned slightly and adjusted the black frame of his glasses with one hand, without any emotion in his eyes. She slowly stood up with one hand on the table, staring at Li Huan in front of her with eyes like black holes, and no thoughts could be seen on her face. At this moment, it seemed as if the war was slowly unfolding invisibly. Yunxi's beautiful lips slowly curled up and chuckled. Do you think? I'm afraid of you. With a buzzing sound, the air exploded again, and Yunxi's words continued to shock them. What stimulated Yunxi? Isn't she really afraid that Li Huan will bring a group of people to bully her? At this time, even those in the neighboring classes who heard the news came to take a curious look. Some classes that were farther away were almost unfamiliar with Yunxi, but how could the classes around Class 17 not have heard of him? Yunxi is like an outsider among this group of classmates, timid and dull. She was often ordered around by classmates in her class, and even by classmates from other classes. She looked dull and stupid. She is not good at studying, has a bad family background, is not good looking, and has a bad personality. She is really useless, and probably no one likes her. Perhaps her most famous moment was when she fell in love with Ji Mingyu from the same class as her and confessed her love to him. I won't say anything more about this. I heard that she even committed suicide because of this. I don't know what she was thinking. Unexpectedly, Yunxi returned to school after more than a week and met Li Huan. Of course, they had to come and see. Chapter 12, who knows what will happen next? Ding-ling! At this moment, the class bell suddenly rang, as if to break this strange and tense atmosphere. The students in front of Class 17 dispersed one by one and returned to their own classes. The teacher of this class also walked over from the corridor. The teacher is here. Class Monitor Xing, when you raised his head and said this lightly. It must be extraordinary to be the monitor of Class 17. His words are very powerful. As expected, the class became much quieter in an instant. Li Huan was very angry at the moment because Yunxi's words and attitude made her extremely irritable, and no one could stop her. It has been a long time since anyone dared to talk to her like this. What's more, Yunxi used to be a coward and was always timid. Why wouldn't she do anything when she was asked to do it? She makes Li Huan feel superior and has a strong sense of satisfaction. But now Yunxi's contrast is too great for Li Huan to accept, and he is very angry. At this time, Chu Lianxu had turned around and said softly to Yunxi, Yunxi, apologize quickly and stop being so stubborn. It seemed as if she said this for Yunxi's own good. Zhang Beibei, on the other side, also echoed, why don't you look at yourself and pretend? There was no expression on Yunxi's face, and he remained calm and composed. Li Huan's curly hair was about to burst into flames, and suddenly she laughed, with the corners of her mouth trembling. She lowered her body slightly, trying to give Yunqi a sense of oppression. Li Huan spoke slowly in Yunqi's ear, looking unhappy and speaking in a gloomy voice. Yunqi, I won't touch you this time, but you wait for the days to come. She promised that she would let this bitter gourd know how wrong her behavior was. It's over, it's over. Yunqi is finished this time. Li Huan is really furious. Someone muttered in a low voice. Normally, if someone annoys Li Huan, she would just fight with the person. But now she was clearly starting to target Yunqi specifically. With Yunqi in this situation and no one to help her, and with no ability at all, her future life will be truly miserable. Yunqi couldn't help but smile when he heard Li Huan's threatening words and nodded casually. Well, I'll wait. She really wanted to laugh. So, this is campus life? It's quite fun. To be honest, she had never been to a campus in her previous life. Although she had some memories of the appearance and conditions of various schools, she had never experienced it in person. She is looking forward to the rest of her life. The confrontation ended when the Chinese teacher walked into the classroom to give a lecture. In everyone's opinion, Yunqi is already the defeated party, and there will be more exciting things to watch in the future. During class time, the teacher was talking on the podium while the students were doing their own things. Class 17, a typical poor class. In other words, the 7 classes from class 10 onwards are basically here to get a diploma. Like the previous classes, they still focus on studying, but it is still far behind other schools. In short, this is St. Orchid College. The teachers are good, the teaching resources are good, and the school environment is pretty good. A large number of students are heirs to families of all sizes, or they have already started their own successful business, or they are small bosses of certain companies. They are very capable, so they don't care much about having good academic results. At most, I can win a few special awards for the school when I'm interested. On the one hand, they want to be busy with their own affairs, but on the other hand, they need to go to school. Shenglan College is like a school tailor-made for them, which just meets their needs. And the tuition fees here are very low. However, many families will symbolically donate a lot of funds or teaching buildings here. The principal of St. Orchid College is also a remarkable person and is more than capable of managing a school. So during class, no matter what the students do, the teachers tacitly turn a blind eye. At this moment, the students in class 17 are either playing games, trading stocks, looking through documents, or learning some new skills. There were 2 books on the table, but they were of no use. Now only Yunqi was looking up and listening to the class. But this was a bit boring for Yunqi because she knew everything the teacher taught and what was in the book. Just sit here quietly. It's quite comfortable. After class, Yunqi was called to the office by the head teacher. In the office, Yunqi, how are you? Are you feeling better? Xiao Yuan asked Yunqi, who was standing in front of him, with a gentle expression. Yunqi nodded. It's fine now. Student Yunqi, if you have any problems this time, come and see the teacher. The teacher will help you. Xiao Yuan said seriously. Okay, thank you, teacher. Yunqi responded again. Then Xiao Yuan gave some more instructions, and Yunqi left. Lin Yin, the head teacher of the class who was also in the great office, turned to look at Xiao Yuan. Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Teacher Qiao, this student in your class is causing trouble, but it has had a significant impact on Ji Mingyu in our class. Now that she's back, who knows what might happen next? Lin Yin made 2 tsk-tisk sounds. What she meant was that Xiao Yuan should keep an eye on his students, as her class could not afford this impact. She thought Yunqi was too embarrassed to show up here again, but she never expected that she would come back as if nothing had happened. She wouldn't go to their class again? Would she? That would be terrible. It was the senior year of high school, and their class was one of the best classes in Shenglan College. How could her students, especially those like Ji Mingyu who were in the top 3 in the grade and had won numerous awards, be delayed? Lin Yin feels very superior in this regard. Of course, Xiao Yuan also understood what she meant. He slowly said, Teacher Lin, I will take good care of the students in our class. Please take good care of the students in your class as well. As the head teacher of class 17, Xiao Yuan doesn't really care about the students in the class. He just needs to maintain a good class atmosphere. But he was not unaware of many things. It is impossible to say that Ji Mingyu did not provoke Yunqi first. Teacher Qiao, what do you mean? Lin Yin asked with wide eyes. However, Xiao Yuan ignored her, and Lin Yin could only turn back embarrassedly. At the same time, class 17. The atmosphere in the class is still the same as before. As Yunqi walked to her seat, she felt someone was looking at her. Yunqi raised his eyebrows, as if he had noticed something. Sure enough, When Yunxi stood beside his seat, he understood what was going on. She bent her lower lip, and the lower half of her face was as white as porcelain, very beautiful. Yunxi was puzzled. Why was he using such a strong-smelling glue to play a prank on her? Did he think she was stupid? So she took a book from the table and placed it on the seat, just covering the glue, and then she sat there again with a sullen look. Some of the students nearby looked towards Li Huan, while others shrugged their shoulders, expressing some regret that they didn't see anything fun. Not far away, Li Huan was sitting cross-legged, leaning back in his chair like a big brother, waiting for Yunxi's scream. However, there was no expected result. Li Huan's expression froze for a few seconds, but when she glanced at the book covered with glue, she curled her lower lips coldly. She wanted to see what other solutions Yunxi would come up with next. Chapter 13. Joining forces to make trouble for Yunxi. English class. The English teacher is a female teacher in her 50s, but she is very delicate and gentle. She stood on the podium and spoke word by word with a faint smile on her face. She did not show any unhappiness because the audience did not listen to her. The students in the class were the same as usual, but some who were interested in English would attend the class. Yunxi was also listening attentively, occasionally thinking about other things in his mind. However, halfway through the class, someone suddenly raised his hand unexpectedly, and all the students in the class immediately looked over there. Teacher, Li Huan's voice was extremely clear. Student Li Huan, do you have any questions? The teacher paused what he was saying, looked over here, and asked in English. She is not afraid that her classmates may not understand. After all, they are not really the kind of students who are unlearned. Foreign languages are a subject that these children in the family are basically proficient in. Therefore, she doesn't feel any burden when teaching, because she knows that most of the students can understand what she says. And here, Li Huan seemed to be leaning coolly on the chair, with the corners of his eyes and mouth raised at the same time, with an inexplicable sense of complacency. Teacher, you haven't asked us to read the text for a long time. Yes, teacher, please ask a student to read the text. It must be tiring for you to keep talking. Zhang Xinyue, another girl from Li Huan's school, also raised her hand to agree, with an unusual smile. Zhang Bebe glanced back at the wall unintentionally and raised his voice. Teacher, that student has never answered any questions. It's time to call her. The students nearby naturally knew who they were referring to. Yunxi, ask her to read English? She is a terrible student. Her scores are lower than those of those who don't study. She is at the bottom. Besides, she is a person who is unwilling to communicate with others. If we ask her to read the text, I'm afraid she will stand by her seat until the end of the get out of class without saying a single word. And why does the book she is putting on the stool look so much like an English book? At this time, the English teacher also looked over here and saw a girl wearing black glasses frames who seemed to be more introverted. She remembered her and indeed had never called her up. Then classmate Yunxi, please stand up and read this text. The English teacher also hopes that students can be a little more lively. Being too dull will be bad for the body and mind. Instantly, many people in the front row showed expressions of gloating, especially Li Huan, who was very proud of himself. Chu Lianxue waited quietly for the show to begin. And Yuan openly took out her mobile phone to broadcast the scene live, and she was waiting for everyone to witness this moment together. There are quite a few people in her live broadcast room. She is also a relatively well-known anchor. Many boys in the back row were bored and didn't pay attention to this. There were 7 boys who were concentrating on playing games. The equipment for playing games is also quite high-end. How could a matter like teasing Yunxi be more important than the game? It had nothing to do with them. At this moment, Yunxi raised his eyelids after hearing her name. His face was pale, and there was an inexplicable sense of surprise. She stood up slowly and raised her fingers to push up her black-framed glasses. She seemed to hear the teacher asking her to read the text just now. But which page is it from? She just happened to be thinking about buying a laptop, and her mind was a little distracted. Yunxi looked forward and met Li Huan's disdainful and malicious gaze. Looking at the states of other students around her, she roughly understood what was going on. Yunxi lowered his head again and saw that the book he had casually placed on the chair, an English book, had been firmly glued to it. And now here, in Yuan's live broadcast room, comments were being posted one after another. Anchor, who is this girl? Her chin is pretty nice, but she looks quite gloomy. She doesn't seem to have brought a book. How is she going to read the text? No, I was impressed by the appearance of the English book. The corner, sticking out of her chair, seemed to be an English book. The anchor has never broadcast Class Life Live. I think it will be interesting. And Yuan curled her lips and smiled, typing and talking to them on her phone. At this time, Yunxi looked at the desk of the girl sitting in front of her. She could clearly see the page numbers on it, and then she understood. Zhang Chang, who was in the front, heard that the people behind her were silent. So she turned her head expressionlessly and said, "Page 16. She wasn't giving this reminder out of kindness, but Yunxi's shadow affected her as she stood like that. Zhang Chang had some obsessive-compulsive disorder and wanted her to answer quickly and sit down. Although she didn't know whether Yunxi could read it. Yunxi just nodded and looked at the teacher again. Then, Yunxi spoke English slowly but pleasantly. The voice was as moving as rain mist falling on bamboo leaves, without a single pause. It's absolutely magical. At this moment, all the sounds in the class disappeared tacitly, and everyone was stunned. Such a standard accent? Zhang Xiantong in the front row couldn't help but widen his eyes and turned his head slightly to look at Yunxi's face. Isn't this haunted? Reciting English text so gracefully and word for word? Is this Yunxi? Zhang Chang had been sitting in front of her. How could she not know what Yunxi looked like? Normally, the words in English books are pronounced in crooked pinyin. Someone whose English paper will not exceed 50 points. Oh my God, is that so awesome? Even the two boys who were chatting in the back row were instantly stunned, and their ears perked up. Reading an English article is not a difficult task. The main problem is that it was read out by Yunxi, the Yunxi who spoke hesitantly and weakly. Oh no, he recited it. Has her Ren and Du meridians been opened? Li Zitong, the English class representative who sat in the row in front of Yunxi, scratched his head and blinked in astonishment. Now let alone those who originally suggested that Yunxi study English. Their eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in shock. They cooperated perfectly in this prank game and had already anticipated the outcome. But suddenly there was such a big change that it was simply speechless. What's going on? Li Huan cursed under his breath. The glue let her escape. But how could this? Is Yunxi this bitter gourd possessed? Why is it so weird? And Yuan, turn off the live broadcast. Chu Lianxue immediately reminded in Yuan, frowning slightly. She was also shocked and couldn't figure out what was going on. And Yuan's live broadcast was just to let everyone watch the show and gain more fans. What is the result? The live broadcast must be turned off. And Yuan subconsciously clicked to exit the live broadcast, but the next second her fingers stopped in midair. It seems that there is no way to retreat. And Yuan's voice was a little trembling, and her tone was quite urgent. She already had a lot of fans, and now there are more and more people in her live broadcast room. She had no way of quitting, otherwise the consequences would be irreversible and would be bad for her reputation. And Yuan could only bite the bullet and broadcast the entire process. Chapter 14, Incredible, to get closer to him. In just a few minutes, Yunxi finished reading the English article fluently. The English teacher on the stage was surprised and happy. It was really unbelievable, and she could hardly stop smiling. She never expected that this student could speak such fluent and standard English. It sounds exactly like someone who has been abroad for a long time, and she didn't read any books at all. She knew that most of the students in class 17 were good at English, but Yunxi still surprised her. The reason why she remembered this girl who usually kept her head down and was taciturn was because her English test scores were always at the bottom, and even her English homework was always so unsatisfactory. These teachers never pay much attention to class 17, so the only interactions with these students are during classes and homework exams. The English teacher looked at Yunxi for a few more seconds, thinking that maybe this was the unique side of Shenglan College. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers are a characteristic of Shenglan College. She has been teaching at St. Lan College for decades and knows something about this. Very good, Yunxi, please sit down. The English teacher said softly with a smile. Yunxi nodded and sat down slowly, then said thank you to the person sitting in front of her who was turning his head to look at her. Zhang Chang was stunned for a second, and then turned her head back. But her heart was still full of wonder. Not just her. I'm afraid the entire class 17 couldn't have expected Yunxi to behave like this. At this time, the English teacher on the stage said to Yunxi, "Student Yunxi, with your excellent English pronunciation, you can definitely participate in the school's English speech competition, and you will definitely get good results." After that, she continued her lecture gently. And here, Li Huan, who was most targeting Yunxi, was so angry that he was speechless. His previous smugness turned into a grim face. The others who had just helped Li Huan were not in much better condition. Their faces looked as if they had been slapped a few times. And Yuan and Chu Lianxue looked at each other, somewhat speechless, but their eyes revealed their thoughts. Yunxi seems to have really changed. After she came back from her suicide, she not only dared to go against Li Huan, but she could even speak English so well. It was like she was possessed. But the only thing that came to their minds at this moment was, ugly people are more likely to do bad things. In everyone's impression, Yunqi has been cowardly for more than 2 years, like an ugly mushroom in the dark. Some of them were in the same class with Yunqi in junior high school, and their impression of her is deeply ingrained in their minds. Her transformation was indeed unexpected, but it only made them think that Yunqi was about to start acting up. After class, Li Huan and her followers all went out, probably hoping to turn a blind eye to what was happening, and to discuss how to intensify the efforts to discipline Yunqi. Yunqi had repeatedly humiliated them, and they definitely could not tolerate that. And Yuan and Chu Lianxue were also whispering to each other. What do you think has happened to Yunqi all of a sudden? And Yuan frowned, still worried about the live broadcast that had just happened. In her live broadcast room, seeing so many people posting comments praising that loser Yunqi, it would be strange if she felt good. Chu Lianxue pursed her lips slightly and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she raised her eyelids and looked at Yuan and spoke slowly with some doubt in her voice. Do you think she wants to get closer to Mingyu? As soon as these words were spoken, and Yuan's thoughts seemed to have direction. Immediately, she slapped her legs, her eyes widening. That must be it. Yes, that's right. And Yuan nodded to confirm her point of view again. No wonder she suddenly became a different person, provoking Li Huan so unrestrainedly and practicing English so well. She just wanted to attract Ji Mingyu's attention. You never change. And Yuan spit out these 4 words again with sarcasm. Finally, it seems that the source of what happened in the past 2 days has been found. And Yuan's lips suddenly curled up, as if she had thought of something interesting. She gently grasped Chu Lianxue's arm and lowered her voice. Lianxue, why don't we continue to play games? No one else could understand what Yuan said, but Chu Lianxue understood it quite clearly. Her eyes sparkled slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Okay. She had this idea after she guessed that Yunqi's transformation was related to Ji Mingyu. It looks like something interesting is going to happen again this time. Because of Yuan's live broadcast, the incident of Class 17 spread. The girl with standard English pronunciation, pleasant voice, and an invisible aura of confidence became the topic of discussion during breaks. Why do I feel this girl is both ugly and pretty? Her name is Yunqi. Isn't it the girl who committed suicide not long after she confessed her love to Ji Mingyu from Class 1? So it's her. I finally see her in person this time. This look is really unworthy of Master Ji. She has always been at the bottom of the class. How come she can be so good at English? It's amazing. They were all in the 3rd year of high school, and everyone had heard a little about Yunqi. It has to be said that Yunqi in this live broadcast is quite different from what they imagined. However, everyone still instinctively maintains their impression of the rumored Yunqi. And at this time, English teacher Zheng may return to the office. She is the head teacher of Class 14 and works in the main office with Xiao Yuan and others. Because there were 17 class teachers for 17 classes, the office was divided into 2 adjacent rooms. In the office, Zheng Mei sorted out the teaching materials. Then she remembered something and turned to look at Xiao Yuan over there, and slowly said, Teacher Xiao. Xiao Yuan immediately raised his head and responded, What's wrong with Teacher Zheng? Zheng Mei smiled and said, I just want to ask if anyone from your class has been selected for the school English competition this year. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan smiled and spread his hands. We should let Li Zitong participate. If it weren't for the fact that each class must submit at least 1 candidate for this competition every year, it is estimated that no one in their class would participate in this event. Li Zitong is the English class representative and an outstanding member of the Anqing English Association. Only she can participate in the English competition every year. Zheng Mei nodded in understanding, and then said, I discovered that there is a potential stock in your class during class today. Potential stocks? Xiao Yuan asked, and then shook his head. Most of the students in our class are good at English, but most of them are unwilling to participate in this competition. Zheng Mei smiled and said, I'm talking about Yunqi from your class. Yunqi. Xiao Yuan has been quite sensitive to this name lately. I asked her to answer the question, and guess what? Yunqi's English pronunciation is excellent, and she even memorized the text. Her English must be quite good. Zheng Mei concluded. Xiao Yuan was stunned after hearing what she said. Teacher Zheng, are you telling the truth? Did he hear it right? She was talking about Yunqi? As the class teacher, he naturally knows the grades of his classmates. Yunqi's grades have always been terrible. Maybe the scores in other subjects are not that bad, but when comparing their English scores, there's a big difference. So when Yunxi's excellence in English was suddenly mentioned, Xiao Yuan found it hard to imagine. Yes, I was surprised too, Zheng Mei said with a smile. I think this student would be good enough to participate in English competitions. Xiao Yuan nodded. Okay, teacher Zheng, let me think about it. Chapter 15, she won't come to see you again, right? After school, Yunxi walked out of the school gate carrying her school bag. Wearing black-framed glasses and with no makeup on, he is very inconspicuous in the crowd. The driver, Uncle Li, parked his car some distance away from the entrance of St. Orchid College. Because Yun Siue's school finishes late, it is just right to pick up Yunxi first and then go to Anqing No. 1 High School to wait for Yun Siue. And at this time, Yunxi walked forward slowly, and several people behind her looked at her. Look, isn't that the ugly one? A boy raised his hand and pointed at Yunxi's back. The next moment, the people around them all looked at one of the boys tacitly. I didn't expect her to come back again, Brother G. She won't come to see you again, right? A girl at the side pouted in disgust, as if looking at Yun she was something disgusting. Ji Mingyu was wearing a clean school uniform and had a neat and handsome hairstyle. In everyone's mind, he was a boy with both strength and good looks. He just frowned slightly, sighed, and said helplessly, I hope not. At this stage, I just want to study hard. Yes, you, a top student, can't be disturbed by such people. Someone echoed. I don't know what this loser is thinking. He doesn't even consider whether he is worthy of it. The matter of Yunxi's love letter to Ji Mingyu was a hot topic, and as Ji Mingyu's friends, they knew about it even more. Yunxi is ugly, has poor grades, and has an unpleasant personality. She is also the daughter of a lower-class family. I don't know what's wrong with her to confess her love to Ji Mingyu. Not to mention the confession, he actually committed suicide later. It almost affected Ji Mingyu's reputation. They complained about Yunxi again. While no one was paying attention, Ji Mingyu's gaze fell on the slender figure in the distance again, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. This way. Yunxi opened the car door and looked at Li Kong in the driver's seat. Uncle Li, I have something to do, so I won't take the bus home. You go first. Uncle Li was stunned for a moment. Where are you going, Miss Shi? To be honest, Yunxi has never gone home without taking his car. What's going on with her this time? His main duty is to pick up and drop off these two ladies every day. Especially for Yunxi, if he doesn't go back on time, he will find out what's going on. Yunxi casually placed his right arm on the car door, raised his eyelids, and said in a gentle voice, You don't need to know this. I will go back by myself when the time comes. Don't worry. After saying that, she closed the car door, adjusted the shoulder strap of her backpack, turned around, and walked away without looking back. Li Kong was sitting alone in the car, looking conflicted. It would be difficult for him to explain to Yunxi about this, but he had no other choice. He couldn't catch up with Yunxi and take her home by force. He could only go back and report truthfully. So Li Kong shook his head and started the car and drove away from Shenglan College. And here, Yunxi took a taxi directly to the largest computer market in Anqing. To her, who was a super intelligent being at that time, a computer might have been just a low-level intelligent device. But now, as a human being, computers are indispensable to her. Whether it is for investigation or to make money, buying a computer is a top priority. The computer market has 5 floors in total, and the overall area is very large. Yunxi stopped for a second in front of the floor sign and then headed straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is a store specializing in computer parts. Miss, what do you need? As Yunxi arrived, a salesperson came over and asked. There are not as many customers on this floor as on the other floors. Yunxi shook his head slowly and said, I'll choose for myself. However, the salesperson smiled in a standard way and then asked, What type of parts do you need? Do you want to replace the device of your computer or something else? I can recommend it to you. She looked at the girl in school uniform in front of her and thought that she had worked here for so many years and must be quite familiar with various types of purchasing groups. Such female students usually only consider the appearance of a computer when choosing one, without considering its substance. So naturally, I don't know much about these parts. Of course, she needs them to introduce the purchase to her. How can she choose by herself? Otherwise, either she won't make the purchase if she doesn't understand the choice, or even if she makes the purchase, she won't get any commission as a salesperson. With their eloquence that they have honed over a long period of time, they will surely be able to convince this little girl that she will be at a loss. Then she looked at Yunxi again. Simple school uniform and shoes, no accessories at all. So the salesperson secretly figured out which one she should introduce to Yunxi so that she would buy it and earn more commission. Yunxi looked at the salesperson and smiled slowly. How could she not know what she was thinking? but it just so happened that she needed a lot of things, and it was not easy to find them in such a big store. So Yunqi smiled and recited a long list of specific names, brands, and models of spare parts, which stunned the salesperson for a moment and almost confused him. The salesperson's mouth twitched and his eyes widened. Of course, her professional ethics told her that now was not the time to be shocked. But she knew in her heart that she might have been short-sighted just now. Having worked here for so long, she naturally knows that some people cannot be judged by appearances alone. But to be honest, the girl in front of me looked nothing special. She was so ordinary that even her hair was a little dry. But it is hard to say whether this girl was helping others to make purchases according to the list. In short, the main thing to do now is to get the parts specified by Yunqi. Miss, do you have a shopping list? The salesperson smiled awkwardly, but politely. No, Yunqi replied calmly. No need for a list, just take what I say. Yunqi felt a little helpless in his heart. Okay, miss, please repeat it again, and I will get them to you one by one. The salesperson pursed her lips embarrassedly. So Yunqi stood there and repeated the names of the whole bunch of computer accessories again, without stopping. The salesperson had a good memory and barely knew what they were. Mainly, a large part of the items Yunqi mentioned were those that were in short supply in the store, and some of the most basic accessories which were easier to remember. So the salesperson immediately took a shopping cart and started walking around the entire third floor. Yunqi on this side was walking slowly and looking at the things on the shelves. In fact, the accessories Yunqi chose were not particularly in line with her wishes. But since Anqing is just a small county, some high-quality products are mostly unavailable, so she had to replace what she wanted with some cheap substitutes. At this moment, Yunqi suddenly caught a glimpse of a parts box at the bottom of the third row of shelves. This instantly attracted her attention, and Yunqi walked over and took it in her hand. Yunqi raised an eyebrow, as if he didn't expect to find computer parts of this level here. She took it in her hand and planned to pay the bill later. At the same time, at this moment, a man in gray casual clothes and messy hair came to the shelf in front of Yunqi and took something. He glanced at Yunqi and turned to go to other shelves. Finally, after a long while, the salesperson came to Yunqi pushing a pile of spare parts boxes. Miss, please follow me to pay the bill, she said with a smile. The salesperson was a little confused as he took the parts one by one. Logically speaking, Yunqi had selected every necessary computer part. But this combination is so strange. Anyone who can make such a choice must be an amateur, and he will just match them randomly. She even doubted that it was impossible to install a computer that could be used normally in this way. Or are these not for assembly, but bought for corresponding computers? The salesperson thought it made sense. Yunqi followed her to the checkout counter. The cashier added up the prices of the large number of spare parts, looked at Yun, she who had a dull expression in front of him, and asked, the total is 23,000 yuan. Do you want to pay by cash or card? Swipe the card. At this moment, the man in gray casual clothes not far from the checkout counter was saying something to another salesperson. Then the salesperson came to the checkout counter and asked Yunqi's salesperson something. Unfortunately, the one you were talking about has just been bought by this lady. There is only one piece of this item in stock, no more. Chapter 16, Can you assemble? The conversation between the two people was slightly lowered but still clearly audible. At this time, the man in gray seemed to be paying attention to the movement here. Then he raised his foot and strode over. The salesperson immediately smiled at him apologetically and said, Sir, I'm so sorry, the last piece of this model was just bought by this lady. Sir, we have several other parts in our store that have very good performance. Would you like to take a look? I saw Qian frowning slightly, as if he was a little obsessed with this part. Then his eyes swept over the pile of parts that Yunqi bought. The parts he had come all the way for were right there above. Qian was just about to look away, wanting to discuss with the girl whether he could give this item to him. But then he noticed the pile of parts that had been checked out. He has been studying these things for many years, so he naturally knows what they are without looking closely. But he didn't know until he saw it, and he was shocked when he saw it. Qian blinked his eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief and confusion. His brain seemed to work quickly, and the pupil was obviously enlarged. For a moment, he ignored the part he was obsessed with. Qian quickly looked at Yunqi, who looked cold and indifferent in front of him. And her appearance is clearly that of an ordinary high school student. Qian immediately pointed at the parts and asked Yunqi, Little girl, did you choose all these by yourself? Can you assemble them? When he asked this question, the corners of the salesperson's mouth twitched, feeling that this man's idea was a little outrageous. But Qian didn't think there was anything wrong. He wanted to know more whether the person who chose these parts was this girl or someone else. He has always been fascinated by data, programming, and other things, and of course his research on computers is also extraordinary. So when he saw that the parts used to assemble a computer were so strange and ingenious, he couldn't help but become very curious. Yunqi raised his eyelids and nodded. Yes. There is nothing to hide. Her response made Xiao Qian ecstatic, and his face was instantly filled with smiles. He leaned forward and asked, "How did you come up with this idea? Did anyone teach you? Do you have a master?" Then he looked at Yunqi, standing there quietly, as if he realized that this was not the right occasion to talk about this. He really can't control himself when it comes to topics like this. The salesperson was surprised when he heard the conversation between the two people. Could it be possible that this high school student could really assemble a computer? This doesn't make sense. But the man in front of him is a member of the Qiao family in Anqing. He is Mr. Qiao, who has never cared about family affairs and is studying computer science outside. What he saw couldn't be wrong. The salesperson quickly packed up the parts for Yunqi and handed them to her. I thought to myself that I must never judge people by their appearance next time, and they have learned their lesson this time. When Yunqi was picking up the things and preparing to leave, Xiao Qian suddenly realized that his main purpose was that part. He immediately stopped Yunqi from leaving and said, "Little girl, I also need this part. I came here just for it. Can we find a place to discuss it?" This part shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Anqing. But something went wrong during the shipping from abroad. There were originally 8 items, one of which ended up in Anqing. All the others were bought by others. It just so happened that he was from Anqing and was well informed about the news here, so he rushed over from Huai province. Who would have thought that just a few minutes later, the little girl took the lead? Moreover, we were unaware of the special features of these parts and the registered price was incorrect, so we got a bargain. When Yunqi heard his words, she wanted to refuse, but she thought that this man would still pursue this matter. So fortunately, she agreed to it. So the two of them left here together and came to a coffee shop. In the coffee shop, after ordering coffee, Xiao Qian immediately started talking to Yunqi, which shows his urgency. He leaned forward slightly. "Little girl, it's not that I'm stealing someone's love, it's that I really need that part. If you like, I can replace the one you bought with this part." After saying that, Xiao Qian opened a picture on his mobile phone and handed it to Yunqi. Yunqi glanced at him, his face expression calm. She looked at Xiao Qian, took a sip of the coffee that had just been placed on the table, and said slowly, "What if I don't want to?" To be honest, if you are not particularly knowledgeable in this area, you will definitely be attracted by the conditions offered by this man. After all, the model in the picture on his phone is not cheap and not easy to buy. Yunqi also knew that it was quite a coincidence that he could see that part from here. But once she bought it, she wouldn't give it away. At this time, Xiao Qian on the opposite side naturally realized that the girl in front of him was a very knowledgeable person. "Well, little girl, let's not talk about spare parts for now." He suddenly changed the subject. Instead, Xiao Qian stared at Yunqi with curiosity in his eyes. "Since you are so proficient in assembly, your computer skills must be good too, right?" After he asked, he paid attention to Yunqi's expression. Yunqi's eyes did not show any fluctuations, unlike many children of this age who want others to see their greatness. Xiao Qian had already silently confirmed that she was extraordinary. He wanted to know even more about the level of Yunqi's skills. "Little girl, are you interested in following me?" Perhaps it was a bit one-sided to make such a decision based solely on some parts Yunqi purchased. But Xiao Qian believed that he was not wrong. But even if he was wrong, so what? This is called, "It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go." His team is really short of talent. Yunqi narrowed his eyes, his delicate face showing calmness, and many thoughts flashed through his mind in 2 seconds. "Have you any money?" These 3 words came out of Yunqi's mouth lightly. Not vulgar at all. Xiao Qian laughed out loud in an instant. "Of course, there is absolutely no shortage." Then, happy cooperation. In this way, Yunqi began to prepare for his formal development in this life. Xiao Qian, whom she met by chance, became her guide. No, perhaps she was the most important guide in Xiao Qian's life afterwards. Yunqi and Xiao Qian left their contact information with each other. Yunqi stuffed the newly bought parts into a school bag and went home. After returning home, the servants were all busy with their own things, and there was no sign of Yun Siyue and the others. At this time, Lin's mother walked closer and said slowly to Yunqi, "Miss Shi, the madam, and the gentleman went out to eat together. You came back too late, so they didn't wait for you. Miss Shi, you can eat at home. I have prepared dinner." Yunxi didn't feel sad about her family leaving her behind to eat because she wasn't very good at feeling emotions anyway. Yunxi glanced at Lin's mother and felt that although sometimes Lin's mother's attitude towards her was indifferent, she was still very serious about her diet. I'll go upstairs and put my food down and then come down to eat. Okay, Miss Shi. Chapter 17, Don't Embarrass Yourself, the Most Special Person. After finishing his meal, Yunxi assembled a pile of computer parts quite skillfully in his room. What she finally got in her hands was a small, thin, pure black computer that had never been seen on the market. Although small, it has all the necessary functions, especially because I happened to buy that one part, which makes the computer's configuration even better. So it temporarily became a tool used by Yunxi. Yunxi turned on the computer and logged into her email account. A new message popped up, which was some information sent to her by Qian. Yunxi looked up and down, his eyes moving slightly. Technology company? That fits her description. Of course. Now Qian only showed her some brief information and would not reveal any internal information. Yunxi immediately exited the mailbox and tapped the keyboard a few times. The screen displayed a lot of information that was difficult for outsiders to find, but she looked at it quite casually. After reading what he wanted to know, Yunxi closed the computer. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and her cherry pink lips were slightly raised. It seems that this chance encounter is a good opportunity for her. Now, suddenly Yunxi's ears moved, and she casually stuffed the computer into her school bag. At the same time, Meng Xiaorong pushed the door open, and Yunxi looked up at her. Meng Xiaorong glanced at Yunxi and frowned slightly out of habit. In fact, Yunxi did nothing wrong most of the time, but his dislike for her seemed to be innate and engraved in his bones. Meng Xiaorong also held 2 handbags in her hands. Yunxi, your uncle and his family will be back in Anqing next week. The Yun family will have a family dinner then, and you should go too. This is Siyue's new dress. You can wear it when you go. She threw the handbag on the desk beside her. Yeah, Yunxi responded and said nothing else. Meng Xiaorong looked at Yunxi and felt that she looked so rustic, and that even if she put on Yun Siyue's clothes, she wouldn't be able to change that appearance. Especially when she thought of Yunxi's disastrous grades. She could even imagine that her sister-in-law and elder sister-in-law might have ridiculed her at the dinner that day. Meng Xiaorong was a little annoyed at that moment, and her voice rang out again in a bad tone. Yunxi, don't forget what I taught you before, and don't embarrass me when the day comes. After saying that, she turned around with a stern face and left Yunxi's room. Yunxi on this side had a cold expression on her face. She even doubted whether she was their biological daughter. Why is there such a big difference in attitude towards her and Yun Siyue? Is it really just because she doesn't study well and is not satisfactory in all aspects? Yunxi pulled her lower lip, her eyes were calm, and her heart was as cold as ice. And at this moment, far away from Anqing is a prosperous and long-standing central city, the imperial capital. Here live the truly top-notch aristocratic families in China. It is a place unmatched by any other region and a city that everyone aspires to be. And in a large manner in the imperial capital. The furniture in the house is basically made of rosewood and wangwali. An old lady was sitting on a chair. Her clothes were not gorgeous, but they could hardly conceal her noble elegance. There was even an inexplicable sense of authority in her eyes that made people feel awe. Have you found out the child's information? Si Zhen's voice sounded slowly, but one could sense the unintentional excitement in her tone. The man in a suit in front of him took out a file and bowed slightly. Yes, old lady, her name is Yunxi, and she studies at Shenglan College in Anqing. Then he repeated all the general information he had found out to Mrs. Qi Xizhen. To be honest, Yunxi's message was quite ordinary and simple, and could be said in just a few words. After finishing speaking, Yin Zheng said, "Old madam, that's all." Xizhen's expression did not change. She nodded and patted the armrest of the chair with her wrinkled hands. She raised her eyelids slightly. Do you think this child is ordinary? Seeing that she had seen through his thoughts, Yin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Then Si Zhen smiled slowly and spoke earnestly. If she is really the person who can save Qing'er, as Master Liao said, then isn't she the most special person in the world? She has lived for so many years and has experienced and owned everything. Her only hope now is for Qi Yeqing to live well. If Yunxi could really save him, the Qi family would give her whatever she wanted at any cost. Yin Zheng nodded to show that he understood. Madam, what should we do next? Let's see what Qing'er does first. This way. The next day, when Yunxi arrived at school, the head teacher called her to the office. Yunxi came to the office, and Xiao Yuan and English teacher Zhang Mei were there. Xiao Yuan looked at Yun Shi, who was walking towards him. He exuded an indescribable temperament, which was very different from before. Maybe they really should change their stereotype of Yun Shi. Yun Shi. Xiao Yuan called her with a smile. Teacher, is there anything you want me to do? Xiao Yuan and Zheng Mei next to him looked at each other, and then told Yun Shi their thoughts. It's like this, classmate Yun Shi, the school will hold an English speech contest next Tuesday afternoon. I heard from teacher Zheng that your English level is very good, so I want to ask if you're willing to participate. Of course, whether or not to win the award is not really unimportant to Class 17. The main thing is that every class needs to participate. Next week, Yun Shi blinked. Zheng Mei smiled and nodded. Yes, this time the students are given less time to prepare for the competition, mainly because we want to test the students' usual level and their ability to perform on the spot. Student Yun Shi, don't feel any pressure. Just treat it as an event for fun. She remembered that Yun Shi had always been quite introverted and was afraid that she would be nervous in such occasions, so she comforted her in advance. What are the prizes? Yun Shi asked, tilting his head slightly. His tone seemed quite serious. Giving an English speech at school was actually no problem for her. She cares more about what participating can bring her. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, This competition is led by the Provincial English Association and co-organized by the Anqing English Association and the school. There are prize money, certificates, and a place to be selected by the English Association. As for what level of English Association it is, that is unknown. It mainly depends on the level of the students. Of course, he was afraid that Yun Shi would feel pressured, so he told her in general terms. Most students at St. Orchid College have excellent English proficiency, and many of them grew up abroad, so the English Association is very happy to recruit new blood at St. Orchid College. Yun Shi thought for a few seconds after hearing what he said. She was quite interested in the bonus, and participating in the competition should also help restore some of Yun Shi's reputation. Teacher, I will participate. Xiao Yuan was stunned by her ready agreement, but he immediately reacted and started laughing. Teacher has high hopes for you. Here are the competition format and some topics. Take them back and take a good look at them. You can ask me if you have any questions. Zheng Mei handed 2 pieces of paper to Yun Shi and spoke gently. Okay, Chapter 18, How Did I Offend You? Some girls in the class always target Yun Shi intentionally or unintentionally. Some of them were too disdainful to do anything to such a small person, while some, because they were from Li Huan's faction, were unfriendly to her in various ways. And there were a few people who were simply bored and curious about how Yun Shi would behave differently. In class, Yun Shi sat in his seat, holding a pen and writing and drawing on a piece of white paper, looking quite serious. The classmate next to me glanced over and felt that it was like a ghost painting that was incomprehensible. He shook his head, thinking that Yun Shi might still be as not very smart as before. At this time, several chattering voices were heard from the front row, as if they wanted someone to hear them on purpose. Oh my God, she actually participated in the speech contest. Chu Lianxue raised her hand to cover her mouth and sounded shocked. And Yuan rolled her eyes, looking a little superior. Who knows where she gets her confidence from? She can't even speak Chinese fluently, but she wants to give a speech in English. Does she really think that she is good at English just because she can read a text? The girls nearby also echoed what was said in a sarcastic tone, as if they were afraid that everyone would not know. However, Yun Shi didn't seem to be affected as they wished. He just kept his head down and wrote something. However, they looked at each other, laughed sarcastically, and tacitly decided to say these words every day. With Yun Shi's fragile heart, the blow must have hit her so hard that she would tremble even when she went on stage. Jiang Chong in the front row turned around unintentionally. Yun Shi tilted her head, and her smooth profile came into view. Even her hair seemed to carry a cool and indifferent aura, as well as an indescribable elegance. Yun Shi is really different now. As she had always been in the front row with Yun Shi, she clearly felt it. And at this time, Li Huan was seen with her school uniform casually draped over her shoulders. She was not wearing school pants, but instead a pair of work pants with iron chains. She was swaggering in from outside the door, holding a glass of water in one hand. You can even see the steam from the water lingering above the cup. It was obviously freshly boiled hot water. Li Huan walked straight to the back row from between 2 rows of desks. But just when passing by a desk, Li Huan's hands suddenly became unsteady. She cried ouch and watched the cup slip from her hands, but there was no panic in her eyes. On the contrary, all this seemed to be within her calculations. And the place where the cup was going to fall was exactly Yun Shi's position. The boys in the back row sensed that another farce was about to happen, so they slowly raised their heads and looked over. The scalding hot water seemed about to spill over Yunxi's body and the paper on which she was writing and drawing. Even if someone really has good intentions at this moment, they cannot stop what happened in a few seconds. However, just when Li Huan showed a proud look on his face, Yunxi was still holding the pen in his right hand, but his left hand had already grabbed the falling cup. His movements were so fast that people were stunned. Since it was falling straight down, the hot water splashed out a little. So awesome. A boy in the back row couldn't help but whisper. It's just a cup. I can take it if you want me to. Someone interrupted. Jingqi raised his eyebrows, impressed by Yunxi's handsome actions just now. Did she predict Li Huan's move? Or was her reaction speed just that fast? Even his expression remained unchanged. It's really interesting. He supported his head with one hand, leaned on the desk, and stopped playing the game console. Instead, he wanted to see what Yunxi would do next. When Yunxi caught the cup of water, Li Huan's eyes widened instantly, and he was a little bit unbelieving. Can Yunxi dodge this? Li Huan felt angry because things did not develop as she had imagined. She gritted her teeth and looked at Yunxi with some undisguised provocation, as if to say she was lucky. Then Li Huan reached out to take back his cup and returned to his seat. However, just as she was about to touch the cup, there was a bang, and the cup fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Yunxi's lips curled up, but her eyes were cold as ice. She glanced at Li Huan and said, "You made this dirty. Please clean it up." The students around her were immediately shocked by her arrogant words. What happened to Yunxi recently? But I have to say that she looks much more attractive now than before. Yunxi, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you let Sisterly sweep the floor? Zhang Beibei on the other side immediately got angry. She followed Li Huan, so naturally she had to step forward at this time. But Yunxi didn't even pay any attention to her. At this moment, Jingqi in the back row suddenly signaled the boy on the side with his eyes. Li Hui immediately understood what he meant, but he was puzzled as to why young Master Jing wanted to interfere in this matter. "Stop making noise. Let me sweep. Let me sweep." Li Hui was quick. He picked up the broom in no time and trotted over there to start sweeping. At the same time, it also separated Yunxi and Li Huan. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Hui wants to be a peacemaker. But why did he do that? Li Hui, get out of the way. Li Huan narrowed his eyes. Yunxi broke my cup. Look at the brand clearly. It's impossible to pretend nothing happened. Her tone was somewhat vicious. It's one thing for her to break the cup herself, and for Yunxi to break her cup on purpose. Li Huan didn't expect Yunxi to challenge her like this. She had to make Yunxi pay the price. So, what do you want to do? This was not asked by Yunxi, but by Li Hui on the side. Li Hui, do you want to help her? Li Huan asked with a frown. She glanced at Jingqi in the back row, then turned back. Li Hui and Jing Xiao are in the same gang, so he must have come here at Jing Xiao's request. What do they mean? But Li Hui spread his hands without much expression. I won't help anyone. I just want to make the class more peaceful. He said it casually, but it was obvious that he was still going to intervene. Li Hui may seem ordinary, but anyone who can play with Jingqi is definitely not ordinary. I heard that his family is somewhat connected with some big families in Qing City. However, this does not mean that Yunxi can surpass Li Huan. Okay, you can solve the problem. Either you pay me money, or I can fight back. Li Huan said lightly at this time. As soon as she finished speaking, a sneer rang out in the air. Yunxi smiled nonchalantly, but his voice was cold and oppressive. Will you die if you don't do it? She stood up slowly and stared at Li Huan. The aura around him made the students over there feel like they had difficulty breathing. Speak each word slowly. I just want to ask, how did I offend you? Or in other words, how could the former Yunxi allow these people to target her? You are very powerful, right? No matter how powerful you are, you can only bully the weak. You are so rebellious that you can indeed attract other people's attention. But is it useful? There is naturally a reason why Li Huan is so flamboyant. But she shouldn't always bully Yunxi. Yunxi's words, as light as a feather floating by, inexplicably made Li Huan's face freeze, looking a little unpleasant. She glared at Yunxi, her fingers clenched into fists, as if she was about to hit Yunxi in the face. But it didn't. To everyone's surprise, Li Huan said nothing, turned around, and returned to his seat. Even Zhang Beibei and the others couldn't understand it. Sister Li, are you compromising? How is that possible? She must be waiting for a better opportunity to take revenge on Yunxi. That must be it. Yunxi didn't care how Li Huan reacted. Even if she was going to take action, she would accompany her. She sat back in her seat indifferently, picked up the pen, and continued looking at the paper on the table, as if nothing had happened just now. Li Hui shrugged and continued sweeping the floor indifferently. Chapter 19, Don't Add Drama to Yourself. There was no more movement from Li Huan's side. But during the break after 2 classes, someone came to see Yunxi. Yunxi, Master Ji is looking for you. As soon as the words fell, they attracted the attention of many people in the class. Ji Mingyu actually came to see Yunxi. In their impression, Yunxi always rushed to get close to Ji Mingyu. But why did he take the initiative to come to her today? At this time, there were many people in the corridor who were curiously paying attention to the movements here. Yunxi raised her head, and she remembered that she had heard this name when she first came to this school after her rebirth that day. It seems to have something to do with the original owner's suicide. So Yunxi didn't think about it anymore. He stood up slowly and walked towards the door. Here, Ji Mingyu was standing there, looking sunny and handsome, and many girls would be moved when they saw him. Ji Mingyu is considered a male god in the hearts of some students at Shenglan College. Putting the notorious name of Yunxi together with Ji Mingyu's is so discordant. Meanwhile, Yuan and Chu Lianxue sat in their seats and looked at each other silently, then looked in the direction of Yunxi with interest. Classmate Yunxi, how is your health recovering? As soon as Yunxi came over, Ji Mingyu stared at her and said with concern and a little apology. Before Yunxi could say anything, he sighed as if he was upset with himself. Student Yunxi, I am also somewhat responsible for what happened last time. I feel very sorry, but I still hope that you can take good care of your body in the future and focus on your studies. Invisibly, he portrayed the image of a good guy to the fullest, and from an angle that no one else could see. The look in his eyes when he and Yunxi looked at each other seemed to be mixed with a hint of love and heartache. In an instant, the students who were watching the fun started whispering, Ji Shueshan is too kind. Even though what this ugly girl did affected him so much, he still wanted to make her feel better. I hope Yunxi will learn her lesson and stop pestering Ji Mingyu. However, Yunxi, who was standing here quietly with an indifferent look on his face, was no longer the same person as before. If Yunxi had been gentle and polite to Ji Mingyu and had said good things for her, she might have liked him more. It may even cause you to feel more inferior. But now, Yunxi has seen through Ji Mingyu's tricks. Yunxi looked at him calmly, as if he was a stranger. I don't know what the point of your words is. Then she smiled slightly, but without much warmth. Besides, I have some amnesia, so I really can't remember who you are. With a boom, Ji Mingyu's expression froze. I thought of Yunxi's several reactions. Either he would be moved to tears, or he would love him even more, or he would become even more inferior and timid. But he never thought she would say that. Yunxi, how could you not remember me? He sighed and pursed his lips. Are you angry with me? Could it be that Yunxi is playing hard to get? Anyway, he would not believe that Yunxi, who was previously inferior, shy and fragile, would suddenly change his personality. It's just possible that she was pretending to be strong. At this time, Ji Mingyu looked through the open door of the classroom at Chu Lianxue, who was sitting inside. They exchanged glances, and there was a hint of infatuation in his eyes. Angry? You're being dramatic. Yunxi immediately retorted mercilessly, without any emotion, and didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. Seeing that Yunxi was about to go back to class, Ji Mingyu's eyes seemed to be filled with some pain. I didn't expect you to become like this, but it's okay. I hope you can take good care of yourself and stop doing bad things for me. He lowered his eyes helplessly, as if Yunxi's behavior hurt him so much. Oh my God, Yunxi is so ungrateful. A classmate rolled his eyes and complained. Maybe what happened last time was too embarrassing, and she doesn't want to admit it. It's really 2 faces. In their opinion, Yunxi might have been ungrateful for liking Ji Mingyu, and now that he no longer likes Ji Mingyu, he is even more ungrateful. However, just as the people around were expressing their disgust, suddenly a mocking laugh and sarcastic words rang out in the corridor, directly breaking the current atmosphere. Hey, you are really an eye-opener. Ji, you're seriously ill. I feel sick when I hear you talking like that. I saw a girl with shoulder-length hair and smoky makeup, with her arms folded and a school bag on her back, as if she had just arrived at school. She walked towards me step by step, and at first glance, she looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. As expected, many of the students around were a little surprised. They didn't expect that someone would suddenly come out and say this about Ji Mingyu. But this girl just happened to say such things, and she didn't dare to show it even if it made people unhappy. Ji Mingyu was also caught off guard by the newcomer. When I looked up, it was Lin Wan. Lin Wan is not as gentle as her name suggests. Although she is often not at school, she is still very famous in St. Lon College. It is no exaggeration to describe her as arrogant, domineering, and unscrupulous, and she does have the capital to do so. Yunxi on this side also looked at her, and a cold and arrogant face came into view. Is there anyone here who would speak up for her? Yunxi raised his eyebrows, inexplicably feeling that the girl in front of him was somewhat interesting. At this moment, Lin Wanming glanced at Ji Mingyu and the people gathered behind him to watch the show with disapproval, and said in a bad tone, "Get out of the way. You're blocking my way." The implication is that they should go back to their respective classes. She is the kind of person who does whatever she wants and won't give other people face when she doesn't like something. The students looked at each other and decided not to join in the fun, but the show was still over. Anyway, it's better not to provoke this female devil. What kind of person is Lin Wan? She comes from a prominent family and is well connected to both the black and white circles in Anqing. She usually keeps a low profile in Shenglong College and is rarely seen. But you can't say for sure if any big noise happens occasionally, it might be caused by her. Ji Mingyu on this side was also a little embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say. Of course, he didn't want to confront Lin Wan. He had no choice but to look into Yunxi's eyes, as if thousands of words were gathered in those eyes at this moment. And for a moment, Ji Mingyu even felt that Yunxi's clear and beautiful eyes were inexplicably moving, but then he quickly dismissed the idea. Then Ji Mingyu stopped talking and turned away from the door of class 17, as if he didn't care. At the same time, the students who were watching the excitement around also dispersed. Lin Wan strode towards Yunxi, but didn't look at Yunxi much, and walked straight into class 17. And Yuan and Chu Lianxue, who were sitting there at the moment, frowned slightly at what had just happened, but did not dare to do anything. Instead, the two of them picked up their phones and messaged each other. This Lin Wan is really nosy and disrupting our game. He's just as dislikable as Yunxi. It seems Yunxi is not taking the bait anymore. What's wrong with her now? But wouldn't this make our game more challenging? Yunxi didn't know what everyone was thinking, nor did she want to know, so she went straight back to her seat. Lin Wan was not from class 17. She just walked straight to the monitor Xing Wenyu in the front row and smiled a little, which was rare. Let's go out and play. Chapter 20, Boxing Gym, Stay in Anqing. After school in the afternoon, the driver went to the school to pick up Yun Siyue. Yun Siyue got in the car and found that Yunxi was not there. "Uncle Li, didn't you pick her up?" she asked Li Hui. Ms. Yunxi said that we don't need to pick her up every afternoon. She wants to go exercise. Yun Siyue was confused for a moment and couldn't help wondering if Yunxi had taken the wrong medicine. I actually took the initiative to start exercising every day. But does she have money? She suddenly thought of this question. Li Kong scratched his head and guessed it seems to be one of those newly opened gyms that are temporarily free. He guessed this based on Yunxi's previous words. Yun Siyue nodded and thought for a moment. Then wait for mom to give her some money. Li Kong didn't say anything else and continued driving. He has worked as a driver for the Yun family for many years and knows a lot of things. Although I feel that the Yun family has always had a strange attitude towards their daughter Yunxi. I even feel that Yunxi is a little pitiful. But it's none of his business. All he can do is his job. But at this moment, Yunxi was not in the gym, as she said. Instead, she came to a boxing gym that was quite famous in Anqing. "Ma'am, your independent practice room is over here. Please follow me." As soon as the receptionist saw Yunxi's face, she came over enthusiastically to explain the situation to her. Of course, this was all because Yunxi had come here before and directly applied for a diamond membership card with a stroke of the pen, so their service attitude naturally had to correspond to that. "Ma'am, are you sure you don't need a personal trainer?" This is what Yunxi had said before. She said she just needed a separate room and facilities. But she looks so pale and thin that she doesn't look like someone who can box. Generally, non-professional people or novices who come here will definitely be matched with a coach, but the girl in front of me clearly doesn't need one. She really wondered what she could achieve. Our coaches are all very professional. She was about to introduce them again, but she was interrupted by Yunxi right after she said one sentence. "Need not." The woman hesitated, but finally said, "Okay, customers come first, so whatever she says goes. Your clothes are already prepared here, and there is a separate dressing room." Yunxi nodded, opened the door, and walked into the independent museum. She looked around, and although the quality of the facilities inside was average, it was more than enough for her now. Just running every day can only help her physical fitness gradually improve. But if you want to get back to your previous level, there is still a long way to go. Practice in the boxing gym for a month, then move to another more suitable place. So Yunchi changed his clothes and started practicing various moves here, punch by punch. At the same time, in another place in Anqing, second master, Miss Yun went to the boxing gym today. Qi Rue hung up the phone and reported to the man sitting in the wheelchair. And his expression was a little bit weird. Boxing gym? Qi Yeqing raised his head slightly when he heard this, his slender eyes raised, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his enchanting face. I don't know why, but his complexion seems to be worse than before, and his lips are a sickly pale color. It's like fragile glass that breaks at the slightest touch. I checked the surveillance over there, but she went to an independent room, and there was no surveillance there. Qi Rue continued. As far as he knew, it must have cost a lot of money to have an independent museum and independent facilities. But where did Miss Yun get so much money? After all, the information about her shows that she should be quite poor. Moreover, she looked timid and had just been released from hospital. It's really hard to associate her with a boxing gym. She was originally a very ordinary girl, but now she seemed a little strange. Keep an eye on her and see if she has any unusual behavior. Yes, Qi Rue agreed, and then thought of something and raised his head. Looking at Qi Yeqing, second master, the new moon day is coming soon. Do you want to stay in Anqing? He was obviously worried. At this time, Qi Yeqing licked his slightly pale lips, raised the corners of his mouth, and chuckled, but there was no smile. She said she could save me. I want to see if staying here will make any difference. Yunchi practiced in the boxing gym for more than 2 hours. Yunchi took back his arm after throwing the last punch and took a deep breath. She was sweating profusely now, but Yunchi herself did not feel tired. Instead, she felt as if her run and do meridians were opened, and she felt very comfortable. Of course, this still needs to be done step by step. What she needs to do is try to form muscle memory in this body. If you want to become powerful, the dangers you will encounter will only increase. She must make herself strong enough. Yunchi took a shower here and then left the boxing gym. Then she found a place and bought a set of good quality batons and put them in her bag. Then Yunchi took a taxi and went home. It was already late. The street lights were turned on one after another. Yunchi sat in the car looking out the window, thinking about something. But at this moment, there was an alley relatively close by, and the scene in the alley caught Yunchi's eyes. I saw 5 or 6 men blocking the 2 girls in the alley, some of them holding sticks. Originally she looked away after 1 second, but when he looked from the side, it turned out to be a familiar face. Stop the car, she said subconsciously. Then she paid, opened the door, and got out of the car. His gaze was still fixed on the alley. The 2 girls were the class monitors of Class 17, Xing Wenyu and Lin Wan. It is obvious that if no one noticed them and no one helped them at this moment, their situation would be bad. Yunchi's brows twitched slightly, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking from her pretty face. After more than 10 seconds, she raised her foot and walked over there. It's not that she is so kind, it's just that she happened to see it. What's more, these 2 people knew each other, and Yunchi couldn't bear to see them suffer such a tragic death. I didn't expect that we would have to fight so soon. I don't know how powerful the opponent is. Although Yunchi said this, he did not stop. As we got closer to the alley, the sounds from it began to reach our ears. We are now like this, all thanks to you 2 families. I didn't expect to run into you 2 by chance today. Xing Sheng doesn't let us live a good life, so we will make his beloved niece suffer. And the Lin family, you will pay the price this time. A man was speaking viciously through his teeth, as if he wanted to kill them. Ago, you became like this because you did something wrong. Lin Wan half-blocked Xing Wenyu and looked at the man and said, I can give you money so that you can go abroad safely. Even in such a situation, she remained relatively calm. But in fact, even though Lin Wan had experienced many storms due to her family background, she still couldn't help feeling a little scared at this moment. After all, there was no one around in such a dim alley, and opposite them were several men with sticks and maybe even knives. Even if these 2 girls are quite skilled, they will probably be difficult to defeat. At this moment, Lin Wan regretted bringing Xing Wenyu out to play. I just hope their father can find them soon. Chapter 21, She Saved Them. Lin Wan's words undoubtedly made the men hesitate for a moment. But how could they believe it so easily? They are now like rats crossing the street in Anqing, because all of them, more than a dozen people, were expelled from Jiyuan society. People who once had grudges against them would come to take revenge on them from time to time. Even now, they don't dare to do things openly, as both the black and white factions seem to be targeting them. In short, don't think that they don't know that Lin Wan's words are just a delaying tactic. When the time comes, she will definitely ask her father to stop them. They are now determined to throw the jar into the ground. This revenge must be taken to relieve the hatred in my heart. At night, they immediately left Anqing with their only money and went to another city to join a force they once knew. I still feel unwilling, but there is no other way. They don't want to live in fear and misery anymore. Ago sneered, it's useless to say more. If you want to blame someone, just blame your relationship with them. You guys know what to do, right? I know. The other men echoed. After saying that, several people walked forward and grabbed Lin Wan and the others and seemed to want to tear off their clothes. But at this moment, a small knife appeared and cut someone's skin, causing blood to spurt out. Lin Wan's face was frosty. Her hair was slightly stuck to her face with cold sweat, and she was holding the knife tightly in her hand. Fortunately, she always carries self-defense equipment with her, but she knew that this would only work for a short time. There are 5 or 6 grown men on the opposite side. They never expected that one day they would face a life-and-death struggle. Wan, you don't have to protect me. Let's go together. Xing Wenyu, who was behind Lin Wan, clenched his fists tightly and stared at the people in front of him. Their father is extraordinary, so naturally their courage would not be bad either. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. The 2 men were suddenly cut and screamed in pain. They really didn't expect Lin Wan to do this. The eyes of several people became more ferocious. Superior. So they surrounded Xing Wenyu and the other man again and started fighting. But they were outnumbered and couldn't hold out after just a few moves. They were about to be arrested. However, in the chaos, a baton suddenly came from nowhere and hit 2 or 3 people on the head. In an instant, my head started buzzing. Stars appeared in front of my eyes, and I almost fainted. It shows how powerful the force was. Before anyone could react, 2 sticks came hitting them, and 2 people fell to their knees in an instant. Ago, who was standing by, finally saw clearly who was coming and found out it was also a girl. Without thinking too much, seeing that she was here to get in their way and had hit his brother, he immediately picked up a stick nearby and started beating her fiercely. Yunxi, Xing Wenyu widened his eyes in shock. She and Lin Wan looked at each other and immediately dealt with the other men. They were badly beaten by Yunxi, and some of them had been slashed by a knife before, so their fighting power was greatly reduced, but they could still barely deal with them. Yunxi, on his part, seemed to have predicted every move of Ago and beat him till his face was bruised and swollen. But Yunxi enjoyed the fight very much. After all, this was her first official fight after her new life. I just treated Ago as a training ground. Soon Ago was knocked to the ground. Before he could fight back, Yunxi hit him on the head with a stick and he fainted. Then Yunxi looked towards Lin Wan and immediately came over to help them, looking both cold and cool. With Yunxi's baton and Lin Wan's knife, it didn't take long before several men were knocked to the ground. Yunxi also knocked them out. A few strands of hair fell on his cheeks. The calmness in his eyes and the skills he displayed just now made him look very handsome. It was finally over, and there was no danger anymore. Lin Wan and Xing Wenyu broke out in cold sweats and felt a little scared. It was really just a matter of time, and they might have been finished. The 2 looked at Yunxi and couldn't believe what had just happened. She saved them both. She was so powerful. They never expected it. Is she really that Yunxi? Yunxi, you? Xing Wenyu moved his lips, his breathing still a little unstable. She didn't know where to start, and finally just said, "Thank you." Yunxi's performance just now clearly showed that she was a martial artist, but she had been in the same class with her for so long, and yet she didn't notice it at all. Even when so many people bullied her, she never resisted. Now it has completely overturned her imagination. In short, they are full of gratitude at this moment. If it weren't for Yunxi, they would have been finished today. Yunxi shook his head to indicate that you're welcome, then slowly put away the baton and said, "Call the police and take them away. I believe the police uncle would be happy to accept these people." At this time, Lin Wan nodded. "Okay." After saying that, he picked up his phone and made a call. This time she didn't let her family deal with it, but solved it directly in this way, which was quite novel. "Okay, it's getting late. I should go home, bye." Yunxi waved and turned to walk out of the alley. Lin Wan and Xing Wenyu looked at each other, then looked at Yunxi, pursed their lips with mixed feelings. Lin Wan exhaled. "Let's go home first." The few people on the ground couldn't wake up for a while, and by the time they woke up, they had probably been captured. "Let's go." This way. It was completely dark when Yunxi returned home. But this time, miraculously, she was not treated with cold eyes when she entered the room. "Miss Shi, I'll heat up some food for you. Please sit down and eat." Mother Lin said as she walked towards the kitchen. Yun Ping, who was sitting on the sofa, glanced at Yunxi and asked, "Did you go to exercise?" Yunxi nodded in response. "I'll give you some money tomorrow. Use it to get a membership card and find a coach to work out properly." Meng Xiaorong, who was standing by, glanced at her and spoke. Yunxi was confused for a second. Okay. It was incredible and even strange that they were willing to give her money. I don't know if it's Yunxi's illusion, but I always feel that there is something she doesn't know. Meng Xiaorong and the others didn't say anything more. After a while, Mother Lin brought dinner over, and Yunxi sat down and started eating. After washing up at night, Yunxi locked the bedroom door, sat on the bed, and turned on the computer. As soon as I opened it, I saw the message from Qian. "Little sister, try to decipher this encryption." Qian gave her an encrypted program, probably to test her ability. He didn't send any questions that were too difficult, and probably anyone with a level above the elementary level could solve them. Yunxi's expression remained calm. Her slender fingers moved, and she had unlocked the code in less than a minute. A picture of a bunny appeared on the screen. Yunxi blinked, was speechless for a moment, then sent the picture to Qian. At this time, Qian on the other side of the screen widened his eyes instantly after opening the message, and his body involuntarily leaned forward slightly. "Oh my God, this speed!" Sure enough, my vision was not wrong. Then he immediately perked up and excitedly sent a message to Yunxi again. Chapter 22. The 5 elements are short of money. Thanks to you. After Yunxi finished chatting with Qian, he started typing on the keyboard, then pressed the last key and entered a new interface. It's obvious that this is not something an ordinary person can find. The high-profile and luxurious page did not attract Yunxi, and she directly clicked on the place she wanted to enter. This is the world's #1 hacker website. The big guys from all regions basically hang out here. Of course, there are countless rookies. There are complete upgrade systems, PK systems, and ranking systems here, making it the most desirable place for hacker players. Those who can't even find the website are the first to be eliminated. Yunxi raised his eyebrows and quickly registered an account with the nickname 5 Elements Lack of Money. She quickly became one of the lowest level rookies in this hacker website. Then let's do a low-level task first. She is at level 1 and can only accept scrap metal level tasks. Pages for other levels are locked. Although Yunxi can hack indirectly, he still has to observe martial ethics. If the website administrator knew Yunxi's thoughts, he would definitely curse. She picked and chose a task with a relatively high price. Yunxi submitted it in less than 20 seconds, and several $1,000s were deposited into his account. Not bad. Yunxi raised the corners of his lips, looking quite pleased. This way of making money is indeed much faster. A few minutes passed quickly, and Yunxi completed a few more orders, barely scraping together more than 20,000 yuan. At the same time, she was promoted to level 2. The fair fingers continued to tap on the keyboard, and in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen orders were completed, and the account was raised to a higher level. At the same time, the hacker square also displayed 5 elements lack money to complete the task and 5 elements lack money to complete the task every few seconds, and there were more than 10 messages popping up in succession. Everyone watched as this newcomer rose 2 levels in just half an hour. It also caused a brief discussion. Is the mission too easy? How come it's so fast? This is a low-level task, normal. Looking at his name, it seems he is short of money. Otherwise, how could he receive so many orders at once? Could it be that some big bosses moved in? He can be called a big boss, but he is just a little faster in completing low-level tasks. Let's wait and see what happens next. But Yunxi didn't pay attention to all this. She looked at her achievements and finally stretched herself. She logged out of the website and planned to upgrade again when she had time. I hope to encounter some challenging tasks in the future. The next day, Xing Wenyu, the monitor of Class 17, did not come to class in the morning and only came in the afternoon. During the break, she found Yunxi and talked to him alone. Yunxi, thank you very much for what you did yesterday. In the corner, Xing Wenyu looked at Yunxi sincerely and even showed some admiration inadvertently. After seeing Yunxi's skills, she felt ashamed of herself. You're welcome. We're all classmates. Yunxi was still wearing black-framed glasses and an ordinary outfit, but in Xing Wenyu's eyes, he looked completely different. Maybe this is what being low-key means? Xing Wenyu curved his lips and continued. My uncle and Lin Wan's father all know what happened yesterday. They are also very grateful and would like to treat you to a meal together. Yunxi wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered that he had checked their identities and was quite interested in these people, so there would be no harm in getting to know them. So she nodded and said, Okay, Then it's settled. We'll go together after school this afternoon. After school, Yunqi left the classroom with Xing Wenyu and got into a black car together at the school gate. This surprised the classmates who happened to know them very much. Among them are Chu Lianxue and others. What's going on? When did they become so close? Chu Lianxue stared in that direction and frowned slightly. I don't know. That ugly guy went out with the squad leader in the afternoon, and I don't know what they talked about. And Yuan shook her head, her face full of confusion. I can only say it's very strange. Did Yunqi offend Xing Wenyu in some way? No one would believe that they suddenly became friends. After all, who is Xing Wenyu and who is Yunqi? On the other side, a group of boys were walking together, and the one with purple hair was the most eye-catching. It's really interesting, Mr. Jing. Yunqi from our class got on the car of the class monitor's family. Li Hui shook his head. Jing Qi smiled lazily. It's really getting more and more interesting. Jiang Jun, the class hunk of class 16, was leaning on Jing Qi's back. He looked very handsome, with a hint of youthfulness. It was a pleasure to see several handsome guys walking together, and many classmates looked over here. Jiang Jun was a little absent-minded, raising his eyebrows. Is that Yunqi, who has become very famous in your class recently? He has always been famous, but now he seems like a different person. The girl walking next to Jiang Jun was Jiang Chong, Yunqi's former deskmate. She was also Jiang Jun's sister. She looked ahead and was surprised that the monitor and Yunqi were together today. Several people were talking to each other, and Yunqi was about to arrive at the restaurant. The person to thank naturally chose a luxurious dining place in Anqing. After entering, the waiter took them to the private room and happened to meet Lin Wan, who was walking towards them. She immediately smiled at Yunqi. When you get closer to the private room, you can see a few people who look like bodyguards standing at the door. Lin Wan immediately started to explain, my dad and his friends are used to bringing these people with them every time they go out. She said this because she was afraid that the scene would scare people, and many people would feel a little uneasy when they saw her father. But she regretted it right after she said it. She was so stupid. Yunqi's behavior yesterday clearly didn't look like someone who would be scared by something like this. The three of them walked into the private room, and Yunqi's expression remained calm. As soon as she came in, the two men sitting in their seats immediately stood up. To be honest, they rarely show this kind of performance. Both of them looked at Yunqi. As Lin Wan and the others had said, he looked like an ordinary student. Xing Sheng has neat short hair and is dressed casually. But from the aura he habitually reveals, one can tell that he is not a simple person. The same goes for Lin Shua. Lin Shua was the first to smile and say, this must be classmate Yunqi, sit down quickly. Yunqi nodded and greeted them. Hello, uncle. They exchanged a few pleasantries, ordered some food, and then got straight to the point. Tong Yunqi, let's just call you Xiaoxi. Lin Shua looked at Yunqi. Wan told us everything about yesterday. We are still a little scared until now. Thanks to you. Yes, we didn't expect that the people who protected them were their classmates. We are really grateful to you. Xing Sheng also said. These two girls are their most beloved daughters and nieces. No matter how high their status in Anqing is, they will lower their posture and speak gently in front of their saviors. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Yunqi was so calm when facing them. This made the two people who had been in society for many years realize that she was extraordinary. Chapter 23, My Savior, Miss Yin is quite interesting. Xiaoxi, you are the savior of Yuer and Wan. We won't beat around the bush. Please accept our sincerity. At this time, Lin Shua and Xing Sheng looked at each other, and each took out a card and handed it to Yunqi. We know that this amount of money is not enough to save 2 lives. Xiaoxi, if you need anything else, please tell us and we will do our best to get it done. The two of them would never look down on her just because she was a student or her family was poor. The longer they stay in their positions, the more they cherish the few remaining family ties. Just like Lin Wan was the one whose father died, saving Lin Shua, she was entrusted to Lin Shua, who treated her more like his own daughter. If anything happened to her, he wouldn't know how to explain to his brother in heaven. He would surely die of self-blame. But they are in this line of work, and it is common to encounter dangers both overt and covert. They try their best to avoid them, but still cannot completely prevent them. Yunqi blinked. The card in front of her was quite attractive to her. But she slowly raised her head, her eyes clear. Uncle, I won't take the money. Her refusal seemed to be expected by the two men, and they were about to say something else. However, Yunqi suddenly changed the subject and smiled faintly, which was not at all pretentious. Uncle, I do have a small request. You say. Yunqi looked at them without any nervousness, as if he was talking to people of the same age. I know a little bit about your identities, so I thought of this small request. I'm sure you guys know that I know a little bit of Kung Fu, but I've never really had a good venue or facilities. I wonder if I can take this opportunity to ask you guys to provide me with one? Lin Wan and the others didn't expect that her request was this. The two men narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. This little girl knew a lot, but after they checked her out and considering their daughter's description, they didn't have too many doubts about her. She thought that it would be easy to get what he wanted, as the training ground of these martial artists was definitely good enough. She can make money anytime, but in Anqing, it is still time-consuming and laborious to find a professional training ground on your own, and there is no need for her to keep refusing the benefits that she deserves. Lin Shuo and Xing Sheng looked at each other and nodded within 2 seconds. That's no problem. They have plenty of venues, and they are not worried that Yunxi will sneak into their organization to get some secrets. The venue is the venue, and Yunxi is alone, so it won't have any impact. Yunxi, where did you learn Kung Fu? Lin Wan asked her doubts at this time. Xing Wenyu also looked at Yunxi, really wanting to know the answer. Obviously, we are all the same age, and Yunxi looked so ordinary and weak before. It really subverted their imagination. I learned it myself. After all, I don't want to be bullied all the time. Yun, she said calmly. Xiao Shi, take this money. We will arrange a venue for you soon. Lin Shuo pushed the card in front of Yun Shi again. They don't want to owe others too much, and they can only feel at ease when they give enough. Yun Shi thought about it for a while and finally picked up the card. Okay. After finishing their meal, several people prepared to leave the restaurant. Yun Shi, let's send you back first. Xing Wenyu said from the side. Yun Shi thought for a moment and was about to say something. Suddenly, the people at the dining table in the corner caught Yun Shi's attention. You guys go back. I have something else to do. Okay. After they left, Yun Shi turned and walked to the other side of the restaurant. At this time, this way. Second master, they say the food here is the best in Anqing. Do you like it? Yeah. He responded, and no emotion could be heard. Qi Yeqing ate his meal leisurely, and even in such an occasion, it was still difficult to conceal his stunning beauty. However, the two men in black standing next to him made it impossible for anyone to get close to him. Qi Rui was sitting opposite him, but when he looked up, he suddenly saw a girl walking towards him. Second master, I saw Miss Yun. He had been investigating this girl frequently recently, so he was particularly sensitive when he saw this face. Did she eat here too? However, why did he feel that her eyes were also looking in this direction? When Qi Yeqing heard his words, his fingers paused slightly. At this time, the black line on his wrist was gone. Just as he was about to look back, the girl's soft but calm voice rang in his ears. Hello, sir. The two subordinates at the side became a little more alert, but when they saw that their master didn't give any instructions, they didn't take any action. Qi Yeqing raised his eyes and looked at her. The girl's fair and clean face was reflected in his eyes. His eyes were like the abyss, but he looked so weak that they would shatter at the slightest touch. Qi Rui on the opposite side was surprised that she suddenly came to find Qi Yeqing. What's going on? At this time, Yun Shi stared at Qi Yeqing seriously and said, Sir, you are the most handsome man I have ever seen, so I want to get to know you. This was the first time the two of them met officially. Before that, Yun Shi had seen him twice in the hospital. It is really beautiful. There is no blind spot when you see it from such a close distance. It is so handsome and enchanting that it can be said that it is a face that is admired by gods. Yun Shi didn't have any other thoughts. She just wanted to get to know this person who fit her aesthetic criteria and made her feel a little attracted to him. Anyway, her words caught everyone off guard. Qi Yeqing's cold expression seemed to crack a little, and he coughed twice. Qi Rui and his two subordinates beside him also widened their eyes. They never expected this. Little girl, are you trying to flirt with me? Qi Rui smiled and broke the strange atmosphere. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. But it's quite normal to be attracted by the beauty of their Mr. Qing. But she was the first one who had the courage to stand in front of Qi Yeqing and say such words. If it were someone else, Qi Rui might think that the other party saw that they were special and came over to climb up the social ladder. But now that Yun Shi, this somewhat special girl, came up to him, he felt that this was a perfect opportunity for him. He was worried that he would not have the chance to get in touch with her. Hit up. Yun Shi thought about the word for a moment. You can say that. It can be seen that she has no ulterior motives. Yun Shi's serious little face seemed inexplicably cute in Qi Yeqing's eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like this, and it suddenly felt quite strange. The girl's unique faint fragrance lingers at the tip of the nose, making people feel calmer. Yunxi now didn't know that the person she thought was a stranger had actually already investigated her thoroughly. At the moment, she was just obsessed with getting in touch with the people on this aesthetic list. Qi Yeqing's lips moved slightly, and when he was about to say something, Yunxi, who was staring at him, suddenly frowned. For a moment, it seemed as if something suddenly moved through his blood, and his entire body became cold, and he was slightly stunned. There was a momentary burning and stinging sensation somewhere on my face. She even felt her brain go blank for a second, her nerves tense for a moment, and her body seemed to have changed. Very strange. Yunxi looked at Qi Yeqing again, and suddenly she was a little absent-minded. She quickly interrupted him before he could say anything else. Well, nice to meet you. See you next time if there's a chance. Then, before anyone could react, she turned and left at a very fast pace. Qi Yeqing's face froze a little. He withdrew his gaze and said in a calm voice, I haven't said anything yet. Qi Rue on the opposite side couldn't help laughing. This Miss Yun is quite interesting. He approached me suddenly and left without leaving any contact information. Is it because he can't keep up with the thinking of little girls nowadays? Then he became more serious and looked at Qi Yeqing. Second master, do you feel anything different when she shows up? Asking this kind of question sounds a bit metaphysical. However, the reason they are in Anqing now is simply to follow the words of Master Liao. Qi Yeqing didn't answer him, but just narrowed his eyes and continued eating. And at the same time, Yunxi disappeared from their sight, leaned against the wall, and took a deep breath slowly. What? She raised her hand and looked at it, feeling somewhat puzzled. After a moment's pause, she turned and left. Chapter 24, Becoming a Member of the Company. Lin Shuo quickly arranged a training place for Yunxi. Lin Shuo said on the phone, Xiaoxi, we are at the edge of the southeast area. Please pay attention to your safety when you go back and forth. If you don't mind, I can also send someone to pick you up every day. For example, Xingsheng side has penetrated deep into the southeast area. Although they have managed it well, there is still occasional chaos. So the venue that Yunxi wanted was arranged here. This Yunxi may indeed be quite skilled, but she is just a little girl after all, and I don't know if she can adapt. It's okay, uncle. I won't bother you anymore. Yunxi said a few words to him and then hung up the phone. There was an unfathomable light lingering in her black and white eyes. Of course she checked there. It's a bit chaotic, but it's also a good place to develop power. The weekend came in the blink of an eye. Yunxi and Xiao Qian made an appointment to go to his company. Yunxi looked in the mirror before leaving. Now she has a good diet and exercises. Her complexion has returned to normal. Her skin has become more delicate. Her hair is black and shiny, and without the black-framed glasses, her delicate facial features are instantly revealed. But Yunxi's attention was on the small, red, petal-shaped birthmark under his left eye. She touched it gently and felt something strange. Then she went out in simple attire. Yun Siyue and Meng Xiaorong, who happened to have just returned from outside, saw her leaving. My sister seems to have become more beautiful. Yun Siyue spoke gently, but the light in her eyes was not gentle at all. At this time, Meng Xiaorong smiled indifferently and patted Yun Siyue's hand. After all, we are sisters. If she is ugly, it will be embarrassing for us. Besides, it doesn't matter whether she is pretty or not. Meng Xiaorong's tone was casual, revealing a hint of indifference. At the same time, Yun Siyue also relaxed instantly, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, and she was no longer concerned about Yunxi's appearance. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Soon Yunxi arrived in front of a building. Startup Technology Company, Limited Branch. The screens on the outside of the entire building look quite technological. The head office is in Huai Province, and one can imagine that this technology company is developing very well. When Yunxi entered, the receptionist saw that the girl looked like a student and immediately asked, Little girl, what can I do for you? She felt that the girl might have taken the wrong path. But isn't the huge sign outside their company eye-catching enough? Yunxi smiled politely. I'm looking for Qiao Qian. Mr. Qiao. Zhao Hong at the front desk was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Yunxi's appearance. Pure and beautiful. But the clothes are quite ordinary. She frowned for a moment. How could Mr. Qiao know such a little girl? Is she trying to get to know some important person by relying on her good looks? It would be fine for other people, but she actually went to find the chairman right away, without even considering her own worth. Zhao Hong complained about Yunxi in her heart. Zhao Hong must have been good-looking to have worked as a receptionist for such a long time. But now she felt that she was being outshined by a little girl, and she was not in a good mood. And having worked in such a large company for a long time, it is natural that one will become somewhat arrogant. Little girl, this is not a place you can come to, let's go. Zhao Hong glanced at Yunxi with a bad tone. She didn't even ask if she had an appointment. Yunxi's eyes moved slightly, and he took out his newly bought mobile phone and planned to make a call directly. At this moment, the exclusive elevator over there descended to the first floor, and a man in a suit hurried out. Xiao Qian looked over here directly. When he saw Yunxi, he was stunned for a second. Then he reacted and walked over with a smile. The main reason was that Yunxi didn't wear her black frame glasses, and she changed out of her school uniform, which made her look several times better. He almost didn't recognize her. Shizi. Although it has not been long since the last time he met Yunxi, Xiao Qian has already had a better impression of this girl, Yunxi. He felt like he had met a soulmate, and this little girl not only had rich theoretical knowledge, but was also very skilled in computer science. He asked her to come over this time because he wanted to talk to her in more detail and also wanted her to officially join them. Mr. Qiao. At this moment, Zhao Hong was so surprised to see that Xiao Qian seemed to be quite familiar with this girl that her eyes widened. She immediately tried to maintain a good image, but she still couldn't keep a straight face. What is the relationship between this girl and Mr. Qiao? Yunxi nodded and entered the exclusive elevator with Xiao Qian. The scene that seemed nothing seemed so abnormal in Zhao Hong's eyes. In her eyes, the two of them even seemed very intimate. She gritted her teeth. That was an exclusive elevator. A seed of jealousy was planted directly in Zhao Hong's heart. And here, Yunxi and Xiao Qian took the elevator directly to the 20th floor, which was an extra-large office. As soon as Yunxi walked in, a little robot appeared and spoke mechanically. "Hello, beautiful lady." "Hello." Yunxi couldn't help but smile. To be honest, no one could fit into such an environment better than her. But at the same time, the destroyed memory also flashed by. Yunxi stopped smiling. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he looked around. The decoration here is really dazzling. At the same time, there were dozens of pieces of paper thrown on the ground, as if someone was getting impatient while writing something. "How is it? Do you like it here?" Xiao Qian asked. "Very nice. I usually travel between here and Huai province." Xiao Qian added, "I'll register your profile picture for the company later, and you'll be able to come in directly in the future." They have already signed the electronic contract, and Yunxi will be a member of this company in the future. Xiao Qian's intuition told him that she could bring some different changes. He did not assign Yunxi to the lowest level position because Yunxi's level would be completely wasted in an ordinary position. At this time, Xiao Qian turned on the computer, and the large screen on the wall lit up. "You are good at programming and like to make money. Making software should be more suitable for you." Their company also has fields such as chips and robots, but Xiao Qian feels that they may not be suitable for Yunxi. Xiao Qian didn't fully understand Yunxi's level and whether he could make software now. But he felt that his company provided Yunxi with a good platform for learning and development, and if they could have excellent software and add to their company's reputation, high incomes would be within reach. This is a mutually beneficial cooperation. As Xiao Qian spoke, a lot of information appeared on the screen. These are all the more famous software our company has released. Yunxi nodded. She almost understood all of this. At this moment, a picture popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. It showed a human face with a bunch of words written below it. Xiao Qian glanced at it, sighed, and then muttered, "See, people in our business don't lack ways to make a lot of money. There is no end to learning. Those with poor technology can only kill viruses and build a small firewall. Those with good technology can travel all over the world and get the information they want in a few minutes. With this reward, if we can locate the enemy directly, wouldn't we get millions? It's a pity that this is not what he is best at. He just habitually looks at these inspirational things to motivate himself." Xiao Qian didn't notice that Yunxi tilted his head and stared at the screen with some interest. Reward. Chapter 25. Miss Yun was arrested. Yunxi and Xiao Qian chatted in his office for an hour or two. When Yunxi went downstairs and left the company, Zhao Hong was still frowning and staring at her slender back. Her fingers even wrinkled the hem of her clothes. And at the same time, the sudden appearance of a new name on their company's mid-level team personnel panel immediately made people a little uneasy. Their company is divided into middle-level, senior, and top-level teams, but even those in the middle level are all extraordinary characters. Seeing that a little girl has moved in, who can accept it? "Mr. Qiao, what's going on? Who is this girl?" Someone asked as soon as Xiao Qian came over. "A new partner." "Mr. Qiao, isn't this a bit hasty?" It might not be surprising that a girl of this age could join their company, but it was strange that she could join the team. At this time, more than half of the team, which originally had only a few people, were very opposed. Her level is very good. I have tested her many times. We don't need to rush to conclude whether she is suitable for our team. In fact, Qian certainly knew what everyone was thinking. I have signed a confidentiality agreement and a contract with her. Although she is in the team, she will act independently for the time being. You don't have to worry about being affected. After hearing what he said, everyone was silent for a while before nodding. Since Director Qiao agrees, it's fine. This way they won't take the newcomer too seriously. Act on your own? What would that accomplish? In short, he will most likely be a small and transparent character, and if he doesn't make any contribution in the future, he will naturally leave their team. Suddenly, they no longer worried about this problem. Qi Yeqing keeps track of Yunqi's movements at all times. He was looking out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. The veins on the cold, white back of his hands were clearly visible, and his whole body exuded an indifferent and cold aura. A man in black appeared from behind him. He said respectfully, "Master, we have completed the task you requested. Those people have been arrested." This seemed to be within Qi Yeqing's expectations. His eyes were slightly cold and stern. He said, indifferently, and then said, "Lock him up first. I'll go over in 8 days." "Yes." At this time, Qi Rui walked in from outside. When he saw the man in black, he immediately smiled and said, "You are here." Just after I said hello, my cell phone rang. Qi Rui looked at the number and answered it immediately. "What's the matter?" Less than half a minute later, he hung up the phone with a serious look on his face. He looked over there at Qi Yeqing. "Second master, Miss Yin has been captured." At this time, Yunqi was walking on the swaying road in a van. The bumpy feeling made her drowsy, head a little clearer. At that time, she came out of the company and seemed to have walked to a place with few people, and then someone covered her mouth and nose with something similar to a knockout drug. No matter how quick her reaction was, she was too late to resist. At this moment, her eyelids moved, and she inexplicably felt something moving inside her body. At the same time, her mind became clearer and clearer in just 1 minute. It seemed like the effect of the drug was about to wear off. So Yunqi didn't open his eyes immediately, but began to feel the abnormality in his body. Anyway, her hands and feet were not tied. Most likely, the people who captured her thought she was drugged, and even if she woke up, she would be powerless and harmless. On the contrary, the strange things in the blood are worth exploring. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yunqi seemed to feel a white light clearing away the remaining medicine in his body. What the hell? She seemed to have suddenly acquired a power that was beyond Yunqi's cognition. At this time, the car finally stopped, and Yunqi slowly opened his eyes. When I looked at the person next to me, he looked familiar. Isn't this the person who tried to steal her money after she won the lottery? Then a man saw Yunqi wake up and pushed her. "Get out of the car!" "Who are you?" She pretended to be a little scared. The man didn't answer her, and Yunqi was pushed into a large warehouse. "Are you a coward?" "That's all." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard. When I looked over, I saw a strong man speaking. Yunqi looked around calmly, thinking about what to do next. The big guy Qian came over and said, "Let her go. She's just a little girl." He seemed to have forgotten how Yunqi had thrown him to the ground. Yunqi stood there and saw that the confusion had not yet passed, so several people had already let down their guard. At this time, a man wearing glasses walked in from outside. He frowned slightly when he saw Yunqi, but this girl seemed much prettier than the last time he saw her. "Ah Qiang, how did you get her here?" "Brother Yin, I'm still very angry. I won't feel at ease unless I teach this girl a lesson," He Chong said angrily. Chun Yin stared at Yunqi, who looked thin and weak. He was deceived by her appearance last time. "Don't worry, big brother. I won't do anything out of line," He Chong assured, and then glared at Yunqi fiercely. "But she threw me down once, so I have to throw myself back a few times." Of course, he also wants money. She shouldn't be penniless now, right? When He Chong thought of this, he stared at Yunqi and suddenly had a new idea. He said to Chun Yin, "But brother, she is quite pretty. If she is sold, can she get a good price?" Yunqi, who was standing aside, actually had a very unhappy face. "What kind of people are these?" Chun Yin frowned slightly and said slowly, "We don't do this business. Don't even think about it. Take her away quickly after teaching her a lesson." At this time, a woman dressed seductively was standing at the door on the other side. When she saw Yunqi, she came over curiously to take a look. "Hey, is this the little girl from before? I didn't expect she's quite pretty." Yunshi felt like a monkey being stared at by one person after another. Brother Yin, why don't you let me take her to our club? She'd be a good waitress. Feng Linlin joked with a smile. While they were talking, Yunshi had already understood a little about the situation through the environment outside the door, the objects placed around, and the smells. This should also be in the southeast area of Anqing. Moreover, this group of people are not simple either. It seems that they are not just the petty thieves we saw before. What exactly do you want to do? Yunshi took a few steps back and asked in a low voice. Feng Linlin felt bored and planned to turn around and leave. He Chong looked strong enough to be equal to Tu Yun's eyes, and he walked closer, intending to attack Yunshi directly. At this moment, they didn't care about who they had offended. It happened so quickly that He Chong waved his hand but failed to catch Yunshi, and the person in front of him even disappeared. He Chong was completely stunned for a second. Then he immediately turned around with his eyes wide open. He thought Yunshi was going to run, but he didn't expect her to be so fast. But surprisingly, no one ran to the door. Instead, there was a click and sound of a gun being loaded, and then Chun Yin froze in place with the cold muzzle of the gun against his head. Several people present were completely shocked. No one expected it. Looking again, it was Yunshi standing behind Chun Yin, with one hand on his shoulder and a cold expression, which did not match her age and her fragile face at all. Besides, hasn't the effect of the drug worn off yet? Brother Yin? He Chong's worried voice finally sounded. He never expected that she would suddenly take action so quickly. Feng Linlin, who had just walked outside, also trotted in. Who could have imagined that the situation would change so drastically in just 2 minutes? Chun Yan's heartbeat also quickened a little. At the same time, Yunshi raised the corners of his lips helplessly and rang out in a cold voice. Brothers and sisters, how can such a dangerous thing be discovered by others? Chapter 26, didn't you say you wanted to get to know me? Put it down, little sister, let's talk nicely. Feng Linlin finally realized that this was not an ordinary girl. Moreover, the thing was placed in a very hidden location. Not only did the girl find it, she also caught their boss in a matter of seconds. We really underestimated you. Chun Yan's eyes were sinister, and he sneered. What do you want to do? Of course I was defending myself. She said casually, nonchalantly. Then she looked at Yi Chong, who was nervous and full of hatred. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to throw me down a few times? It would have been better if she didn't say it. After she said that, Yi Chong was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and at the same time he felt guilty towards the boss. He was the one who underestimated her, but wasn't it because this girl was pretending to be too good? You can't touch me, and even if you do, they won't let you go. Chun Yan's tone was still quite calm. Yunshi naturally knew this. Then she raised her eyebrows and said, You were the ones who tried to steal my things first. How can you be so reasonable? What she said was even more infuriating. They didn't expect that they would fall into the hands of a little girl twice. Just at this moment, when a few people were about to say something else, a heavy car sound was suddenly heard outside. Then it seemed like something was broken, and then a large black car drove directly to the door of the warehouse, which shows how big the commotion was. As the car door opened, rows of black gun muzzles were pointed inside. Yi Chong and his companions were simply dumbfounded. What's going on? Then a man walked down. It was Qi Rue. He stared at the people inside with a bad look on his face, ignoring Chun Yan's men around him who were holding sticks and weapons. He said in a tone that did not allow for argument, The people inside, release Miss Yun immediately. Yunshi is a special person to the Qi family for the time being. Naturally, they couldn't tolerate her being hurt. Yunshi blinked here, not expecting this scene. How could it be them? They came to rescue her? Yunshi was also a little confused and found it quite unbelievable. The people on Chun Yan's side were even more devastated. Didn't you see? It wasn't Yunshi who was in their hands, but Yunshi who was threatening them. This girl is quite weird, and here comes another car like this. Who did this offend? It was as if they were surrounded from both inside and outside. I suddenly felt like I couldn't survive in the southeast district anymore. Then Yunshi stopped talking to them, took away the thing that was against Chun Yan's head, and took it away with him. Then he trotted towards the door. Chun Yan and the others didn't dare to move. Miss Yun, please get in the car, Qi Rue said. Then everyone got back into the car, and it drove away quickly. The people left in the warehouse and the younger brothers outside were all confused. Brother, this? Yi Chong was speechless. Chun Yin took a deep breath, his brows slightly furrowed, and said in a deep voice, Next time, take a detour when you see her. And here, as soon as Yunshi got into the car, he saw that extremely handsome face. Qi Yeqing looked extremely dignified as he sat there, his phoenix eyes staring at her. You're not hurt, are you? Yunxi shook his head, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why did you come to save me? She had only met them a few times, and he knew she was arrested, but still called her Miss Yun. Could it be that he had been keeping an eye on her? What is their purpose? Didn't you say you wanted to get to know me? Qi Yeqing spoke slowly, with a rare smile on his face. Hello, my name is Qi Yeqing. He just stretched out his hand to Yunxi. His fingers were as slender as plum bones and looked very beautiful, which attracted Yunxi's attention for a second. Yunxi. She hesitated for a moment and then shook hands with Qi Yeqing. She seemed to have never shaken hands with anyone formally, not even with Dr. Qian, her creator. And the chill from his icy fingers seemed to be transmitted to Yunxi's hands. In an instant, the white light in Yunxi's body suddenly surged towards the position of his fingers, catching people off guard. As a result, she was unable to react for a moment and held Qi Yeqing's hand tightly for a long time. Qi Rue and several of his subordinates on the side were stunned. Mr. Qing actually touched a girl's hand, and the girl didn't feel scared at all. They even held hands for such a long time. But no one knew that this was not just a simple handshake for the two of them at this moment. Qi Yeqing suddenly looked at Yunxi's eyes in surprise. They were clear and pure, yet seemed somewhat captivating at this moment. It was at this moment that Qi Yeqing felt the long-lost warmth and comfort. The last time was probably when he was born and didn't have many memories. However, the next second she pulled his hand back, blinking his eyes, feeling a little uneasy. She quickly sat down in a seat nearby and took a deep breath in silence. Soon they sent Yunxi to a place not far from home. Yunxi was about to get off the car directly, but was stopped by Qi Yeqing. There was something different in his light and calm voice. He smiled and said, Miss Yun, can you please leave me your contact information? After he finished speaking, Qi Rue handed Yunxi a cell phone and asked her to dial a number. Yunxi nodded, quickly dialed the number, got out of the car, and left. Second Master Qing. Qi Rue turned around and handed the phone to Qi Yeqing. The car continued to move forward. Qi Yeqing moved his fingers. The tails of his slender eyes were tinged with a bit of seduction, and his pupils were like whirlpools. She may indeed be my hope. The words disappeared into the air, and Yunxi returned home. I lay in bed in the bedroom, tossing and turning, unable to figure it out. The birthmark on his face felt slightly hot again. She secretly decided that she must find out what was going on when she had the chance. Qi Yeqing. Yunxi suddenly sat up and took out his computer to look up this person. Until half an hour passed. Yunxi stared at the screen and frowned, not getting any meaningful results. All we know is that this is the Qi family, a century-old family in the imperial capital, a top wealthy family. The Qi family is an extremely noble family. However, he has had poor health and a bad fate since childhood. It is rumored that he will die soon. You do not look well. Could it be that the people who can rank on her aesthetic list will disappear in a year or two? Suddenly, Yunxi shook his head, feeling sorry for this. Afterwards, he stopped thinking about it and opened the hacker website again to do the task. Yunxi's level in the hacker website quickly increased, and he also participated in a small PK, which alarmed many people. Soon someone noticed that she was something special and immediately sent her a private message to recruit her. But Yunxi didn't reply at all. Some people even offered high prices, thinking that she was just a money-loving person, but Yunxi still ignored them. Discussion started again in the hacker square. There is no bug in the system, right? The leveling process of 5 elements lack of money is too fast, just like playing a game. Don't say this casually. Don't you see what kind of website we are? There are no bugs. Be careful that the administrator will sanction you later. In fact, the backend management was also a little confused and even doubted himself for a second. But at this time, Yunxi had already logged off, turned off the computer, and turned on the mobile phone. She downloaded a popular game from a startup technology company. It is better to experience it directly than to just look up big data about everyone's preferences. Since he couldn't register an account directly, Yunxi logged in using the account of a chat software that he had just used. Then, I played games for a few hours. Chapter 27 English Speech Contest. Incredible. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. Banners in Chinese and English were also hung on the campus. Many people from outside the school also came to St. Orchid College, making the event quite grand. This is all because of the English speech contest that is about to begin. Most of the students went to the lecture venue one after another. In the crowd, Brother Mingyu, you have to work hard. Ji Mingyu and Chu Lianxue were seen walking side by side, with Chu Lianxue smiling widely. Don't worry, my goal this time is to join the Provincial English Association, he said confidently. At this time, and Yuan on the side slowly said in a sarcastic tone, Yunchi from our class also participated. I wonder how she is doing with her practice. It was really hilarious. They noticed that Yunchi was very careless every day and never read any English content. She even wondered if she had forgotten about the game. The teacher is so stupid that he allowed such a person to participate, and he is not afraid of bringing shame to the class and the school. When Ji Mingyu heard Yunchi mentioned, a feeling of disgust flashed across his mind. If it wasn't for Chu Lianxue, he would never let Yunchi, this idiot, get close to him. The toad wants to eat the swan flesh. Unexpectedly, Yunchi is now not tactful. I don't know if he is playing hard to get and deliberately attracting other people's attention. Then let's see what wonderful performance she will have on the stage later. Chu Lianxue covered her mouth and smiled. Then Chu Lianxue's attention was suddenly drawn to a person in the distance. The boy looked handsome even in his school uniform, but he also looked a little unapproachable. Qian Temple, even the name is so nice. Chu Lianxue pursed her lips, admiration rising in her eyes, but she hid it well. He glanced at Ji Mingyu beside him again, and a trace of contempt flashed through his heart. Ji Mingyu still wants to be the eldest daughter of the Chu family? Ji Mingyu is good-looking and a good student, but his future is limited to that of an ordinary person. She would never associate with a man like him, a kid from a small, impoverished family. But it does have some value. Then Chu Lianxue thought of Yunchi again, and her eyes darkened. Brother Yingxi actually said that she was not as pretty as Yunchi. How could she tolerate this? Yunchi, that ugly girl, she just wanted to make her more and more miserable. She never liked Brother Yingxi saying good things about any girl. At this time, Yunchi was walking alone on the road when a boy suddenly walked towards her. The moment he saw Yunchi's face, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't seen Yunchi without his glasses for many years. Yunchi, Qingxi called softly. Yunchi raised her head after hearing the voice and saw a strange face. It was angular and quite handsome, and half a head taller than her. Who are you? Qingxi was completely stunned by this question. Then Yunchi said, I'm sorry, I can't remember some things clearly because of something that happened before. Qingxi suddenly thought of the various rumors before, which might be caused by that incident. He nodded, thought for a moment, and explained his identity. I'm Qingxi, and I was your classmate in elementary and junior high school. We have a pretty good relationship. Really? Yunchi looked at him, without any doubt or joy, and there was no emotion at all. Yes, I shared candy with you when we were in elementary school. Don't you remember? Qingxi felt complicated when talking about this memory. There was no social etiquette at that time, and everyone was just a child. He felt that Yunchi was pitiful, so he kindly gave her some candy. She was very happy and grateful at that time, and then they became friends. However, many things changed later. Yunchi is a relatively pure emotion in his heart. So now that Yunchi seems to have gotten much better, he still wants to come over and say hello to her. Yunchi didn't know how to respond to his words. She just nodded. Are you participating in a competition this time? Then keep up the good work, Qingxi said, and then stared at Yunchi's back as he walked forward. I hope she can shine in the competition. It's not because of anything else, but if Yunchi can really get better and better, he still wants to make friends with him again. Soon, everyone sat in their respective seats, and almost everyone in the school was present here. And those judges in the front row are all very important figures to Wanqing. As the voice from the microphone sounded, the English speech officially began. Below the stage, the contestants and their corresponding instructors were sitting in the front row. There were also live cameras and English news reporters around. This way. Yunchi, you're not nervous, are you? Zheng Mei looked at Yunchi, who was leaning against the back of the chair. In fact, she didn't seem to be nervous at all. Don't be nervous. Yunchi smiled at her. Then Zheng Mei suddenly looked around her and said, Yunchi, you didn't bring the manuscript? Don't you want to take a look? She only saw Yunchi with empty hands. Looking around, many contestants were still familiarizing themselves with the script. After all, in this kind of competition, if you forget the words or get stuck, you will lose points. No need to look at it. Yunxi's answer made it unclear whether she had memorized it completely or had completely given up. Zheng Mei thought about it and nodded. It was a good thing this way. It would be great if she could remain calm on such a stage. Speeches were given one after another, and scores were constantly released. Finally, it was Yunxi's turn. When they heard the host say the name Yunxi, some people were shocked, some mocked, and some were confused. However, in this kind of occasion, there is some whispering, but it is not particularly obvious. The referees and the audience watching the live broadcast had no idea about the new person on the stage. Everyone just focused on her appearance. In the live comments, what a pretty girl, thin, tall, and fair. Yeah, how can she look so good in this kind of camera? And how can she have such a youthful face, yet have such a secluded temperament? You guys are exaggerating, but I'm curious. Is the red petal on her face painted on or a birthmark? At this moment, Yunxi also began to speak confidently. He was completely at ease on such a stage. His voice was pleasant, and he spoke fluent English, interspersed with some rare vocabulary. Suddenly, she seemed so dazzling under the light. Some students in the audience just noticed that they didn't know what kind of joke Yunxi told, and some judges in the audience started laughing. From the beginning of her speech till now, she has been the most active and attractive contestant. Even the live broadcast and the reporters were in an uproar. Is this the combination of beauty and talent? Is this sister the school beauty of Shenglan College? To be honest, even though I have studied abroad for many years, I am ashamed of myself. Oh my God, I declare that from today on I will become a fan of this young lady. Does anyone know her social media account? At the same time, in the audience, Zheng Mei, Yunxi's English teacher, was stunned. She didn't even understand some of the words. In an instant, her eyes were filled with excitement. Yunxi really lived up to their expectations. The other students in class 17 also looked shocked. When did Yunxi become more beautiful? It seems to be because she took off her glasses and the lighting on the stage was good. And her English is really great. They really agreed with this at this point. But is this really the same Yun, she who has always been in the same class with them? Suddenly, it seemed as if she had become so different. Li Huan on this side frowned slightly and looked at the girl on the stage, pursed his lips with a complicated expression. Master Jing, do you think she is possessed by something? Li Hui laughed at the side. Or has she been deliberately hiding her edge? If this is true, then this girl is indeed quite scheming. But after being bullied like that before, it doesn't seem like he has any ability. Jing Qi just raised his eyelids and said, who knows, it may be more interesting in the future. Chu Lianchue's face looked like it was shattered by stone. It was totally beyond her imagination. Even when he glanced at Ji Mingyu, he seemed to be attracted by the bitch Yunxi. She immediately looked the other way. Sure enough, Qi Yingxi was also staring at the stage, with a smile on his face. She couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. Chu Lianxue clenched her fingers tightly and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The factors of jealousy and disgust have been rising. And outside of St. Lon College, southeast area, in a room, several people were looking at the newly acquired goods. The TV was also playing nearby. What is this? What's the point of it? He Chong shook his head. A thin man on the side curled his lips and said, you don't understand. I'm looking forward to campus life and paying more attention to the current affairs in Anqing. You can go away. Brother Yin, He Chong was about to change the subject and say something else. But suddenly the camera on TV turned to a face, and his eyes widened instantly. Why is it her? Unlucky, unlucky. Too unlucky. Turn it off quickly. Chapter 28, Joining the Association, Disappointing. And here at St. Orchid College, after an hour or two, the speech finally came to an end. As expected, Yunxi was the one with the highest score. Ji Mingyu, who was originally attracted by Yunxi's appearance, immediately became unhappy after realizing the result. How could he be outdone by Yunxi? It was especially so when I saw some judges, who were members of the English Association, walking towards Yunxi and saying something. Ji Mingyu was even more furious. Is Yunxi deliberately challenging him to win and attract his attention? Yunxi didn't know what Ji Mingyu was thinking. Only a few people from the provincial English associations found her. Student Yunxi, your English level is really one of the best we have ever seen. I hope you can join our association. They skipped right over the Anzhou English Association. After all, Yunxi's level is more than enough in the provincial association. And once she entered, she was no longer an ordinary member, but a member with a position. Yunxi didn't hesitate at all. She smiled lightly and said, okay, I just happened to bring the membership form. Please fill it out. They were also very happy to find outstanding students. In this way, Yunxi suddenly joined the Provincial English Association and even got a position. At the same time, she also became a little famous on the internet. This exciting speech contest was also published in Anqing newspapers. This was something that none of the students at St. Orchid College could have imagined. At the same time, Xiao Yuan and Class 17 also took advantage of the opportunity. From this moment on, the students in class 17 completely changed their opinion of Yunxi. In class, Yunxi, you should also register a social account as soon as possible. Many people want to follow you. Jiang Chong, who was sitting in front of Yunxi, suddenly turned around and said, although she usually looks aloof, she is actually an expert at surfing the internet. Yunxi thought about it and nodded. Okay. Then once you register, I will follow you and then promote to you. At the same time, Yun family. Yunxi, the Yun family's parents, who were watching TV, suddenly widened their eyes, stood up from the sofa, their faces full of disbelief. I saw speeches and interviews being broadcast on TV. However, the parents who should have been proud at this moment were a little panicked and angry. What the hell? How can she be on TV? Butler, go to the school and bring her back to me immediately. Yun Ping's eyes were full of anger. Sir, please calm down. If you go now, others will become suspicious. The butler said immediately. Then the housekeeper looked at the two of them and said, Mr. and Mrs., this is actually a good thing. What good news? She suddenly becomes so flamboyant. What should we do in the future? Meng Xiaorong's sharp voice sounded, and her heart was beating fast with anger. Miss Shi, this is a way of bringing honor to the Yun family. You just need to think of a way to smooth things over later. Who knows? It might even bring a better reputation to the Yun family. The butler's words immediately made the two of them think. Meng Xiaorong suddenly remembered that a large group of relatives would be here soon, so Yunxi wouldn't be ridiculed if he had some outstanding qualities. Okay, that's all we can do for now. The other side. Qi Yeqing is here. Second Master Qing, the date is only 2 days away. Are you really not going back to the imperial capital? Qi Rui looked at Qi Yeqing's pale face with worry in his eyes. In fact, he has asked this question several times. He was really worried that something might go wrong here. The girl's indifferent and pure face suddenly appeared in Qi Yeqing's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. What he remembers most vividly is the feeling of shaking hands. The fingers were soft and smooth, but most importantly, they seemed to give him a moment of warmth. So much so that as the new moon approached, the pain in his body seemed to ease a little, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. Anyway, he was very nostalgic. I also developed a growing interest in this girl. At this time, Qi Yeqing's thin lips moved slowly, and a lazy, cool, yet slightly weak voice sounded. Do you have her contact information? Ask her to come over on that day. Qi Rui naturally knew who she was talking about. But Second Master, what if she doesn't come? Qi Rui pointed out this possibility. We definitely can't just kidnap Miss Yun. Doesn't she want to get to know me? But Second Master, she has already met him. Qi Rui felt that Miss Yun was a little interested in Second Master, but it seemed that they only went as far as knowing each other. Qi Yeqing glanced at him calmly and said, then agree to one condition of hers. In short, he became more and more certain that he must meet Yunxi on the day of the new moon. He wants to verify it for real once. Qi Rui was surprised for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Second Master. There are probably not many people in this world who can meet one of Mr. Qing's conditions. Yunxi originally thought that now that she looked much better, her family's attitude towards her would change. The result was still nothing, and it even seemed that her parents looked at her even worse. Yunxi felt mocked in his heart. And what's even more disappointing is yet to come. Yun family. Meng Xiaorong didn't know what was wrong with her. She suddenly became angry and pulled Yunxi out of the bedroom with her teeth bared. He was even about to slap Yunxi's fair face with such force that he showed no mercy at all. But Yunxi did not do as she wished. She dodged the slap with a quick move. You bitch! Meng Xiaorong had lost all the dignity she usually pretended to have and was simply like a shrew. She reached out again and tried to pull Yunxi's ear with her long nails. Yunxi took a step back, leaving her empty-handed. Her black and white eyes seemed to be soaked in frost, and the aura around her also cooled down. She just looked at Meng Xiaorong quietly, his tone cold. You want to hit me without any explanation? There must be a reason to hit someone. Yun Siyue on this side also stood up from the sofa downstairs and walked up the stairs with a frown on her face, as if she was a little disappointed with Yunxi. She looked at Yunxi's face, which was becoming more and more delicate day by day, and said, Xiaoxi, Mom gave you money so that you can exercise, not run around everywhere. As soon as she said that, Yunxi knew what was going on. So they are unhappy because of money? Meng Xiaorong was furious, staring at Yunxi with her eyes, and said sharply, Yunxi, do you know what the Southeast District is like? It's in a mess, and accidents happen frequently. What if you die there? When talking about this, Meng Xiaorong almost had a heart attack, and Yun Siyue's expression beside her also became gloomy. Yunping watched them scolding her downstairs, pretending to be deep and saying nothing. Don't you look at your own character? Why can't you just be content? Meng Xiaorong said one sentence after another like firecrackers. In fact, this is very similar to parents scolding their children because they are worried about them. Yes, Xiaoxi, and do you know some strange men? Yun Siyue asked from the side. It was a coincidence. She originally wanted to see what Yunxi did after school besides exercising, to see if she used the money to get beauty treatments or something. It turned out that she didn't go to the gym at all, but took a bus to the southeast district. And from a distance, it seemed like she was meeting a man. Although I don't know it very clearly, Yunxi definitely did nothing good. Meng Xiaorong's eyes widened when she heard this, and her hair almost exploded. You little bastard, you slut. Don't you know that this will infect your blood with diseases? How can you not take care of your body? I didn't raise you to this age to let you ruin yourself like this. Yunxi narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a calm voice, I didn't do such a thing, and you scolded me too much. She hadn't expected them to follow her. It is true that she goes to the training ground in the southeast area every day, and she is very good at it. She likes the atmosphere there, which is much better than the boxing ring. She didn't care if her parents said something to her or scolded her out of concern. But it was clear that they didn't show any real feelings towards her. Instead, it seemed as if they were about to lose something. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Take her to the hospital for a checkup first. At this time, Yunping downstairs finally spoke. Yes, Xiaoxi, it's a good opportunity to check whether you have any underlying illness from your previous suicide. Yun Siyue was full of worry. Yunxi's face was extremely cold. I said I'm fine. You don't believe me? What bullshit are you talking about? We are doing this for your own good. Yunping suddenly glared and raised his finger to point at Yunxi upstairs. Yunxi suddenly sneered, his lips and teeth moving slightly. What if I don't go? Chapter 29 Love is mutual. Is it a conspiracy? Yunxi and the Yun family were in a stalemate. In the end, Meng Xiaorong and the others were unable to forcibly take Yunxi to the hospital. After all, the Yun family still had to save face. Anyway, except Yunxi, everyone else was furious, especially Yunxi's indifferent attitude and words against them, which made them want to slap her a few times. So Yunping locked Yunxi in the bedroom and asked her to reflect on herself. At this time, the three of them were venting their unhappiness in the living room, and they wanted Yunxi to hear how badly she had done this time and how disappointing it was. This little bastard, we were doing this for her own good, but she yelled at us instead. She took our money to meet some shady people, and she still thinks she's right? What will happen to our family if something happens to her? Mom, my sister may still be young and ignorant. Don't be angry for now. I will go and talk to her. Yun Siyue comforted her, looking sensible. Let her learn from you. I don't know why there is such a big difference between children who come from the same womb. Meng Xiaorong deliberately raised her voice to show her dissatisfaction. This way, Yunxi stayed in the bedroom as if nothing had happened. She has good hearing, so she can naturally hear what is being said downstairs. Big difference? If they could treat her the same way they treated Yun Siyue, how could the previous Yunxi be bullied and full of inferiority? And how could she be so indifferent to them now? Love is mutual, isn't it? Although she doesn't understand what love is at all. Besides, her soul had already been replaced, so there was no need to continue to compromise because of blood ties. The corners of Yunxi's lips curled up slowly, without any emotion. After a while, the sound of someone coming upstairs was heard, and then there was a light knock on Yunxi's bedroom door. Of course, the locked door now has to be opened from the outside with a key. Yun Siyue's figure appeared, with a gentle smile on her face, but there seemed to be a hint of sigh and disappointment between her brows. Yunxi, she called softly, then closed the door, walked to sit next to Yunxi, and looked at her. Didn't you ask me to reflect on myself? Why are you here, sister? Yunxi remained indifferent. Yunxi gently grasped Yunxi's arm and lowered her voice, as if she was whispering to a little sister. Mom and Dad were just angry for a while. Why are you getting angry too? Yunxi felt nothing inside. She just felt that humans were indeed complicated. The theoretical knowledge and abilities she had as a robot were not as wonderful as this real experience. She can read micro-expressions, but this is still not enough to really guess what is going on. Seeing Yunxi not speaking, Yun Siyue's eyes dimmed, and she continued, But Xiaoxi, you did something wrong this time. We were all worried about you. Then she stared at Yunxi. So, what on earth did you do in the southeast district? Did you do anything out of line? She said several sentences in a row, and finally Yunxi spoke slowly. Sister, do you think I would lie? No means no. She was very determined and didn't feel guilty at all, which made Yun Cuf feel relieved. I hope I don't get infected with any disease. What Yunxi said is still worthy of belief. After all, in her eyes, even if Yunxi has changed a little now, he should not be able to change his previous timid nature, and it is impossible for him to lie without any flaws. Besides, Yunxi has always admired her as an elder sister. Then Yun Cue raised her hand and touched Yunxi's hair. So, what on earth are you doing there? She was really confused about this. She didn't know much about the southeastern area of Anqing, and people of their status would not possibly pay much attention to that shabby place. That place is a restless and chaotic place. Yun Cue never goes there because she is afraid of getting involved with something dirty. Anyway, Yun Cue's impression of that place was based on what she heard in her own imagination. A new friend of mine lives over there. Yunxi said. Friend. Yun Cue was confused for a few seconds, then nodded. Maybe Yunxi can only make friends who are not presentable. She frowned slightly, and then said to Yunxi in a gentle tone, Xiaoxi, I won't interfere with your making friends, but you are a member of the Yun family, so you should pay attention to your identity and don't think that everyone is your friend. I understand. Yunxi's tone was neither calm nor indifferent, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Yun Cue finally nodded and said, Okay, take a good rest, reflect on it, and apologize to your parents tomorrow. I'll also talk to my parents and ask them not to be angry anymore. Then she looked at Yunxi for a few seconds, sighed, and left. The moment he turned around, his eyes changed slightly, showing some displeasure and annoyance. And Yun Cue closed the door. Yunxi slowly leaned against the head of the bed. His clear eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly thought of something, took out his computer, and started operating it. At the same time, Meng Xiaorong and the others also returned to the bedroom. She took a deep breath, still a little angry. Yinping too. The room was well soundproofed and not too close to other bedrooms, so the two of them talked freely. I didn't expect that she would go against us now. I don't know what medicine she took wrong. Meng Xiaorong slammed her hand on the bed. Thinking back to Yunxi's previous weak appearance, although it was annoying, it wasn't enough to make people so angry. I'm about to have a heart attack. Yinping's eyes were heavy. As long as she is still under our control, don't spend too much energy on her. How is it possible that it doesn't take a lot of effort? Meng Xiaorong said in a bad tone. If she continues like this, what if something happens again? I'm really worried that something is wrong with her body. Otherwise, why would I give her money to exercise properly and provide her with delicious food and drinks every day? If she's not in good health, it will affect our Yuer. Yunping frowned when he heard this. Okay, keep a close eye on her this time. It won't be long anyway. The two of them were talking to each other, completely unaware that their words had been leaked out. In Yunxi's bedroom, pieces of speech came from her headphones. There was a computer in front of Yunxi. It was obvious that she had controlled the mobile phone in the bedroom and turned on the recording function. It was expected that they would say something useful, but it was also unexpected that they would say this. Yunxi's eyes were like an ancient deep pool, surrounded by black mist, so cold that it made people shiver. At the same time, she felt her heart chilled. Such a cruel and bizarre thing happened to me. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect this to be a conspiracy. What do you want to do with Yunxi's body? Chapter 30 Family Dinner, Different Thoughts. A day later, Yunxi's uncle and his family also arrived in Anqing. There is no doubt that a family dinner is coming. This was also Yunxi's first time meeting other family members. The Yun family's main home is in Anqing, but Yunping's sister Yun married into another family a few years ago. His elder brother Yun Jiancheng went to develop in Qing City, which is one level larger than Anqing. With some opportunities, he is now living a much better life than Yunping and the others. Later, old Mrs. Yun was also taken to live with them. Every year the family would get together once or twice. At this time, Yinsheng Hotel. Yun Jiancheng and his family drove a luxury car to the door and met Yunping's family. Yunping, long time no see. He was the first to greet, looking more successful than Yunping. Meng Xiaorong calmly looked at her elder sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law's clothes. As expected, her elder sister-in-law was much more luxurious than the other two. The jade bracelet on her hand should be worth hundreds of thousands. At the same time, Yun Cue also noticed that Yun Yinyin was dressed exquisitely like a little princess. She glanced at her and didn't look at her again. Yunxi on the side didn't show much expression, and no one spoke to her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they walked into the hotel box together. In the private room, everyone finally finished ordering their food. Yun Ping and Yun Jiancheng began to talk about their careers, while the old lady of the Yun family looked at them with satisfaction. Pinger, you should learn more from your elder brother, and let him take you out of Anqing. Old Madame Yun had tasted the sweetness of living in bigger cities, and had long felt that Anqing was no longer suitable for their family. Yes, Mom, I will learn more from my elder brother. Yun Ping just felt that he was a head shorter than me now. After all, old lady Yun was the oldest person here, so she started talking about each person. Our Yin Yin has brought honor to our Yun family. Even though she is only in junior high school, she has won many awards in Qing City. The Noble High School in Hubei Province has directly recruited her. She doesn't need to take the high school entrance exam and can go directly to Hubei Province. Although Hubei Province is not a large place, it is a coastal area with a developed economy and technology. It is a place full of talented people, and naturally, there is no shortage of wealthy families. The old lady was thinking that Yun Yinyin would marry into a wealthy family there in the future, and their family would become even more prosperous. Our Yun Yuan can't come back this time, so he's missing when we get together this time. Qian Hui, the eldest sister-in-law of the Yun family, deliberately mentioned her eldest son with a smile on her face. The old lady laughed even more when she heard this. Yuaner is even more amazing. He is only 26 or 27 years old, and he is already working for a company in the capital. It is understandable that he is busy over there and can't come back. At this moment, just talking about Yun Jianqing's family made Yun Ping and Meng Xiaorong feel a little embarrassed. But they had already anticipated this scene. Every year at the dinner table, I am always outshined by my eldest brother's family. Brother and sister are worthy of being raised in Qing City. They are really well brought up. At this time, Yun Siue spoke with a smile, her tone gentle. Qing City is a good place. Yunan took the opportunity to join in the conversation. Our Huan will be going to junior high school next year. I wonder if Big Brother can help her transfer to Qing City. Yunan looked at Yun Jiancheng and spoke in a pleading and flattering tone. She and her husband also want to develop in Qing City. The first step in this development is naturally for one's own children to go to school. It also depends on Huan's results. I will do my best. Yun Jiancheng took a sip of tea and said ambiguously. Even though she is his biological sister, he can't just help her. After all, she is married. Moreover, they only met occasionally, and their feelings for each other were actually not that deep over the years. At this time, Qian Hui also looked at the Yunping family and said with a smile, Siu has been trained very well by you. It should be no problem for her to pass the God exam in college. Without waiting for their answer, she finally shifted the topic to Yunxi. But I heard that Yunxi's grades aren't that good. We need to ask Siwet to take good care of her. She's going to take the college entrance exam soon, and she doesn't want to end up having to go to a vocational school. This mixture of praise and criticism made it impossible for Yun Ping and the others to laugh. What's more, Yun Siwet has good grades and is a top student in Anqing's #1 high school, but she is only the #1 in Anqing after all, so it is still a bit far from being able to be admitted to the imperial capital. It's hard to say whether it will work or not, but no one can guarantee it. As for Yunxi, fortunately she has some excellent things to say recently. Meng Xiaorong smiled and said, Yunxi is very good at English. He even got a position in the Provincial English Association some time ago. Even if his grades are not good in the future, he will most likely be recruited as a special student. What she said was something that Yun Jianqing and Yun An's family were not expecting. Over the years, Yunxi was always the child who was ignored and scolded by them at the dinner table. How come after not seeing you for such a long time, you were suddenly recruited by the Provincial English Association? That's the best. Qian Hui's eyelashes moved, and she said with a smile. Everyone looked at Yunxi. She remained silent, but she was no longer as timid as before. Instead, she looked indifferent and distant, as if she had no interest in their topic at all. Her skin looked exceptionally fair and smooth under the light from the dining table. Apart from the birthmark, which was a blemish, her facial features seemed to be more beautiful as well. Since when did Yun Shi, the most insignificant member of the Yun family, seem to become somewhat dazzling? At this time, Yun Shi slowly stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. After she got up, opened the door, and went out, the family started talking to each other again. And Yun Shi, of course, didn't really go to the bathroom. She just felt that it was a bit annoying to see this bunch of family members competing with each other and making a mess. In fact, people who are truly capable will naturally gain recognition and admiration from others without having to chatter. Yunxi just washed his hands in the sink. But when she came out, she happened to meet someone she knew. Uncle Lin. When the two saw each other, Yunxi greeted him first. Xiaoxi, you come here to eat too? Lin Shuo smiled immediately, but the seriousness he had developed over a long period of time was still there. Yes, it's a family dinner. Yunxi said truthfully. Uncle, I'll go over first. Good. After saying that, the two of them walked towards their respective private rooms. But at this moment, when Yunxi was about to reach the private room, he met Yunping's eyes. His eyes were full of surprise and inquiry. He was also thirsty from talking just now, so he drank a few more glasses of water and came out to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, I saw Yunxi talking to a man in a suit. When Yunxi came over, he immediately stared at her and asked, Yunxi, who was that just now? He was well informed, so he could tell at a glance that the man was no ordinary person. How could Yunxi know such a person? Moreover, he just saw the man open the door of the box from a distance and happened to see several people sitting inside, and it seemed that there was a senior politician among them. He even doubted whether he was dazzled, but he was sure that he was not seeing things. At this time, he was wondering why Yunxi would talk to such a person, and he hoped that Yunxi knew him so that he could introduce him to him. The reason why their Yun family has not been able to grow so much in Anqing is because they lack some support behind the scenes. That's what he thinks. Asking for directions. Yunxi said in a calm tone, then took a big step and passed by Yunping and walked into their box. She knew that if she said it was her classmate's father, Yunping would ask her for a long time. It's really troublesome, especially since she learned some things. She would no longer have any patience with the parents of this body. Yunping's face darkened and he became angry, but out of fear of being heard by others, he could only curse in a low voice. No manners. Chapter 31. Playing games. How dare she? A family dinner full of twists and turns, and everyone having their own thoughts ended. Then they went to Yunping's house together. This was finally Yunping's territory, and the couple began to act like hosts and entertain the guests. You kids can go play in the bedroom, Meng Xiaorong said with a smile, then looked at Yun Siyue. Siyue, take them to your bedroom. Good. Whenever they came, they would go to her bedroom. After all, Yunxi's is indeed a bit simple. Yun Siyue's room is different. Her room was completely elegant and tranquil in style. The wardrobe and other facilities were very complete, and the ornaments and pendants were all of considerable value. There's also a piano in the house. This was also the first time that Yunxi officially entered Yun Siyue's room. After taking a look, a hint of mockery and indifference flashed in his lowered eyes. Yun Yinyin and Huan Huan were already very familiar with Yun Siyue's bedroom and did not show any politeness at all. I'll get you some drinks and snacks. Yun Siyue smiled gently, turned, and left the bedroom. Yunxi leaned against the table, glanced at the door, and wanted to go back to her bedroom. There's really no point in being with these two kids. And just at this moment, but Yun Yinyin looked up at Yunxi, with her arms folded, looking like a proud little princess. Yunxi, why are you so rude and don't even talk to us? She seemed to have gotten used to not calling Yunxi sister. Yunxi, why don't you play games with us again? Huan Huan raised her head and then looked at Yun Yinyin with a smile. Right, Sister Yinyin? The two children were quite short, but they didn't seem to take Yunxi seriously at all. Yunxi lowered his head and looked at them with a calm expression. What do you want to play? Of course it's the kind we played before. Huan Huan looked at him like a fool, then pointed his index finger at the ground. Hurry up and kneel down, pretending to be a dwarf. Sister Yin, what do you want to be? He is so young. I wonder who he learned this contemptuous and flattering attitude from. In Huan Huan's heart, no one likes Yunxi, and their family is particularly nice to Yun Jinqing's family. And Yun Yinyin always dresses up beautifully, and she always regards Yun Yinyin as a role model. Yun Yinyin frowned slightly, with a thoughtful look on her petite face. She put one hand on her waist and said with a hint of disgust, I don't feel like playing Snow White's dwarfs now. How old is she? Then, I don't know what he thought of the next second, and he said, forget it, let's play this. Anyway, she doesn't usually have this kind of fun, so it's okay to relive the happiness of a few years ago. The two children were talking about the game as if they were alone, without even asking Yunxi's opinion. I'll be Snow White first, and you'll be Cinderella later. She Yun Yinyin is the best match for the little princess. Okay, Yunxi, why don't you kneel down? Only then did the two Yun Yianians look at Yunxi. I don't know why, but I felt like shuddering when I met her eyes. Yunxi glanced at them. His lips moved slightly, and he spoke slowly. You two are obviously shorter, so you're more suitable to be dwarfs. It doesn't matter what role she plays, but she has to kneel down? A haughty face. And judging from the familiar way he drove, he must have done this to Yunxi many times before. Those two little brats are really rude. Did Yunshi in the past also obey their orders directly? How dare you say that to us? Yunshi had never spoken like this before, which surprised Yun Yin. Why don't you dare? Yunshi said calmly. Aren't you my sisters? Shouldn't you listen to my instructions? Are you going to rebel? Are you worthy of being commanded by you? Yun Yin crossed her arms. Who are you? She was very contemptuous. Yunshi grew up in this small place, was a poor student, and was totally useless. Everyone knew this. And who is she, Yun Yin? She will be going to Hawaii province soon, and she will go abroad and achieve great success in the future. Yunshi is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. You still want her to be a dwarf? You are totally crazy. Yunshi rolled his eyes, looking indifferent, and didn't intend to continue arguing with the child. However, her cold attitude made Yun Yin feel insulted. Huan, who was standing by, naturally wanted to show off, so she stretched out her arms and tried to push Yunshi hard. She was even ready to kick Yunshi's knees and make her kneel down like a dwarf. Sister Yin is talking to you. Why don't you even react? However, Yunshi at this moment was not weak and could not be touched by anyone. She dodged slightly, and Huan lost control of her body's center of gravity and stumbled. It hurts a lot. Huan gritted her teeth and almost shed tears. Yun Yin was also stunned. How dare she? Although she looked down upon both Huan and Yunshi. But she really enjoyed Huan's flattery. The cowardly and incompetent Yunshi became the object of their mockery. And now Yunshi's attitude seems to be that he doesn't even take her seriously. Yunshi, why do you still hurt your own sister? Yun Yin asked. At the same time, Yun Siue also walked in with something and saw this scene. What happened? She was a little surprised. Sister Siue, Sister Yunshi is too fierce. Yun Yin complained as she went over and pulled Huan up from the ground. We just wanted to play games with her. Yun Siue immediately understood what was going on when she heard it. After all, I've seen them play together before. But it just so happened that it saved her a lot of trouble when they were having fun, so she didn't interfere too much every time. Yunshi was responsible for making these two happy, which was also beneficial to their family. Besides, Yunshi used to be very hardworking and never complained. Yunshi, if your sister wants to play, just play with them. Yun Siue looked understanding. But Yunshi ruthlessly rejected her. But I don't want to play. Why don't you play with them, sister? They will probably be very happy too. Yunshi curled her lips symbolically, but her delicate face was full of indifference. Yun Siue was stunned by her words and didn't know what to say. She didn't want to play with them. Yunshi didn't wait for her to say anything, turned around, opened the door, and left. How did she become like this? Yun Yin gritted her teeth and stomped her feet hard, but still maintained the proud appearance of a little princess. Yun Siue also frowned and said, Your sister Yunshi has not been clear-headed recently. Don't blame her for doing something wrong sometimes. I don't care. I'll tell my parents later. Your Yunshi is so uneducated. Then Yun Yin took out her phone and sat down on the bed. I don't want to play anymore. It's boring. Chapter 32. One condition. New moon day. At this time, Yunshi returned to her bedroom. She locked the door, turned on the computer, and did her own thing. Not long after, the phone suddenly vibrated. Yunshi answered the call slowly and heard a man's voice on the other end. Ms. Yun, what do you think? It was Qi Rue on the other end of the phone. He contacted Yunshi 2 days ago, but Yunshi did not give an accurate answer. Today he was a little anxious. Yunshi's eyelashes twitched slightly, and her voice was cold and pleasant. I'm still considering it. Miss Yun, I can increase the reward. Then he paused for a second. Just go and chat with our second master for a while. That's right. It was naturally impossible for him to explain their real purpose. Moreover, he still wanted to try with money first. After all, the second master's condition was so precious that he was reluctant to let others have it so easily. I'm not short of money for now, Yunshi said slowly. The amount of money that the people of the Qi family in the imperial capital can give is naturally many digits, which you can tell without even thinking about it. Yunshi wanted to have a lot of money, but she wanted something more valuable than simply having them write her a check. At this time, Yunshi glanced at the computer screen beside him. And now, as her level on the hacker website continues to rise, the amount of tasks she receives is getting bigger and bigger, and her savings have unknowingly accumulated to a considerable amount. Then, I wonder what else Miss Yin wants? Qi Rue could only ask this. He sighed inwardly. To be honest, even if they didn't give any money, there would still be many people who wanted to see their second master. Now Yunshi is very hesitant. But what Qi Rue didn't know was that even if they hadn't asked her to go over this time, she would have found an opportunity to contact Qi Yicheng again. After all, she also wanted to figure out what was going on in her body. But since they offered benefits, Yunqi would of course take them. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, the girl's voice finally sounded again. Qi Rui instantly pricked up his ears to listen to what she wanted. If she takes the initiative to ask for it, the value should be much lower than the condition of the second master. I heard your second master owns a lot of real estate in the imperial capital? Yunqi raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke slowly. Yes, that's right. Qi Rui responded and glanced at Qi Yicheng, who was sitting next to him. As one of the top wealthy families in the imperial capital, the Qi family naturally controls most of the imperial capital. It is also well known that Qi Yicheng owns many assets in the imperial capital. It seems that Yunqi wants a piece of land or property. Little girls are just little girls. They can't have such a long-term vision. If he could get such a condition, he would definitely make good use of it. If Miss Yun wants a piece of land or property in the imperial capital, it's totally fine. However, the conversation that followed with Yunqi made him freeze in place. Yunqi only said, then the deal is done. I wonder what exactly Miss Yun is interested in. Pine Avenue. Number 16. A light voice came into Qi Rui's ears. Pinewood Avenue. Qi Rui opened his eyes wide, and his heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was, what? Did I hear that right? In an instant, Qi Rui looked at Qi Yicheng with an uneasy look, who was looking out the window with a blank expression. Second master, what should I do? He underestimated the ambition of this little girl. Not only did she know about Pine Avenue, she wanted to own it. Not only did she want to own it, she even took a liking to its size. Number 16. Isn't that a location that is surrounded by mountains and water? Songlin Avenue has never been ownerless and is located in an excellent location. Speaking of the villa on Songlin Avenue, it is a place that not many ordinary people know about, but it is a place that all the upper-class people in the imperial capital want to squeeze into. When Qi Yicheng heard this, his eyes slightly raised, as if he found it interesting. Second master. Qi Rui called softly. He felt from the bottom of his heart that the Pine Forest Avenue villa could not be given away just like that. Miss Yun had a good plan. He really never expected it. The price of the villa on Pine Forest Avenue is clearly stated, but you can't buy it with money. Yunqi doesn't want money, but a villa like this. So cruel. What surprised Qi Rui was that Qi Yicheng nodded without any hesitation, with the corner of his lips curled. Qi Rui pursed his lips and finally paused for 2 seconds before speaking on the phone again. Ms. Yun deal. It was almost evening. The other members of the Yun family have all left. Yun Ping and the others originally wanted to scold Yun Shi for what happened with Yun Yin, but they were stopped by Yun Siyue. Mom and Dad, forget it. I think Yun Shi is becoming more and more rebellious. Saying too much will only do no good. Yun Siyue's eyes moved slightly. Of course, she wasn't doing this for Yun Shi's own good. It would be a blessing if nothing unexpected happens at this stage. So after thinking it over, the family decided to say less to Yun Shi. It also saves them from getting so angry every time. And after all, Yun Shi has a good mentality and a good mood, and her health will be better. And no one noticed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yun Shi locked the door, climbed out of the window, and disappeared into the night. Somewhere in a presidential suite, the doorbell rang twice. Then the door opened, and their eyes met. Second master. Yun Shi was very polite to the man who had been tricked into giving her a mansion. But I have to say, every time I see Qi Yicheng, he looks really good. But it is weak and seems to be crumbling. Come in. Qi Yicheng once again felt the unique fragrance of Yun Shi. His eyes moved slightly, and he seemed to feel that breathing was not so painful anymore. Is the second master alone? Yun Shi looked around the huge room. What else? Qi Yicheng's wheelchair was electric, and he controlled it to move towards Yun Shi. What's wrong with second master's leg? Has it never been cured? Because they called her here to chat, naturally she talked intermittently. It just so happened that she was a little curious about this person. Qi Yicheng's thin lips curled slightly when he heard this, and a scene from long ago seemed to flash through the depths of his eyes. There was an accident before, and it can never be cured. This is not something secretive. If I meet a miracle doctor someday, there might be some hope. He made another self-deprecating joke. Yun Shi stared at his legs quietly. If she were a robot, maybe she could help him take a look. But now, she doesn't have the ability to detect directly like X-rays. At this time, she raised her head again and happened to meet Qi Yicheng's eyes, which seemed to be stained with black mist. Then Yun Shi seemed to be joking. Then why don't I help you read your palm? Qi Yicheng raised the corners of his charming eyes. showing a hint of interest. I don't know if it's because what she said just happened to fit his thoughts. His lips were a sickly pale color. Miss Yun also knows this? I know a thing or two. From her indifferent expression, one could tell that she was being modest. Not to mention, although Yunxi came from a science and technology background, he had a wealth of knowledge and actually understood something about this kind of metaphysics. However, this was not her purpose. Then Miss Yun, please take a look. Qi Yeqing slowly extended his hand to her. The finger joints are distinct and also very beautiful. This man's appearance is truly unique in the world. However, this physical condition is very much like the phrase beauty is short-lived. After saying that, Yunxi prepared herself mentally and then took his hand. When Qi Yeqing touched Yunxi's soft and smooth fingers, he instantly felt his hands go numb. He narrowed his eyes and just let her look at him. At the same time, he also looked at Yunxi. Yunxi lowered her head slightly. Her hair seemed to have a faint fragrance. Her skin was so delicate that even the pores were not visible. It was as white as milk. Her lips were red and her teeth were white, and a red petal birthmark on her face made her even more charming. And the contact between her and his fingers made Qi Yeqing feel that she was even more attractive. It was a strange experience I had never had before. At this moment, Yunxi's gentle, yet somewhat indifferent voice rang in his ears. Second Master's life has been very rough and full of disasters. But the lifeline is quite long, there is also a love line, and the fortune is quite good, so it's still pretty good. As Yunxi spoke, he slowly began to feel what was different in his body again. When Qi Yeqing heard the first half of her sentence, his expression remained normal, but the second half made him laugh, and he seemed like a ray of sunshine in the darkness. Life, love, probably have nothing to do with him anymore. At this moment, Yunxi's eyes became more serious. She pursed her lips slightly, and a thin white light flowed out from her body where no one else could see, and merged into the man's palm. This time she didn't let go immediately. Yunxi finally felt it truly. Qi Yeqing suddenly felt much more comfortable, and the pain in his internal organs didn't seem so severe. Outside the window, the crescent moon hangs high in the dark sky, and it seems even chillier in this bleak autumn. New Moon Day. This day was the most painful day of every month for Qi Yeqing. It had lasted for several years and had tortured him physically and mentally to the point where he was almost giving up on himself. But tonight seemed to be the only respite he'd had in years. Miss Yun, I always feel a warmth when I shake hands with you. Qi Yeqing stared at Yunxi in front of him. His eyes were deep, and his lips seemed to have regained some color. His voice was a little calmer and gentler than usual. Yunxi also raised his eyes remained calm, and continued to emit white light. Maybe Second Master's hands are too cold. Chapter 33, Special Abilities, Femme Fatale. That night Yunxi and Qi Yeqing chatted about a lot of things. Finally, she got the property rights of Villa No. 16 Songlin Avenue in the imperial capital, as she wished. At the same time, Yunxi seemed to have figured out something about the sudden abnormality in his body. She knew she had special abilities. Since they can be reborn from robots into living people, it is not surprising that they have an additional special ability. On the contrary, this is extremely beneficial to Yunxi. Maybe I'll have an extra layer of leverage when I really deal with that person in the future. And during the day, Qi Rui hurried to Qi Yeqing. He was really worried. I wonder if it would really be helpful if Second Master asked Miss Yun to come? I don't know if his attack this time will be more painful. But the truth is, I'm fine. Qi Yeqing raised his eyelids slightly and spoke casually, with a hint of depth in his eyes. Perhaps I was used to the pain of blood flowing backwards and internal organs churning, so even though I felt uncomfortable yesterday, it seemed nothing special. Qi Rui saw that he did not look too bad, and he became a little curious. Second Master, this Miss Yun. At this time, Qi Yeqing raised his eyes slightly, and his evil face looked a little serious. Qi Rui, how can you keep someone by your side forever? As soon as these words came out, Qi Rui was stunned. Second Master, do you have someone you like? That's impossible. He has been the steward of Master Qing for such a long time, but he has never seen Master Qing like any member of the opposite sex. How come this sentence suddenly popped up? Qi Yeqing frowned, his lips moved slowly. It's not like. Oh. Qi Rui seemed to understand and said directly according to the idea that popped into his mind. Then it's like an heir, and the others, including me, will always follow the Second Master. Second Master, if you can convince this person and recruit him for your own use, he will naturally not leave. Qi Rui thought that if the Second Master wanted to keep someone by his side, then that person must be very capable. And with Qi Yeqing's ability, keeping that person should not be a problem. Qi Rue is very confident about this. Qi Yeqing's peach blossom eyes were half closed, as if he was thinking about something. Is that so? Every day after that, Yunqi continued to go to school and go to the Southeast District for training. This day, this is the Southeast area. Brother Hua, is the boss really going to allow a little girl to use our training resources every day? A short man with a tattoo on half of his arm stood in the distance and glanced at the place that was as big as a warehouse. Ever since the little girl came, this place has been arranged as her exclusive place. There was everything inside, including a lot of bullets. After all these days, they still feel a little unhappy every time they hear the noise inside. Brother Hua was blowing smoke rings at the side, his emotions undetectable. Have you forgotten that we failed to protect the young lady and the others? But let alone her practicing every day, that's such a waste of bullets, the man Lu Fei complained with a painful look on his face. You know, after Yunqi leaves, they always go in to take a look and clean up. As a result, you always see a horizontal row of bullet holes from 1 to 10 on the target. I simply cannot agree with this shooting technique. If you say she is bad, she can hit the middle. If you say she is good, she hits it in a mess, even getting 10 rings. It's impossible to miss the target. Isn't this just a pure waste of resources? Although she seemed to only use 10 each time. Okay, no matter what, it's the boss's order, so we just have to obey. Brother Hua said this and walked away without much care. At this time, a man with a pineapple head on the other side smiled and looked at Lu Fei, who was still dissatisfied. Fei Zi, don't you think it's good for us to have a girl coming and going every day? And she's a beautiful girl. It has become a beautiful landscape. He felt that even if it cost a little, it wouldn't be a big deal. She keeps to herself every day. How is she different from the Annie who delivers vegetables every day? Lu Fei sneered. Although she is a girl, one can sense her inhuman aura from 2 meters away. Of course, this is also Lu Fei's personal feeling. For example, Yu Guang with the pineapple head felt that this girl was clean, cool, and beautiful, and more interesting than those women out there. Why are you arguing with a girl? Lu Fei snorted coldly. Another man wearing glasses, Sun Yanting, raised his eyebrows and said, but what can this little girl learn by practicing for several hours every day? He is very curious. Just as several people were squinting their eyes and staring at the gate over there thoughtfully, a big, strong man happened to be walking up from behind, heard their conversation, and immediately stopped. Isn't this a coincidence? His eyes widened, and he raised his muscular arm to point to the training ground where Yunqi was. I was curious too, so I pressed a small camera this morning. Suddenly, several men were stunned. I never expected this to happen. De Yuan, you are worthy of it. Oh my god, Dun, why are you so aggressive again? If the boss finds out about this, he will definitely scold you. Sun Yin held his forehead with his hand, feeling helpless. De Yuan scratched his head and chuckled a bit. I just want to see what that little sister is training for. Don't worry, I'll take it apart tonight. Alright, just deal with it when the time comes. It's already like this anyway, so we can just wait and see after she leaves. Regardless of what the men were thinking, they were all curious and agreed with this. Then they each went about their own business, and finally Yunqi left after nearly 2 hours. Several people quietly gathered together in a training ground and sat cross-legged on the ground. Hurry, Din, open it quickly. They couldn't wait to watch. They even had already imagined the little girl's thin arms and legs, and how they were practicing blindly without any knowledge. They are now beginning to want to ridicule. At this time, De Yuan smiled and took out a tablet from his arms. The screen is bigger, so I can see it more clearly. Yu Guangling patted his shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to be so smart at this moment. It actually knew that everyone was watching together and switched to a tablet. As he spoke, De Yuan had already found the video he had recorded on the tablet. Everyone's eyes were on the screen. At this time, the picture was also displayed inside. After entering the training ground, the girl took off her coat, revealing her black training suit and her slim figure. She tied her hair tighter, and her emotionless face looked particularly cold. Really, she was particularly attractive just standing there. A pure beauty. Then she put on her boxing gloves and moved her arms and legs, as if she was warming up. He punched the sandbag directly, and then punched again at a fairly fast speed. Lu Fei looked at him with a slanted mouth and immediately complained, it's just fancy moves. Although his punches are powerful, the strength is actually weak. It looks boring. And after a while, Yunqi stopped. Are you tired already? So weak. It was Lu Fei who spoke again. The others also lost interest. However, what happened next surprised them greatly. I saw Yunshi practicing boxing with bare hands. His moves were connected, one after another, real and fake. His body was light, and there were mysteries hidden. It seemed as if I could feel the internal energy coming through the screen. This? Yuan opened his eyes wide in confusion. What kind of boxing technique is this? It feels very powerful. I can't tell either. Sun Yin raised his eyebrows, also surprised and curious. Could it be that she is really good at this? Lu Fei rubbed his eyes. While they were commenting on what they saw, they became distracted. When he looked at the screen clearly again, he was actually meeting Yunshi's eyes. They were bright and clear, yet so deep that everyone who saw them shuddered instantly. What the hell? What was even more bizarre was that she smiled faintly, pure and moving, and at the same time stretched out her right hand, as if to greet them. Then a gun was raised up, with the black hole pointed at them. With a bang, a bullet visible to the naked eye flew past, followed by the sound of the screen shattering, and the screen went black in an instant. At this moment, the people in front of the screen, the air was eerily quiet. I could almost hear my own heart and the hearts of those around me beating faster. Yu Guang, who was closest to the screen, swallowed his saliva, was a little frightened, and his face trembled. Shit, is this a little girl? This is a total femme fatale, right? Chapter 34. Doing business, what's going on? Just after finishing training and walking slowly on the road planning to take a taxi back, Yunchi was stopped by a handsome man in his 20s. Su Jie was driving back from somewhere else. At this time, the last ray of sunset was about to disappear and the sky was getting dark. Unexpectedly, a slender figure caught Su Jie's eyes. When I looked closely, I found that she was such a beautiful little girl. With a delicate face, snow-white skin, and eyes like two pools of clear water, Su Jie could no longer describe the stunning feeling in words. He thought he was hallucinating. Especially in the dim sky, he seemed to fall in love instantly. The car almost hit a telephone pole. He immediately stopped the car and jumped out. Hey, little sister. He stopped Yunshi without thinking. When Su Jie took a closer look, he was even more stunned and his saliva was almost dripping. Yunshi raised his eyes. What's wrong? Do you live here too? Where are you going? Su Jie looked around and realized that this place didn't seem like a place for a little girl like this. I don't live here, she said flatly. Su Jie thought about it. Don't live here? How come he is here? He doesn't seem scared walking on the road at night. Su Jie looked at her beautiful appearance again. It can't be. That's right, he was wrong. After all, he has seen a lot of things like this. As a result, his whole demeanor and speech became a little frivolous. Are you short of money? Yunshi was a little confused by these nonsensical words. She frowned, missing. What on earth is this person trying to do? Su Jie immediately thought to himself. Sure enough. Then come with me. Su Jie raised his eyes and said with a wave of his hand. When he thought about having an innocent little sister to accompany him tonight, he became more excited than ever before. Yunshi looked at him expressionlessly, thinking that this man might not be normal. Why should I follow you? Su Jie frowned, and then suddenly realized something. It seems that this sister is also picky about her people. The rank is not low. He immediately smiled, looked at Yunshi patiently, and said, Little sister, I wonder if you know who I am? But now you will know. Since you are here, you should know a lot about this. Have you heard of Qian, one of the local bosses in the Southeast District? He's my cousin. So, I also have enough money. There are also powerful forces behind it. Su Jie felt a little proud when he said this. Then can you come with me this time? He raised his eyebrows, full of confidence. Sure enough, Yunshi tilted his head and nodded. Are you talking about Qian? That's right. But I want to go home now. Yunshi suddenly said this slowly. Su Jie could hardly hold back his expression, but he still has some patience towards the beautiful sister. Raise the price. Yunshi? What the hell? Does he want to give her money? What a strange person. 5,000. Su Jie just finished speaking and looked at Yunshi's pretty face and immediately changed his words. 20,000. However, Yunshi remained indifferent. Su Jie thought since she is so beautiful and can come here, she must be quite knowledgeable about money, so it seems that he will have to spend a lot of money. 50,000. Where do you want me to go? Yunshi asked, looking up in confusion. Su Jie smiled brightly as he thought about it. You can go wherever you want. Yunshi felt that he couldn't communicate with this person. I'm going home. See you again if we're lucky. He said this and walked away with big strides. Su Jie was stunned for a second, then immediately rushed over to stop the man. Yunshi's eyes were a little cold, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any ill intentions, she didn't do anything. Little sister, you can't do business like this. We have been talking for a while. To be honest, this reluctant look aroused Su Jie's desire to conquer. Anyway, his ideas are becoming more and more outrageous. Doing business? Yinshi looked at him. $50,000 worth of business? Well, this is still too little. Su Jie pursed his lips and wanted to say, greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. But he held back and changed the subject. 100,000. How much more do you want in one night? I have quite a big appetite. The two of them spent quite a while on the roadside. Yinshi didn't understand what this person was trying to do. Su Jie thought to himself that he must win over this little sister today. At this moment, two car lights suddenly came closer from afar. Soon, a very luxurious off-road vehicle slowly stopped next to Su Jie's car. They both looked over. I saw a man and a woman walking down. Ajay, what are you doing here? You didn't even answer my call. The charming woman walked over with the man, smiling. When Su Jie saw that it was them, he immediately looked at Yunshi beside him and raised his head. I'm sorry, Sister Linlin. I left my phone in the car and didn't hear it. Who is this? Chunyin saw a girl next to Su Jie, but the light was dim and he couldn't see her clearly. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. However, as they got closer, the girl's face and her faint smile finally came into their eyes. Chunyin paused at that moment. Feng Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief, and she subconsciously touched the knife tied to her thigh. And Su Jie was still introducing, Brother, this is my new sister. Then he looked at Yunshi again. For some reason, he felt that there was a hint of interest in Yunshi's eyes at this moment. That's what I just told you, my cousin. See, he was telling the truth. How could this little girl not go with him this time? You have to know that many women he has met are eager to stick to him, just because they know his identity. This little sister is quite special. Hello. Yunshi was the first to greet them with a smile. As a result, the faces of the two people opposite froze. What kind of fate could we meet in the middle of the night? A new little sister? Is Su Jie crazy? Brother, you guys go back first. We still need to talk for a while. Su Jie was still smiling. Su Jie. Chunyin took a deep breath and almost couldn't catch his breath. Several scenes of meeting Yunshi reappeared in my mind. It makes people hate it, but they dare not hate it. Su Jie was stunned by the shouting. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you still yelling at him? Ms. Yun, my cousin is stupid and ignorant, but I hope he doesn't make you unhappy. Chunyin had no way to retreat at this time. But Yunshi seemed to be of great importance, and he could neither curry favor with him nor provoke him. He could see this point quite clearly. Su Jie was even more stunned. He didn't understand. Brother, do you know him? Could it be that she had any business dealings with his brother? Impossible, he had never seen it. And why is the tone of the words like this? And said he was stupid. At this moment, Yunshi answered slowly, her eyes slightly raised. He wants to do business with me, and the price has been raised to 100,000. Brother Yin, do you want to do business too? What business? Chunyan's mouth twitched when he heard Yunshi's address, and then he looked at Su Jie, a little confused. It was only when Feng Linlin pulled him that he finally reacted. He nearly lost his leg and fell. Crazy, crazy, all crazy. Let this cousin play if he wants, but why did he play with this person? Su Jie saw Yunshi say it so calmly, as if he had no sense of shame at all, and even asked his brother if he would do it. Su Jie has been completely controlled by his inherent thinking and can't think straight. Yun, what kind of business does Miss Yun want to do? Chun Yin could only continue speaking. What else could he do? Yunshi thought for a few seconds. The corners of his lips slowly curled up, his eyes shining. Then let's not talk on the street. Let's find a place. Yunshi suddenly became more serious. Chun Yin and Feng Linlin looked at each other and wanted to run away. They didn't want to have anything to do with Yunshi. It's fine if you can't afford to provoke him, but can't you just hide away from him? But when she thought that Yunshi knew their lair, what if he asked the people behind her to come directly over? It's too dangerous. After thinking about it, I could only agree, which made me want to cry, but not to cry. Okay, get in the car. So Su Jie watched helplessly as the little sister, just now left with his cousin and his family in the car. Hey! He shouted at the rear of the car, but the car didn't stop. He was completely confused and still couldn't figure it out. What is going on? Really? He was so angry that he kicked the car twice. Then the car started and whizzed past. Chapter 35, She is not simple. I am sorry. Brother, what did you say to her? After a long time, Su Jie finally saw Yunshi, Chun Yin, and Feng Linlin being taken away by a car. He is still confused and no one has explained it to him. He just stood there anxiously. and I had to watch my beautiful sister pass away like that. They were clearly negotiating a price. Could it be that the eldest brother offered a higher price and asked her to leave? Brother, I don't know why, but I feel like they don't look relaxed at all. Only then did Qian Yin finally pay attention to him. Su Jie, do you know that you almost got into trouble this time? Chun Yin said sternly. Ah, no way. Doesn't he just want a pretty girl? Chun Yin was so angry that he slapped him on the head. You can't see it this time. I don't blame you. But you better remember this. Seeing that Su Jie was still confused, Chun Yin was speechless. His cousin was simply too spoiled and had a hard time understanding the twists and turns. So it's impossible to tell who Yunxi is. Of course, they had made mistakes before. No, brother. Please tell me what's going on. Su Jie frowned. Feng Linlin on the side spoke up. Ajay, that woman is not simple. Isn't she a little girl? Su Jie thought of her beautiful and cold face again. At this time, He Chong also walked overexhausted. Who would have thought that I would meet that unlucky woman so late at night? She's still a little girl, but she's a female devil, he complained. In order to make Su Jie understand more clearly, Chun Yin could only tell him the embarrassing thing. She even put a gun to my head once. Do you think she's simple? Su Jie opened his mouth wide. Are you kidding? After imagining the girl's appearance and voice, he had a preconceived impression and felt that it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Besides, his elder brother is so powerful. How could his little sister have such ability? Su Jie, I'm not smiling at you. Chun Yin glared at him. At this time, Feng Linlin on the side suddenly became more serious. Brother Yin, but do you think it is really reliable to cooperate with her? Yunxi said he wanted to discuss business, but how could they have imagined that he was really discussing big business with them? Anyway, after experiencing this several times, I no longer dare to underestimate this girl. Moreover, Yunxi's words were so logical that one couldn't help but believe them. I just don't know how it works in practice. Chun Yin pushed his glasses, his brows slightly furrowed. She even knows how many territories we have, and she also knows the flaws inside that outsiders don't know about. If we can cooperate with her, as she says, then our influence and capital in Anqing will undoubtedly continue to expand. But if we don't cooperate, what if she finds someone else to cooperate with us and then exposes our situation to others? Then they have no other choice. Either kill Yunxi right here and there to avoid any future trouble, or take a gamble. Touch Yunxi? Forget it. When she was discussing business with them, she got a knife from somewhere and played with it in her hand so fancy that it even looked like it would fly at you if you weren't careful. They could all sense a hint of threat from her. It's terrible. Ah! Su Jie was dumbfounded again. What the hell is this? 2 days passed. Yunxi came to the training ground in the southeast district again. Lu Fei and his friends finally saw someone, but they suddenly felt their hearts tighten. Thinking about the look in Yunxi's eyes in the video, it's a bit scary. After a moment's hesitation, they trotted over immediately. When Yunxi saw the people in front of him, his eyebrows moved slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Is there something wrong? Her tone was gentle, yet chilling. Lu Fei felt inexplicably guilty when he saw her like this. He looked down on this girl, but who can blame her for having such a trapping appearance? Before anyone could react, De Yuan at the side spoke loudly and solemnly to Yunxi. I'm sorry. He bent down with an apologetic look on his silly face. Oh, Yunxi raised his eyebrows. I was the one who pressed the camera. I was just curious and had no ill intentions. His big round eyes rolled around, and he knew he was wrong. He was a man who dared to act and take responsibility, but the others just wanted to make friends with her because her boxing skills were so good. Then De Yuan went all out. If you're angry, just hit me. He had hardly any contact with girls like this. I don't know how to calm the other person's anger. But anyway, he knew that he was so strong that it wouldn't hurt much if he was hit. Originally, Lu Fei and the others said that as long as they pretended not to know about this, Yunxi would not be able to find out. But he still felt guilty, and he would feel guilty if he didn't let her forgive him. At this time, several people saw Yunxi burst into laughter with a look of interest in his eyes. You are quite interesting. De Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. He will never do this again next time. Well, how about this? I'll give you all my snacks, and you'll forgive me this time. De Yuan smiled innocently. Looking at Yunxi, who was petite in comparison and gentle and pretty, De Yuan completely forgot about the image of her holding a gun in the video. I just think this little girl is cute. Yu Guang and Sun Yin were speechless for a moment when they heard them. As expected, they could never expect a Yuan to say anything shocking. Sister Yun, We see that you have been training here for many days, so we want to get to know you formally. In fact, this is all because they have completely changed their opinion of her. My name is Sun Yanting. I am Yu Guang. I'm Lu Fei. I am De Yuan. De Yuan raised his hand. Yun Shi smiled faintly. His eyes were clear, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It's nice to meet you. As she got to know more and more people and communicated more, she discovered that everyone was indeed special. Some people have sharp tongues but soft hearts. Some are naive and silly. Some have bad intentions all day long. And some are gentle and kind. It's interesting to actually experience this feeling. Several people looked at each other. Then if you have anything, just come to us. Okay. Yunshi smiled and went to the training ground. This way. Who do you think she is? Sun Yanting asked slowly. Anyway, he's not just an ordinary student. Yeah, no normal little girl could shoot such a small camera to pieces from such a distance. It's obvious that he's good at boxing and shooting. She is less than 20 years old, and God knows what she has been through. Anyway, he's not someone you can mess with. That's right. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that the reason she came here was because she saved the young lady. It's still right to build a good relationship with her. At this time, Brother Hua came closer while smoking a cigarette. What are you doing here? Why don't you go and sort out the new goods? Okay, I'll go right away. Chapter 36, Is She Worthy of Comparing with Me? Although nothing has happened in the school recently, Yunshi's fame has been rising. People talk about her from time to time. Moreover, since she registered her social media account, she instantly gained a lot of fans who are attracted by her appearance and those who are English lovers. Of course, there are also some black fans. The people in Class 17 also became much friendlier towards Yunshi. But it also made many people hate Yunshi. Class 3 of Senior Grade 3. Who is that Yunshi? How could she be compared with me? A girl with curly hair and a hairpin said with disdain as she looked at the content on her phone. Tong Yuyan has been the school belle of Shenglan College for 3 consecutive years and is a recognized goddess by several neighboring schools. Now there are people who would compare her with others? That's really funny. Wang Jing next to him chuckled. What kind of stuff is that? Most of them have poor eyesight recently and are short-sighted. In addition to being a student, Tong Yuyan is the little princess of the Tong family and a famous star. She has participated in several variety shows and has many fans. She is also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, has a beautiful appearance, and is good at studying. Huan Anqing doesn't know her. She has always been very low-key in school, and no one can compare to her. No one would be so blind as to compare himself with her. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? But who would have thought that Yunshi would suddenly appear now? Some people said on the school forum and Weibo that she was prettier than Tong Yuyan, and that she could be the new school belle. It's so funny. It's just a speech contest. Is it worth bragging about for so long? Another girl pouted and sneered. Yuyan, don't worry, I'll go to the forum and tell them to shut up. Normally they seldom speak on these forums. But this concerns Tong Yuyan. They are all her #1 fans, so naturally they have to protect her. Afterwards, these girls all appeared on the school forum and Weibo. He spoke in a rather polite but commanding tone. Can you please compare carefully before you say these things? Yes, if you keep saying this, Tong Tong's fans will not be happy about it. So everyone should be careful with their words. We don't mind praising others, but please don't bring Yuyan into this. Just like that, several top fans expressed their opinions at the same time. Within an hour, it caused quite a stir. It's okay in school. After all, it's just a small circle. Some people stand on Yunshi's side, and some people stand on Tong Yuyan's side. The reason why everyone is concerned is about who is the campus belle of St. Orchid College. But the response to the news released on the entire internet was far more than that. Tong Yuyan's loyal fans and some onlookers have found out the person named Yunshi. Yunshi also has quite a few fans now, but compared to a star like Tong Yuyan and the little princess of the Tong family, he is definitely far behind. And she just registered the account not long ago. Many people started complaining at once. Oh my god, this is the biggest joke ever. You still want to compete with our Yin Yin? Speechless emoji. She's just a little bit prettier, but I can't really tell what else is so great about her. My dears, I dug up her past deeds. It turns out she was like this before. I just died of laughter. It's not worthy of our comments. So Yunshi was hacked without her knowing it, and it was a terrible thing. At this time, Class 17, the students were playing with their mobile phones one by one, and naturally they accidentally saw some content. Back row. Mr. Jing, look. Li Hui, a spectator, showed his cell phone screen in front of Jing Qi without much concern. It's true that when you become famous you are prone to gossip, he said calmly. Jing Qi touched his purple hair, glanced, swiped his hand downwards, and then continued to play with his mobile phone. What's the big deal? Don't I occasionally appear on the trending searches? Li Hui rolled his eyes. Of course, he is the young master of the Jing family, and he is also a good gamer. He often becomes a hot topic when there is a team competition. He thought Jing Qi was a little interested in Yunxi, but it seems he was overthinking it. At this time, Jing Qi looked at his phone and sighed. Hey, what kind of awesome girl is this? How did she get on the list directly? His curiosity was focused on this at the moment, and he had no time to pay attention to other things. Li Hui ignored his mumbling. At the same time, Chu Lianxue secretly gloated over his misfortune, and Yuan laughed at the side. See, we've provoked someone. The power of Tong Yian's fan club cannot be underestimated. Chu Liansu se mai fai li. I thought to myself that Yunxi must be very devastated and sad to be hurled at by such vicious words. Looks like it's time to come up with a new plan. She will make Yunxi completely out of the way. She will also make Brother Yingxi never look at Yunxi again. This way. Jiang Chong pursed her lips and turned to look at Yunxi behind her. Yunxi was playing games on his phone, but he looked nonchalant. Yunxi, you haven't checked the forums and Weibo yet, right? Jiang Chong felt that it was necessary to let Yunxi know about this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if people around her started talking about it, she would definitely not know what happened. By the way, she could also comfort Yunxi now. Jiang Chong considered things more comprehensively. No, what's wrong? Yunxi raised his head and blinked. Why don't you take a look first? Yunxi nodded and exited the game interface. Then I opened the social software. When I opened it, I found direct messages kept popping up, 99 plus. Yunxi wondered what happened. Then she clicked on it and saw that many people had tagged her and added comments, but few of them were good. Yunxi frowned slightly. Who is Tong Yuan? Why are all the things about her suddenly? She doesn't know her either. As Yunxi continued to flip through the pages, Jiang Chong also solved her doubts. She is from class 3 and has always been the school beauty of Shenglan College. But now, many people have voted for you as the new school beauty. It must be because of this incident. Besides, she is a small celebrity with many fans, so it turned out like this. Although this kind of thing is common on the internet, but it happened to the person sitting behind her after all. She was the one who registered this social account for Yunxi. Oh, Yunxi nodded and understood. But they're just chatting and speaking freely on the internet. Don't be sad about it. Besides, you see, you have gained tens of thousands of fans. Although most of them may be black fans. Jiang Chong comforted her. Yunxi smiled indifferently, his eyes calm. It's okay, I don't care. This kind of topic will be drowned in the internet in less than 2 days. Besides, she didn't think Tong Yuan was a big V, so this topic did have some heat, but it was not popular. Seeing Yunxi's calm face and no emotion in her eyes, Jiang Chong admired her and said, That's good. Right now, Anqing First High School. Siyue, is this your sister? A girl holding her cell phone asked Yun Siyue next to her. She remembered meeting Yunxi at a banquet before, and she also saw this girl at the live broadcast of an English speech contest some time ago. Unexpectedly, this became popular on the internet again, and some negative information was exposed. When Yun Siyue heard about Yunxi, she looked over immediately. Then she glanced at it and her child's hole shrank slightly. Yunxi this. Yun Siyue pursed her lips, frowned slightly, and even had some sadness in her eyes. How can they say that? Seeing her like this, the girl next to her, Lin Tian, immediately comforted her. Maybe your sister is pretty and good at English, and she's very popular, so she just happened to offend someone. Siyue, why don't you hire some internet trolls to suppress these negative reviews? Yun Siyue cares about her sister very much. The two sisters have a good relationship. She will definitely be very sad to see Yunxi like this. Yun Siyue seemed to be trying hard to hold back tears of sadness. I'll ask my father to take care of it. Where no one else could see, a hint of displeasure flashed across her lowered eyes. Yunxi, why are you always causing trouble for your family recently? Chapter 37. Internet Turmoil, a General Defection. Second Master, Miss Yun has been criticized by many people. At this time, Qi Rui was looking at his mobile phone boredly and suddenly saw some hot topics in the surrounding area. He immediately reported to Qi Yeqing. As soon as Qi Yeqing heard about Yunxi's situation, he immediately put down the work in his hands. He stood up and took Qi Rui's cell phone, then sat in the wheelchair beside him. Qi Rui. Qi Yeqing read it at a glance, then threw the phone away, which was barely caught by Qi Rui. He had a cold face, and there was some impatience on his evil face. Second Master, do you want me to help you deal with this? Qi Rui asked tactfully. No matter what kind of person Yunxi is, she has a very high status among them. especially with the second master. He must listen to Yunxi's schedule and what she does every day. As a result, Anwu, who was supposed to stay in the S area, was brought back here by Eri, which was a waste of his talent. Anwu seems to be in a state of depression recently. Deal with it. Qi Yiqing uttered 2 words. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Isn't Bai Xiaoxian also a well-known figure in the entertainment industry? Let him make a comment." Ah! Qi Rue was stunned. Ah! Bai Xiaoxian, the 3rd young master of the Bai family in the imperial capital, is a top-tier celebrity. Well, I don't pay attention to these. But, second master, will this cause a bigger sensation? Then be more tactful. Qi Yiqing narrowed his charming peach blossom eyes, feeling very annoyed by all those unpleasant words. And she said she couldn't compare to that boy. To be honest, Yunxi is simply not comparable to those ordinary people. And to him, Yunxi is absolutely special. Besides, he was planning to keep this little girl by his side forever. So how could he let her suffer such an injustice? Okay, Qi Rue contacted him immediately, and it didn't take long. Bai Xiaoxuan's phone rang directly. Qi Yiqing picked up the phone slowly. "My lord Qi, you actually want me to take sides in this kind of competition among little girls?" He was incredulous after receiving the news. "So I called to confirm. This really doesn't seem like something Qi Yiqing would do. And he is Bai Xiaoxian. Who should he choose?" "It's amazing." Qi Yiqing's eyes moved. "What's the point of talking?" Bai Xiaoxian knew he was serious just by reading these few words. Immediately, his eyes widened, and his curiosity was burning. "No way, Lord Qing. Which girl could catch your eye? The sun is rising from the west. When has Qi Yiqing ever cared about women? Their master Qi has a devilish face and a cold heart. He even ignored the advances of Sheng Xinran, the eldest daughter of the Sheng family. How come a little girl from Anqing suddenly appeared? Don't mention it. After looking at her photo, she is indeed pretty and a potential beauty." Bai Xiaoxian gave a fair evaluation. As for other aspects, there should be some shining points, otherwise how could he get in touch with Qi Yiqing? "Hurry up," a faint voice sounded. Bai Xiaoxian wanted to know something more, but it seemed that he couldn't ask anything. All I could say was, "Got it." The malicious words on the internet are becoming more and more intense. It seems that there are other people behind the scenes. However, Yunxi, the person involved, seemed to be unaffected. But when she saw those people bringing up her past and cursing her, I didn't expect she was so ugly before. Could she have had surgery now? She even committed suicide after writing a love letter. What a fragile mind she had. So she's from the Yin family. I remember her sister was from the #1 high school and was a very outstanding girl. How could her younger sister be so bad? Hey, I really don't know how she can have the confidence to compare with our goddess Yin. Is she worthy? Yunxi sat in the classroom. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, a dangerous light flashed across them, and it was bone-chillingly cold. I really have no choice but to take action. These things are really not pleasing to the eye. Well, it's just that she hasn't shown her talents yet. Otherwise, she would show them what it means to be unworthy. But before she could take any action, the internet suddenly turned against her. A bigger wave of discussion was aroused in vain. It directly became a hot topic and was truly popular. Class 17. No way, it's time to vote? Someone was watching the show, wondering whether to vote for Yunxi, who was in the same class, or for the recognized goddess. However, before the ball could be thrown, a cup suddenly fell to the ground in the classroom, making quite a loud noise. Yunxi Yunxi, followed by a higher-pitched voice. Everyone looked at Jiang Chong at once. She is rarely like this. Jiang Chong, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, is usually quite aloof. What's going on? At this time, Jiang Chong grabbed Yunxi's arm excitedly and unbelievably, and Yunxi blinked in confusion. It's Xianxian, my god. You would never have thought that Xianxian actually voted for you. She spoke incoherently. I've been a fan of him for 5 years. He's been the most influential actor of the year for the past 2 years. He's super handsome. Bai Xiaoxian, the husband of her dreams. How could he suddenly take such a vote? This is not something he would do. Doesn't his agent care? It's amazing. Anyway, she suddenly felt like her idol was suddenly closer to her. Jiang Chong immediately looked at Yunxi's face carefully, then nodded affirmatively. Our Xuanchuan's vision is absolutely correct. Yunxi, you are amazing. You are going to be on the hot search this time. You are going to be famous. In this way, it would be hard for Yunxi not to become popular. The other people in the class were also stunned when they heard this. It must be fake, right? Then they immediately opened their phones to find out. Fuck, it's true. Oh my god, what kind of luck did Yunxi have? Did Bai Xiaoxian slip his hand? Yunxi has already made it to the top 10 trending searches, and the ranking seems to be still going up. And Yuan and Chu Lianxue in the front row were even more incredulous. What's going on? Chu Lianxue frowned slightly. Originally, the situation was going well, and she even hired a lot of Navy troops. Then he planned to make Yunxi sad and collapse. She also contacted Ji Mingyu to find an opportunity to comfort Yunxi. Who would have thought? How it would turn out like this? And Yuan pursed her lips. What should we do next? Chu Lianxue watched Yunxi become a hot topic on the internet, and many people also said good things about him. It seemed that these people had completely changed their faces. She grasped the hem of her dress tightly with her fingers. At this moment, she was thinking about whether Brother Yingxi would see this, and whether he would change his opinion of Yunxi, the idiot. No, absolutely not. Chu Lianxue inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. At the same time, many of Bai Xiaoxuan's fans also joined in the fun out of curiosity or in response to Bai Xiaoxuan's attitude. Xiaoxian Appa has not withdrawn his like until now. Could it be that he is really serious? I believe Xianxian definitely didn't give a random thumbs up. Could this also be condoned by the studio? What does this mean? Could it be that Xuanxuan Studio wants to recruit Yunxi? No way, no way. But to be honest, this girl has a very recognizable look, the kind that is both gentle and cool. I can't describe it. Doesn't Xiaoxian have a new drama recently? Is it possible that he is looking for a supporting role? Everyone was speculating and imagining wildly. In a short period of time, Yunxi's fans increased by tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands. The voices praising Tang Yuyin and criticizing Yun, she were buried in the ocean of comments. Even some of Tang Yuyin's fans followed suit and ran to Yunxi's side. Bai Xiaoxian and his family all agree with Yunxi, and they disagree with him. Doesn't that mean there's something wrong with their vision? Chapter 38. Why does she deserve to be the school belle? Class 3. Tang Yuyin originally didn't care about the compliments she received online, as if she didn't even bother to be compared with Yunxi. Wang Jing and the others were also chatting and laughing. Yin Yin, don't worry. I wonder who will be so shameless as to take your position as the school beauty this time. Everyone has sharp eyes, and it's easy to tell who's taller and who's shorter. However, after a few minutes, some of the students in the class who were looking at their phones raised their eyes and looked over there, seeming to want to say something but stopping themselves. But after thinking about it, no one wants to offend others by speaking. Do they have to say directly that Yunxi outshines the goddess Tang Yuyin? So they all just became spectators and kept silent. Until a long while later, messages kept coming to Wang Jing's phone. She opened it and was completely shocked. What's going on here? Tang Yuyin glanced at him and asked, What's wrong? This. Another girl also saw it and didn't know how to start. Finally, Wang Jing managed to say, Yunxi is on the trending search. What? Tang Yuyin was puzzled. Not really. Could it be that she was directly promoted to the most popular one backstage? Is her influence so great now? Yes. Bai Xiaoxian liked it. Wang Jing couldn't believe it. She quickly flipped through the various contents. Some of the people who originally slandered Yunxi turned around and slandered them. A total fence-sitter. They said that they were stingy and even went out of their way to compare the star Tang Yuyin with an ordinary female student. But in the end, they didn't win. They said they were just idle and wanted to give Tang Yuyin a sense of existence. Whatever he said, he was slapped in the face this time. Bai Xiaoxian just gave a thumbs up to prove who is really good-looking. All these things made their faces turn pale, and then blue, and then blue, and then pale. As Tang Yuyin's #1 fan, they also have a lot of little fans and have some status on the internet. This is the first time so many people have said this. Several people felt as if they were about to be blacklisted by the entire internet. After all, the power of these fans is too strong. You said Bai Xiaoxian, like my post? Tang Yuyin was still quite arrogant at this time and didn't notice the unhappy expressions of the people around her at all. As soon as she heard Bai Xiaoxuan's like, she was immediately overjoyed and her excitement was obvious. Her intuition told her that she was going to be famous this time. It may even be possible to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. But before she could fantasize for long, the girl next to her finally couldn't bear it and broke her fantasy. Yin Yin, the person Bai Xiaoxian liked, was Yunxi. What? Tang Yuyin frowned and didn't believe it at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Take a look at these first. Wang Jing handed her the phone, also looking a little solemn. They had been friends with her for so long that they naturally knew that she could occasionally have a bad temper. This time the matter has turned out like this again. She definitely can't stand it. She already felt that this matter seemed unsolvable. Looking for Navy? What kind of internet trolls can defeat so many people on the internet? Before they could come up with any solution, they heard Tong Yuan scream, "How is this possible?" She gritted her teeth and threw her phone on the table. Originally, she didn't care much about what happened between her and Yunxi online, because she knew she would be the winner, no exceptions. But now, why did Bai Xiaoxian suddenly appear? And he even gave her a thumbs up. She simply couldn't accept it. Yin, calm down. The girl next to her lowered her voice to comfort her. I glanced around, and everyone seemed to be looking over here. When had Tong Yin ever made such a fool of herself? Some classmates who disliked her also joined the online discussion anonymously. But of course, many students in the school still like her very much. But at this moment, they can only say a few words and cannot provide any substantial help. In fact, they're also afraid of being criticized. How can I stay calm? Tong Yin was so angry that her heart beat faster. Why does Yunxi have the right? Does she have any talent at all? Is she good at studying? Is her family high status? He's obviously useless. How can he be better than her just by having a face? Are they blind? Just when they were at a loss, Tong Yin's cell phone suddenly lit up a few times. She subconsciously stared and picked it up to look at it. The result made her stunned for a second before she curled her lips. Then she looked at a few people and said, "I have some big news. I'll send it to you. You can do whatever you want with it." At this time, the number of Yunxi's fans continues to grow. She looked at her phone, thoughtful. Given her understanding of the entertainment industry, how could such a star silently vote for her? But it is true that I can no longer see those annoying words. But, although being famous is good, now is not the right time. Yunxi even anticipated that if this continued, those who had temporarily followed by Xiaoxian and sided with her would likely turn around and target her. The human heart is hard to predict. The virtual appearance on the internet is even more unpredictable. So Yunxi thought about it, picked up his school bag and went out. After a while, another person followed her out of the classroom. In a deserted corner of the school, Yunxi dodged and took out the computer to operate it. After a few seconds, she closed the computer. At the same time, all the content about her on the internet disappeared, and only her increased number of fans proved that this incident happened. In an instant, everyone on the internet who was excited about the event was also confused. They continued to post what they wanted to post. What do you mean Xianxian thinks highly of her? He just voted for her casually. Stop talking nonsense. I admit that she is pretty, but putting her together with our Xianxian? There is no need. There is really no need. If you ask me, that's true. How could she possibly play in Xuan's new drama? Does she have the acting skills? However, the content that was sent out seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, and the topic that was clearly related to Bai Xiaoxian had lost all its heat. It's like the network is down. But looking at other trending searches and posting a comment, there is obviously nothing wrong with it. What's going on? And here, after Yunxi put away her school bag, she looked up and saw someone walking towards her. It's Li Huan. It seemed like she hadn't made any big move in a long time. It had been a long time since Li Huan had told her what to do or mocked her. Now, is this to find her? Yunxi. Li Huan looked at Yunxi. Is there something? Yunxi raised his eyes slightly. She couldn't tell what Li Huan was trying to do. But if you come here to provoke and bully her again, don't blame her for being rude. You have changed. Li Huan suddenly said this. Yunxi laughed instantly, with no emotion in his eyes, and said calmly, "No change. Are you going to continue to be so cowardly that you are bullied?" And the former Yunxi is really gone. There were too many factors that led to her situation. But now she will live well. Li Huan was silent for a few seconds. Although she still looked cool and arrogant, it seemed that something was different about her. Actually, you're right. This was the first time Li Huan spoke to Yunxi in such a peaceful manner. I'm flamboyant, and I love fighting. All of this is because I want to attract attention. To be precise, it's to get my family's attention. Li Huan thought of everything about his family. The Li family is also a very large family in Anqing. She was supposed to be a pampered little princess. But her parents divorced, her mother remarried and ignored her, and her father remarried a few years later and brought back a girl who was a little younger than her. The funny thing is that the girl was treated as the little princess of the family. Thus, she completely deviated from the trajectory they expected and developed into a playboy. She can be seen in bars, nightclubs, fights, and gambling. She likes to inflict pain on others to bring pleasure to herself. However, she only now realized that the loneliness could never be eliminated. Chapter 39, I Love You. Yunxi stared at her and could feel the emotions emanating from Li Huan. She curled her lips indifferently. but you can't be above other people's pain. Li Huan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't seem to know what to say. She laughed sarcastically, as if she was laughing at her own actions, and also seemed to be laughing at the fact that she got nothing. At this time, Yunshi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a light flashed in his beautiful eyes. She slowly spoke. Li Huan, I heard you are very good at Sanda? Li Huan was stunned for a moment, but he was very confident in this aspect. Not bad. Of course, she learned Sanda and Taekwondo not for fighting, but because she liked the relaxed state of being immersed in it for a while. But why did Yunshi ask this? Let's have a competition. Yunshi said nonchalantly. Li Huan, I don't want to hit you now. This time she really wasn't mocking. But with Yunshi's small body, how could he compete with her? She didn't want to hurt anyone for the time being. Yunshi smiled brightly and said to her, You don't dare? I don't dare? I've never been afraid of fighting. Yunshi dared to challenge her to a fight, and she admired her courage. Just don't accuse me of bullying you later. Yunshi said calmly, Let's go to the gymnasium. After saying that, the two of them walked over there one after the other. At the same time, Ji Mingyu wandered around class 17, but didn't run into Yunshi. So I failed to comfort her. So he thought about it and sent a text message to Yunshi, saying that they wanted to have dinner together in the evening. In the third shift, a girl frowned. How come there is no movement after this incident? Wang Jing also took her phone and logged into the secondary account to try several times. She whispered, What the hell? And I found that all the content related to Yunshi seems to be blocked. Tong Yin was sitting in front reading a book. When she heard the noise, she looked over with a cold expression. What's wrong? Wang Jing told her again in more detail. Then he added, It seems like no one saw those videos after they were posted. At this time, Tong Yin finally smiled. It seems that the backstage can't stand her anymore. Forget it. Since she has been banned, you guys shouldn't be so fussy about it. Just keep her, and we'll talk about it later. Based on Tong Yin's understanding of this social software and the entertainment industry, there must be something wrong with Bai Xiaoshuan's like. That's why someone is stepping forward to deal with it now. Or there is a big boss helping her behind the scenes. In short, she didn't lose. Yunshi is lucky this time. If she becomes an eyesore again next time, don't blame her for pushing those explosive revelations to the hot searches. The other side, there is a special Taekwondo room in the gymnasium, and occasionally students come to play. There is a small arena inside. There were not many people in the gymnasium at this time, and the Taekwondo room was even more empty. Yunshi, it was you who initiated the challenge, so don't cry after the fight. Li Huan kindly reminded. This was the first time she had given Yunshi a good look. In fact, she herself is in a confused state now. She doesn't know what to do, and suddenly she really doesn't want to bully Yunshi anymore. And she saw Yunshi change so much, which was quite a contrast. Don't worry, it won't happen. Yunshi didn't look scared, but rather calm. However, those eyes that seemed to be smiling made it hard to see through them. The two of them hesitated for a while before finally starting to work. Li Huan even tried to control his strength, fearing that he might cripple Yunshi. I thought that all I had to do was knock her to the ground. But the truth is, dozens of minutes passed slowly. Yunshi still had that indifferent look on his face, with his arms folded, quietly looking at the person lying on the ground. To be precise, it was Li Huan who was lying on the ground and unable to get up. Cough, cough. Li Huan coughed twice and felt a bloody taste in his mouth. He felt unwell all over. What the hell? Her eyes were a little glazed, and she hadn't quite recovered yet. After struggling to turn over, she opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. Her hair was a mess, and her cool look was gone. Li Huan had a blank expression on his face, as if he had suffered a critical blow, not only physically, but also mentally. She felt great pain in her arms and legs from the fall. How long has it been since she last beat him like this? How long has it been since she was beaten like this? I don't understand. Finally, a few words came out of Li Huan's mouth. Obviously, she was controlling her strength at the beginning and didn't take Yunshi seriously at all. As a result, Yunshi's dodge and the punch with the wind made her feel something was wrong. Then, there was no way to fight back. I was beaten up for a long time. Not long ago, Yunshi was still a helpless person. Why does he seem to have evolved now? She said she learned it because she didn't want to be bullied anymore. But with Li Huan's experience in martial arts training, it was impossible for someone to be so skilled in such a short period of time, and for her to be unable to fight back. It's so weird. It's like a dream. There are many things you don't understand. Yunshi's voice slowly floated into her ears through the air. Suddenly Li Huan realized something, and she suddenly asked seriously, Yunshi, You are not deliberately taking revenge on me, are you? Her eyes widened a little. It must be like this. Yunqi deliberately challenged her to a duel, and then fought with her for a long time, but she kept getting beaten, and it hurt all over her, but she couldn't fall down. Yunqi curled his lips slightly, looking lazy and not at all like someone who had just finished a fight. Yes. Of course I will return to you all the bullying you have done to me. Yunqi said quite honestly. Li Huan has collapsed. She was hit hard. She felt no anger or hatred now, only disbelief. Li Huan couldn't even imagine that if others knew that Yunqi had beaten her like this, she would probably lose all her face. I still don't understand. She immediately exploded. But to be honest, even though she was beaten, she felt much better. After all, she had tried her best. Yunqi blinked his eyes. It only means that you need to practice more. You are too weak. Li Huan. Is it really because she is too confident? She never thought that Yunqi could defeat her. Let's go. Bye. Yunqi ignored her and walked out slowly. Li Huan was left alone, lying on the ground thinking about life. Li Huan would probably never forget this scene in his entire life, and he was convinced by the invisible mockery. At this time, Yunqi came out and walked on the campus. She glanced at the message that Ji Mingyu asked her out for dinner and simply swiped past it without paying any attention. Yunqi looked at the yellowed fallen leaves that were being blown away by the breeze and slowly squatted down to pick up one. She stared at the leaf in her hand, slightly distracted. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons change, and her life will no longer be controlled and paused. Senior Yunqi. Suddenly a young man's voice sounded from behind, breaking Yunqi's thoughts. Then the sound of jogging was heard, and a boy stood in front of Yunqi. His chestnut hair swayed gently in the wind. He had delicate eyebrows and handsome eyes, and he smiled with vigor. Yunqi was a little confused and just looked at the boy in front of him. Hello, senior sister. I'm Shin Hong from Class 5, Grade 2. Seeing Yunqi didn't speak, he squeezed his hands nervously. I've been following you for a long time. Then, Yunqi asked. Shin Hong took out a box from his school uniform pocket with one hand, opened it and stuffed it into Yunqi's hand. This is for you. I think the blue color suits your temperament. He had spent a long time choosing this. Yunqi is pretty, but she doesn't seem as gentle as other girls. Instead, she has a cool and clear feeling like the sea. He thought she suited blue. Yunqi looked down and saw a crystal clear blue hairpin inside, which was very beautiful. She pursed her lips slightly, then raised her eyes to look at Shin Hong. But we don't know each other. Some impressions flashed through Yunqi's mind. Some boys gave gifts to girls to express their love, but some also expressed admiration, respect, or various other things. Looking into Shin Hong's eyes, Yunqi felt a little confused. Her eyelashes drooped. It turned out that she was still a little vague about human emotions. Without the scanning of super-intelligent machines, her perception of these things was only at the stage of extending from theory to exploration. Because I like you. Shin Hong said it openly, but his face was still a little red. Senior Yunqi, see you tomorrow. After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. Yunqi was silent for a moment, put away the gift, and walked towards the classroom. Chapter 40. Ji Mingyu's thoughts are just ordinary friends. Shin Hong stopped after running to the side and disappearing from Yunqi's sight. He felt excited and angry when he thought about what had just happened. Shin Hong, you are so shy, really? He cursed himself in a low voice. He had never been like this before with a girl. He is usually such a fearless person. But when he met Yunqi's clear and cold eyes like mist, Shin Hong couldn't speak clearly. I must catch up with her. Shin Hong swore secretly. This was the first girl he fell in love with at first sight. After he met her half a month ago, he could always recall her figure. So, what he likes, he will work hard to possess. This way, Ji Mingyu didn't receive Yunqi's reply until after school. He gritted his teeth in anger. I feel like Yunqi is going too far and playing hard to get. He walked out of the teaching building absent-mindedly with a few classmates. Ji Mingyu secretly looked around, trying to see what was going on with Yunqi. Hey, Yunqi from Class 17 is really different now. A boy said casually. Because of what happened on the internet today, they couldn't help but talk about Yunqi. The man beside him also agreed with a smile, then looked at Ji Mingyu on the side and blinked meaningfully. Brother Ji, if I were to ask you, Yunqi is so beautiful now, it would be a pity if you don't get her. Yeah, didn't she give you a love letter? If it were me, I would definitely be dating her now. Another person said with a grin. Yunxi's appearance is now recognized by everyone, especially during the speech contest. Her temperament also attracted many people. Even though there were some scandals in the past, there is no harm in playing with her now. Our brother Yu is busy studying, so please don't give him these dirty tricks. A boy interrupted. Ji Mingyu smiled and said, I just want to have a serious relationship. But in fact, he was extremely unwilling in his heart at this moment. Of course, he knew how good-looking Yunxi had become. Although he has always been in love with Chu Lianxue, now Chu Lianxue allows him to get close to Yunxi, and Yunxi seems to be getting better and better, which also makes him want to conquer her. But Yunxi really doesn't know what's good for him now. She didn't even give him face at the door of their class that day. What a bitch. Ji Mingyu's eyes darkened, and he looked quite unhappy. And just at this moment, he did inadvertently see Yunxi. She had a slender figure and a beautiful profile, and many people were looking at her. Then Ji Mingyu saw Qi Yingxi greeted her as if he was very familiar with her, and smiled at Yunxi. Ji Mingyu's heart suddenly seemed to explode. When did she start hooking up with Qi Yingxi? It turns out that he is two-faced and very dissolute. However, although Ji Mingyu was very dissatisfied, he still planned to say something to Yunxi after leaving school. One reason was for Chu Lianxue. He had contact with Yunxi before because Xue asked him to tease Yunxi and she would give him a chance to pursue her. But now Yunxi is doing well again. Xue is not satisfied, so he contacted her again. Second, as those classmates just said, he also wanted to have fun with Yunxi and make Chu Lianxue happy at the same time. So Ji Mingyu quickly followed Yunxi without making any noise, thinking that he would talk to her later when there were fewer classmates around. However, Yunxi walked to a crowded place and got into a black car. He could vaguely see a man in his 30s inside. Ji Mingyu was shocked and stood there. When he realized what was happening, he immediately took out his phone to take a few photos and sent them to Chu Lianxue. Then a few words popped up in his mind. Yunxi was kept by someone? That was definitely the case. Ji Mingyu suddenly felt nauseous and disgusted. Chu Lianxue replied almost immediately, Brother Mingyu, hurry up and take a few more photos. Ji Mingyu frowned, immediately hailed a taxi nearby, and followed the black car in front. This way. After sending the message, Chu Lianxue held the phone and looked up at the boy standing in front of her. She pursed her lips with some admiration in her eyes. Brother Yingxi, there is a new restaurant that has opened recently. Let's go eat together. Qi Yingxi shook his head calmly. I have something else to do. Chu Lianxue grabbed his arm upon hearing this, staring at his handsome face, a look of grievance flashing across her face. Brother Yingxi, why are you so cold to me? Qi Yingxi frowned helplessly and said in a flat tone, Xiaoxue, we are just ordinary friends. He meant for her not to cross the line. The Chu family and the Qi family have some business dealings, and they may have some contact at occasional business gatherings or family gatherings. His father also has a good relationship with Chu's father, but he had no emotional interest in Chu Lianxue, and most he seemed to be quite familiar with her on the surface. Brother Yingxi, since we are good friends, can't we have a meal together? Chu Lianxue seemed very sad. In fact, Qi Yingxi seemed quite cold towards everyone. That was just his personality, and she didn't blame him. And she was not in a hurry, all waiting for the family marriage. But she still wanted to communicate with him more. Otherwise, she was always worried that he would drift away from her. Qi Yingxi frowned slightly when she did this, but then he felt embarrassed. Okay, let's go. Chu Lianxue smiled immediately, feeling proud and a little shy. She knew that Brother Yingxi had her in his heart. At this time, Ji Mingyu followed the black car in a taxi. Fortunately, it was the rush hour after get off work and school. The road was a bit congested, and the car was not moving very fast. Finally, the car stopped at a shop on the commercial street. When Ji Mingyu saw this place, he became more certain of his thoughts about Yunxi. This restaurant was previously called D Restaurant, which sounds very high-end. Now it has suddenly been renovated and seems to have been expanded, and changed its name to Xiang Man Lu, which has become much more down-to-earth. Ji Mingyu doesn't come here often, but he saw a lot of luxury cars at the door. At this time, the driver in front of him smiled and said to himself, I don't know if the owner of this place has changed. It's really unusual now. There are so many people. Ji Mingyu paid the fare and got off the car, his eyes fixed on Yunxi who was walking in and the man who was talking to her. I used to think Yunxi was introverted and shy, a little timid, but I didn't expect that she would now openly go to such high-end restaurants with an old man. It is true that you can know a person's face, but not his heart. He took the opportunity to take 2 more photos, then stopped at the door, hesitating. After thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and walked in. No matter how much he spends inside, He is not short of money anyway. If Yunshi saw him, he would just pretend that he was here to eat. Ji Mingyu obviously wanted to find some more evidence against Yunshi. At the same time, some other thoughts were circling in his mind. If Yunshi was really so despicable, he wouldn't mind using money to play with her. And then when he got tired of her and didn't want her anymore, he would have these photos as a way out, and he wouldn't have a bad reputation. At the same time, Chu Lianxue would be more grateful to him and fall in love with him. Kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 41. The Fragrant House. Stay away from me. At this time, Xiangmenlu is bustling with people, but it is not crowded. The waiters and other staff were working in an orderly manner. There are 3 floors in total, covering a large area. The decoration is low-key, but not without connotation, and it is grand and classy. New smart equipment has also been introduced here, which is the first of its kind in Anqing. It saves manpower and effort, and is full of freshness. The air is also filled with the aroma of various dishes, and you can tell from the smell that the food here is definitely not bad. After Ji Mingyu came in, he was seated at a table for 2. The location was not too conspicuous, which suited his taste. Because part of the scenery on the 2nd and 3rd floors could be seen from the 1st floor, Ji Mingyu observed which direction Yunshi was going. And here, in a private room at the end of the 2nd floor, Yunshi was sitting in a seat in school uniform, and the other seats were occupied by several men and a woman. She has picturesque features and looks gentle, but her eyes are always so indifferent. Ms. Yun, I really didn't expect that you could achieve so much in such a short time. Chun Yin adjusted his glasses and sighed, the smile on his face lingering. Su Jie sat next to Chun Yin, quietly not saying a word. Of course, he was too embarrassed to say anything. Who would have thought that the girl he chatted up late at night was not who he expected, but was actually pretty and talented, and could cooperate with his brother easily. And he didn't know where those strange ideas came from. He had never seen the plans she made, but the effects were indeed presented before his eyes. He was stunned. He now felt pressured when talking to her, and he couldn't get a word in. Yunshi curled the corners of his lips slightly. Thank you, Boss Chun, for trusting me. Regardless of whether their cooperation was sincere at the beginning, Chun Yin and his people could let her do it according to their ideas and designs without any hesitation, and they did not do anything secretly to her because of previous events. She felt that she had made the right choice to cooperate with them. This is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. Chun Yin lowered his head and smiled, thinking it was quite magical. Don't call me Boss Chun anymore. You are now the boss of this place. Originally, they bought the shop here and opened a restaurant to facilitate transactions and sales, and they also have a DE bar for the same purpose. The bar business is okay, but the restaurant is not well managed and even makes a loss occasionally. Yunshi could actually clearly know what he was trying to do with all this, and what they wanted to develop into. Every word he said touched their hearts. Really, she knew too much, which made Chun Yin panic at the time. Fortunately, Yunshi's requirements for the cooperation were very reasonable. As for the restaurant, she invested in and bought 2 floors, and received income according to the corresponding proportion. The other part was to be split between them and her, 60% for them and 40% for her. Chun Yin and Feng Linlin were thinking at the time that the store was about to lose money anyway. So if Yunshi's plan could succeed, they would actually get a bargain, but if not, they would not lose anything. As a result, Yunshi's brain was too strong. Chun Yin sighed in his heart again. At this time, Feng Linlin on the side suddenly smiled and looked at Yunshi, winking at her. Xiao Sisi, why don't you give me some advice on the club? It can be said that they and Yunshi became acquainted with each other through fighting. Feng Linlin now truly likes this girl. She is so young, brave, resourceful, and pretty, but I don't know how she becomes so rich. Yunshi took a bite of food and raised an eyebrow when he heard this. I'm not working for nothing. Actually, I'm very curious. You don't seem to be short of money. To be honest, they didn't have much to give her. Who's afraid of having little money? Yunshi smiled. Besides, are you only planning to stop at Anqing? It's true that she's not short of money, but she can't just have money. What she lacks more now is people to use. Of course we want to develop, but when we move to another place, it may be like starting from scratch again. Chun Yin said slowly after taking a sip of tea. He has big ambitions, but sometimes he finds it difficult to let go. So, you have to cooperate with me. Yunshi said in a calm tone with a smile on his lips. If I didn't know how powerful you are, I might still laugh at you for being arrogant. Chun Yin shook his head and laughed at himself. In the past, he would have thought that such a young girl had no ability like that. She didn't even have enough social experience, and anyone could just talk. Besides, Yunshi is not a big family. So where does the capital come from? But they have now seen Yunxi's abilities, and even this is only a small part of her mind. Even if she said such words, he felt it was possible. Yunxi leaned his arms on the table, propped up his face with his hands, and talked and laughed calmly. But other cooperation needs to be discussed separately. Of course, if Miss Yun really has the ability to bring us all out for development, then Miss Yun will most likely be able to take my position. Chun Yin smiled. It's even more than that. If such a day really comes, perhaps they will all become the ones who follow Yunxi. Chun Yan's thought only flashed through his mind, and he didn't really take it to heart. Yunxi nodded slowly, eyes curved. Boss Chun, don't forget what I said today. I am still very confident in myself and you guys. Come, let's toast to Miss Yun. Yes, Xiao Cici, it's a pleasure to work with you. Yunxi had already had a few drinks. As for Ji Mingyu, he finished his meal absent-mindedly. I have to say, it's delicious. After paying the bill, he turned around and went upstairs. The second floor was full of private rooms. Ji Mingyu looked left and right, took 2 steps, and was still not sure which room it was. He only knew the general direction. Just when he was feeling a little worried and was about to ask the waiter, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ji Mingyu, why have you been following me? The cold tone made people feel no emotion at all. Ji Mingyu was probably feeling guilty and was frightened. When he turned around, he was met with Yunxi's clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She leaned against the wall over there and just looked at him indifferently. Yunxi, why do you think I'm following you? I'm clearly here to eat. Ji Mingyu maintained a gentle and handsome appearance, as if to say that Yunxi was being too sentimental. But why are you here too? He struck first. I also want to make Yunxi feel guilty. After all, it's not quite legitimate for her to be here. However, Yunxi just curled his lips, and his half-smile made Ji Mingyu feel uncomfortable. Ji Mingyu, please stay away from me. Her sharpness and observation skills are extraordinary. It is so obvious that Ji Mingyu is following her. How could she not know? When Ji Mingyu heard this, he looked incredulous and there was a flash of heartache in his eyes. Have you forgotten how much you liked me before? He secretly thought that Yunxi must have hooked up with the old man and then didn't dare to contact him. I liked you? I really don't remember. Ji Mingyu pursed his lips and said, Yunxi, are you still holding a grudge against me because of the love letter incident? I couldn't go against my own heart at that time. I didn't want to hurt a lovely girl like you. He was almost moved by what he said. Unfortunately, Yunxi's expression remained normal, and he didn't show any ripples at all because of his words. Chapter 42, who is he? She is an eyesore. Ji Mingyu was about to gently grab Yunxi's arm after he finished speaking, and said affectionately, Xiaoxi, can you please forgive me? Yunxi dodged so quickly that he didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slowly. Put aside your disgusting words and don't mess with me, or I don't mind blowing your head off. Yunxi's cold-blooded and ruthless look stunned Ji Mingyu. His face froze. There was even a moment when I seemed to sense murderous intent and felt a chill on the back of my neck. Why did she suddenly seem different? Ji Mingyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, 2 or 3 men just walked out of another box. They were about to leave, but when they saw Yunxi and seemed to know her, one of them walked over. Miss Yun. Chi Rue greeted Yunxi politely, then glanced at Ji Mingyu coldly. Ji Mingyu. He felt unwell. Who is this? The person in front of him and the man sitting in a wheelchair a few meters away looked either rich or noble, and did not look like someone from Anqing at all. How could Yunxi still know these people? At this point, it was already beyond his comprehension. Moreover, the aura of these people made his palms sweat. He didn't dare to say anything and suddenly wanted to leave quickly. Yunxi turned his head and saw Qi Yeqing coming towards him. He was like a person in a painting, with a graceful temperament, bright and handsome appearance, but also a faint dark aura. Her eyes lit up and she walked towards him, no longer paying attention to Ji Mingyu, who dared not move. At this time, Qi Yeqing looked at Yunxi. His beautiful face was slightly stained with red, and there was a slight smell of alcohol. He raised his eyebrows, his narrow peach blossom eyes turned up, and his voice was sexy and gentle. Have you been drinking? Yeah. Yunxi nodded slowly, and the alcohol was getting stronger. She never thought that she had such a poor alcohol tolerance. She thought she was completely fine when she was drinking. Yunxi's dazed look seemed somewhat cute in Qi Yeqing's eyes. He chuckled twice and didn't look so weak anymore. But the next second Yunxi stared at his face, blinked and smiled. It's really beautiful. Qi Yeqing's eyes moved slightly, and for a moment he felt his heartbeat stop. It was a very strange feeling. Xiao Cixi. At this time, a female voice suddenly came. Feng Linlin and the others saw that Yunqi was not coming back for a long time, so they came out to check. Then, as she walked over with a smile, she saw Qi Rui coming towards her. Feng Linlin's charming figure paused immediately. Her eyes widened, and her smile froze. Chunyin on the side was also stunned. Isn't this the person who was directing the troops pointing guns at them that day? Why are they here? Of course, they didn't see Qi Yeqing that day, and only remembered Qi Rui. Feng Linlin spoke unsteadily and glanced at Chun Yin quickly. Since they are cooperating with Yunqi, they should be considered as our own people, right? But their invisible aura is so strong that it is inevitable that people will feel timid. And Ji Mingyu's presence here is even more inappropriate. He never expected that such a large group of people knew Yunqi. And it obviously doesn't look simple. What's going on? At this time, Qi Yeqing finally said something. He looked at Yunqi, who was lost in thought, and said in a gentle and soft voice, "Come with me?" Yunqi nodded vigorously. Qi Rui paid attention to this side and felt that Miss Yin was quite drunk. He didn't know if she would go crazy later. But she looks pretty and gentle, so it shouldn't be the case. Qi Rui turned around and said to Feng Linlin and the others, "Miss Yin will leave with us first." Okay, sure. Feng Linlin responded. Knowing that Yunqi was more familiar with them, she was not worried. Then they hurried back to the box. Ji Mingyu also tried to slip away quickly. However, another dramatic scene occurred. As soon as he walked to the elevator entrance, he saw Chu Lianxue and Qi Yingxi walking out together. Why are they here together? Moreover, Chu Lianxue pursed her lips and looked quite shy. Ji Mingyu's feet stopped in midair, and then he pulled them back stiffly. Lianxue. He came here because she asked him to take more photos, but he didn't have time to take more photos. But Chu Lianxue came to the restaurant alone with other boys? Ji Mingyu was filled with disbelief, but he could only show a little on his face. He wanted to hear Chu Lianxue's explanation. Mingyu. Chu Lianxue was even more stunned, but she reacted quickly and didn't call him brother. She didn't expect to see him like this. But why should she feel guilty? She was not in a relationship with Ji Mingyu, and she had never thought about it. What a coincidence. Chu Lianxue just smiled. But Qi Yingxi happened to be right next to her, and she couldn't explain it clearly to Ji Mingyu, even though Ji Mingyu didn't look very good at the moment. She didn't want to be stuck here. So Chu Lianxue smiled at Ji Mingyu and said in a gentle tone, "We're going to eat here. Let's go over first." Then she glanced at Qi Yingxi and walked towards the box. Qi Yingxi also walked with a distance between him and her, without any expression. Ji Mingyu couldn't explain the complexity of his feelings at the moment. He frowned slightly, his heart was in a mess. He didn't dare to offend Qi Yingxi at this time, so he could only go downstairs. He suffered from abnormal indigestion after this meal. And here, Chu Lianxue was happily about to have dinner with Qi Yingxi. I actually saw Yunqi and a few men walking towards the elevator. The man in the wheelchair in the middle was exceptionally handsome, with an awe-inspiring demeanor. There were two people who looked like bodyguards standing beside him, making it seem like people were afraid to approach him. Yunqi walked next to the man in the wheelchair, and the man would hold Yunqi's arm from time to time. She was so surprised that she couldn't hide her expression. Of course, Qi Yingxi, who was standing by, did not expect to see Yunqi here, and she is also with several not-so-simple characters. He curled his fingers, not knowing why he felt uncomfortable seeing such a scene. In the end, he didn't even get to say hello, because Yunqi seemed not to see them at all and kept looking down at the man. It was not until they left that Chu Lianxue spoke softly. Yunqi has really changed. She used to be very innocent, but now, she hesitated and sighed. I don't know who the man is this time. I clearly saw her with another man. Of course, half of what Chu Lianxue said was nonsense. She had seen the picture sent by Ji Mingyu, but she didn't know if it was Yunqi who was taken away by these people. Anyway, she just wanted to make Qi Yingxi dislike Yunqi even more. Qi Yingxi frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy. Don't speak without knowing the facts. Chu Lianxue's face froze. Okay, brother Yingxi, it's not important anyway. Let's go eat. She pinched her fingers and thought to herself. She would let him know if she was just saying it casually. Yunqi, you are such an eyesore. Chapter 43, she came to save him. At the same time, Yunqi, Qi Yeqing, and others had already gotten into the black extended version of the business car. Yunqi sat next to Qi Yeqing. Her pretty face was a little out of focus, but she kept staring at his profile. Qi Yeqing inexplicably felt his face getting slightly hot. Qi Rui observed this, but showed no emotion on his face. He just muttered to himself in his mind, "Isn't this Miss Yin a flower maniac?" But this is not the first or second time she has stared at our second master's face. The first time was because second master was good-looking and she came to get to know him. Now that she has drunk some wine, she has become even more unrestrained. Of course, it is generally acknowledged that the second master is good-looking, but the second master actually doesn't feel disgusted by her behavior. How amazing! It seems that this Miss Yun is really a little different. And here, Yunshi shook her head, her voice still quite soft. "Where are we going?" "I'll find a place for you to rest." Qi Yeqing spoke normally with a soft voice, but at this moment, he had an unprecedented feeling for Yunshi. The next second, Qi Yeqing froze completely. His fingers felt numb. He lowered his eyes and saw Yunshi's slender, tender white hand holding his fingers. He looked at Yunshi again, and it seemed that she didn't think there was anything wrong. Of course, she was very drunk, and she didn't know anything. But Qi Yeqing's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. He pursed his lips, his enchanting eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his eyes turned red. He tried to gently pull his hand back, but was held tightly. So he stopped trying to pull it back. What followed was something different that flowed into his body from Yunshi's fingertips. Slowly, it seemed that even the flow of blood became particularly comfortable, just like that day of the new moon. Qi Yeqing lowered his eyes and stared at Yunshi's flawless face. It was as if an angel had fallen beside him in the darkness, but it also made him feel a glimmer of light he had never felt before. She came to save him. Qi Yeqing suddenly had this thought, which seemed a little unrealistic. He inadvertently shook Yunshi's hand back, and that moment felt so wonderful. Arrived at the hotel and took the elevator to the upper floors. Qi Yeqing looked at Yunshi, who was almost asleep, and finally stood up from the wheelchair. He reached out and gently grabbed her, then picked her up and walked into the presidential suite. Qi Rui was shocked. "Am I dazzled in Wu?" He stretched out his hand and poked in Wu, who was dressed in black and had an expressionless face. "I'm not seeing things." And Wu was very cold and aloof. Qi Rui grinned. "Oh, I never thought that one day I would see a woman so close to the second master." Don't be fooled by the fact that the second master looks harmless. He is actually very cold-hearted. He even had no hope for life because of his experiences since childhood and his poor health. It's so difficult to show a little warmth to such a person. Qi Yeqing gently placed Yunshi on the bed, but Yunshi still held on to Qi Yeqing's hand. The little hands held it quite tightly. "You've drunk too much. You should rest." Qi Yeqing was standing, and his whole aura was very different from when he was sitting in a wheelchair. His shirt was tucked into his trouser waist. He was 1.88 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a perfect body shape. His thin lips were slightly curled, and it seemed that one could not tell that he was not in good health. It seemed like Yunshi finally realized that he was actually standing. She blinked her wide eyes, stared at his long legs for a moment, and poked them curiously with her other hand. "Qi Yeqing, are you pretending?" Yunshi looked up at Qi Yeqing, muttering in confusion. Qi Yeqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You found out. Then there is really no one in this world who can compare with you in appearance." Yunshi nodded sincerely. "Little girl, how many men have you seen? How do you know that no one is more handsome than me?" Qi Yeqing's low laughter was like a cello, which made people's hearts flutter. Yunshi raised one hand, held out his palm, and said seriously, "I can guarantee it." For the first time, Qi Yeqing felt that his appearance seemed to have some value. This little girl is not annoying, and she is even very cute when she is drunk. But he seemed unable to see through her. Her background and case were simple, but she gave people an unusual feeling. Especially to him, she was very special. What a pity! I won't live for 2 more years. He seemed to be talking to himself and smiled at himself. Yunshi seemed to suddenly sober up after hearing this. Her misty eyes moved, and she looked at Qi Yeqing's long and narrow peach blossom eyes for a long time. "No." His tone was firm. Qi Yeqing couldn't help but bend over and raised his hand to ruffle Yunshi's fluffy hair. He, who was always indifferent, also made a joke in a gentle tone. "Little girl, if you say no, then it's not allowed, right?" He once hoped to live longer, but later, as the torture became more and more intense and the world became boring, he just wanted it to end quickly. Then Qi Yeqing didn't hear Yunshi's answer. He looked down and found that she had fallen asleep on the bed, but she still held his hand. Time passes slowly. 7 or 8 hours later, when it was just dawn, Yunshi suddenly opened his eyes and blinked, his eyes clear. "In addition to a slight headache, I also felt weak all over." Yunshi slowly sat up. only to find that her hand was actually holding a man's hand. Looking closely, it was Qi Yiqing lying next to him. Of course, she subconsciously pulled her finger back before she could react. Yunqi felt his mind was in a fuzzy mess at this moment. He could only recall one or two fragments and could not remember clearly what happened yesterday. Qi Yiqing also opened his eyes because of her movement. In fact, he had been awake for a long time. The sleep I had that night was exceptionally relaxing and comfortable, and it felt a bit dreamy. Qi Yiqing knew very well that this was all because of Yunqi. His narrow peach blossom eyes were slightly drooped, with a faint light flashing across them, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then he slowly raised his head, curled his thin lips slightly, and his voice, just after waking up, became even more charming and magnetic, with a hint of ambiguity in it. Miss Yin kept holding my hand and wouldn't let go. My arm was numb. Of course, he could have used some skill to pull his hand away, but in order to leave evidence, he had to keep it like this. At this time, he also sat up and adjusted his clothes casually. Yunqi felt a little embarrassed for some reason. I didn't expect that I couldn't drink so much. Thank you, master, for bringing me here to rest. How embarrassing. She actually kept holding my hand all night long. Who would have thought that this body was such a bad drinker? Oops, miscalculated. Yunqi quickly got out of bed. After lying in bed with Qi Yiqing for a whole night, she felt awkward. Miss Yun, please be careful next time. It's a good thing you met me. Qi Yiqing raised his eyebrows and said, but suddenly he changed his mind. If Yunqi drank more and became drunk and unconscious, wouldn't that be very dangerous? His eyebrows moved slightly, and he said, Miss Yun, please don't drink next time. Yunqi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. I don't want to drink anymore. It's a terrible feeling to have a blank mind. Who knows what she will do? Normally, she was a very rational person, but when she drank, she lost control, and there was nothing she could do. It's better not to drink it next time. Yunqi hurriedly went to wash up and was left here to have breakfast with Qi Yiqing. Then he went home. Chapter 44, Do You Know Us? Give it a go. It was An Wu who sent Yunqi downstairs. Just as Yunqi was coming down from the hotel, the elevator went down floor by floor. There were too many floors and it took some time. The conversation between two people who got on the elevator at the same time caught Yunqi's attention. I looked up at An Wu, but he didn't react. These two people also looked like Chinese, but they spoke the language of a small country called Nori, which was very uncommon. In addition, some of the language contained obscure and professional jargon, so people who were not particularly familiar with the language would not be able to understand it. Maybe the two people thought that no one in the elevator would understand what they were saying, so they spoke in a low voice without restraint. But Yunqi heard it quite clearly. How come she always encounters good things? Yunqi muttered to herself. That mad dog Ron still refuses to let us go. We have done so much for him in Continent C. Pike, keep your voice down. Walls have ears. It doesn't matter. They don't look like they can understand. Yunqi looked straight ahead. The two continued. I'm worried that he will find us soon here. Maybe we can only hide in a ravine for a few years to be safe. Do we have to live on the run from now on? The two were indignant. Yunqi quietly lowered his head and looked at his phone for a while An Wu still had a blank expression on his face. It was really that An Wu felt that staying in Anqing was too boring, and he had to look after a little girl, an ordinary person, every day. And he can only obey the arrangements of his master. Frustrated. You don't have to see me off. I have something else to do. Yunqi turned his head and smiled faintly. Second master asked me to take you there. I have something to do. No need to send me off. I'll tell second master when we get home, okay? Why are Qi Yiqing's men so cold? Okay, and Wu responded. Finally, the elevator stopped, and everyone except An Wu got out. And at this time, Pike and Reagan walked towards the underground parking lot. They restrained their aura and tried to lower their presence so that no one would notice them. But what they didn't expect was that just as they reached a corner of the parking lot, a girl appeared in front of them and blocked their way. It was obvious that she was not just passing through. Miss, what's the matter? Reagan stared at the girl in front of him. Without any extra movements, he just asked her in standard Chinese quite politely. And they naturally noticed that this was the girl they had seen in the elevator. Did she follow them here? What is her purpose? Now they are extremely cautious in everything they do, even if they are facing just a little girl. Yunqi stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking like a well-behaved student. His otherworldly appearance was particularly attractive. She blinked, her voice as calm as clear water. Relax, please. I mean no harm. Lei Jiantong Kong shrank slightly. Was it obvious that they were on guard? She could see that. Yunqi raised the corners of his lips. The red petals under his eyes were extremely enchanting. His lips moved, and the words he slowly uttered again surprised the two of them. I want to talk to you about something. Is that convenient? After he finished speaking, Pike and Reagan both widened their eyes and subconsciously touched the cold weapons at their waists. Their hearts were pounding, and the atmosphere was tense and slightly frozen. They never imagined that she could speak the language of Nori fluently. That means she heard everything in the elevator just now. But she clearly looks like a student. You know us? Reagan tried to calm down, squinting his eyes, and asked in the same way. Yunshi, however, was unusually calm. His eyes were calm. I didn't know him before, but I know him now. I have a way to help you, she said. Pike was a little irritable at the moment, thinking that they were exposed, and was wondering whether to take action, but Reagan stopped him. Lei Jin glanced at the cars coming and going in the parking lot, frowned, and said to Yunshi, "It's not convenient here. Let's talk in the car." A low-key black car, but upon closer inspection you can see that it has been assembled. Even the glass is bulletproof. At this time, Parker was sitting in the front seat, and Reagan and Yunshi were sitting in the back seat. Tell me what you mean. Reagan stared at Yunshi. He clearly felt that Yunshi was not simple. They were now somewhat worried that she was sent by Ron. If that was the case, they would definitely get rid of her here. I told you to relax. Yunshi smiled lightly. His tone was also relaxed. Then she slowly said, "To be honest, I am very interested in you too, and I am also very interested in the goods you just mentioned." Reagan frowned instantly. They just mentioned it in passing in the elevator and didn't say anything specific, but she actually paid attention to it. What else? He asked immediately. What exactly does she want to do? Yunshi's eyes were clear and calm. She raised her eyebrows and said, "You are all wanted by Continent C. It's very simple to know your identities. Don't you know that saying this could lead to fatal consequences?" Pike in front of him spoke solemnly, staring at Yunshi's face. In fact, they were not so nervous at this moment, because they knew that the girl seemed to have other purposes. Yunshi, however, was smiling brightly and was not afraid at all. She tilted her head and nodded. A hint of cunning flashed across her face. "If you don't want to continue to flee, why don't you trust me a little? How about working with me?" She stopped beating around the bush and spoke bluntly. For a moment, Pike and Reagan looked at each other, then looked at Yunshi. "You need to give us reason to believe you. How could people like them trust anyone so easily? What if she accidentally leaked their information? And to get them to follow her, she needs to have the ability to do so. Besides, she seemed to still be thinking about the goods they talked about, and her appetite was quite big." Yunshi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and the aura around her was looming. "I can provide you with a safe place to stay and completely change your identity. And do you really think you can save the goods? Or save yourselves?" Yunshi's words, spoken slowly and calmly, touched the hearts of the two people. There was a dark light in their eyes. That's right, with just the two of them and a few brothers who had escaped to unknown places, how could they transfer the goods without being discovered? And where to transfer them was also a problem. Either they give up, or they give up, but they're not willing to do so. "Who are you?" Pike asked the question in his heart. "Just an ordinary person in this small city," Yunshi said slowly. "You can choose to believe it or not. But you and I both know in our hearts, do you really have much escape route left?" Yunshi leaned forward a little, with the corners of his eyes raised, making it impossible to ignore him. His light and slow voice rang in the ears of the two and took a long time to fade away. Why not just give it a try? Chapter 45 will come soon. Speak for Yunshi. After talking with Parker and Reagan, Yunshi went home first. She had already guessed how angry Yunping and the others would be when they saw that she had not returned home all night. Yun family. It was just as Yunshi thought. Yunping and Meng Xiaorong were having breakfast, and Yun Siue was about to go to school with her school bag. As soon as they saw Yunshi, their faces turned pale. "Yunshi, where have you been hanging out since you didn't come back all night?" Yunping immediately put down the quick weapon, pointed at Yunshi with a frown, and started cursing. How did Yunshi, who was originally well-behaved and introverted, become such a jerk now? She even looked indifferent when someone scolded her. He really couldn't understand it and was very angry. Meng Xiaorong also frowned, her eyes full of reproach. Although they don't want to have any disputes with Yunshi now. After all, they have been in charge of Yunshi for more than 10 years, and she has been obedient for more than 10 years. How can they act as if nothing has happened when she suddenly rebels? There must be discipline. Otherwise, wouldn't it be against the will of heaven if things continue to develop like this? Even though there is less than a year left. Xiaoxi, why do you always go somewhere unknown recently? Even if you are exercising, you can't stay away all night. Yun Siue also stopped her steps and said softly, "Do you know how worried we are when you don't even make any noise?" But at this moment, Yunxi's expression was indifferent, without any change. She said slowly, "My phone is out of payment, so I can't contact you." When Yunxi mentioned this, Meng Xiaorong and the others suddenly remembered that they had not paid Yunxi's phone bill. Before, in order for Yunxi to be able to make phone calls, I bought her an old-fashioned phone that could only make calls and send text messages. However, although they see each other every day as a family, they seldom contact each other by phone. Not to mention contacting Yunxi. They almost forgot that she had a cell phone. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. I went upstairs. Before they could react and ask Yunxi what he did at night, Yunxi had already walked back to the bedroom. The three people were left alone looking at each other, wanting to say something, but stopping themselves. Then Yun Siwe suddenly remembered something and said to Meng Xiaorong and the others, "Mom, don't forget to tell her that I'm going to get a physical examination. I'm going to school first." So when Yunxi went downstairs again not long after, only Meng Xiaorong was there, as Yunping had gone to work. She still had a slightly tense expression, but it had relaxed a lot. She looked at Yunxi. "Yunxi, let me tell you something." Yunxi stopped and said with a calm look in his eyes, "You say." "Actually, I mentioned this to you before, but you can't remember some of the things that happened before now, so I'll tell you again. The Yun family has a history of inherited diseases, and it's been 3 or 4 generations. But just in case, you and Siue have to go for regular physical examinations after you become adults, and wait until you are completely sure that everything is fine." "Is that so?" Yunxi looked a little panicked and a little bit incredulous, which was exactly what Meng Xiaorong had expected. Meng Xiaorong nodded seriously and spoke in a slow tone. "It's okay, Xiaoxi. If there is any problem, Mom and Dad will take you to the best hospital in Country M for treatment." Yunxi hesitated for a while and nodded, a little sad. "Okay, I understand." Meng Xiaorong also said, and rarely showed a smile. "Well, I'll go to school first." However, when he turned his back to Meng Xiaorong, Yunxi's lips curled up in a sarcastic and playful smile. He is really good at talking nonsense in a serious manner. Does it look like this is all coming soon? St. Lon College. The school forum exploded again. It's about Yunxi again. Early in the morning, an anonymous person posted a lot of text with 2 pictures, implying that Yunxi was hooking up with an older man, etc. All of a sudden, all the students in the school paid attention to it. Yunxi is now a well-known figure in the school. More than half of the people support her selection as the new school belle. Her beauty and temperament can be seen in the crowd at a glance, and it is difficult to ignore her. Immediately, the comment section was filled with all kinds of comments. "She's so beautiful now, it's not surprising. Don't you see how confident she is now? She is confident only when she has money. She must have hooked a sponsor. Can you stop making up stories about others? Who knows? It might just be some uncle." As expected, good-looking people will envy you. Even getting on a car can be criticized like this. This way, Yunxi walked into the classroom just before class time. As soon as I sat down and put down my school bag, Jiang Chong in the front row turned her head and said, "Yunxi, those people on the school forum are talking nonsense again." She also didn't understand why people always targeted Shang Yunxi. Yunxi raised his head and took out his cell phone. "Let me take a look." In the next row of seats, Zhang Beibei rolled his eyes and sneered. This Yunxi, no wonder he has changed so much now. She didn't believe that a person could suddenly become a different person for no reason, unless she received guidance from some expert. For example, spending money to dress her up, make her confident, and so on. And as expected, even if they didn't bully her much, there would naturally be people who disliked her. However, Zhang Beibei didn't expect that Li Huan beside him suddenly looked unhappy and frowned. "Shut your mouth." "Ah, sisterly?" She looked confused. Then Li Huan took out his phone and scrolled through the comments and said slowly, "Hurry up and go to the forum and scold these blind people." "Zhang bye-bye." Zhang Xinyue at the back also didn't understand. "Sisterly, what does this mean? Is she asking them to speak for Yunxi? Are you sure?" Even though they don't deal with Yunxi much now, and Li Huan doesn't bully her anymore, they won't help her. It's really magical. Yunxi is my elder sister from now on. You should also see things more clearly and know who you can and cannot offend. Li Huan said slowly, as if she was not the one who arrogantly bullied Yunxi before. Zhang Beibei and Zhang Xinyue looked at each other. They never expected Li Huan to say such a thing. Yunxi is the eldest sister? Is their sisterly possessed by some ghost? So scary. This made them both feel quite awkward, and their smiles looked a little strange. But they have always been following Li Huan. so naturally they take whatever she says as their own. But they don't understand, can't figure it out, and can't figure it out. Okay, Sister Lee, what should we do now? Zhang Beibei asked awkwardly with a twitching mouth. Li Huan felt that they were teachable, so she turned on her phone and said, "See how I send it." After a few days, she figured it out and decided to follow Yunxi. She doesn't care whether she has shame or not. She has made up her mind and will do it even if she has to be thick-skinned and lose face. As a result, the speeches of these people caused another stir in the school forum. No one expected that Li Huan, the eldest sister of Gao San, would speak for Yunxi and even curse those people directly. Same. Class 17 was also shocked when they saw this. Chu Lianxue stared at the phone with wide eyes. What's wrong with her? She whispered to Yuan, still a little indignant. We were just enjoying the show. Why did Li Huan get involved? Is Li Huan crazy? And Yuan shook her head. Even Zhang Beibei and the others. Why would they suddenly side with Yunxi? Damn it. Chu Lianxue gritted her teeth, then found the chat box and sent a message to Ji Mingyu. The boys in the back row also found this interesting. Li Hui, do you think we should speak up for Yunxi? A boy asked with great interest. Mr. Jing, what do you think? Li Hui looked at Jing Qi, who was playing with his mobile phone. Jing Qi raised his eyelids and said, Didn't Li Huan help her? I'm busy preparing for the Imperial Saint League match in October, and I don't have the energy to pay attention to these people talking nonsense. He narrowed his eyes and was full of curiosity as he looked at the avatar, whose ranking was getting higher and higher in the entire network and whose record was extremely high. Is this X a pretty girl, an old lady, or an old man playing a girl's account? This competition probably knows everything. Chapter 46. Can't offend people. I'm afraid you'll be in a bad mood. At this time, Class 1. Ji Mingyu stared at the screen of his mobile phone and was hesitant to send a message. It turned out to be a message from Chu Lianxue. Brother Mingyu, can you also go to the forum and make a comment to help Yunxi clarify the matter? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Of course, the clarification she said was not a real clarification. It was just to confirm Yunxi's facts. Finally, Ji Mingyu typed out a few words. Did you post this on the forum? How could such a gentle and kind Chu Lianxue say such a thing? Chu Lianxue replied almost immediately. No, Brother Mingyu, it was my good friend who saw this photo and posted it. You didn't misunderstand me, did you? She also added an aggrieved expression, which made Ji Mingyu's heart melt. No, you were so kind. How could I misunderstand you? It's just that it's not appropriate for me to say it out loud. Ji Mingyu replied. Brother Mingyu, but what you said is also true. Ji Mingyu frowned. In fact, he is not afraid that people will have a bad impression of him if he speaks out. Instead, he thought of Yunxi that day and the people she knew. He subconsciously felt that it would be dangerous to offend Yunxi now. Although Yunxi herself still looks the same, what if she gets unhappy and complains? Those people seem difficult to deal with. Ji Mingyu is very clear about his own abilities. The family he supports is indeed mediocre, so he cannot afford to offend people carelessly. Then he suddenly changed the subject. Lianxue, you haven't told me why you and Qi Yingxi went to dinner together that day. The genes of jealousy and suspicion were sprouting in his heart. After a half-minute pause, Chu Lianxue replied, Our two families have a good relationship, so it's normal to have dinner together. Brother Mingyu, if you're unhappy, I won't go out with him next time. Hearing Chu Lianxue say this, Ji Mingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He must have been overthinking it. And if he affected two families, wouldn't he have offended people again? It's okay. I don't mind. In the end, Ji Mingyu still didn't speak on the forum. Chu Lianxue frowned, looking unhappy. Even Ji Mingyu is of no use. But it doesn't matter. Even if more people support Yunxi later, even if fewer people scold her, everyone will remember this incident. The most important thing is Qi Yingxi. He should dislike Yunxi. And no one expected that when everyone was discussing it on the forum, Yunxi himself actually spoke out. Yunxi, are you very idle? How can a single picture lead to so many speculations? Immediately afterwards, there were some sarcastic comments below. Then Yunxi, why don't you explain it? What's the point of just talking about it? Facts speak louder than words. Yes, it's great to have a pretty face. You can get a lot of things from it. I'm really envious. Many people remain anonymous and spoke all kinds of unbearable words. But no one expected that Yunxi would then throw out a bunch of pictures, which directly hit their faces through the screen and made them red and painful. She actually revealed their real names and classes. I don't know how she found out. It caught everyone off guard for a moment, and they didn't expect it, and it exploded directly. I thought this anonymity feature protected them well. But who would have thought that Yunxi would do this? It's a loss. It's too lossful. Many people who said harsh words just now quickly deleted their previous remarks and didn't dare to speak up again. They even had a vague feeling that the people around them who knew this looked at them strangely, as if they had not expected that they could say such bad words. Immediately, these people were scared. And the most important thing, or the publisher of this article, is someone no one guessed. Class 17. And Yuan, you actually sent these? The classmates around her opened their eyes wide in disbelief. We are classmates for 3 years. How could you frame Yunxi like this? And secretly followed her and took pictures? Class monitor Xing, when you frowned, and said in a cold voice. And Yuan was completely caught off guard, facing the displeased looks from her classmates. Her hands couldn't help shaking. I. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. No, this was not taken by me. Lian Xue sent it to me. She hurriedly defended herself, but did not realize that she had sold out Chu Lianxue. And Yuan, what are you talking about? Chu Lianxue's eyes immediately filled with tears. Someone else showed it to me, so I just sent it to you. The implication was that she didn't expect in Yuan to say those things. These two people directly subverted everyone's impression. My God, you can only judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. This is too scary. I didn't expect that the person who stabbed me in the back was from the same class. Stay away from them. Li Huan is now speaking for Yunxi, which shows that the internal structure of this class is no longer the same as before. But Li Huan had bullied Yunxi blatantly before, and everyone often just watched the show. As for Chu Lianxue and the others, they thought they were just making a few sarcastic remarks and saying some unpleasant things. I didn't expect that people still post anonymously on forums nowadays. At this moment, Jiang Chong turned her head curiously, looked at Yunxi's delicate face, and asked her in a low voice, Yunxi, how did you find him out so quickly? She is very curious. Is he looking for help? But it shouldn't be so fast. I just happened to learn some knowledge about the internet recently. I didn't expect that I could actually find them when I looked for them. Yunxi said calmly, not looking like he was lying at all. Jiang Chong was a little confused, but didn't ask any more questions. Her intuition told her that Yunxi was even more complicated. During the break, a boy actually came to see Yunxi. Senior Yunxi. Shen Yihong stood at the door of Class 17 and called Yunxi without any hesitation, holding a large bag of things in his hands. Yunxi raised her head and saw his sunny smile and his excited waving face. Isn't this Shen Yihong from the second year of high school? He likes Yunxi, right? Anyone with a discerning eye could see it, and everyone started gossiping. It even aroused the envy and jealousy of some girls in this class and other classes. There are also some boys who want to pursue Yunxi, but they haven't made any moves yet, but Shen Yihong has taken the lead. Moreover, Shen Yihong's identity is not ordinary. I heard that the Shen family has the imperial capital behind it. Yunxi is so lucky that he actually takes a fancy to her. Several boys in the back row of Class 17 also looked up at the door. Yunxi saw Shen Yihong causing a commotion at the door, so he quickly stood up and walked over. What are you doing? She asked in a low voice. Shen Yihong smiled and handed a large bag of things in his hand to Yunxi. I was afraid that you were in a bad mood, so I bought you some snacks. Naturally, he also knew what happened on the forum. Yunxi pursed her lips and frowned. I don't want it. She didn't feel good to accept something from someone for no reason. And she still doesn't know what to do with that hairpin from last time. First time is stranger than second time. We're friends now, right? There is nothing wrong in giving gifts to friends. Shen Yihong explained clearly. He found that Yunxi seemed to have little experience in relationships, so he had to be more brazen so that she could understand his passionate love for her. Take it back. Accepting it may cause misunderstanding. Yunxi looked at him calmly and spoke. Senior sister, Shen Yihong wanted to say something else and asked her to accept it. I really don't want it. Yunxi refused again. Shen Yihong felt a little disappointed. Okay. He knew that he couldn't be impatient, as it would be bad if he caused Yunxi's disgust. The crowd of onlookers did not expect this either. Yunxi actually rejected Shen Yihong's advances? Oh my God! Is this playing hard to get? Or is it just a case of not knowing what is good for you? It's really hard to understand. Chapter 47. Follow her, gray area. School is over in the afternoon. After Yunxi left the teaching building, Li Huan hurriedly followed her. Until they reached the outside of the school, Yunxi turned a corner, turned around, and stopped. Is there something you need from following me? She looked at Li Huan in front of her and asked slowly. Her voice as pleasant as the sound of spring water. Although Li Huan was still dressed like a big sister, she no longer looked as arrogant and condescending as before. She seemed to have mustered up the courage to finally speak. Yunxi, I want to follow you. Her tone was firm. Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? The last time I beat Li Huan up, all the previous grudges were offset. She thought they would be like normal classmates and wouldn't have much interaction. Didn't expect that she actually wanted to follow her? Quite interesting. Li Huan nodded. Yunxi, I am really impressed by you. And I have a feeling that I will achieve great things by following you. All of a sudden, Li Huan became less childish than before, and it was Yunxi who taught her a lesson. She knew that Yunxi was also unpopular in the family. Otherwise, she would not have been like that before. And it can be seen from some family gatherings that she dresses well on the surface, but is far from her sister. Maybe she and Yunxi are the same in this regard. She has already predicted that in the future a large portion of the Li family's property might be divided among her stepsisters. She wonders what she will become in the future. But Yunxi suddenly changed from the past, and even his kung fu looked like he had practiced for several years. She couldn't figure it out, but she knew Yunxi must be developing something secretly. She felt that her choice was not wrong. Yunxi laughed when he heard her words, his eyes curved. What if you think too highly of me? Li Huan opened her mouth to explain something, but Yunxi interrupted her. Li Huan, follow me and you have to let me see your value. She half closed her eyes and spoke word by word. The light in her eyes proves that she is very confident about her future development. Her lips moved slightly, and an inexplicable sense of oppression rose up, causing Li Huan's breathing to stagnate. Besides, I don't allow betrayal. Li Huan paused for a few seconds. Of course, I'm not that kind of person. Although she is arrogant and loves to fight and make trouble, she still does things openly and honestly and will not do any secret tricks. So you agree to let me follow you? She looked at Yunxi with her eyes lighting up. Yunxi didn't give her a specific answer, but said slowly, there will be a small gambling stone conference in the Shitzi village next door during the October holiday. You can go with me then. Li Huan could no longer suppress his inner surprise. Yunxi knows how to gamble on stones? Of course, these big families also play these games occasionally, so she has naturally seen a lot of them. And of course, one needs sufficient funds to gamble on stones, which proves Yunxi is actually very rich? Or was she just going to take a look? There is one thing Li Huan is certain of. Yunxi should have originally planned to go alone, and this time he brought her along probably to test out her abilities. Okay, Li Huan responded immediately. When she thought about going to a place like that where people gambled on stones with Yunxi alone, she felt it was magical, interesting, and a little exciting. At this time, in the distant S area, there is a huge, ancient castle, which looks intimidating from a distance. Solemn, yet full of cold-bloodedness. Area S is an area that no country or continent in the world has control over. Black, white, and gray areas are intertwined and difficult to distinguish. It is not uncommon to see various buildings here. People who live here basically have the support of a major force or have special identities. However, the S region controls a lot of resources, which are exchanged with various continents and countries, and its economy is also one of the best. A group of well-trained people were patrolling around the castle, and snipers were deployed on the watchtowers in the east, south, west, and north. Probably no one dares to approach here. And in the castle, a tall man just stood there, with an aura that was captivating. He seemed to have given the order, and the people in front of him retreated. Second Master. Qi Rui called softly. Qi Yeqing frowned slightly, turned around, walked to the chair, and sat down, then couldn't help coughing a few times. Qi Rui followed him and said, Second Master, the old lady called to ask about Miss Yunxi's condition. The old lady is still very concerned about this matter. When this was mentioned, Qi Yeqing felt inexplicably a little irritated and rubbed his temples. The doctor couldn't find out much about his physical condition. He could only check his heart rate and blood condition. After seeing Yunxi last time, he asked his personal doctor to check him out. The doctor was also quite surprised. The condition should have continued to deteriorate, but this time it actually eased a little. To be honest, he could sense something even without checking. To this day, he still misses the feeling of being with Yunxi, as if he had been bewitched. That, Second Master, the old lady also said. Qi Rui hesitated. Say what? Tell me, if this girl can really bless you with health, it would be great if you could marry her. Qi Rui's mouth twitched. He felt it was outrageous. Blessing? If Miss Yin was really a blessed person, she wouldn't have been such a pitiful person before. Besides, Second Master, he didn't think he would marry anyone. Their Second Master is a godlike figure, with an extraordinary demeanor and a god of war level. He controls 1/3 of the economic lifeline in the S area. However, there's only one thing. When the new moon comes, as for such a person, he really couldn't imagine any woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Qi Yeqing frowned slightly and said nothing more. After a moment, he suddenly spoke slowly again. I'll go back tomorrow. Yes. Tiyuan is a villa area in the northern district of Anqing. At this time, Yunqi walked into a villa. Uncle Shi, Pike, and Reagan greeted the visitor as soon as they saw him. Yunqi's outfit was simple, pure, and elegant, extremely beautiful. Her calm eyes and the red petal marks complemented each other, making her unforgettable at first sight. But Pike and Reagan still remembered that she was still wearing her school uniform when she met them a few days ago. She's indeed a student. However, her abilities are totally incompatible with her age. Beyond imagination. Yunqi nodded, walked to the sofa, and sat down, looking at the two of them. What's going on? You can take the order now. The two men sat down opposite her and replied. Unexpectedly, not only do they not have to flee now, but they are actually making money, and making money in a just way. The goods have been saved and probably won't be discovered. Everything was so sudden and unexpected. This little girl was able to create an order-taking website by herself. What's more, it was not an ordinary and simple website. Instead, it was like some organization's order-taking website. The whole place looked very majestic, even though there were only 3 of them inside for the time being. Yun, she said, and smiled slightly. Your identity information has all been reset. Don't worry, just follow my instructions to conceal your appearance. From that day on, after Pike and Reagan made their choice, she arranged for them to live in this villa that she had recently purchased. She spent half of her savings to buy this villa. She did this just in case, so that if the Yun family really did something later, she would have a place to go. Yunqi also made changes to Parker and Reagan's hairstyle, clothing, and other appearances. In short, they're very different from the ones in the wanted pictures. When the materials arrive in a while, I will make a few human skin masks so that it will be convenient for you to go out and do things. Yun, she said slowly. The two people opposite nodded, and then suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Human skin mask? She wants to do it herself? Will she still do this? Yun, she nodded and said calmly. Those made of silicone are very harmful to the face and not realistic enough, so I looked for some special materials and planned to make them myself. She had promised to keep them from being exposed, so she had to make sure everything was perfect. Regardless of how surprised they were, she leaned back, half closed her beautiful eyes, and continued. From now on, we will be called Gray Domain. Uncle Shi, does this name have any meaning? Pike scratched his head, feeling that the name was rather hasty. Yun, she raised his eyelids. It's neither black nor white. Isn't it just gray? Master Shi is right. Chapter 48, I want to see you. Let's make a deal. Miss Yun. Yun, she had just walked out of the villa and was about to leave when she heard someone calling her. Looking forward, I saw Qi Rue pushing Qi Yeqing in a wheelchair. Yun, she subconsciously looked at his legs, tilted his head, and a memory that seemed like an illusion flashed through his mind. His legs seemed fine. Then Yun, she walked over and looked at Qi Yeqing, saying in an ambiguous tone, it really is possible for Second Master to know about it no matter where it is. She can even be found in this villa. She was not stupid enough to think that meeting Qi Yeqing now would be a coincidence. And Qi Yeqing did not deny it. There was a hint of smile in his slender eyes, lingering like clouds. He curled his lips slightly, his face still not looking very good, looking like a sickly, handsome man. I would like to invite Miss Yin to dinner, but it's too troublesome to call, so it's better to come directly. He coughed twice as soon as he finished speaking. Yunqi heard the cough, then looked at how thinly he was wearing and raised her eyebrows slightly. It's cold in autumn. You should wear more clothes, master. Qi Rue on the side nodded in agreement, but he was still thinking in his heart. The old lady often said this, but the second master didn't listen. The second master once said that he was not afraid of pain, so how could he be afraid of the cold? It was nothing more than death. Qi Rue felt inexplicably sad when he thought of this. However, Qi Yeqing was smiling faintly, and his evil face had a hint of bringing disaster to the country and the people, which made Yunqi a little dazed. I feel a lot warmer after meeting Miss Yun. Yunqi was stunned for a moment, blinked, and felt that the words were a little provocative. Qi Rue on the side. How could the second master actually say such things? Oh my God! With Erie's face, if he were a woman, she would blush and be moved. Looking at Yunqi again, he felt that Master Qi was really special to her. When did he ever specifically look for a woman for dinner? He was also quite surprised that Yunxi actually bought a villa for himself. Logically speaking, her family doesn't treat her well, so where does she get so much money? But didn't she invite them in as guests? After 2 seconds, Yunxi spoke. Second master, please get in the car quickly. Good. In the restaurant, Qi Rui and Wu were eating in the private room next door, while Yunxi and Qi Yeqing were in this private room. The food hasn't been served yet. Qi Yeqing stared at Yunxi opposite him. His delicate and exquisite face made people unable to take their eyes off him, and his fair skin seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. A few strands of black hair hung on the side of her face, and the red petal mark was particularly dazzling. Yunxi felt Gu's gaze and looked up into his eyes. They were quite gentle, but at the same time, it seemed as if she could fall into the abyss if she wasn't careful. Why did you think of asking me to have dinner with you, master? She asked casually. I miss you. A magnetic and gentle voice sounded slowly, and Yunxi's ears turned red. She didn't know what was going on. Maybe Qi Yeqing's appearance was too bewitching. Yunxi smiled immediately and moved her lips to say something, but then she heard Qi Yeqing speak again. I also want to make a deal with Miss Yun. Yunxi blinked. What deal? She likes to make deals with others, especially people like Qi Yeqing. With one transaction, she bought a villa in the capital, which was such a great deal. Qi Yeqing suddenly coughed a few times, put his hand to his lips, and his face turned pale, which made people feel distressed. Yunxi subconsciously stood up immediately, walked to his side, and patted him on the back. I told you, second master, you should wear more clothes when it's cold, she said in a serious tone. After a while, Qi Yeqing's cough seemed to have stopped. He pulled his lower lip bitterly. It's useless. No matter what, I won't live much longer. Yunxi frowned slightly, and his voice became much softer. Who can predict the future? Qi Yeqing turned his head to look at her. His jawline was clear and sexy, and he looked a little cold and pale. Can I hold Miss Yun's hand for a while? Yunxi didn't think much about it when he heard this. Because she knew that she had the ability to heal, she could relieve Qi Yeqing's pain. Qi Yeqing, this man is really pitiful. Okay. Yunxi extended his hand generously. The fingers were slender and white, and Qi Yeqing slowly held them. His eyes drooped slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up inadvertently. Second master. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked and pushed open. Qi Rui was about to take a step forward, but the scene in front of him made him stunned. Excuse me. He closed the door immediately and pretended nothing happened at lightning speed. Yunxi was completely confused by his actions. What is this for? Although her attention was diverted for a moment, she did not stop the flow of the healing power. Qi Yeqing did not say anything, but just half closed his eyes, holding Yunxi's fingers, feeling particularly comfortable and a little greedy. Now, Qi Rui, who was behind the door, breathed a sigh of relief. His wide eyes narrowed a little, and he quickly turned around and went to the next box. On Wu, you don't even know what I saw. What? And Wu took a sip of soda coldly. Qi Rui also sat down and drank some water to ease his shock. According to this trend, the second master will not fall in love with Miss Yun, right? They shook hands and hugged each other. This must be the first time for Yuri. Coupled with what Master Liao said and Yunxi's specialness, will they fall in love with each other over time? He began to speculate secretly in his heart. And Wu raised his eyelids and said, No. What do you know, you ice cube? Qi Rui curled his lips. Or maybe he is knowledgeable and experienced, often hanging out with these wealthy families, so he has seen a lot about relationships and other things. Anwu and his friends train every day, and their IQ and physical strength are top-notch. But as for their EQ, I'm not sure. What do you know? You're not in a relationship. And Wu retorted indifferently. Qi Rui, this way. Qi Yeqing finally let go of Yunxi's hand. He couldn't keep holding on to it. Miss Yun, can you chat with me on the new moon day of every month? His voice was still a little weak. Ms. Yun, you can make any requests you want. Qi Yeqing looked at Yun, she with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yun, she sat back in his seat. Second master, aren't you afraid that I will make some excessive demands? Qi Yeqing smiled deeply and said in a serious and gentle tone, I just feel that no request can match Miss Yun's. Second master, what you said may easily lead to misunderstanding. Yun, she smiled like a flower, but there was still not much emotion in her eyes. Qi Yeqing's words really sounded like the tactics men used to tease women. But of course, Yunxi also knew that Qi Yeqing was not that kind of person. On the day of the new moon, she also felt how miserable Qi Yeqing was that day, although he endured it very well. and the healing power she transmitted seemed insignificant anyway, probably because she had just started using it. I guess he has to go through this kind of pain every month. Yunshi didn't know what he had gone through to become like this, and she couldn't find any similar information about Qi Yeqing. But if a man like this really doesn't live long, it's such a pity and makes people feel sad. Qi Yeqing looked at Yunshi, and suddenly thought of how she looked when she was drunk that day. There was a big difference between her current look, which seemed gentle, but was actually cold and aloof. "I'm serious," he said slowly. Yunshi suddenly smiled slightly, with curved eyes, looking very beautiful. She said softly, "I promise you, but you don't need any requirements for now." Perhaps Yunshi didn't understand why she, who had always focused on interests, suddenly made a deal without asking for anything. Maybe she really didn't want to see Qi Yeqing die. If she had enough ability, she would be willing to save him. Chapter 49. The Girl You Can't Chase. Sister, she is very awesome. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At school, Shin Yihong began to pursue Yunshi blatantly. It was beyond everyone's expectations. But Yunshi is good-looking, so it makes sense. Everyone thought that Shin Yihong was probably just playing around. After all, what kind of family was the Shin family? It was definitely impossible for them to form a marriage like Yunshi. But this still attracted the envy and jealousy of some people. And at this time, night falls. The lights on the streets of Anqing are lit up one after another. The streets are bustling with traffic, and the nightlife has just begun. Dai Bar is located on the largest bar and nightclub street in Anqing. The Dai Club is a place where many people from Anqing's upper class go for entertainment and leisure. At this moment, these two places are crowded with people. In the bar, in a private room, fruit plates, snacks, and other items were placed on the table, as well as various expensive wines. There were men and women, everyone was talking and laughing, having a great time. However, one of the boys was sitting in the corner, leaning on the sofa, slowly drinking a glass of wine, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Brother Hang, why are you still so melancholy?" Qi Wenyu next to him came over after noticing something was wrong, and clinked his cup with Shin Yihong's. Shin Yihong shrugged, a figure flashed through his mind. It's impossible to chase a girl. It's about this. Qi Wenyu smiled as he drank. I've heard about it in the neighboring school. That girl is pretty, but how could she make Brother Hang so interested? Everyone in their circle has dated one or two people, and some families have even intermarried. Shin Yihong was not as playful as them. He only had one first love, but he never dated again. I didn't expect it to be so sudden and serious this time. I really don't know what magic that girl has. Shin Yihong smiled, sunny and handsome. It's a feeling. She attracts me very much. However, he had been pursuing her passionately for such a long time. But although Yunshi looked gentle, she was still cold and distant in her heart. Let me hear it. What girl can't even handle young Master Shin? Suddenly, a girl next to her came over with a smile, as if she was gossiping a little. It can't be a case of playing hard to get, Jing Cece said casually. But Shin Yihong shook his head. She's not that kind of person. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You guys go ahead and have your fun. I'll drink for a while." Seeing that he was so serious and devoted to a girl, Jing Cece lowered her eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Hang, we all came out here together. Let's play together. After this game, we'll go play cards." Is he like this just because he can't chase a woman? Jing Cece felt inexplicably uncomfortable. "I'm not interested anymore. Just go play." Since Shin Yihong said so, everyone didn't bother him to be alone and depressed, and they all started talking and laughing again. Jing Cece took a deep breath, stood up, and went to the bathroom. At this time, the waiter also brought the rest of the drinks they ordered. Shin Yihong, who was sitting there thinking, raised his eyelids when he heard the noise, but didn't take it seriously. However, it was this peripheral vision that made him suddenly open his eyes a little wider and immediately look up again. "Ah, the waitress here is pretty good looking," Qi Wenyu said jokingly from the side. The girl had a cold expression on her face, but there was a polite smile on the corner of her mouth. She wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, but they couldn't hide her beautiful facial features. "Yunshi?" Shin Yihong was startled and stood up immediately. That's right, it was Yunshi. He didn't expect to see her here. Yunshi looked up when she heard someone calling her name. It was Shin Yihong. Qi Wenyu was stunned for a second. "Yunshi? Hey, why do you look familiar?" It turned out to be the person that Shin Yihong had just been thinking about. "Is this where you work?" Although the Yun family is not very famous, they're not so shabby that their daughter has to work. This identity is indeed quite different from Shin Yihong. Others nearby also looked over. Shin Yihong approached Yunshi and pursed his lips. "Senior Yunshi, are you working part-time here?" Yunshi thought for a second, and then said, Of course she wasn't here to work part-time, but it was almost the same, and there was no point in saying more to others. Shen Yihang looked at the fair and delicate face under the light, feeling a little moved and a little distressed. What a strong and independent girl. Shen Yihang gained another understanding of Yunshi. Although at this moment he really wanted to tell Yunshi that if she dated him, he could spend money on her and she wouldn't have to work. But he didn't dare say it out loud, for fear that senior sister Yunshi would resist him. Without waiting for him to say anything, Yunshi smiled faintly and said, I'm busy now. I'll leave first. After saying that, Yunshi's figure also disappeared from Shen Yihang's sight. Brother Heng. Qi Wenyu nudged Shen Yihang with his arm and winked at him. Do you want me to help you? How can I help? Shen Yihang also wanted to hear his opinion. After all, the second young master of the Qi family seemed to have more experience in chasing girls. Wait for her to get off work in a luxury car and buy her a bouquet of roses. The girl will definitely like it. Qi Wenyu immediately offered the suggestion with a smile, and the girl seemed to be in need of money. Shen Yihang thought it was something serious. He rolled his eyes. There's no way she'll fall for this. If this were to work, why would he go through all the trouble of racking his brains to pursue her every day? Qi Wenyu's eyes turned. Then let's play a hero saving a beautiful girl. The girl will be moved to tears. I'm good at that too. He patted himself. Shen Yihang hesitated. Is this reliable? Reliable. Such a simple girl is easier to win people's hearts. Qi Wenyu leaned back on the sofa and assured. Shen Yihang thought about it. Simple? Yunshi is indeed very simple in terms of feelings, and feels even simpler than him. And she seemed to be a little cold in her bones, and maybe she really needed to be touched and warmed up. At this time, Jing Cece also came back and looked at them. What are you discussing? Qi Wenyu told her his idea without thinking too much. After hearing this, Jing Cece moved her fingers and immediately curled her lips. I can help too. This girl's identity is so ordinary that if Shen Yihang really gets her, he won't be able to be with her forever. Instead, he will give up in the end. In this way, in 2 years, there will be no problem with that girl. Shen Yihang won't think about it anymore. At the same time, Yunshi disguised himself as a waiter and walked around the bar for a while, then returned to a private room on another floor. Miss Yun. Chunyin pushed his glasses and stood up. It's a good change. Yunshi smiled lightly, with curved eyebrows. Chunyin also smiled. The bar was newly renovated according to the plan provided by Yunshi, and some of the facilities and mechanisms inside were also changed. Moreover, Yunshi got some special wines and some new things from somewhere, which made the whole bar more upscale. Of course, some internal business has also become more convenient. Sister Shi, you are amazing. Su Jie came over with a smile. Sister Lean Lean's club is also brand new. Our store has suddenly changed a lot. There's so many people. Those competing stores are envious. He admired Yunshi so much that he no longer dared to think about Yunshi's appearance. Instead, he was willing to call her sister Shi regardless of how much younger she was than him. It's true that her IQ is too high, and he is about to become a little fanboy of her. Chunyin also nodded. Now, the net income of these stores has increased several times compared to before, and they have become rich. All kinds of private transactions are also getting bigger and bigger. A large part of it is thanks to Yunshi. Chunyin looked at Yun, she with eyes full of admiration. This cooperation is really worth it. Chapter 50. The hero saves the beauty, stunned. Yunshi had just changed out of his waiter's clothes and walked out, ready to go home, when he ran into a blind man. Hey you, where did such a beautiful little sister come from? Come on, accompany your brother to have a drink. A man who looked to be in his 30s with a greasy face smiled obscenely, and his gold tooth was very dazzling. Wang Kui didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman. Oh no, girl. She is cold and charming, and one look at her makes people feel itchy. It doesn't look like she comes from a wealthy family, and she's alone. Who knows, she might be here to pick up rich men. This is exactly what he wants. Wang Kui, under the influence of alcohol, was about to touch Yunshi's arm. The few men behind him were also winking at each other and joking, and it was obvious that Wang Kui was the leader. Yunshi's eyes turned cold, and he took a step back, intending to go around it. At the same time, several other people were stunned when they saw this scene. Cow! The person I'm looking for hasn't arrived yet. How come someone got there first? Qi Wenyu and the others were just about to come out to help Shen Yihang win the heart of the beauty, but they didn't expect someone to get there first. Still such a greasy and disgusting guy. Looking at Yunshi again, she looked simple, yet good-looking in casual clothes. Her looks and figure made the clothes look extraordinary. No wonder men would target her. and it was in a bar. Jing Cece, who was standing by, frowned slightly when she saw this scene, and it was obvious that she felt disgusted by that group of wretched people. Brother Heng, this time you really are a hero saving the beauty. They hadn't expected this to happen. Several people were talking, but did not stop, especially on Shen Yihang's handsome face. One can see his worry and dissatisfaction. If there weren't so many people, he might have rushed directly to Yunxi. At this time, Qi Wenyu pulled Shen Yihang and said, "Brother Heng, you have to be careful. There are several men." He was worried that a fight would break out. But they are all young masters from upper-class families in Anqing, so if something really happens, the bar must be taken care of in time. There are certain forces behind bars like this. When Jing Cece said this, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Yes, why don't we go together? Although they would not be afraid of these people, what if they started to make trouble and beat people up? And then what if Shen Yihang got hurt? Of course, Shen Yihang was impulsive at this moment. Even though his skills were not that great, how could he bear to see Yunxi being bullied? I wish I could just dig out those lustful eyes. People around me don't pay attention to these things at all. It has nothing to do with them. And what's the problem with this kind of place? However, just when the three of them were about to reach Yunxi, suddenly, the scene before their eyes almost made the three of them drop their jaws. Yunxi didn't want to cause any trouble in the bar, but when Wang Kuei saw that she wanted to take a deeder, how could he let her go? He thought she was scared. Follow brother, and you'll have delicious food and drinks and everything you want. Come have a drink with brother. Wang Kuei stretched out his arms to block Yunxi's way, and his eyes were almost invisible from laughing. The man next to him also echoed, "This is Boss Wang," which made Yunxi feel a little funny. It was her honor to follow Boss Wang. Yunxi narrowed her watery eyes. A cold light flashed across her, and she felt very unhappy in her heart. Just as Wang Kuei's hand was about to touch him, Yunxi suddenly moved. He kicked him directly, grabbed his fat arm and twisted it, with a snap as if it was dislocated, and used the force to throw him to the ground, where he fell to the ground with a thud. In an instant, the people who were drinking, flirting, and dancing nearby were also startled. Why did he suddenly hit someone so violently? Looking over, I saw an indifferent girl standing there, and a man lying 1 meter away with his arms limp. What happened? Who did this girl hit? Although Shen Yihang on this side was stunned for a moment, he still rushed in front of Yunxi. "Senior, are you okay?" He was very worried. "Oh my god, this is impossible. Some kind of woman with super strength?" Qi Wenyu paused, his eyes wide open, still full of disbelief. "Can you believe it? She has such skinny arms and legs," he said slowly to Jing Cece beside him. They thought she was being molested and wanted Shen Yihang to be a hero and save her. As a result, this beauty threw the person to the ground with great skill. Unbelievable. Such a pretty girl is so tough. Strong enough. Jing Cece opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't utter a word. Under the lights of the bar, Yunxi's delicate and fair profile was cold and dazzling. He glanced indifferently at the person on the ground, and it didn't look like he had just been in a fight. Gang's neat and skillful skills are admirable. Such a handsome and amazing girl. At this time, Yunxi looked at Shen Yihang, who had just stood in front of him. "I'm fine." She didn't expect Shen Yihang to rush over so quickly. But the man on the ground deserves to be beaten. What the hell is this? "Bitch, how dare you touch me?" Wang Kuei wanted to scream in pain. "Hurry up and catch this bastard. How dare he hit me?" He even felt that his arm was going to break. The men following Wang Kuei were also stunned by Yunxi's move at first, but now they reacted and their faces were filled with anger. "Do you know who he is? You're dead." Several men were about to step forward and grab Yunxi. She's just a woman. If she dares to hit Wang Kuei, she must bear the consequences. They also didn't expect that this woman actually had some skills. "Stop. Do you know who we are?" Shen Yihang glared at the people in front of him, clenching his fists and ready to hit them. Some men didn't listen, but he still took a look at Shen Yihang's appearance. After all, there are bound to be some people that the big families cannot afford to offend. At this moment, the bar security also hurried over and stopped what was happening next. No trouble is allowed in Dai Bar. The few people knew at a glance that they were not ordinary security guards and were not to be trifled with. However, an even more surprising scene appeared next. "Sister Shi, are you okay? Let them leave Dai now." This one sentence stunned everyone around him. "Sister Shi? Are the people in Dai Bar so respectful to Yunxi? This is just a little girl." The security guards didn't care what the people around them thought. They were all following Chunyan, so of course they knew Yunxi. This is equivalent to being their small boss. Since someone here dared to behave like this towards her, they would naturally have to deal with it properly. Let us leave? Open your dog eyes and see who we are. Wang Ke was helped up by the people next to him. He was still gritting his teeth in pain, and the look he gave Yun, she seemed as if he wanted to torture her to death. He didn't even expect that the dye bar was still protecting this bitch. He had never been humiliated like this before, when he was out playing with women. This is Wang Ke from Jiyuan society. Do you dare to move? The man next to him sneered. So what if Di is powerful? Can he be more powerful than Jiu Yuanxi? They are all ignorant and nosy people. Several security guards frowned when they heard this. If it really is 9 yuan, they really have to consider it. Chapter 51, that's my sister Shi. What's her origin? Shen Yihang also heard that this was a matter involving Anqing's forces, and he became embarrassed. I'll ask my dad to help solve it. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said to Yunxi in a deep voice. He must help Yunxi. However, Yunxi slowly replied, no need. She directly took out her mobile phone and took a picture of Wang Ke and the others, and Shen Yihang didn't understand this operation. Senior Yunxi, don't be afraid of bothering me. I can't let you suffer anymore. Shen Yihang thought Yunxi was considering something or trying to distance herself from him. Yunxi raised her eyes to look at him. Thank you, but I can handle this. Her unhurried appearance still made Shen Yihang unable to calm down. Several security guards quickly contacted Chun Yin and told them what happened. We must take this woman away today. She has hurt our brother Wang, so we won't let her go. A man said viciously, taking the opportunity to curry favor with Wang Ke. Moreover, Yunxi had damaged their reputation. If she was fine, wouldn't it make them even more embarrassed? Other customers around did not leave either. They just kept a distance from them and watched the show. They said that it was too weak for such a grown man to be beaten by that little girl, which made people feel funny. But it seems that they are not easy to deal with, and the girl will probably not be able to escape. However, just as Wang Ke was looking fiercely at the calm Yunxi, his cell phone suddenly vibrated very loudly. He frowned immediately and was about to hang it up. As a result, when I saw the notes on it, I almost dropped my phone. Wang Ke quickly picked up the phone. Brother Yuan, why are you calling again? He lowered his voice, his tone respectful and flattering, but he still maintained the same expression as before. What the hell are you doing now? That's my sister Shi across the street. How dare you touch her? And all the shit you did. You keep using the name of Jiu Yuan every day. I think you don't want to live anymore. From today on, you will be expelled from the list. A lot of angry words rushed into Wang Kuei's ears, and he was completely stunned. His eyes opened wide as if he was petrified, and the phone was hung up. He slowly raised his head and saw Yunxi opposite him, who was looking at him indifferently. What? Impossible. How come he has never seen what relationship this bitch has with Jiyuan society? Of course, Wang Kuei did not realize that he was just a small fry in Jiyuan society, and he had no right to go to the headquarters of Jiyuan society frequently. So naturally, he could not see Yunxi. He was angry and incredulous at the moment. Every word Gang Diyuan said was still echoing in his ears. He was going to be expelled. He calls this woman Sister Shi. The man next to him and Shen Yihang noticed Wang Kuei's reaction. They didn't know what he said on the phone, but they felt that he seemed to be somewhat collapsed. At the same time, Chun Yin and Su Jie immediately strode over. Su Jie directly skipped Shen Yihang and asked Yunxi with concern, Sister Shi, are you okay? Of course, he had heard about how skilled she was, so she shouldn't be wronged. Shen Yihang looked left and right, and it was obvious that Yunxi's status in the dye bar was not ordinary. But it seemed like she was just working here part-time just now. At this moment, Chun Yin looked at Wang Kuei and the others, his eyes slightly narrowed. People from Jiyuan? He said in a flat tone. Boss Yin. Wang Kuei tried to put away his previous emotions, looked at Chun Yin, and gritted his teeth. This woman broke my arm. I can't swallow this. But since this is your territory, I'll give Boss Yin some face today. As if he was very generous. But at this moment, Wang Kuei was extremely unwilling and furious, wishing he could tear Yunxi into pieces. But if he wants to touch her again, Jiyuan will not let him go. He couldn't understand why Jiyuan would protect such a woman. Even the dye bar seemed to be protecting her. He never expected that he would be so frustrated today, and the power behind him was gone in an instant. Thinking of this, Wang Kuei clenched his other hand tightly, and his other arm hurt terribly. Giving me face? Chun Yin sneered, a sinister look flashing across his eyes behind the lenses. Why did I hear that you have been expelled from Jiyuan? In fact, he was quite surprised that Jiyuan called him suddenly. What he didn't expect was that it was for Yunxi. He said it was on his territory and asked him to help deal with it. Obviously, the other party didn't know what Yunxi's status was among them. At the same time, he also didn't know how Yunxi was related to Jiyuan. But from what they know, Yunxi has no power behind her. Could it be that she is also cooperating with Jiyuan? But I haven't heard of any major changes in their territory recently. Wang Kuei's eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't expect to receive the news so quickly. The man next to him was also stunned. Is Wang Kuei no longer Jiyuan's man? The men looked at each other, then looked at Wang Kuei's expression. Could it be really like this? Suddenly they had different thoughts. The other side, Qi Wenyu and Jing Cixi stood not far away. Is Yunxi really just working as a waiter here? Jing Cixi said puzzledly. If it was just a part-time job, why would even the owner of DE Bar come over when something happened? They seemed to be very protective of her. Qi Wenyu shook his head and stared in that direction. This girl doesn't seem ordinary. Chunyin glanced at the security guards and said solemnly, "Throw these people out and never let them enter any store of dye." Because the bar was still quite noisy, the people around couldn't hear what was said, but they could see clearly that the man who had just made the girl pay the price was dragged out directly without mercy. This girl is fine? Isn't this the daughter of some wealthy family? She's quite skilled. Not necessarily. Judging from her appearance, she might have a close relationship with the dye bar. No matter how Wang Ke and the others shouted and cursed, it was useless, and they dared not offend Di. The capital for their arrogance disappeared in an instant and was thrown right at the door. "Brother Wang, help me get to the hospital quickly." Wang Kuei's face was shaking with anger, but the pain in his arm was more obvious. At this moment, a trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the two men. Wang Kuei had no one to rely on, so what qualifications did he have to order them around? But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, so you can't just offend people if you want to. "Brother Wang, where does this woman come from?" They took Wang Kuei to the hospital. "How should I know?" "This bitch." Wang Kuei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It was all her fault that he got embarrassed, got kicked out, and injured his arm. He's not done with her? And in the bar, Shen Yihong watched helplessly as everything was resolved. He breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly hated himself for not being able to help Yunxi. Instead, Yunxi handled it by himself. Chen Yin and the others nodded to Yunxi and turned to leave, and the bar became lively again. Su Jia hadn't left yet. He stood next to Yunxi and said, "Sister Shi, let me take you home." Yunxi didn't hesitate, nodded, and the two were about to leave. Shen Yihong subconsciously grabbed Yunxi's arm. "Senior Yunxi, let me take you there." At the same time, Jing Cixi and the others came over. Jing Cixi smiled and said, "Why don't we send her off together, so that brother Hang won't worry?" Shen Yihong glanced at them gratefully. He was not thinking about getting along with Yunxi, but was worried that Yunxi would reject him. However, if more people offered to send her off, she probably would not refuse. Yunxi smiled lightly. "No need, just go back and have fun. He can take me there." After saying that, Yunxi and Su Jia left. Shen Yihong stood there, pursing his lips with a complicated expression. "Brother Hang, this girl is really hard to pursue." Qi Wenyu sighed. He really is the type who looks gentle, but has a very cold personality. Jing Cixi smiled and patted Shen Yihong. "It's okay, I'll help you." Chapter 52. Could there be another plan? At this time, Yulian Society? Dayuan, what's wrong? Looking at the irritable Ding, Lu Fei, who had just walked over, held a piece of grass in his mouth, sat next to him with his legs crossed, and asked in confusion. Yuan snorted. There was a blind bastard who happened to offend Sister Shi, and he even used the name of our Jiu Yuan. I just dealt with him. There are many people in Jiyuan society. Some are in the base camp, and some are under the name of Jiyuan. They can't take care of all of them. As a result, when he received a picture sent by Yunxi today and the various bad things that Wang Kuei had done in the past, he remembered that there was such a person. Lu Fei laughed when he heard this. "Did Sister Shi tell you? I thought she would just beat the other person to a pulp." Then his eyes darkened. "But it is true that some of the little idiots who are out of control are greedy for our money, and they use the name of the 9 yuan to do nothing every day. We need to discipline them." The yuan nodded, and then suddenly showed an expectant look, a little silly. "I wonder when Sister Shi will come next time. She is almost my mentor. I had tried hard to build a good relationship with Yunxi before, and then secretly learned some skills from her. The few moves she taught me seemed mediocre, but were actually very insightful. In their minds, she was no longer an ordinary student. She was a great figure who could subvert people's imagination. His skills and marksmanship are so amazing that it's hard to describe." Lu Fei also said, thinking back to when he was the one who mocked the most before, but now he's been slapped in the face. Yunshi is truly admirable. The next day, Chui Garden. Yunshi stayed in the room upstairs for 2 hours before finally opening the door and coming out. Here, a mask. She was standing on the second floor and threw the thing in her hand directly down. It landed steadily on the sofa next to Pike and Reagan. Yunshi walked down slowly. They were surprised that it was done so quickly. "Oh my God, this feels really good." Parker gestured and put it on his face. It's not like they haven't used masks before, so they naturally know how to use them. But this one looks a little different. "Reagan, come and take a look." Reagan was fiddling with another mask. When he heard his voice, he looked up and moved it directly behind him, his face full of astonishment. Then he came closer and patted Pike on the face with both hands. His eyes widened. "Fuck, that's awesome. It's like a completely different person. It's amazing. Let me put it on, and you can see it." After saying that, Reagan put it on his face for 2 minutes. When he looked up, Pike was also surprised. "It's too realistic. Uncle Shiluk?" The two of them looked at Yunshi. Yunshi raised his eyebrows when he saw their appearance and curled the corners of his lips slightly. Not bad. She made 2 faces based on the general appearance, the kind that you would forget after seeing them once. Indeed, the effect is very good. She is quite satisfied with her craftsmanship. "It seems that I can make a few for myself and use them when I go out to do things." "Thank you, Master Shi." "Boss, you are so amazing. Why do I feel like you know everything?" Parker turned on the camera on his phone and looked at his own appearance. According to what they have discovered so far, Yunshi is proficient in the minority language of the Nori country, is also proficient in computer technology, has extraordinary skills, and can even make human skin masks. They had never seen his skills before, but they could guess it after some careful observation. The most important thing is computer technology. Their Gray Domain website was originally a newly built website. It should have no reputation and receive no attention. But no one knew how Yunshi operated it, and for a while some people actually tried to place orders. They also completed several missions. This website suddenly became popular. Parker laughed when he thought of this. That mad dog Ron would never have thought that we would become the ones catching wanted criminals. Ha! For some reason, there was a hint of pride on his face. That dog Ron, if they can't find the goods, they will be wanted directly in Continent C at a high price. It is the first time for them to know that their own value is so high. When they become successful, they will definitely seek revenge on him. Lei Jin also nodded and looked at Yunshi. "Master Shi, we are the first to receive this kind of order." Pike immediately shook his head with a smile on his face. "I even suspect that I have become the embodiment of justice. It can only be described in 2 words, magical." Yunshi leaned against the sofa and nodded calmly. "It is indeed the first one." "How do you feel?" she asked slowly. Reagan curled his lips. "Compared to the days before, it's really quite easy now. Besides, with the clue location you sent us, we are just wasting our energy. I have to say, this cooperation is very good." They also had a car modified by Yunshi, and they drove it around various cities. You can make money and live a carefree life at the same time, so why not do it? Yunshi curled her lips slightly and looked at the two of them. "The tasks we accepted before were all low-level ones. As more and more people place orders in the future, your difficulty will also increase. But recently we have brought in a few new people, so we should set up corresponding rules." Yunshi rested one arm on the armrest of the sofa, seeming to be thinking for a while. "Wait for me to choose a good location for the training ground." At the Jiyuan Society's training ground, Yunshi began another 2 hours of training. Dayuan and Sun Yin listened to them doing their own things while paying attention to when Yunshi would come out. They still want to learn a little more. At this time, another bald man came over. He had a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets. He looked to be in his early 30s. The scar at the corner of his eye makes him look fierce. "Dune, I heard that there's a woman here, training here every day." He frowned slightly. "Brother Yin Ming." Several people called out immediately when they saw it was him. In fact, the man in front of them was even younger than any of them, but he was the second in command of Jiyuan Society. Although he is young, he is a ruthless person. Jiyuan's development to where it is today is inseparable from his leadership. He will most likely be the boss of Jiyuan in the future. "Yes, Brother Yin, this girl's name is Yunshi, and it was Boss Lin who asked her to come for training." Sun Yanting said truthfully from the side. Yin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at them. "I heard from them that you guys are getting along well with this girl?" De Yuan smiled innocently. "She is very good at kung fu and taught us a few moves." Yin Ming glanced at the gate of the training ground and said with a hint of meaning, a student under 20 years old with amazing kung fu skills. He knew how skilled De Yuan and the others were, so it seemed not easy for someone to conquer them at such a young age. But this is exactly what makes people suspicious. You have good skills but no training ground? She comes here to train frequently and builds good relationships with them. Does she have other intentions? Chapter 53, Competition Field, fantastic idea. When she comes out later, tell her to find me at the competition venue. After a moment, Yin Ming said this in a sullen tone. Aha! De Yuan blinked and was stunned, stuttering a little. Yin, Brother Yin, let's go to the competition venue. Brother Yin, do you also want to see your skills? Sun Yanting asked. Yin Ming raised his eyelids and said, let me see how capable she is. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Fei and the others were left looking at each other in bewilderment. It was not until Yunxi came out that they immediately told her about it. As a result, several people didn't have the chance to ask her for any further advice. Training ground. Yin Ming was sitting on a chair, watching other people's training and competition. The cigarette in his mouth has been replaced by a lollipop. His eyes were like an eagle's, and there was a hint of brilliance in them. At the same time, a girl came from the east and caught his sight. She has a slender figure, wearing a loose coat with long and straight legs, and her hair is tied with a thin hairband. The hair by her ears sways gently in the wind. Under the sunlight, her cold white skin is so dazzling that people can't take their eyes off her. Looking at her face, her pale red lips, her eyes as calm as the bottom of the sea. Her originally pure face now had a red birthmark, making her look a little charming. Yin Ming knew without even thinking that this was the Yunxi they were talking about. He hadn't expected her to be so beautiful. He went to Myanmar to discuss business for a long time some time ago, and only found out about this when he came back. It was really hasty for Lin Shua to ask her to go directly to their territory. At this time, even the other men and women who were training looked over there. Fuck, this is so beautiful. This must be the girl who has been training in the training ground in front. I've only heard of her name, but never seen her. Is this girl skilled? She doesn't look like she can do that. She should be able to shoot at least. The more beautiful a woman is, the more poisonous she is. You never know how powerful she is. Stop talking nonsense. I'll beat up both of these little girls with one punch. Yunxi just walked straight towards Yin Ming. Are you looking for me? She stopped and looked at Yin Ming and asked softly. Not far away, De Yuan and the others were also walking towards here. Yin Ming looked at her with inquiry in his eyes for a few seconds and then slowly spoke. I heard that you were good at fighting. Would you like to compete with me? Yunxi's eyes moved slightly, and she was stunned for a second. She didn't expect that he asked her to compete. He moved his lips and was about to refuse, but then he changed his mind and thought that it would be easier to improve his fighting power by competing with someone stronger. After all, she usually practices alone and lacks someone to practice with. Okay, Yunxi responded calmly, then looked at him and said slowly, but what if I win? Yin Ming looked at her. What do you want? Yunxi smiled and moved her lips. Use it for my own use? Her tone seemed to be joking. Yin Ming was inexplicably shaken by her smile, and the next second he sneered. You are too fanciful. This girl is really arrogant and greedy. Do you think you can beat many people just because you are good at fighting and have good looks? Still want their 9 yuan pie? Could this be what she was planning to do? She curved her lips indifferently. Forget it, let's go. She wanted to create her own power, but she was not in a hurry, nor would she directly take over other people's power under her own name. What she wants more is someone who is truly loyal and believes in her. When Yin Ming heard her words, he narrowed his eyes, raised his foot, and walked towards the competition stage with her. Around the competition stage, everyone was immediately curious when they saw Yin Ming was actually going to take action, and with such a beautiful girl. Everyone gathered together to watch the fight. De Yuan and Sun Yanting were also among them. Such a weak and pretty girl. I don't think she can be that good at fighting. A man smiled with his arms folded and glanced at the stage. Another person beside him also spoke up with a mocking tone. Brother Yin, fighting with her is just a waste of talent. You can imagine the result. Of course they knew how ruthless Yin Ming was. How could a little girl compare to him? De Yuan and Sun Yin listened to them and looked at the two people on the stage quietly. De Yuan, who do you think will win? The big round eyes rolled around and suddenly turned his head. How about we make a bet? Sun Yanting and Lu Fei looked at each other and nodded. What's the stakes? 200 yuan? I bet on Brother Yin. Yu Guang raised his hand and said. Although he had seen Yunxi's abilities, Yin Ming had been in society longer and was more ruthless, so he felt that Yin Ming had a greater chance of winning. Brother Yin is only worth $200? Sun Yanting glanced at him. I bet 300, Brother Yin. Lu Fei hesitated for a few seconds. I'll bet on Brother Yin too. You guys are betting? I want to come too. Others nearby also came over to join in the fun. This little girl is so pitiful. I'll bet on her $20. I'll bet on this pretty girl too. Otherwise, if we just bet on Brother Yin, wouldn't it be boring? De Yuan, why don't you make a choice yet? Sun Yanting nudged him with his elbow. De Yuan looked at the stage and thought for a moment. I bet Miss Yun, 1,000. Damn, dude, you really spent a lot of money. Lu Fei dropped his jaw in shock. De Yuan pursed his lips and said, I think Miss Yun is very powerful. No matter how powerful she is still a girl under 20 years old. I don't believe she can beat Brother Yin. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for us, the second in command? Sun Yanting patted De Yuan's shoulder. De Yuan shook his head. Never mind, let's just watch them compete. At this time, on the competition stage, Yinshi took off his loose coat, and the training suit underneath made him look clean and neat. Yin Ming didn't let his guard down too much, but he didn't take it that seriously either. Seeing that the other party was ready, he took the lead and took action. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet suddenly rang out. The crowd, who originally thought that Yunshi would not be able to withstand a few moves, were dumbfounded after they saw Yun. She exchanged many moves as fast as swords and sabers. They immediately opened their eyes wide and watched the fight seriously. At the same time, Yin Ming, who had originally only used 50% of his strength, realized after the first blow that Yunshi was indeed quite capable, and he gradually became serious. Yunshi's various moves were unexpected, and Yin Ming even felt that she could predict his moves. What he could not have expected was that Yunshi did not seem to be using her full strength, or it seemed that she was still testing the waters. Each move is as soft as mist, but should not be underestimated. 20 minutes later, he was actually finding it hard to fight, while Yunshi seemed quite relaxed except for some beads of sweat on his forehead. Everyone in the audience stretched their necks, looking incredulous. No way. Brother Yin won't let you go, right? Why do I feel like that woman is more than just a show-off? Fuck, who the hell is she? One move after another, seemingly leaving only after images. Finally, Yunshi's clear and bottomless eyes moved slightly, and the speed of his hands and feet suddenly increased. With a turn, she used the force to flip from the air to behind Yin Ming. In a split second, her fingers were on Yin Ming's neck, which was a fatal part. Yin Ming instantly broke out in a cold sweat, with a sinister look in his eyes. He seemed to feel the breath of death on his neck. If she tried harder, he might not just lose. The next second, the touch on his neck disappeared. Yin Ming inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart beat faster. The competition ended just like that. The whole place was silent. Chapter 54. She is the only one who can live a long life. Yin Ming turned around and met Yunshi's indifferent eyes. The strange moves she had just used were still lingering in Yin Ming's mind. She seems to have mastered a wide variety of skills, but she is able to integrate them miraculously. Yin Ming really didn't expect that he would lose, and he didn't feel resigned to losing at all. Why? Why can a girl who is only in high school have such skills? Yin Ming slowed down his breathing, and then he heard Yunshi's voice sounding slowly. You lose. Yin Ming is naturally not the kind of person who is afraid of losing. Ms. Yunshi, you really make me curious. His eyes were still full of inquiry. Yunshi smiled and said nothing. To be honest, the man in front of me is not bad in skills. Now that she has been training for such a long time, her physical strength has increased rapidly. In addition, the diet in the Yun family has always been very good, so her physical fitness is now several times better than at the beginning. So when she fought with this man, she used some cleverness and it was generally quite easy. At this moment, the people watching the game in the audience were actually even more uneasy. Fuck, I bet $800 and I lost already. I bet 2,000. Hey, we didn't expect to get such a bargain. This girl lived up to our expectations of $20. Someone was immediately delighted. Sun Yanting's mouth twitched, and his expression was as complicated as Lu Fei's. He turned to look at De Yuan. De Yuan, your luck is too good. De Yuan smiled and raised his head. How can this be luck? It's because I have good vision. After the competition, Yin Ming asked Yun she to come to the reception room, where they were the only two people there. Is there anything else? I'm in a hurry to go home. Yun she sat on the chair, his voice soft and gentle for someone of his age. Yan Ming stared at her. I want to know what is your purpose in coming to us, he asked directly. Purpose? Yunqi's expression did not change, and he tilted his head and nodded. The purpose is to have a good training ground. But you are very skilled. Yan Ming obviously didn't believe her. Yunqi raised her lips. There is no end to training. And is there a better venue in Anqing? This answer directly blocked Yan Ming's words. Yan Ming really couldn't think of any better training ground. Besides, even if there was, he would still say that his own venue was better. Yan Ming then changed the subject. Where did you learn Kung Fu? Do you think I will tell you? Yunqi looked at him directly, with indifference in his eyes. Yan Ming smiled, but there was no real smile. He leaned forward slightly, looked into Yunqi's eyes, and spoke slowly. Since you like our place so much, I wonder if you are interested in joining us? It might be better to recruit such talents for your own use. He didn't mind that he had just lost to her. Winning or losing depended on one's own ability. On the contrary, he wanted to recruit such a person into their Jiyuan sect. And if she really had some plans or purposes, she would probably choose to join. However, Yunqi answered simply, not interested. It's nice here, but that doesn't mean she will join. This is just a temporary training place she found. Yunqi stood up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. After saying that, Yunqi walked away. Yan Ming sat there frowning slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. The weekend came in the blink of an eye. Yun family. Xiaoxi, you can't have breakfast today. We have to go for a physical checkup. Yun Siue got dressed early in the morning and said to Yunqi, who had just come out of the bedroom. Yunqi nodded and suddenly sighed, as if worried. Sister, we haven't had any health problems so far, so we shouldn't have any genetic diseases. When Yun Siue heard her words, her gentle face froze for a moment and her eyes dimmed. Then she smiled and said, don't worry, it should be fine, but we need to check it a few more times to confirm. Yunqi said, with a normal expression, that's good. I want to live a long life. Yun Siue's eyelashes drooped slightly, and the gentle smile at the corner of her mouth was mixed with a hint of unclear meaning. Live 100 years? The only one who can live 100 years is Yun Siue. Yunqi, don't blame her. After all, she was born for Yun Siue. In the hospital, Meng Xiaorong took Yunqi to do one examination after another. It finally took me a whole morning to finish it. Maybe Meng Xiaorong took a back door and got the result directly at that time. How is it? Is there any problem? Yun Siue asked first with concern. Meng Xiaorong smiled and shook her head, looking quite dignified. Nothing's wrong, but the doctor said I need to check twice more within a year to make sure everything is correct. Yunqi stood aside and curled his lips inconspicuously, then looked at Meng Xiaorong. Mom, is my sister's physical examination all right? She looked at Yun Siue with a smile. The two of them had the physical examination together. Meng Xiaorong seemed to have expected her to ask this question, and she curled her lips and said, it's okay. I'm relieved that you are all okay. Yunqi glanced at the stack of medical examination forms in her hand, then looked away. Her long eyelashes twitched slightly, and it was unknown what she was thinking. In a few days it was October. All schools have started a short vacation. St. Orchid College is on holiday for 10 days. Everyone is either staying at home or has already arranged a travel itinerary. At this time, there was a flight from Anqing to Qingshi. At the airport, Mom, look at that person wearing the hat. Why does he look so much like Yunqi? Yun Yinyin, who was pulling a small suitcase, suddenly stopped and said to the woman next to her. Qian Hui looked forward in the direction her gaze was pointing, and saw a figure wearing a hat and a mask, who did look a bit like Yunqi. Yinyin, why did Yunqi run to a place like Qing City? She has no money and doesn't know anyone. Besides, how could her parents let her run around? Qian Hui smiled, obviously not thinking that the person was Yunqi. Yun Yinyin nodded immediately after hearing this. Maybe the outlines are just somewhat similar. She also didn't think that a lowly person like Yunqi would come to a place like Qing City. She was lucky enough to be able to stay in Anqing. Without saying a word, the two of them put that figure behind them and went to check in. This way, Yunqi pressed down the brim of her hat. She was wearing a windbreaker and had a slender figure. She took a taxi directly to the hotel after leaving the airport. Huangyuan Hotel is the most high-end 5-star hotel in Qing City. The organizers of the Emperor Saint Alliance competition deliberately arranged all the contestants here to show their importance to them. The contestants of the preliminary round were from Qing City, Hai City, and Nanjiang City, and they were all players from the top 50 of the game list. Hotel front desk. Yunqi handed over his ID card. Miss, please take off your mask and hat and look at the camera. The hotel front desk staff pointed to the camera nearby with a smile. Chapter 55, Why Are You Here? Yunxi, why are you here? Just when Yunxi finished taking the photo and was about to put on the mask again, an incredible voice suddenly came. When she turned her head, she saw a boy walking towards her. Jingqi's purple hair and his gentlemanly temperament are still very eye-catching. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Yunxi didn't expect to meet Jingqi, but since she met him, she wouldn't pretend not to know him. Her eyes curved slightly and she spoke slowly. It's vacation time, so of course we should go out and have fun. Are you alone? Jingqi put his hands in his pockets and looked into Yunxi's clear eyes. It seemed that these were the only words they had ever spoken to each other since they became classmates. Yeah, Yunxi nodded slightly. At this time, the front desk staff returned the ID card to Yunxi and handed her the room card. Miss, you are on the 23rd floor. Okay. Yunxi and Jingqi greeted each other with their eyes, and she turned and walked towards the elevator. After Yunxi disappeared from his sight, Jingqi's eyebrows suddenly moved slightly. 23rd floor? He is also on this floor. Then he turned to look at the staff. Are all the contestants scheduled for the 23rd floor? Some rooms are not, the other party replied. Jingqi thought about it and felt that Yunxi was a little weird for some reason. The next morning, the hotel has a floor dedicated to serving 3 meals a day, and the food is even more luxurious than that in restaurants outside. While having breakfast, Jingqi saw Yunxi again. She sat there alone, eating a sandwich, looking lonely and cold. He glanced twice and then looked away. After all, although they are classmates, their relationship is not close enough to eat together. When Jingqi finished breakfast and looked up again, Yunxi had left. He stood up, got in his car, and left the hotel. Until an hour later, outside the only esports venue in Qing City. Cars stopped here one after another, and people walked in. Some contestants knew each other, so they got together to chat and basically talked about the game. This preliminary round is a single camp, random match, based entirely on individual skills and temporary combination coordination. Each person has a small room, live broadcast. Soon, all the contestants sat in their seats according to their numbers. The game is about to start. At this time, the audience who were waiting for the game to start online also started commenting one after another. There are quite a few new great players in this competition. The first person to be affected must be X, who made the list in a short time. It is said that she is a woman. Being on the list doesn't mean you'll perform well in a real competition like this. I still have high hopes for the big guys on the Fengyan team. Even if they fight alone, they are still top-notch. We'll have to wait and see. Amid the discussion, the live broadcast finally started. The audience was all curious to see what the contestants looked like. The live broadcast camera also switched to each contestant's room one by one. Qian is the new member of the Fengyan team, right? He's so handsome. I feel like he and Wan Yin from the Fengyan team are a perfect match. They are both ranked similarly, they are both great at gaming, and they are both so good-looking, yet they are on the same team. Look, X. Everyone was curious to see what she looked like, but no way. Wearing a mask and a hat? That's too mysterious. Anyway, she's a girl, and she doesn't look very old. She should be a newcomer, not some old veteran. So she is too amazing to be true. Isn't she afraid that dressing like this will affect the view of the game? Or is she just pretending to be cool? While someone was complaining online, Yunxi raised his hand and slowly took off his mask, but still wore his hat. His smooth and white chin was exposed, and the upper half of his face was a little unclear. Just a glimpse of her profile immediately astonished many people. They didn't expect that she was actually very good-looking. They thought she dressed so tightly because she was ugly. However, the camera had already switched to the next contestant. But people's discussion about X continues. At this moment, the contestants from each room have logged into the game, completed the matching, and formed teams one after another with these people and the contestants from Hai City and Nanjiang City. The first game begins. Everyone was playing the game on their mobile phones very seriously, and those watching the battle situation outside the stadium were also excited. X is playing against Qian and the others. I feel like she's going to lose. That's not necessarily true. I think they are about the same age, and X is someone who was able to make the list in such a short period of time. Her ability is definitely extraordinary. But Qian and his team have plenty of practical experience. They have participated in the competition for 2 or 3 years. This X should be participating in the competition for the first time. I'm just worried that she's strong but weak in coordination. The camera turns to Yunxi. Compared to the nervous and serious state of others, Yunxi seemed a little more casual and relaxed as he leaned back in his chair, and the character in his hand was also leveling up slowly. She didn't ask someone to train for her before, did she? This is just the early stages. Let's wait and see. At this time, it seems that the other team has the upper hand. Time passed by minute. Some teams had finished a game, and some teams had been eliminated. And Yunqi's two teams seem to be fighting a protracted war. Fortunately, this team has a match that can restrain the opponent. Wait, look, X has a new move. Oh my god, is she suddenly exploding? X, who seemed to be indifferent at the beginning, suddenly found an opportunity to charge forward madly, killing 1, 2, and 3 people without mercy, which made the audience dumbfounded. Damn, can this character be played like this? That's amazing, isn't it? Is this the routine of the strong? Imafan. Who wouldn't love a girl like this? Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the winner was suddenly decided. At this time, not only the online audience, but even several people in the same team were shocked. They never expected such a big turn of events. I thought that X's initial state was like choosing the wrong character, and he was just fighting quietly by himself. Who could have expected that she was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? It was so satisfying to kill her later. This way. Jingqi was also stunned when he saw the result on the screen. He had not yet recovered from the sudden surprise. Fuck, that's too gloomy, he said sweetly. He threw his phone forward, leaned back in his chair, and took a deep breath. After their group finished, all the results came out. Next, it's time for the second game. The day passed like this. The final winner will need to be decided the next day, and these people will be the ones who will participate in the finals. Jingqi put on his coat, rubbed his head, and walked out of the esports venue, feeling a little tired. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly seemed to see a familiar figure in the distance. Yunqi. Chapter 56X is Yunqi, Team Fengyun. After returning to the hotel, Yunqi took out the computer from her bag, turned it on, and started typing on the keyboard. In the blink of an eye, I entered the gray area's website. She supported her face with one hand and slowly looked at the long list of new orders. At the same time, in another room on the same floor, Jingqi ruffled his purple hair and paced around the room with a slight frown. How is it possible? How could she be there? I shouldn't be mistaken. My eyesight is very good. He was talking to himself. Just then the phone suddenly rang, and he immediately picked up the phone. A voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Hey, Mr. Jing, you've always wondered who that X is, right? I edited all the videos about her from the live broadcast and sent them to you. Take a look. Don't mention it, this X is really beautiful. Jingqi's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shifted his attention. At that time, he was so obsessed with why he saw Yunqi that he neglected the most important thing, X. He didn't see X at the esports stadium, but fortunately there was a live broadcast, so he wanted to see what such an awesome person was like. Jingqi immediately hung up the phone and opened a receive message. Video footage from the esports arena appeared on the screen. The camera flashed, and a woman wearing a hat and a mask came into Jingqi's sight. He had just sat down when he suddenly stood up, his eyes widened, his handsome face full of disbelief. Isn't this Yunqi? Even if she was covered so tightly, he could still recognize her. Wasn't she dressed like this yesterday? Yunqi? X? Are you sure? For a moment, Jingqi's mind was a little confused and he couldn't react at all. He continued to stare at the screen and finally saw Yunqi take off her mask. The game began. The way she played the game was exactly the same as that of their opponent today. In the final moments, they launched a massive counterattack and suffered a crushing defeat. Yunqi? Jingqi was confused at the moment and couldn't figure out what was going on. Yunqi can play games? I've never seen her play normally, although he really didn't pay much attention to her. But even if Yunqi could play games, how could he be so good at it? This is unreasonable. Now Jingqi even wanted to rush out of the room immediately to ask Yunqi what was going on. Jingqi patted his chest and took a deep breath to ease the shock in his heart. Yunqi, she has become very different from before. The contrast is quite big. But he couldn't associate her with X at all. I never expected that X was right next to me. Just like that, Jingqi kept thinking about this incident over and over again all night, and he barely slept. The next morning, Jingqi was dressed brightly and neatly, but he couldn't hide the dark circles under his eyes. He came for breakfast, and as soon as he arrived, he immediately glanced around as if looking for something. A slender figure came into view, and the sight of her slowly eating breakfast under the morning sun was so beautiful. Jingqi rubbed his eyes, still finding it hard to accept that this was X. He went to get breakfast, thought for a moment, and then walked towards Yunqi. The footsteps stopped. Yunqi slowly raised his head and saw Jingqi. Can I sit here? Jingqi pointed to the seat opposite her. Sure. Yunqi continued eating. Jingqi saw her eating quietly, as if he was an invisible person. He glanced up at her from time to time, as if he wanted to say something. I'm here to participate in the Emperor Saint Alliance competition, Jingqi suddenly said. Yunqi looked at him and nodded. Oh, you too. Jingqi stared at her, as if he wanted to ask something. Yunqi put down the clapper in his hand, raised his head slightly, and then looked at him. She curled her lips slightly and said in a calm tone, Master Jing, I think you already have the answer. Jingqi was embarrassed for a second after hearing this, and didn't plan to continue beating around the bush. You are X, he said affirmatively. Yes. Yunqi was still calm. Why? Jingqi asked. Yunqi looked at him. Master Jing, what you said makes me not know how to respond. Why is that? Jingqi pursed his lips. He could only say that he had misjudged this fact. Yunqi hit it too deeply. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. There's still a competition. Yunqi stood up and said that. Jingqi simply stretched out his arm to block it and stood up at the same time. Let's go together. I'm driving here. The 2-day competition directly made X a hot topic, and the popularity has not decreased for a long time. No one expected that X was such a beautiful girl and such an amazing game player. Some people even directly dug out Yunqi's Weibo and also found out the school Yunqi attended, and also saw the video of her previous English speech competition. Anqing? Isn't it the same city as Qian? The same one at school? My God, maybe these two know each other. Will she join the same team as Qian? This is going to be interesting. Wanwan Yinyan has a rival. How can she compare to our goddess? Wanwan Yinyan is the strongest support of the Fengyun team and the darling of the team. At this moment, the Wanwan Yinyan they were talking about was standing at the entrance of the esports stadium, staring at the two people getting on the car not far away. I didn't expect that Jingqi has a good relationship with this ex. It would be great if we could recruit her to our team. A boy walked over and joked with a smile. X hasn't joined any team yet, but if she is familiar with Jingqi, she might come to them. Then they would have gotten a great bargain. With this X, wouldn't the chances of winning future games be higher? Fong Nianwan smiled indifferently, but a hint of displeasure flashed deep in her eyes. Jingqi has a girl who is so good at playing games. Why didn't you tell us before? Her words hinted that they might not be that familiar with each other. The boy shrugged, not realizing the hidden meaning in her words. Who knows? Let's go and have dinner. At this time, in the car over here. Yunqi, do you want to join our team? Jingqi asked while driving. In fact, he had this idea when he didn't know Yunqi was X. X is very capable, and if he could join their team, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, he was surprised that X was someone he knew, but it just so happened that he could use this relationship to recruit her. Which side does Fengyun stand on? Yunqi's voice was soft and slow. Yes, you can check the information of our team on the internet. Joining our team will do you a lot of good. What's more, we are classmates. Wouldn't it be better to have an acquaintance in the team? Jingqi started to persuade. He had never thought that one day he would be able to talk so much with Yunqi. But I may just play this game temporarily. I don't know when I will stop playing it in the future. Yunqi said. Her original intention of playing this game from the beginning was to get a feel for the preferences and types of games designed by this technology company. She can play whenever she wants on her own, but if she joins a team, it would restrict her. Yunqi only treats games as occasional entertainment. However, her words dealt a heavy blow to Jingqi. Play for a while? Others made the list after just playing for a while and are ranked higher than him. Yunqi used to give everyone the impression of being stupid and silly. Now, if anyone calls Yunqi stupid, he will be the first to disagree. It would be a shame if you don't play in professional competitions at your level. He even had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before Yunqi could make it to the top 3 on the list. Yunqi smiled calmly. Playing games takes a lot of time. She has so much to do. Jingqi suddenly felt both regretful and fortunate. It's a pity that such a powerful figure can't team up with them to win glory. Fortunately, she will not join the other teams and become their opponent. Okay, if you want to join in the future, be sure to tell me. And Jingqi looked at Yunqi's delicate profile. Call me when you are free to play games. It must be awesome to play with such great teammates. Good. Chapter 57, Gambling Stone Conference I. Yunqi returned to Anqing from Qing City. The Yun couple went out to travel these 2 days, and Yun Siwe signed up for a special holiday tutoring organization, so she was not seen every day. So Yunqi is often not at home, and no one pays attention to him. Only Lin's mother showed special concern and made sure she ate well. But Yunshi knew in his heart that this was not true concern, but another purpose. I believe that before long, their thoughts will be revealed. The next day after returning to Anqing, Yunshi set out for Shitzi village with Li Huan. Yunshi wore a pair of blue jeans and carried a backpack, looking refreshing and casual, while Li Huan tied up her wavy hair. Although she still looked cool, she was also much more low-key. Just from the road, you can tell there are a lot of people in Shitzi village. Vehicles of all kinds poured into this small village. There are even cars from the imperial capital. Li Huan looked at the passing vehicles through the window, then leaned closer to Yunshi and said, I found out that the raw stones this time came from a newly opened large mine near the border. There should be a lot of good stones. This gambling on stones seemed to have alarmed quite a few people. It's not so safe once you enter here, so you'd better be careful. Yunshi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the various people coming and going in the distance, and said slowly, I see. The two of them booked a hotel here in advance and barely managed to get 2 decent rooms. Because of this gambling stone conference, the prices of the few hotels nearby were outrageous, and the prices of other restaurants were also quite expensive. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Gambling Stone Conference officially began and lasted for 3 days. Yunshi and Li Huan also mixed in the bustling crowd and walked towards the venue together. Shitzi village is not very big, it is just a village. All the cars of this large group of people are parked on the outskirts, making it even more inappropriate to drive back and forth in the village. The Gambling Stone venue is located at the foot of a mountain. As soon as we reached the entrance, security personnel began to check to see if anyone was carrying prohibited items. It seems that these people who often participate in gambling on stones have become accustomed to this process. Yunshi and Li Huan went in quickly and each received a number tag. The environment here is dim, and looking around, there are raw stones everywhere. People who have come in have begun to pick them with the equipment they brought with them, or are strolling around while looking for them. Let's do some research too. Yunshi's eyes showed a hint of interest. Li Huan pursed her lips and looked around. Should we look at the window material or the full bet material? She didn't dare to touch the full bet material because the risk was too high. Just take a look and buy whichever you like. Yunshi said casually. After saying that, she raised her foot and walked over. Many people here bring their own tools, and those who gamble on stones all year round usually have a good set of equipment. Yunshi and Li Huan also brought some tools and started looking for stones. Big and small, they all look like stones, and you can't really tell what's special about them just by looking at them. Although Li Huan had come into contact with this before, she was still a little confused at the moment. She turned to look at Yunshi, and somehow felt that Yunshi seemed determined to get the good stone. I don't know if she is really proficient in these. She always felt that Yunshi had hidden a lot of strength. At this moment, Yunshi was groping for these stones according to the memories in his mind. To be honest, gambling on stones is not that easy, and theoretical knowledge alone is not enough. In such a large venue, Yunshi selected a few pieces based on his general feeling. Some stones are favored by many people, so many number plates are placed on them, while some stones are left empty. At this time, an ugly big rock attracted Yunshi's attention. Yunshi walked over, put his hand on the stone and touched it, and inexplicably felt a very strange feeling. It seems that no one is optimistic about this rough stone. Li Huan, who followed behind, saw that there were only 2 or 3 number plates placed next to the stone. But Yunshi seemed quite interested. But if we can't get a good quality jadeite from such a big piece, it would be a huge loss. Li Huan said objectively, that's true, this stone is not cheap. And there must have been quite a few people who came to see it, but did not choose it. One reason might be because of the high risk, and the other was probably because the original quality was not good. Yunshi didn't say anything, but just secretly felt the fluctuation brought by the palm of his hand. Then she took her tools and looked at them. After a moment, Yunshi narrowed his clear eyes and stared at the stone in front of him. I want this one. Sister Shi, are you sure? Li Huan looked at the stone with doubt. She didn't doubt Yunshi's vision, but it seemed that the chances of getting something good out of this piece were slim. What if you buy it at a high price and then sell it off for nothing? You'll lose all your money in an instant. Yunshi looked calm. She smiled and nodded. It's okay, give it a try. At the same time, an old man and a woman were walking towards us from not far away. The old man was wearing a Tang suit and looked radiant. The woman, who seemed to be in her early 20s, was smiling and talking to the old man, looking quiet and elegant. Let's go and take a look at that piece. Bai Hetian squinted his clear eyes and looked at the big stone, which was the one yuan she had just chosen. Sheng Xinran smiled and looked over there, and caught a glimpse of two girls standing there who looked to be about her age. Then her eyes fell on the stone. There are really few people who take pictures of this. She spoke slowly, her tone gentle. In gambling on stones, everything is possible. Who knows, there might be good materials hidden in them. Bai Hetian walked to the front of the stone. At the same time as the two came over, Yunxi and Li Huan also walked to other places. After a long time, Li Huan also picked out a few pieces that she liked. She chose smaller stones that did not require a starting bid and could be purchased directly. After all, she did not have much money. But after walking around here for a few times, she gained a lot of knowledge. And here the filming has already started one after another. Start with rough stone number 1. Bids were called one after another, and then the auction stones were sent to the slicer for slicing. As the saying goes, one cut can make you poor, another cut can make you rich. Some items are bought at high prices, but it turns out that the water content inside is very poor. I just asked the master over there to open these 2 pieces for me, and unexpectedly a piece of bean-type jadeite came out. Li Huan said to Yun Shi with a smile, quite excited. Although bean seeds are very common varieties, it is exciting to be able to produce an inexplicable one. She felt she was really lucky. Yun Shi smiled and looked at her. So are you going to sell it right here? No. This is the first time I bought and opened it myself. I want to keep it for myself. And this variety can't be sold for much money. After saying that, Li Huan looked at the place not far in front of him and said, hasn't the stone you selected arrived yet? Right away. Chapter 58, Gambling Stone Conference, Part 2. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. What kind of crap did I get when I opened a few pieces? Someone cursed angrily. It's worthy of being a newly opened jade mine. It really produces some good stones. Some people are actually very satisfied with this jade gambling party. At this time, they came to the 18th stone, and everyone saw an ugly black stone placed in front of them. I guess no one will buy this. I just did some research on this, and it's unlikely to yield any results. For such a large piece, even if the starting price is not that high, the risk is too great. At this time, the front said, Number 18, 5 bidders begin bidding. Yunxi raised her eyelids, her clear eyes sparkling with light that was impossible to see through. 200,000. Someone shouted first. Basically, the stone is really ugly and the starting price is not high. 250,000. Another bearded man shouted with narrowed eyes. The people around were whispering and started discussing the stone with the intention of watching the fun. They also wanted to see whether the stone was colorless and water-free after being cut. As the price kept rising, it reached 400,000. Then a clear female voice sounded nonchalantly, 410,000. The minimum increase for each bid is 10,000. And she only added 10,000. Everyone looked over and saw the bidder who had not bid until now, a quiet and cold little girl. This girl is probably only about 20 years old. I wonder which family she is from. If she had to choose, she wouldn't choose a piece that everyone likes, but instead chose this piece. What a waste. I think she doesn't want to be too generous. We don't know how high the prices will be for the pieces we like. After Yunxi shouted out 410,000, the other person thought for a moment and shouted out 450,000. Then Yunxi shouted out another price of 460,000, and he looked so casual that it didn't seem like he was really optimistic about the stone. The man looked at the stone in front of him, frowned slightly, and wanted to raise the price again, but felt it was not worth it. Finally, he moved his mouth, but no more sound came out. Yunxi successfully took the photo. Miss, do you want to cut it on the spot? Cut. After that, the stone was placed next to the cutting machine. Many people also looked over, including Sheng Xinran and Bai Hetian. Master, what do you think can be cut out of this? Sheng Xinran said softly. She had the unique temperament of a wealthy family's daughter. Bai Hetian spoke slowly. In my opinion, it's either colorless and waterless, nothing comes out, or there's a small piece in the middle. If the quality is average, more than 400,000 yuan shouldn't be a loss. Betting on stones can easily cost millions. More than 400,000 is really nothing in a gambling stone field. Sheng Xinran nodded and looked at the stone being cut over there. The cutter first polished a layer, and no green was visible. Then he cut it with a knife, and it was all white. I told you, it's just a piece of waste, haha. Someone present laughed. The girl probably bought it to practice, but the 400,000 yuan will be wasted. Cut it all open quickly, I think it's all white inside, haha. Yunxi stood here quietly, his expression never changing. Li Huan stared at that place closely, praying in his heart that the next cut would leave a green patch. She glanced at Yunxi out of the corner of her eye, thinking that Yunxi shouldn't make a bad choice. Of course, the cutter is experienced and will not just cut it with one stroke. He began to polish it gently, and the stone powder floated in the air and fell to the ground. At this moment, a fluorescent light suddenly dazzled everyone's eyes. It seemed as if time had stopped for 2 seconds, and most people were stunned. Fuck, what is this? This transparency. Someone stuttered and was speechless. The cutter was also shocked, and immediately became extremely careful and began to polish the other edges. They all stared at it and saw that the exposed surface was transparent, with a glassy luster, clear and pure, and there seemed to be a slight hint of green in it. Some people couldn't control their legs and moved forward a few steps just to see more clearly. I have to say that the contrast in everyone's hearts at this moment is so great that it is not enough to describe it in words. Qian, who was standing here, was also very surprised, but after all, he had been in the field of gambling on stones for decades and had seen similar things, so he did not show it very obviously on his face. Master, is this glass type? Sheng Xinran asked softly, having not expected this at all. Glass is so rare. She had seen so many gambling stones with Qian, but she had never seen a glass-type stone that was directly cut out like this. And even the master was mistaken. Gambling on stones is really all about luck. Who would have thought that such a variety would appear for more than 400,000 yuan? Qian nodded slowly and looked over there at Yunxi, who had taken a picture of the stone. There seemed to be no emotion on her face, as if she knew what was inside. Just wait and see how big this piece is. If it's just a thin layer, it will be wasted. Then everyone saw the crystal-clear jade gradually revealed, and the surrounding white stones were all worn away. The exposed glass-type jadeite was not that big, but it was as big as a fist. You should know that according to the market price, a pair of glass-type jade bracelets will cost tens of millions. This fist-sized one should be able to make a set of jade jewelry. It was bought for more than 400,000 yuan. Wouldn't the price be more than 10 times higher? Others were in a good mood except for being shocked. But the situation wasn't so good for the other people who had just bid with Yunxi. The bearded man Galf and couldn't help gritting his teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness. He turned his head to look at Yunxi's figure over there, as if the jadeite that originally belonged to him had been stolen by someone. The other 2 or 3 people also had gloomy expressions, and no one knew what they were thinking about. There was one who kept mumbling his thoughts and sighing. If I had known earlier, I would have to compete with her no matter what. Now, I have given away such a large piece of glass for nothing. Alas. Qian on this side thought for a moment, and slowly said to Sheng Xinran on the side, "This girl doesn't look ordinary." Sheng Xinran nodded in approval, her gentle gaze falling on Yunxi. She seems to have expected this jadeite. "Master, do you want to accept a disciple?" Sheng Xinran turned her head slightly to look at Qian, roughly guessing what he was thinking. She became Qian's disciple when she was 15 years old. On the one hand, it was because of her own potential, and on the other hand, the Bai family and the Sheng family had always had a good relationship, and he had watched her grow up. Qian's gambling stone skills are well known in the circle in the imperial capital, and he has only accepted 2 apprentices so far, while his other senior brother has already become a master. Given her master's level, he naturally hopes to have more disciples to inherit his skills. Qian smiled immediately. He looked so energetic that you couldn't tell he was almost 70 years old. Let's go get to know her later and see if we are compatible. Chapter 59, Gambling Stone Conference, Part 3. Little girl, are you selling this? I'll give you 2 million. When the whole piece of glass was revealed in front of people, some people couldn't hold back. Glass type, everyone wants to have it. I think you are bullying this little girl because she doesn't know the market. Little sister, I'll give you 4 million. I'll give you the money and the goods. 4 million is too stingy. 6 million! Before Yunxi could decide whether to sell it or not, someone started shouting out the price. Li Huan on this side was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and it took him several minutes to calm down. She was even more excited than Yunxi, the owner of the jadeite, and her eyes were almost shining. Yunxi, I knew your vision was absolutely right. Li Huan's mouth was almost stretched to her ears, which was completely inconsistent with her cool appearance. Oh my god, this is incredible, like a fucking dream. Boss, Yunxi is definitely the boss. She said, how could Yunxi pick up a piece of waste stone? At this time, Li Huan was about to be promoted to Yunxi's fangirl. Glass type, she had only heard of it but never seen it. She didn't expect that one day the boss she was following would find a glass-type jade when he opened it. Listening to the prices the people around her were calling out, It was clear that Yunxi was on her way to becoming a wealthy woman. Yunxi has overturned her views time and time again, and she doesn't know what to say to describe it. At this time, the staff carefully packaged the cut jade and brought it to Yunxi. In fact, the staff present were also very heartbroken. No one had expected that such an unpopular stone, a raw stone with a low price, would actually turn out to be a glass-type stone. However, gambling on stones is just a gamble, and no one can predict what will come out of it. Miss, would you like to take it away or auction it here? He meant that auction services could also be provided here. Yunxi recalled the feeling of touching the stone just now, and she was very curious. So this one can't be sold yet, and she has other ideas about how to deal with this jade. Take it away, I won't sell it. Yunxi said a few words concisely. At that time, those who wanted to buy it sighed with regret. Girl, I think it's best for you to sell it. The price we offer is much higher than what you can get elsewhere. Yes, if you sell it outside, you might get cheated by others. Everyone tried to lure people in with the offer, but in fact they all wanted to buy this piece of glass at a low price and then resell it for several times the price. However, Yunxi seemed very determined and was not moved by their words at all. He just said, sorry, not for sale. So everyone watched Yunxi take the jade and stand on the other side waiting for the next auction. If she doesn't sell it, there's nothing others can do. What is more important now is to see what varieties can be produced from the raw stones they photographed, so they turned their attention to the future again. At this time, Bai Hetian and Sheng Xinran walked towards Yunxi together and stood in front of Yunxi and the others. Sheng Xinran wore a white coat with a light-colored long skirt underneath. The bracelets and necklaces she wore were both expensive and elegant. Her hair fell neatly on her back. Her eyes were gentle, her lips were slightly curved, and her whole body exuded a gentle and intellectual air. Hello. She was the first to greet Yunxi with a faint smile. Can we chat with you? Yunxi raised his eyebrows slightly. You want that piece of jade? If he came to her at this time, she would of course think that the other party might still be obsessed with the glass seed and wanted to persuade her. However, Sheng Xinran shook her head and said, we mainly want to get to know you and talk about gambling on stones. Yunxi agreed after hearing this, so they walked to a less noisy place to talk. Little girl, who is your master? Bai Hetian asked with a kind smile. Are you talking about gambling on stones? I don't have a master. Yunxi replied truthfully. Then Bai Hetian laughed out loud. That's great, little girl. Do you know a lot about gambling on stones? Do you often attend gambling on stones? I have a general understanding of it. It can only be said that there is all kinds of theoretical knowledge in her mind. First time here. First time? Sheng Xinran was a little surprised, then smiled. You got a glass-type gem the first time you came here. You must have an extraordinary grasp of gambling stones. Yunxi pursed his lips without any surprise or joy. Maybe my luck is a little better. At this time, Bai Hetian suddenly spoke. Little girl, I won't beat around the bush. Let me introduce myself. I am from the Bai family in the imperial capital. I am quite famous in the gambling stone world. I think you have great potential in gambling stones. I wonder if you are willing to become a disciple to bring out your talent and potential. To be honest, Yunxi is very much to Bai Hetian's liking. At such a young age, he looks calm and composed. He is the kind of person who can accomplish great things. Under normal circumstances, Bai Hetian would naturally not take the initiative to accept a disciple in such an occasion, but today might be the fate. He really wants to accept this disciple. Moreover, this was the first time he produced a glass-type jade. Once the news got out, there would surely be many people who would come to become his disciples, so he had to act first. When it comes to gambling on stones, there are many people who have a strong talent for it. Yunxi naturally didn't expect that he actually wanted to take her in as his disciple. Li Huan, who was standing next to him, heard that it was someone from the Bai family in the imperial capital. Looking at Bai Hetian's age and aura, he thought that he must be the head of the Bai family. Li Huan was shocked and overjoyed at once. The Bai family in the imperial capital wanted to accept Yunxi as a disciple. Oh my God! She felt that it would take her a year to digest what happened today. She once again realized that hanging out with Yunxi was an absolutely correct choice. At the same time, she also felt the gap between her and Yunxi. Yunxi seemed to have unlimited potential, and she must also work hard to follow her. Yunxi pursed her lips slightly, a little hesitant. But after thinking for a few seconds, it became clear that there are advantages and no disadvantages in having a teacher. When it comes to gambling on stones, she does need someone to guide her, and she will always come into contact with people from the imperial capital in the future, so it's not too early to start developing her network of contacts in the imperial capital now. She had previously checked which major families were in the imperial capital, and the Bai family was also a century-old family with a prominent reputation. Is there any procedure to become your disciple? Yunxi finally asked this question. When Bai Hetian heard this, he immediately understood that she was willing to become his disciple. He smiled and said casually, I don't have many requirements for accepting disciples, but there must be a small ceremony. We will hold it when you and your brother arrive in the imperial capital. Sheng Xinran on the side smiled sweetly. My name is Sheng Xinran, and I am your senior sister this time. Senior brother Liao Huan has been in other cities in the past few years and only comes to the imperial capital once a year. It may take a long time before you can see him again. Yunxi also smiled and immediately called out, Hello, master, hello, senior sister. I didn't expect to find a master during this trip. Then Bai Hetian and the others asked about Yunxi's basic situation, and both sides had a general understanding. Chapter 60, Gambling Stone Conference 4. The stone is still being auctioned. On the 28th, someone saw that it was Yunxi who had chosen it again and wondered if this piece might also be of good quality. So he started bidding against Yunxi, and the price was almost the same. Finally, Yunxi stopped bidding when he saw that it was not cost-effective. However, once the stone was cut, it was not very exciting. Therefore, many people believe that Yunxi was able to produce glass-type jade by luck, and when the prices of the next one or two pieces were similar, no one would compete with her for them. But Yunxi was so young and got a piece of glass jade with such great luck, so it was inevitable that people would envy and target him. Night. The hazy clouds in the sky obscured half of the moon. There were no bright lights in the entire Shitsi village. Only these hotels and a few houses around them had sporadic lights in the dark night. After washing up, Yunxi sat on the bed and took out the glass jadeite that he had photographed during the day. Just by looking at this piece, Yunxi's mind automatically flashed what kind of jewelry it could be made into and how much it was worth. It's really beautiful, no wonder it's so valuable. She moved her lips and said to herself. While one hand was holding it, Yunxi tentatively released the healing power from the palm of his hand. Just as she expected, it seemed as if there was a resonance between her and the jade. The incredible thing that happened next was that the energy in the jade seemed to be transmitted to Yunxi's body through her fingers, and at the same time the luster of the jade dimmed slightly. Yunxi stared at the jade, then felt the changes in his body, as if he understood something. Her healing power seemed to be strengthened. After the energy from the jade was transmitted, the white meridians that released the healing power seemed to become thicker. It turns out that this is possible. Yunxi sighed slightly. It's really getting more and more magical. After she absorbed the last of the energy, she took a deep breath, put the jade back together, and prepared to go to bed. 1 hour, 2 hours passed quietly. It's already late at night. Suddenly, a very soft sound came from the door of the room. Yunxi on the bed opened his eyes suddenly and narrowed his eyes slightly. The room was locked, but it was easily opened in a few seconds. Then a strange mist floated into the room and lingered around Yunxi's nose. At this moment, Yunxi analyzed the ingredients in it directly based on the smell and found out that it was the drug that made her coma. When the mist cleared, it was obvious that the two people were no longer whispering to each other, and their steps became more casual. Maybe they thought Yunxi had fainted. The two men would never have imagined that these seemingly foolproof drugs were now completely useless to Yunxi. So the two of them looked around the room and finally set their sights on the backpack. Based on the shape of the backpack, it was very likely that the glass jade was inside. I don't know how lucky she was to get a top-grade jadeite. Whatever her luck is, just consider it as a contribution to us, haha. The two of them lowered their voices and began to get excited. If we were to say the purpose of the two of them coming to this gambling jade meeting, it was nothing more than to look for a piece of high-quality jade that someone else had already obtained. They are not a wealthy family, so they would not be like those people who foolishly spend millions or even lose their entire fortunes to gamble on stones. What they pursue is to get something without any effort. They had been listening to the news from the Gambling Stone Association and heard that a piece of glass-type jade had appeared. Look, it's so easy to take this jade from a little girl. If the two of them just trade and sell it, they can get tens of millions of dollars. However, the two were secretly delighted and were about to open their school bags when they suddenly felt someone's presence behind them. People? Where did they come from? The two men turned around at the same time, met the girl's eyes in the darkness, and inexplicably felt a hint of murderous intent. Hello? Are you here to visit me? The light words made the two of them shiver. What the hell? He didn't faint? Someone cursed in his heart, not knowing what went wrong. They have always been in perfect harmony with each other. In an instant, one of them continued to rummage through the school bag. while the other one directly attacked Yunxi. She was just a little girl, so the man wanted to knock her out with just one blow. But the most doubtful thing in life happened. Yunxi did a strange side move, and in a split second he punched him in the abdomen and then did a roundhouse kick, knocking him to the ground. The force is so great, and the speed is so fast that it is impossible to resist any of the moves. Seeing this, the other person quickly dropped his school bag to help his accomplice. In the end, he was knocked down by Yunxi with a few ruthless moves. Naturally, their most impressive skill in stealing is their ability in this line of work, but their physical skills are definitely not bad either. But they never expected that a woman would beat them like this. Then Yunxi tore off the bedsheet and tied the two of them together, and tore a piece of cloth to cover their mouths. The two of them whimpered and wanted to say something, but Yunxi ignored them. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they inexplicably felt that this time it was all over. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The two people on the ground opened their eyes wide and watched Yunxi open the door. "Oh my God!" Li Huan showed a shocked expression as soon as he came in. She was sleeping in the next room when she suddenly heard some strange noises over here. She came over immediately, but she didn't expect that someone had broken into Yunxi's place. Li Huan looked at Yunxi deeply. Fortunately, she was good at martial arts. It turns out that this place is not very stable. The gambling on stones here is not like those for the rich. All kinds of people come in here, and naturally some of them have bad intentions. "Yunxi, what should we do?" Li Huan asked in a low voice, and kicked the two men. The two men immediately looked at them viciously. This mistake will be the biggest shame since their theft. "Just go. Staying here will only attract more people." Yunxi spoke slowly, his voice very cold. She didn't believe that there were only two thieves. Then Yunxi picked up her bag and said, "Let's go to your room." Li Huan nodded, kicked the two men again, and left the room with Yunxi. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment, trying to break free from the bed sheet, but they didn't know how Yunxi had tied it, and it felt like it was getting tighter and tighter, hurting their bones. On this side, Yunxi and Li Huan took Li Huan's bag and climbed out of the window. Fortunately, it was only the second floor, and it was easy for Li Huan to climb up. Just like that, the two of them drove away into the night without anyone noticing. Not long after they left, someone else climbed into the room through the window, only to see two people tied to the ground. Chapter 61, I Believe You. Hold her well. Anqing. Yunxi returned home, but Yunping and the others were still not there. Mother Lin didn't know what Yunxi was doing, and she was too lazy to ask more questions. After all, even Meng Xiaorong and the others didn't ask any more questions. After Yunxi came back, Mother Lin prepared some very nutritious dishes for Yunxi. "Miss Shi, you have to eat well. You look so thin." She looked very concerned. "Well, thank you, Aunt Lin." Yunxi responded casually. She ate it happily anyway, and it did not harm her for the time being. After returning to the room after dinner, Yunxi took out her computer and started searching something. Finally, Yunxi sent a message to Li Huan, asking her out for a meeting. In the coffee shop, there were relatively few people at this time, and the soft music playing here also covered up the sounds of people talking to each other. "Well, Yunxi, you've entrusted such a big task to me. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to handle it." Sitting in his seat, Li Huan was wearing a baseball cap and had his hair tied up, looking quite low-key. But at this moment, she pursed her lips and looked a little nervous. "And, do you really trust me so much?" She looked at Yunxi and asked the doubts in her heart. Just now, Yunxi suggested that she planned to open a jewelry store. She didn't expect that not long after following Yunxi, she would be willing to entrust such a big thing to her. "Isn't 2 years enough?" Yunxi looked at her with his chin propped up. Li Huan shook his head. "It's not that there is not enough time, but my ability. Opening a store is not that difficult, but to run it well requires strong abilities in all aspects. She doesn't have many connections now, and she doesn't know much about the jewelry industry. In short, she seems to be too bad. She was afraid of screwing up." The current Li Huan is no longer as arrogant as before. It can be said that Yunxi has smoothed out her edges. Yunxi smiled lightly. "No one is gifted and can do everything well. You have to believe in yourself and take the first step. Then you can make more and more progress in the future. You need to keep learning. I will definitely open a jewelry store and develop it into a jewelry company in the future. Instead of handing it over to someone else, why can't I hand it over to you, who has made up his mind to follow me? I believe in your potential." Every word Yunxi spoke softly struck Li Huan's heart. Although they were the same age, Yunxi gave her the feeling of someone with extremely rich experience and who had gone through all kinds of ups and downs. 2 years was used to select a location, design and decorate, choose jewelry sources, and hire workers. In fact, the time was plenty, and Yunshi was willing to hand over the career she wanted to develop to her, a person with little experience. As the first formal step into the society, she was really grateful from the bottom of her heart and strengthened her loyalty to Yunshi. Yunshi, thank you, I will definitely try my best to do it well. A few days passed in a flash. The October holiday is coming to an end. When Yunshi was doing something outside, a man in black suddenly appeared beside Yunshi. Miss Yun. Yunshi raised her eyes and saw the face of Enwu. It's you? What's the matter? This man is very elusive. At this time, Enwu took out a card and handed it to Yunshi. He remained expressionless. Miss Yun, this is what the second master asked me to give to you. He said he knew you needed this. Yunshi's eyes moved slightly, and she took the card with her slender fingers. She lowered her eyes and saw an address written on it. Second master, are you giving me a piece of land? Her tone sounded a little surprised, as if she had not expected it. Moreover, this land is located on the outskirts of the imperial capital, a place that ordinary people like her definitely cannot get. Qi Yeqing actually knew that she would need such a piece of land. For some reason, Yunshi felt something different in his heart for a moment. But probably Qi Yeqing just wanted to repay her for her healing power. Then, Miss Yun, I will leave after completing the task. Goodbye. And Wu nodded slightly, then turned around and disappeared from Yunshi's sight. At this time, in the distant imperial capital, the old house of the Qi family, old Madame Qi looked at Qi Yeqing in front of her, with kindness in her slightly cloudy eyes. Qinger, you look a lot better. She was very concerned about Qi Yeqing's physical condition. Qi Yeqing's slender eyes moved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, a rare, sunny aura. He probably only behaved like this when facing old Madame Qi. It hasn't gotten worse. Qi Yeqing replied, and the figure of the girl instantly appeared in his mind. That very warm feeling made him linger all the time. That was what Yunshi brought him. Old Madame Qi sat next to him and was quite curious. Qing, tell Grandma the truth. What do you think of this girl? Qi Yeqing had not come back before, and he could not explain it clearly over the phone, so she did not fully understand the situation. I only knew a little about the girl from the investigation materials, but her information was really too simple. She wanted to hear more from Qi Yeqing. She's fine, Qi Yeqing said according to his inner thoughts, and smiled helplessly in response to Madame Qi's question. She asked as if he was going on a blind date. Is it really like what Master Liao said? Old Madame Qi was particularly concerned about this question, as it concerned Qi Yeqing's life. Qi Yeqing thought for a moment and nodded, his eyes slightly lowered. Maybe, but the future is still unknown. He was not sure whether Yunshi could bring him relief or complete salvation. All I can say is that Yunshi really made him see a ray of light in his life. When Madame Qi heard this, she immediately patted the back of Qi Yeqing's hand and said slowly and earnestly, Qinger, only you can experience the things involved personally. Grandmother only hopes that you can be safe and sound. If it is really destined, you must hold on to this little girl. She herself did not believe much in these things, but when it came to Qi Yeqing, she only hoped to find a glimmer of hope. The Qi family is one of the most prestigious families in the capital, but it also attracts attention because of its size. Qi Yeqing lost his mother when he was born and had no maternal love. His father was a general and was away from home all year round, so he lacked a lot of care from his parents. When he was 3 years old, he unexpectedly disappeared for half a month. Fortunately, he was found later, but no one knew who was behind it. He had been in poor health since he was a child, and his health kept getting worse. He had consulted many famous doctors from various countries, but none of them knew how to help him. It has been like this until today. Finally, I found Master Liao by chance and heard his words, which gave me a glimmer of hope. Qi Yeqing smiled, and his pale face seemed to have some color. He replied mischievously, Yes, sir. Chapter 62, Can I play games with you? St. Lawn College. As soon as Yunshi entered the school gate, he attracted a lot of attention, and everyone seemed to be whispering. At this time, Yunshi was wearing a school uniform with the zipper halfway down, revealing the white sweater underneath. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked clean and cool. I really can't compare her to before. She doesn't seem like the same person anymore. What was she like before? We, who were just entering the first year of high school, have never seen her, but she is really pretty and awesome. It's not an exaggeration to call a girl who is so good at playing games a goddess. I want to pursue her, haha. She's so attractive. Forget it. I think it will be even more difficult for you to pursue a girl that even Shun Yihong can't pursue. Yes, The news of Yunqi's participation in the game competition has spread like wildfire, and more people in the school are talking about it. Many boys in particular were watching the live broadcast of the game that day, and Yunqi's face was, of course, very familiar to them. When I looked at her gaming skills again, I just exclaimed, wow. They all wanted to become sworn brothers with Yunqi and play games with her to gain points. And here, Yunqi walked into the classroom. Jingqi from the last row was the first to look up. Before that, he didn't pay much attention to anyone in the class. But now, Yunqi inexplicably attracted his attention, and he subconsciously looked at Yunqi. Jingqi sighed in his heart again. Young Master Jing, Yunqi is truly amazing. He has subverted everyone's imagination time and time again. Li Hui said, shaking his head and leaning next to Jingqi. He now felt that Yunqi was truly a magical person. In the front row, Chu Lianxua laughed mockingly. It's just that I can play a game, but they actually boasted about it like this. She even pretended to sigh, lamenting the looks they were giving her. She didn't play games and didn't understand what skills they were talking about, but when she imagined it at this moment, she could only think of Yunqi playing games clumsily. However, and Yuan beside her did not completely agree with her this time. Shui. Yunqi seemed to be really good at the competition she participated in. She even won first place. She would also play this game when she was bored, so she had some understanding of this kind of competition. Although it was completely beyond her expectations, and although she hated Yunqi, she had to admit that Yunqi actually participated in this kind of competition. He must be much better at playing games than her. When Chu Lianxua heard Yuan say this, her pretty face suddenly froze, and the dissatisfaction in her heart and the disgust towards Yun, she suddenly reached the peak. But because of her image, she didn't say anything else, but her eyes seemed to be filled with poison. She couldn't help but wonder, if it was true as Yuan said, would Qi Yingxi treat Yunqi even differently? No, absolutely not. Chu Lianxua pursed her lips, but was secretly planning something in her heart. Yunqi here. As soon as she sat down, Jiang Chong in the front row turned her head with a smile on her face, full of admiration. Oh my God, Yunqi, I didn't expect you to be so good at playing games. I noticed that your fans are increasing by tens of thousands. Yunqi raised her head and said, really? I haven't checked my social media accounts yet. She had never paid attention to those things. Jiang Chong put her arms on the chair. My brother Jiang Jun admires you so much now. He loves playing games. He also owns shares in a gaming company and can be said to be a gaming enthusiast. Jiang Jun wants your contact information. Jiang Chong said again, embarrassedly. Of course, Jiang Chong knew that Jiang Jun wanted other people's contact information in order to play games. Well, relying on her relationship with Yunqi, who sat in front and behind her, Jiang Jun entrusted her to ask for it. Yunqi smiled calmly and did not refuse. Push him to me and I'll add him. Okay. As soon as Yunqi added it, it was approved immediately. Jiang Jun sent a greeting emoticon, fully demonstrating his enthusiasm. Boss, are you interested in joining our team? After briefly introducing himself, he went straight to the point. Our team is full of elites, and we will move towards glory together. He added. Yunqi couldn't help laughing and typed back, sorry, I won't join the team. And at this time, back row here, several messages popped up on Jingqi's phone. When he opened them, he saw that they were sent by Jiang Jun. I invited Yunqi to join the team, but she rejected me. She rejected me? Following behind were several emojis of disbelief. Is it because my charm or the charm of my team is not enough? Jingqi raised his eyebrows slightly, scratched his dark purple hair, and then replied to the message. She doesn't even go to Feng Yun's team? Why would she go to yours? Jiang Jun, I'm more handsome than you. I think mine is more attractive. Jingqi, Jiang Jun. But this girl is so good at playing, and she looks so pretty. I want to take her as my master. Jingqi didn't reply, but just looked up and glanced at Yunqi again. The number of followers on Yunqi's social media accounts is increasing every day, and everyone is waiting for her performance in the next game. Many students in Shenglan College are trying to get Yunqi's contact information. Even if I can't play games with her, it's a proud thing to put it on the list. Including several high schools across the street, some game enthusiasts even came to inquire about Yunqi's contact information. Suddenly, Yunqi became more and more famous among students. This day, after Yunqi walked out of the school gate, he met someone head-on. Senior Yunqi, hello. A girl smiled and looked very friendly. We have met before. Yunqi nodded. Yeah, I know. My name is Jing Cece. You can just call me Cece. Jing Cece was also wearing a school uniform. The uniform of Anqing No. 1 High School. and had light makeup on, which was very different from the outfit she had worn in the bar that day. Yunqi still nodded. Jing Cece said shyly, her eyes sparkling. I also love playing the Emperor Saint Alliance. I admire X very much. I didn't expect that X is you. Can I add you as my friend? Her eyes were full of anticipation, which made it hard to refuse. And Yunqi naturally had no reason to refuse. Of course. Yunqi took out his mobile phone and opened his QR code. Jing Cece immediately scanned it and added him as a friend. The two talked as they walked. Then, senior sister, will I have a chance to play games with you in the future? Jing Cece asked embarrassedly with a smile. If our ranks match, then it's possible. Of course, Yunqi was just saying this out of politeness. Jing Cece was immediately very happy. She raised her hand and said, I promise I won't hold you back. I won't bother you too much. Thank you, senior. After saying that, and saying a few more words, Jing Cece left contentedly. On the way, Jing Cece took out her phone and sent a message to Shen Yihong. Brother Hang, the first step is done. I'll invite you after I can play a few games with Yunqi. Please give me some support. Shen Yihong. Thank you. I'll wait for your good news and treat you to a meal. Chapter 63, I'll tutor you. At this time, in an artist's studio, Tong Yuyin is putting on makeup carefully. She recently took part in a modeling shoot, which might make her famous. Her eyes were full of pride and anticipation. As a result, her cell phone kept ringing and she received a lot of messages. It was sent by some of her friends at St. Orchid College. Yuyin, do you know that Yunqi wants to step on you again? She played in a competition some time ago, and now she is quite famous in the school. The most important thing is that in the past 2 days, some people have frequently compared you with her. Take a look. The other party sent her some pictures. Tong Yuyin clicked on it immediately and was so angry at the content that her makeup almost fell off. Yunqi is both pretty and talented. Tong Yuyin can't compare to her. Besides, Tong Yuyin is just a minor celebrity. Not many people would know about her. But Yunqi is different. How many gamers are following her? The position of the school beauty must go to Yunqi, and Tong Yuyin can only be ranked second. Not as good as second place? Every word touched Tong Yuyin's heart, and she was immediately furious. If she hadn't taken the current situation into consideration, she would have lost control and thrown things. Yunhe, it's Yunhe Dang. How come people dare to compare her with an unknown little person? What is Yunqi? Tong Yuyin took a deep breath. Her eyes filled with strong disgust and hatred. Even though she wasn't in school very often, and even though she was about to graduate, she wouldn't allow herself to be insulted like this. She immediately took out her phone and sent out several messages. She slammed her phone on the dressing table and continued putting on her makeup. The midterm exam is coming soon. At school, just after the physical education class, Yunqi, Jiang Chong, and others walked towards the teaching building together. As soon as he turned a corner, someone called Yunqi. Yunqi. Ji Mingyu walked over with a faint smile, looking clean and sunny. Several people paused. Jiang Chong glanced at him and didn't like him very much. Yunqi, can you please talk to me for a moment? Ji Mingyu also glanced at Jiang Chong and the others. Let's talk about it here, Yunqi said unhappily. Jiang Chong and the others were noticed by Ji Mingyu, but it was not appropriate to listen to other people talking, so they stood a few meters away. Li Huan, Zhang Beibei, and others happened to pass by. It's that Ji Mingyu thing again. Li Huan sneered. Sister Li, are you really following Yunqi now? Although a long time had passed, Zhang Beibei and the others still found it incredible and couldn't believe it. Li Huan put his hands in his pockets and said, How can I deceive you? She is really amazing. We can accomplish great things by following her. Sister Li, if you follow her, what should we do? Li Huan paused for a few seconds, looked at them, and spoke slowly, somewhat seriously. If you guys keep following me sincerely, we will all hang out with her. If she accepts you, she added. Zhang Beibei and the others were suddenly a little confused. What confused them was that they clearly looked down on Yunqi the most before, but now the situation has turned out like this. It was a little hard to accept at first, watching Yunqi drifting further and further away from their understanding. As people who had bullied her before, they would only feel more complicated if they dealt with her again. Maybe it needs some time to buffer. And here, Ji Mingyu started talking to Yunqi. Yunqi, the midterm exam is coming soon. Let me tutor you. He acted as if they were already in love. You always play games, which must have delayed your studies a lot. As one of the top 3 students in the grade, I can still improve your grades in a short period of time. As he spoke, he seemed to be feeling somewhat smug about himself. He also thought that if he helped Yunxi in this way, Yunxi would definitely be very grateful to him, and then be attracted by his excellence and become obsessed with him. However, Yunxi glanced at him expressionlessly and said in an extremely cold tone, "I can find a tutor for my studies, I don't need you. I'll say it again, don't bother me anymore." Her indifference was so chilling that Ji Mingyu's smile froze. "Yunxi, why do you treat me like this now? Did I do something wrong? Tell me, and I will change." Ji Mingyu looked sad, as if he had deep feelings for Yunxi. He once again felt Yunxi's ignorance. But now that Yunxi has become so different, he can barely tolerate her temper. Yunxi sneered coldly, without any emotion in his eyes. "Your mistake is that you always hang around in front of me. Please correct it immediately." After saying that, she didn't want to pay any more attention to him and walked towards Jiangchang. Ji Mingyu stood there, his hands shaking with embarrassment. It was obvious that Yunxi had written him love letters in the past, and it was obvious that he hadn't used any tricks to make Yunxi admire him so much, but now she has turned against him. Of course, Ji Mingyu ignored what he had done. At this moment, he just felt that Yunxi had become successful and looked down on him just because he knew a few important people. Ji Mingyu turned around and left the spot. And not far away, Qingxi also noticed all this while standing under the tree. There was a complex look in his eyes. He hadn't seen Yunxi for a long time, and when they met, they just said hello and chatted for a few minutes. This friend from his childhood has become more and more outstanding and is completely different from what he was a year ago. Maybe I can do something to save our relationship. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the midterm exam. In the office, Lin Yin, the head teacher of Class 1, smiled as she drank tea. "This midterm exam is very difficult. I don't know how these students will perform." "Don't worry, there will be no problem with the students in your class." Another teacher at the side continued her words. "We're almost done graduating. I hope more students in our class can go to Imperial University." Of course, she was also very confident that there would be no problem. At this time, she turned to look at Xiao Yuan and smiled kindly. "Teacher Xiao, the students in your class have to hurry up. I heard that they are obsessed with some games every day. You can't indulge them. We can't let this class's admission rate drop too low, or we'll be embarrassed. Especially Yunxi, he acts as if his English is much better than others. He always distracts your students from doing their work. You have to discipline him." Lin Yin became more and more excited as he spoke, and inexplicably, he looked like he was teaching from a high position. She has always disliked Yunxi, especially now she feels that their classmates, including Ji Mingyu, have been influenced by Yunxi, which is not acceptable. She doesn't care what happens to Yunxi, but she can't remain indifferent since it affects their class. She even suspected that Yunxi did it on purpose, using the game to disrupt everyone's mind so that the results of their Class 17 would not seem too outrageous. Only then did Xiao Yuan raise his head and reply, "Teacher Lin, I will manage our class well, but whether or not they are affected depends more on their own consciousness. I also hope that you can manage the students in your class well." Haha, he was afraid that Yunxi would be affected. Don't think he didn't know. Just that day, he happened to see Ji Mingyu from their class talking to Yunxi, but Yunxi didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Now, no matter which direction Yunxi develops in, he is becoming more and more outstanding and more sunny, and the overall atmosphere of Class 17 has also improved a lot. That's enough. And it must be said that Yunxi was really good at playing games. He even secretly watched her play a few times. No wonder those students admired her. But now he is also curious about how much Yunxi will score in this midterm exam. Chapter 64 Midterm Exam, Danger Occurs. In the examination room, students from 17 classes were assigned to examination rooms in shuffled order. Throughout the day, Yunxi's speed in submitting papers was so fast that it was astonishing. What is she doing? She's not even trying to be perfunctory. A classmate from class 17 muttered to himself as he marked his test paper. In the past, even if Yunxi knew nothing, she would always wait until later to hand in the paper. But now she is the first to hand in the paper. Her paper wouldn't be completely white, right? Who cares about her? Everyone knows what Yunxi's level is anyway. Isn't it the same whether Yunxi makes friends early or late? A classmate at the back said silently. This is the truth. Submitting it so early can only prove that her score will be lower than before. There is no other possibility. Students from other classes ignored this. Is it unusual for such a poor student to hand in his paper early? It has nothing to do with them. However, there were a few girls who had never liked Yunxi. After leaving the examination room, they started spreading the news that Yunxi was the first one to hand in his paper. Many people knew that Yunxi handed in his paper less than 40 minutes after the exam started. To be honest, there are many people who wish Yunxi bad things happened to him. After all, Yunxi is not only attractive in appearance, but also often praised by many boys in school for her gaming skills, which has led to many people being jealous and envious. The news even reached the ears of the teachers in the office. The head teachers of Class 1 and Class 2 lamented openly and secretly that this time the results of Class 17 would probably hit a new low in history. And at this time, after Yunxi finished the exam, he walked slowly on the campus. The campus was empty, and it was obvious that Yunxi might be the first person in the school to come out after the exam. She walked to the school gate, and a white business car was waiting for her. Xiao Cici. Feng Linlin called out with a bright smile as soon as she got in the car. Now Feng Linlin feels that Yunxi is her financial sponsor. Their business has been booming recently, and the place is packed with people, all thanks to Yunxi. The car started and sped forward quickly. However, almost at the same time, Yunxi suddenly put away the smile on his face. He suddenly became terribly calm. "There's a bomb in the car." She said this suddenly, leaving several people unable to react. Chunyin, Chong, and others were all in the car, going to have dinner together. What, a bomb? How could there be a bomb? But Yunxi looked serious. Chunyin was immediately alert, frowning slightly, a little nervous. He looked at Yunxi, who looked calm. "Miss Yun, are you telling the truth?" Yunxi's expression didn't seem like he was joking, not to mention that Yunxi was not one who would usually make such jokes. The air was very quiet, but there was still no strange sound. How did Yunxi feel? At this time, Chong would shout to stop the car, no matter whether it was true or false. He had to check it out. People in this line of work never know who might want to harm them. "We can't stop the car." Yunxi pursed her lips and narrowed her clear eyes. "Stop the car once just now, and one of the wires should have been broken. Stopping the car again will only blow us all up." Her serious look proved the seriousness of the matter. In an instant, several people became panicked, and the person driving in front was even sweating slightly on his hands holding the steering wheel. "Well, what should we do? Jump out of the car?" The car had already reached this section of the highway. "No, let's not talk about what will happen if we jump down. If this car rushes out, it will definitely cause more casualties." There were a lot of vehicles at that time, and we had no idea how powerful this bomb was. And if they jumped down, they would either break their bones or be run over by other vehicles. "Keep driving, drive to the suburbs." Yunxi gave the order. She was the only one who was surprisingly calm among the group. "Don't say anything for now." Yunxi's words had an inexplicable majesty, and immediately several people shut up, and there was complete silence all around. They were so nervous at the moment that they didn't have time to think about who might be trying to harm them. Yunxi's expression was extremely serious. She lowered her eyes, as if listening to something. Several people were sweating coldly, not knowing when the explosion would happen. The sound of tick-tick came into Yunxi's ears. Based on this seemingly simple sound, Yunxi quickly calculated something in his mind. This is probably a capability that most bomb disposal experts cannot achieve. After a moment, Yunxi opened his lips slightly, and his calm voice calmed the hearts of several people for a moment. 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. It's probably because the people who placed them couldn't be sure exactly when they would get on the bus, so they set the time a little longer, giving them more time to cope. "Speed up and drive to the suburbs." Chunyin immediately ordered the driver. He believed in Yunxi unconditionally at this time. "Yes." The driver swallowed and felt nervous, but he still tried to stay calm, looking forward and choosing the shortest and fastest route. "Everyone, be ready to jump off the car later. Yunxi will help us hear the time." They didn't have time to think about anything else. As for why Yunxi could hear the time, that was her ability, and they didn't have the energy to ask more. Everyone in the car was highly focused. They're all the leaders of that faction. If something happens to them, it is conceivable that not only will their power collapse, but their families may also be affected. Who designed them this way? Time passed by minute. Fortunately, there was no traffic jam. The car finally left the city and drove towards the suburbs. There is 1 minute left. We must jump out of the car and lie on the ground immediately when there are 30 seconds left. Yunxi looked ahead through the glass. With 30 seconds to spare, an empty car couldn't move too far away, and she had to ensure that the explosion would not cause further damage. Feng Linlin and the others' hearts were pounding, and their fingers were trembling. This can be said to be a matter of life and death. "Open the car door." Yunxi ordered in a deep voice after 40 seconds. 3, 2, 1, jump. As soon as the words fell, everyone jumped out of the car together with the driver. rolled forward, and landed steadily. They are all trained fighters. At most they get some scratches. Several people fell to the ground and held their heads. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and suddenly a loud bang sounded in the suburbs, and the ground shook. People working in the fields in the distance were startled. The fragments of the vehicle exploded in all directions, and the ground was burned black. The power of the bomb was not small, and one could even feel the residual heat. Qian and the others' hearts were beating so fast that they couldn't slow down for a while, and beads of sweat were already appearing on their foreheads. They couldn't imagine what would happen if they were in the car at this moment. It was not until a few minutes later that they recovered and stood up with their hands. When he looked up, he saw Yunxi standing there. She was still so calm. KC 107. Ah, Yunxi, what did you say? What string of numbers did you say? At this time, Yunxi looked at them. Bomb model. Several people's heads were buzzing and their teeth were chattering. Who could have thought that in such a short period of time, they almost experienced life and death? At this moment, Qian suddenly stood in front of Yunxi, staring at her intently. One could sense his complicated and distressed mood. Suddenly, Qian knelt on the ground with an extremely serious expression and a trembling voice. Ms. Yun, thank you for saving us. If Yunxi wasn't there, they would never have discovered what was placed in the car. Yunxi saved more than just their lives. If the car had stopped in front of the hotel, which is on a busy street, you can imagine the damage and panic that would have been caused. Ms. Yun, from today on, I, Qian, am willing to be loyal to you. Suddenly, Qian's tone became unusually firm. He had seen Yunxi's abilities before, but he had never really considered following her. But at this moment, he suddenly made such a decision. Yunxi is worth following. She is really strong. Just at my current age, I have already reached a level that none of them can match. He believes that his current choice is absolutely correct. His words also left the other people unresponsive. They didn't expect Qian to express his loyalty at this moment, and to a girl who is less than 20 years old. But he is less than 20 years old, but he is much more capable than them. This is a fact they have to admit. Besides, without her, they would have been wiped out by now. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They immediately looked at Yunxi and said, Miss Yun, we are also willing to be loyal to you. Chapter 65, Willing to Follow Marriage. In a hall, Qian told his men what had happened today and asked for their opinions. If you are willing, you can follow her with me. If you are not willing, I will not force you. We have followed Brother Yin for so many years, so naturally we should follow Brother Yin. Someone said immediately. That's right. If she hadn't saved Brother Yin, who knows what we would be like now? We're willing to follow her. One after another, people expressed their thoughts. At this time, Yunxi walked in from outside with a laptop. Hello, Sister Shi. Hello, Sister Shi. These few, resounding words expressed their loyalty to follow her. Yunxi looked at them, then looked at Qian. Qian nodded and motioned for her to say a few words. Yunxi held the computer in one hand and looked up at them. The invisible aura he exuded was not something that ordinary people possessed. I don't have much to say. Thank you for believing in me. From today on, this place will be called Yunxi. I hope everyone can work together to make Yunxi better and better. She just said a few simple words, then opened the notebook and handed it to Qian. All the damaged surveillance footage has been retrieved. I think you should know who did this after watching it. The other party's actions this time were very careful, but the one flaw was that they were unaware of Yunxi's existence. Qian immediately looked at each frame on the screen. The group of people below were also waiting with eyes wide open for Qian to reveal who was the one who took action this time. It's actually Hongsu. Qian's face was suddenly filled with anger, and he slapped the table. Is it him? It's this bastard. Is he trying to take revenge on us? Suddenly, the others were furious and wanted to rush over to find him and beat him up. Do you have a grudge against each other? Yunxi asked. Qian took a deep breath and said calmly. He used to lead a lot of people to do shady business. We cut off his business line. He probably holds a grudge against us and wants to kill us. Most of these forces have a bottom line when doing things and will not act recklessly. But some people will do anything to make a profit. And they don't want Anqing to be peaceful at all, so they naturally want to attack him. Yunxi nodded. So what should we do next? As soon as she finished speaking, Qian's brows suddenly moved. Xiangzi, quickly contact the people from Jiyuan Society. Be careful that Hongsu will also attack them. Yes. He Chong went to contact immediately. This is probably the result of their decision to cut the grass and leave the roots. Sister Shi, we will contact the people from Jiyuan to work together to handle this matter. Don't worry. Chunyin nodded to Yunxi. Good. At this time, the other side of the Southeast District, Yin Ming and his team received news that Chunyan's group had a new leader. The more important news was that someone was trying to assassinate them, and the enemy was none other than Hong Si's gang of troublemakers. Unexpectedly, after what happened last time, they not only did not disappear in Anqing, but instead planned such a thing. Immediately, everyone became alert, checked the vehicles thoroughly, and called up nearby surveillance footage. And they immediately planned their action. So in the next few nights, there were constant big noises in the underground of Anqing. A few days later, Yun family. Yunxi hasn't come back yet? Yunping said casually when he returned home after work. Don't mention it. It's a good thing she hasn't come back yet. I want to tell you something. Meng Xiaorong stood up, frowning slightly, as if she had something on her mind. Yunping came over and sat on the sofa. What's the matter? Meng Xiaorong looked at him, very annoyed, and said in a sharp voice, I don't know what Yunxi did outside again. Someone came and said that they wanted to marry into our Yun family. Yunxi's appearance is nothing like before. Maybe he has offended some people outside. Under normal circumstances, they would be quite happy if someone arranged a marriage, but the situation at their home— Which family? Yunping asked in a deep voice. Meng Xiaorong immediately lowered her voice. Chief family. Then she said awkwardly, Don't you know what family this chief family is? The wife of the chief family came to me specifically to ask for help, and it's hard for me to refuse. Compared to the chief family, they are just a small and inconspicuous family. It would be a great honor to marry them. But they chose Yunxi. Is that so? Yunping's brows tightened, but he was a man who paid great attention to his own interests. What conditions did the chief family offer? Meng Xiaorong nodded and said, If the engagement is successful, he will introduce 2 big projects to our Yun family company. Of course, these are not just 2 projects. It is very likely that their company's assets will increase several times because of these 2 major projects. And it is also possible that their Yun family will squeeze into the upper-class families in Anqing. And she will definitely begin to integrate into the circles of these rich ladies and various banquets and tea parties. It's quite beautiful when you think about it. But they have some concerns. Yunping tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, thinking about something with a shrewd gleam in his eyes. Yunxi is really causing trouble again. I don't know why the chief family would like her. I told Siyue to marry Madame Qi's son, but she didn't want to. I don't know what has blinded her eyes. Meng Xiaorong really didn't understand. Yun Siyue has excellent academic performance, good looks, and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She's the most suitable person for marriage. At this time, Yun Ping finally spoke up. How can we give up the benefits we have obtained? Besides, we can't offend the chief family. 2 big projects flashed through Yun Ping's mind. If they could be successful, wouldn't his company soar to success? Will his elder brother and his family still be able to look down on them in the future? They might just develop directly to Qing City or Jiang City. Also, Siyue can't stay in Anqing to start a family in the future. We have worked so hard to train her, and she is so outstanding. Of course, she wants to develop in the imperial capital in the future. When Meng Xiaorong heard this, she immediately felt that he was right. Thinking this way, it was indeed impossible to let Siyue marry into the Qi family. No matter how wealthy and powerful the Qi family is, can they compare to the imperial capital? But Yunxi, Meng Xiaorong, and Yunping looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. At this moment, Yunping's eyes flashed with a dark light. It's a marriage, but no one can guarantee that nothing will happen to her afterwards, right? Our daughter is still of some use. We have raised her to this age, and it would be worth our hard work if she could make some contributions in her final days. Since the Qi family came to their doorstep, it would be difficult for them to refuse, nor were they willing to do so. Who can resist such temptation? Meng Xiaorong and Yunping hit it off immediately during this conversation. She nodded, feeling relieved and inexplicably happy. Then it's settled. Chapter 66. This result is not normal. This day, the students waited and waited, and finally the midterm exam results came out, and they couldn't wait to see their scores and rankings. The academic rankings for grades from the first to the 3rd year of high school can all be seen on the school's specific website and on a large scrolling screen in the school. The class ranking is determined by the class teacher. No one expected that after seeing the results, the 1st and 2nd year high school students were all normal, but the 3rd year high school students were in an uproar and caused a sensation. Great! I improved 2 places. Anyway, I just answer randomly. I can take any number of places I want. No, what the hell? How come I was squeezed out of the top 10? Aren't the top 10 always the same people? Who took your place in the top 10? Haha, you just didn't perform well. Impossible. At the same time, another person was shouting, impossible. How could I get second place? Yunxi was first. A girl in class 1 raised her voice in disbelief, her tone clearly showing that she didn't believe this fact. Huh, Yunxi? I've only heard of Yunxi from class 17. Are there other Youngsis in our class? The other students immediately swiped their phones to look at the first place. The result was full marks, full marks, full marks for several subjects, except Chinese, which was 1 point lower than the full mark. It's a ghost. Is there something wrong with the website? Is this funny? Some classmates were so angry that they laughed. The test was not that easy this time. None of their class got full marks in any subject. Now they saw someone got full marks in several subjects? Who would believe it? Even if this test paper was given to Anqing number 1 middle school, it might not get this score. It's so funny. A group of students immediately called the academic affairs office to report the situation. At the same time, several other classmates were all shocked when they found out. In class 17, Yinxi, why can't I find your ranking? Did you forget to record it? Zhang Chang was flipping through the rankings from the bottom. She had almost found all the students in class 17, but she didn't see Yunxi's. At this moment, a sudden shout of "damn" diverted the attention of the classmates. When they looked over, they saw that the voice was made by Jing Qi. He took a quick glance and suddenly saw Jing Qi with purple hair and almost jumped up. Then he turned his head to the right front and said, "Yin Qi, why are you so awesome?" His inexplicable surprise and excitement were incomprehensible. And when did Jing Qi ever behave like this? He usually doesn't talk much to Yunxi. Could it be that Yunxi has done something great in the game again? "Mr. Jing, what happened to Yunxi?" someone asked in confusion. Look at the rankings. Can't you take a look at the top few?" He sat back in his chair, leaning against the back with a helpless look on his face, as if he was disappointed in someone. Everyone was confused, but they still flipped forward as he said. The result is, am I dazzled? Whose name is written first? 149, 150, 150, 100, 100. Li Hui read the numbers above, his face twisted with confusion. Are these the scores obtained by real people? Li Huan on this side sighed silently. Sister, she is worthy of being Sister Shi. She is so cruel. I feel like she has fully unleashed her ultimate power this semester, which is awesome. Zhang Beibei and Zhang Xinyue stared with their mouths open in astonishment. They also suspected that they were seeing things. After a few minutes, there was a sudden howl in the class. It's so cruel. Yunxi is awesome. This is a slap in the face of class 1. The first place was snatched away by our class 17. Yunxi, you are really a hidden talent. How did you manage to play games so hard and still get such a good score in the exam? Awesome, really awesome. They simply couldn't describe this feeling in words. Yunxi really brought them surprises time and time again. Yunxi knew her score clearly, and there was no fluctuation on her face. She just smiled faintly. At this time, she opened her mobile phone and looked at the few messages that just popped up. Master, you are so amazing. You are worthy of being the woman I like. Master, I'll treat you today to celebrate your first place in the exam. Just a few messages and emoticons can make you feel the other person's narcissism and excitement. And this was sent by Jiang Jun from the next class. That's right, after Jiang Jun's constant persuasion, and thanks to the relationship between Yunxi and his sister, who sat in front and behind him, he finally succeeded in becoming his apprentice. He didn't expect that this master not only played 6 in the game, but also had shocking test scores. He suddenly felt that he had an extremely good vision. Fortunately, he acted early and hooked up with such an excellent master. Without waiting for Yunxi to reply to his message, he went to show off to Jingqi again. Jingqi. At the same time, there was a depressing atmosphere in the head teacher's office. Lin Yin stared at the first position so hard that she almost stared out of the hole. Her fingers were tightly gripping the armrests of the chair. "Hey, Teacher Lin, isn't the first place from your class?" The head teacher of class 5 said this at this time, with a somewhat curious tone. "This result is too high." The other class teacher felt it was unbelievable. The results are not important now. The most important thing is that Yunxi is the first. Teacher Qiao Yuan is so proud that a top student suddenly appeared in the class. With such grades, he can be called a genius. At this time, Zheng Mei exclaimed, "I knew this student was a good English student, but I didn't expect that he would be so good in other subjects as well. It is indeed a potential stock. This student seems to have opened up her run and do meridians. I still remember that she was the worst of the worst students before." It seems that teacher Qiao's bonus for this semester should finally increase. They all felt sorry for him. He was assigned to be the head teacher of Class 17, a class that always ranked last every year, but this time he was finally going to make a comeback. Of course, they were surprised and moved by Yunqi's sudden achievement. They didn't expect that a dark horse would emerge from Class 17 at this time, but they were also very curious about how he could get such a high score. Of course, the one who felt the most unbalanced at the moment was Lin Yin. She had always been among the top few in their class, especially the first, and that had never changed. This Yunqi was her least favorite student, but now it seemed as if she was hit in the face and it hurt. I don't believe it. Lin Yin suddenly stood up and looked at the other teachers. She raised her chin and said, "Just tell me if this score is normal. Even if we teachers were to take the test, we might not be able to get so many full marks." How could she, a student with such poor grades before, suddenly make a comeback? Do you really believe her results? When she said this, several teachers looked at each other in surprise. Lin Yin sneered. "I heard that she is always the first one to hand in the paper. I'm afraid she has used some kind of cheating device to improve her grades this time. This student is very smart." Chapter 67, Many Doubts. I have an appointment. For a time, Yunqi's achievements were questioned by many people. The first to be affected are Class 1 and its head teacher. The classes behind them don't care who the top few students are and naturally won't get involved. They just watch the fun. Xiao Yuan was very pleased with the improvement in Yunqi's grades. Oh no, it can't be described as improvement anymore. It was a leap forward, a rapid growth. He felt very relieved. Although he was not happy about the many doubts, he could not stop the gossip. As a result, the matter was brought to the attention of the Dean of Studies. Office of the Dean of Studies. Lin Yin and Xiao Yuan were both called over, so the other class teachers naturally wouldn't get involved at this time. There were constant voices talking in the room. "Director Kong, I believe you will pay attention to the results of various exams every month. Everyone knows that Yunqi always ranks last, but who can believe that he suddenly ranked first this time? Besides, she's first, so what? She got a grand slam. I think this result has broken our school's record. If she is really that good, I think she will be recruited by Imperial Capital University right away." Lin Yin sneered, mocking her openly and indirectly. She was almost laughing out of anger. Kong Yong rubbed his brows and asked, "Teacher Qiao, what do you think?" Xiao Yuan was a little angry about Lin Yan's words, but he didn't show it on his face. He just said, "Director, I believe Yunqi. Besides, I have seen Yunqi become more and more outstanding. It is something worth being happy about that he achieved such good results this time." Hee. Teacher Qiao, of course you will protect the students in your own class, but you also have to face the reality. Lin Yin immediately retorted to him. There are so many high-tech methods nowadays. Ask the invigilators. Who doesn't know that Yunqi was the first one to hand in his paper in every subject? He finished a paper in less than an hour and got full marks? Teacher Qiao, is it because our test-taking skills are too weak? Lin Yin kept talking like a machine gun. Xiao Yuan immediately retorted, "Teacher Lin, you can't just say this without any evidence. Didn't you check the surveillance? What did you find?" Lin Yin got even angrier when she heard this and gritted her teeth. Some things can't be detected by surveillance. Indeed, the surveillance did not detect any small movements by Yunqi, but this just proves that she was well prepared and was able to escape even the surveillance. Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Teacher Lin, I think you are more skeptical about the quality of our school's surveillance. The surveillance cameras used at St. Orchid College are imported. They are also used by research institutes in some other countries. You can imagine their clarity and quality." The two of them were arguing back and forth, which made Kong Yong feel overwhelmed. "Okay, you all insist on your own opinions and have no evidence. What can you argue about?" Kong Yong waved his hand. "Director, this matter must be dealt with seriously." Lin Yin glared at Xiao Yuan, then looked at Kong Yong and softened her tone. "If we don't investigate this thoroughly, this matter might get out and be reported by the media. Director Kong, we have to take it seriously." Of course, Lin Yin didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, if things got out of hand, wouldn't everyone know that she, Lin Yin, didn't keep her top spot in the grade, and it was taken away by the worst class in the grade? How will she maintain her dignity as a teacher in the future? And the bonus at the end of this year may just go directly to someone else. She was not convinced. Not only that, she also thought there must be something fishy about the matter. She must take back the honor that belongs to her in Class 1. When Director Kong heard this, he felt that what she said made some sense. Yunqi's score is indeed quite high rare. That said, I think the root of this problem still lies with Yunqi. letting her prove it is the best choice. Kong Yong said slowly, looking at the two of them and asking for their opinions. I agree. Yunqi must give us an explanation. Lin Yin replied immediately. I agree too. Xiao Yuan also nodded. Perhaps only when Yunqi completely proves his innocence can the gossip stop. And at this time, after class, Yunqi put on his school bag and walked out of the teaching building. Suddenly, a boy trotted over from the side. Master, let's go for a big meal. Zhang Jun was about to bump his shoulder into Yun, she as a friendly greeting. Yunqi turned his shoulder to avoid being hit by him. What kind of feast is this? Zhang Jun, you didn't even bother to invite me. At this time, another male voice came over. When I looked over, it was Jing Qi who came over. Zhang Jun gave him a fake smile and said, No, I want to eat with my master. You can wait until next time. Jing Qi looked at the boy's smug look and wanted to punch him. At this time, Yun Shi slowly spoke. His voice was like cold pearls. His face was calm and indifferent. Sorry, I have an appointment today. You two go eat. Zhang Jun's face suddenly seemed to crack, and he looked dejected. Aha, no way, master. He was just like an actor. And just as the two of them were chatting and laughing with Yun Shi, among the crowd of people in school uniforms at the back, someone was staring over here with jealousy that was hard to conceal. Yun Shi is so lucky that he is hooked up with young Master Jiang and young Master Jing. And Yuan smiled slowly, with some unclear meaning. Chu Lianxua looked over there and bit her back teeth secretly, wishing that she was the one standing in the middle at this moment. Although Qi Yingxi is her ideal candidate, she also hopes that there will be more outstanding boys around her. But Yunxi, who had been bullied by them and was cowardly and ugly, became the focus of the crowd. The jealousy factor slowly rises. Suddenly, she laughed inexplicably and said, The good days are almost over. After saying that, he withdrew his gaze and said no more. Jing Qi and Jiang Jun followed Yun Shi out of the school gate and saw someone coming to pick her up. There was a Maybach business car parked there, and a man got out from the passenger seat and opened the door for Yunxi. The two watched Yunxi get into the car and leave. This car has a license plate from the imperial capital. Jiang Jun was stunned. Why do I feel like my master has a big secret? There's definitely a big shot in this car. After a few seconds, Jingqi moved his lips and said, Probably. Even though he was so close, Yunxi still felt so mysterious. Let's go, it looks like we'll have to eat together. In the car, after Yunxi sat down, she pulled the zipper of her school uniform down a little. Going to eat? She asked softly. As soon as she got in the car, Qi Yiqing looked at her until he caught a glimpse of Yunxi's fair neck. Then he looked away. And from the moment he saw her, he felt a familiar warmth, which seemed to melt the coldness in his bones. Well, I bought a house here. Let's go there to eat. Qi Yiqing's tone was very casual, as if he had just bought a big radish. Then he added, What do you want to eat? Let Qi Rui make it. He's a good cook. Qi Rui immediately smiled and turned to look over. Yes, Miss Yun, just speak up. He just happened to pass the exam to become a senior technician chef, and his cooking skills are pretty good. Good. Just as Yunxi was thinking about the names of the dishes, the car drove to a location she was very familiar with. Chapter 68. Miss Yun is very charming now. Chui Garden. The car stopped at the door of a detached villa. Yunxi paused for a few seconds, then slowly smiled and said, Second master, are you going to be my neighbor? Isn't this next to the villa she bought? And she remembered that there was a family living next to her, but they were very small and rarely seen. How did Qi Yiqing buy this place? This place has a good location and a good environment. Qi Yiqing said calmly, with no ripples in his peach blossom eyes. Besides, it's very convenient. What he meant, of course, was that it was more convenient for them to meet on the day of the new moon every month. And in order to comply with his grandmother's words, he would probably stay in Anqing for a long time. After such a long time, of course I have to be closer to that warmth. Yunxi smiled faintly. Then it seems I can come here often to eat. If Chirue's cooking is really delicious, you are most welcome. Chirue, what else can he say? This villa has been completely renovated. As soon as you enter, you can feel that it is clean and tidy, yet luxurious. Chirue started cooking, while Anwu helped him with an expressionless face. Anwu, the way you handle the seafood is really horrible. Chirue clicked his tongue twice. It's really difficult for me to use my hands, which are good at fighting, in the kitchen. And Wu said silently, Then why did Insan make that side dish so exquisitely? Why don't you say that Insan's skills are not as good as mine? The two of them were talking to each other. And here, after arriving at the villa, Qi Yeqing left his wheelchair, stretched out his long legs, and sat on the sofa. Although his face was a little pale, it could not conceal his noble and cold aura. There seemed to be an invisible aura in his weakness. Have some snacks. Qi Yeqing put the entire snack plate in Yunqi's hands and let her choose. Yunqi looked down and saw colorful little candies and various imported snacks inside. She reached for a piece of candy and put the plate back on the table. I peeled the candy slowly and put it into my mouth, and the sweet taste blended into my mouth. It's delicious. Qi Yeqing looked at her pink and tender lips, and his eyes flickered for a moment. If you like them, put them all in your bag and take them with you when you leave. He spoke slowly, with a subtle smile in his tone. Normally, they never buy any snacks. He was afraid that Yunqi would be bored and thought that the little girl would like to eat these, so he asked Qirui to prepare some. Unexpectedly, it was quite to her taste. Next time, let Qirui choose some other novel snacks. After more than an hour, a table full of dishes came into view, and the smell wafted into the nose, which was somewhat tempting. The four of them came to the restaurant and sat down. Qirui, your cooking skills are really good. Yunqi picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the dish, praising him from the bottom of his heart, and gave him a thumbs up. Qirui smiled and said, as long as Miss Yun likes it. Qirui picked up the phone and looked at it for a few seconds, as if he was replying to some message. But the next moment, Qirui showed a look of surprise, then raised his head and looked at Yunqi. Yunqi was confused by his strange look. What's wrong? Qirui's next words almost made Yun. She spit out her food. Ms. Yun, are you getting engaged? Yunqi stopped chewing the food, paused for 2 seconds, swallowed it, and then raised his head. What did you say? Engaged? Who was she engaged to? How come she didn't know? Qi Yeqing also looked at Qirui. His brows slightly moved, and he seemed to have no reaction. What's going on? He asked slowly. Qirui put the phone over and said, the media in Anqing reported that the eldest son of the Qi family and the youngest daughter of the Yun family will choose a date to get engaged. But it seems that Yunqi doesn't know. Yunqi was a little puzzled. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and roughly understood what was going on. Isn't this just using her as an opportunity for marriage? What are her parents going to do? Yunqi frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably bad. Does she really doubt that she is her biological daughter? Marriage? She didn't think this marriage would last. After learning the news, several people never mentioned it again. Yunqi stayed here today. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Qi Yeqing was facing extreme pain again. But fortunately, there was Yunqi. That night, he was wrapped in warmth, suppressing the pain he had experienced for years. He slowly fell asleep next to Yunqi in the second half of the night. Morning. After having breakfast, Yunqi went to class with her school bag on her back. Qi Yeqing then came down from upstairs, and his lips were not so pale anymore. Second master, did you sleep well? Qirui walked in from outside and saw Qi Yeqing, who looked in good spirits. Qirui knew best that it was completely impossible for Qi Yeqing to sleep soundly on a new moon day. But things have gradually changed since Yunqi appeared. He now had to admit that Yunqi might indeed be Qi Yeqing's doctor. In this regard, Qirui felt that if he could really make Eri's health better, it would not be a problem for him to be a chef and cook every day. Qi Yeqing nodded. His peach blossom eyes moved slightly, with a little sparkle, and his voice was magnetic and soft. She's gone? Ms. Yun went to school. At this moment, Qirui suddenly remembered something and started talking to himself while tidying up the table. Second master, I think Miss Yun is quite charming now. Look, when she left school yesterday, 2 handsome boys followed her. Then the Yun family arranged a marriage for her. I wonder how many people in school are pursuing Miss Yun now. I have to say that this Miss Yun is completely different from what was described in the initial profile. Second master, I'm mainly worried that if Miss Yun falls in love one day, will she still be willing to come to us again? Qirui suddenly thought seriously. Qi Yeqing was sitting on the sofa. His eyebrows twitched when he heard Qirui's first words. He frowned slightly when he heard the latter words. His eyes were dim, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. According to what Qirui said, Qi Yeqing felt inexplicably uncomfortable when he thought that Yunqi might be in love. And now it has indeed appeared that she is going to get engaged. What if she really got engaged? Would she be concerned about what others said, or the restrictions of her family, and rarely meet him again? Although it seems that Yunqi is not the type of person who can be bound by others. But what if she finds someone she likes one day? Will she just ignore him? What would he do then? He couldn't just kidnap her again on the day of the new moon, could he? When Qi Yeqing thought about their current relationship, he felt very comfortable and he didn't want any other changes to happen. He raised his hand and rubbed his brows. A trace of worry flashed across his handsome face. He coughed twice and spoke slowly. Qi Rue, think of a solution. Second master, this? Qi Rue scratched his head. Second master, how about taking the initiative? He thought Mission was a nice person, although younger. Although the strength is not very strong. Although the family is quite weak. But it seems that it is not impossible to accept that she and Eri become a couple. Just think of it as complementarity. Chapter 69. Prove your innocence and doubt your life. Soon after Yunqi arrived at school, he was called to the dean's office. Many students were watching the situation here. Some were there to enjoy the show, while others simply didn't believe Yunqi's results. In the office, Kong Yong looked at the girl in school uniform who had just pushed the door open. This student is the kind of girl who appears to be clean, simple, and introverted at first glance. His first impression was that this student would not do anything like cheating. However, there are too many things nowadays where one can only judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. As the dean of studies, he has naturally seen all kinds of strange things. For example, there was a well-behaved student in the past, but he secretly gave chemical poison to others. There is also a classmate who looks dull and slow in reaction, but is actually an agile thief. So what kind of child Yunqi is remains to be verified. Hello, Director Kong. At this time, Yunqi politely bowed slightly to greet him. Student Yunqi, please sit down. Kong Yong pointed to the sofa on the side with a kind smile. Yunqi looked at him, wanting to know what he called her for. At this time, Kong Yong spoke up. Student Yunqi, it's like this, your midterm exam results are very good, but I don't know if you have heard some doubts. The teacher believes in you and is very happy that our school has such high scores. However, there is a saying that goes, the greater the ability, the more doubts there are, so the teacher still wants to discuss this result with you. He was quite friendly and didn't take sides. Instead, he wanted to get a real answer from Yunqi. Kong Yong also did not ask Xiao Yuan and Lin Yin to come over. He did not want the students to be hurt or sad because of their dispute. Yunqi smiled calmly, as cold and clear as a snow lotus on a mountain. Director, maybe my grades have changed so much that it's hard to believe. It seems that even the surveillance video could not prove her innocence. Perhaps I can prove myself better if I do another set of papers in front of you. Her tone inexplicably made people believe her. Yunqi's initiative saved Kong Yong a lot of trouble. Before Yunqi came, he was worried that the girl would cry in front of him because of other people's misunderstandings. It seemed that he was worrying too much. Okay, then classmate Yunqi, I'll find a set for you from here. After saying that, Kong Yong went to flip through the papers. He found a set of papers from other schools which were of medium difficulty and took out 2 papers from mathematics and chemistry and handed them to Yunqi. He didn't think it was necessary for her to do it all. Sit at my desk and write. It's not very comfortable to sit on the sofa here. Yunqi nodded, moved to his desk, and started writing. Looking at Yunqi lowering his head and answering the question seriously, Kong Yong once again felt that this must be a good boy. But to Kong Yong's surprise, Yunqi stopped writing just 40 minutes later. Why don't you write anymore? He looked down at his watch. But Yunqi said, Director, I have finished answering. Kong Yong immediately walked over and stood next to Yunqi, looking down at the paper she had answered, and sure enough, it was filled with answers. Student Yunqi, how? Can you write so fast? The number of questions is not small. Unless the answers pop up in her mind as soon as she sees the questions, how can she write so fast? Yunqi curled her lips, her face calm. Director, this kind of science question doesn't require too many words. Kong Yong thought that the point was not the question of liberal arts or science, because solving science problems also required a process of computational thinking. However, the draft paper next to Yunqi was still blank, with not even a single stroke of the drawing on it. Okay, classmate Yunqi, please wait a moment, I will check the answers. Kong Yong picked up the 2 papers and found the papers with the answers. And then, again and again, shock flashed through Kong Yong's mind, although his face was still kind. After finally checking the answers, Kong Yong turned his gaze to Yunqi and moved his lips, not knowing what to say. In the end, he just uttered, Student Yunqi, I believe that you will have no problem passing the exam to study in God City in the future. In fact, it's not just no problem, it's 100%. The terrifying way she answered the questions perfectly illustrates what it means to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. With this level of ability, if not God herself, who is greater? This was the first time in all these years that Kong Yong had seen such a fierce student. It was incredible, really incredible. Okay, Yunqi, you can go back now. The teacher will take care of the rest. he said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Yunxi responded and left the office, leaving Kong Yong alone with deep emotion. Kong Yong looked at the paper on the desk for a while, then turned on the computer and started typing. After the second class in the morning, during the long break, the school forum suddenly became a buzz. It was the Dean of Studies who personally explained Yunxi's academic performance online, immediately dispelling any seeds of doubt in people's minds. Faced with such a thing, the students immediately started a heated discussion. Yunxi is awesome. This is a great way to prove his innocence. No one will question it this time. Although it's still a little hard to believe this score, I have to admit that Yunxi is pretty good. I just want to ask how you can balance gaming and studying so well. It's magical. I think this time, not only will Yunxi be the school beauty, but she can also be given the title of Shengluan Academic Goddess. This time there were no more questioning voices in the comments. If I still have doubts in this situation, wouldn't that be equivalent to not trusting the dean and standing in opposition to him? They all knew what kind of person Kong Yong was. He was honest, kind, and meticulous. There was no way he would do something to favor cheating students. So Yunxi's achievements must be real. And at the same time, Lin Yin walked out of the office over there with a gloomy face, along with Xiao Yuan, who looked happy. Lin Yan's mood at the moment was as if two huge mountains were pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. To be more precise, she was angry and doubting her life. What on earth happened? How did Yunxi suddenly become a top student? She still remembers very clearly what Yunxi was like when school just started, so why is there such a sudden reversal now? Lin Yin took a deep breath. This time, he suffered a considerable blow. What made her even more unwilling was that the top spot in the grade was actually taken away from her. Not only that, everyone will know in the future that Class 17 has produced a person who has almost full marks in all subjects, who is unmatched by their class. Lin Yin frowned, feeling extremely depressed, and could no longer pretend to be in good condition. Xiao Yuan, on the other side, was deeply impressed by Yunxi's strength and was glad that he had successfully proved her innocence. I really have to thank Teacher Lin for completely making those rumors disappear this time. If she hadn't insisted on coming to see the dean, there might still be a lot of people secretly talking about Yunxi. This can be considered as her indirectly clearing Yunxi's name. Lin Yin didn't feel happy at all. She looked up at Xiao Yuan, then left in her high heels with a gray face. At this time, no one noticed that after seeing the news online, a classmate in Class 1 suddenly broke down and was almost devastated. Chapter 70, She Can't Change Anything. Yunxi returned home from school at noon. As soon as I entered the room, I caught the gazes of Meng Xiaorong and Yun Ping. The two seemed to be talking about something just now, but they stopped the topic when they saw Yunxi coming back. Yunxi drooped her eyelashes slightly, hiding the cold light in her eyes, waiting for them to strike first. Sure enough, the next moment Meng Xiaorong spoke, her tone quite gentle. Xiaoxi, come here for a moment. Mom and Dad have something to tell you. Yunxi walked over and sat on the sofa opposite her. He seemed very well behaved, but the two of them did not sense the invisible, indifferent aura. Xiaoxi, your parents have arranged a marriage for you, Meng Xiaorong said while paying attention to Yunxi's expression and saw her eyes move. Before Yunxi could say anything, she spoke again. You are not a child anymore. Many of the sons of wealthy families in Anqing are already engaged. Don't worry, your parents have made the right choice for you. Meng Xiaorong smiled, as if she was really doing it for Yunxi's own good. Yunxi pulled her lower lip indifferently and said casually, Sister is older than me. Your sister doesn't know where to go to college yet. Now she's engaged in Anqing, so I don't know what will happen in the future. Besides, the Qi family thinks highly of you. It seems that the eldest son of the Qi family is in the same school as you. What a wonderful fate. Yunxi raised her eyelids and spoke slowly. I'm about to graduate, and I don't know which university I'll get into. The implication is that there will be changes in her future. At this time, Yun Ping at the side spoke up. He looked at Yunxi with an unintentional disdain in his eyes. Yunxi, you know your grades very well. How could you get into other cities? I will find someone to get you into Anqing University in the future. With Yunxi's poor grades, they even felt embarrassed to go to the parent-teacher conference. That's it. It's good enough that she doesn't go to a vocational college. Where else does she want to go? Besides, she had no chance to go anywhere at all. But father, you should listen to my opinion on the engagement. Yunxi's tone suddenly changed, nonchalant and cold. Why do you make decisions on my behalf? Her words made Yun Ping's face darken. Yunxi, what do you mean by acting on your own? I am your father, and I have the right to make the decision for you. It's your blessing to marry into such a wealthy family. Otherwise, with your qualifications, which wealthy family would be interested in you? Your parents are doing this for your own good. What's your attitude? Yunxi, you should be more sensible. Yunping's words are righteous. Of course, what he said was his true thoughts. How could Yunxi be worthy of the Qi family? If the Qi family hadn't designated her, would she have had this opportunity? Instead, she looks so unsatisfied and unhappy. She is really out of her mind. They are now just informing her in a nice way instead of asking for her opinion. What does she think she is? Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, Yun Siwa walked in from outside. She had just finished school. When Yun Siwa took off her coat and walked inside, she saw Yun Shi's face. She immediately tightened her fingers, and her face obviously turned bad for a moment. She didn't know why. "Dad, Mom." She came over and greeted with a smile. "What are you discussing?" "We're talking about our marriage with the Qi family." Meng Xiaorong's complexion recovered a little after seeing Yun Siyue. Yun Siyue sat down with a smile on her face. She also felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere here. She thought that Yun Shi was unwilling to marry again. She looked at Yun Shi and said softly, "Xiaoxi, the Qi family is a wealthy family in the upper class of Anqing. I heard that the eldest son of the Qi family is also very outstanding. You will definitely like him." Of course, Yun Siwa knew clearly what her parents were thinking, so naturally, she wanted to add fuel to the fire. It would be easier for Yunxi to agree than for them to force her to get engaged. If he is so good, he is more suitable for my sister. I can't afford him. Yunxi no longer showed a good look to them. He stood up directly, with a cold tone. Yun Ping immediately became furious, and he stood up and glared at Yun Shi. "Yun Shi, you have to agree to this matter whether you agree or not. How could she be so ungrateful for such a good thing? What a scumbag. I'm sorry, I'm an adult already, and you don't have to make the decision on my marriage matters." Yun Shi's voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of oppression. As soon as she finished speaking, she ignored them, turned around, and walked out the door, and in the blink of an eye she disappeared from their sight. Yun Ping was almost out of breath. Where is she going? She hasn't even eaten. Yun Siwe frowned slightly and said this. "Don't bother with this rebellious bastard. Let him go wherever he wants, out of sight, out of mind," Yun Ping said in a harsh tone, looking furious. "Yunxi is getting more and more out of control. If I don't discipline her, she might forget her last name. Didn't she run away? Isn't she very powerful?" He wanted to see when she would come back and see how tough she was. At this time, Yun Siwe pursed her lips and said, "But father, she won't be in any danger outside, right?" Meng Xiaorong patted her hands and said, "Don't worry. With her condition, she will definitely run back home at night. At most, she will stay outside for a day or two before she can't stand it anymore. She needs money, but has no money. Where else can she go? If she gets angry with them and doesn't listen to them, she will only suffer." Yun Siwe nodded. At this moment, her mind recalled what she saw and heard at school today. She usually never pays attention to those games or anything like that, but recently a few classmates in her class have been discussing something that she doesn't quite understand. Then today, when she was doing her homework, her desk mate secretly played with her phone and said to her, "This girl is simply the goddess among game players," so she just glanced at her casually. It wouldn't matter if she didn't look at it, but once she did, she was so shocked that she couldn't think straight. The photo above was clearly a face that she was familiar with beyond belief, Yun Shi. She immediately searched on the internet and saw a lot of unbelievable reports. She couldn't believe what she saw, but reality clearly told her that it was not fake. Yun Siwe had no idea how Yun Shi could suddenly become so capable. Although she was completely disdainful of games, Yun Shi's fame was something that could not be ignored. It is obvious that Yun Shi is now sought after by many people and is like a little star. Yun Siwe couldn't accept it from the bottom of her heart. There's always a feeling that Yun Shi is starting to get out of control. Now, even the big family, the Qi family, has specified that they want to form an alliance with Yun Shi. Even though Yun Siwe herself looks down on Anqing's family, she still feels very uncomfortable. It was as if she was saying that she was inferior to Yun Shi in some way. She began to feel a little panicked. But fortunately, after seeing Yun Shi's arrogant character and her parents' attitude today, she felt relieved. Yes, even if Yun Shi starts to change now, how can it be too late? She can't change anything. Chapter 71 invite you to a place. However, Yun Ping and the others never expected that Yun Shi would actually disappear from their sight in the next few days. And for Yun Shi, isn't this a good excuse to do something big outside? She didn't want to feel the atmosphere of oppression and contempt in that house every day. She is very cool now. Kui garden. Yunshi stayed in her villa. She leaned on the sofa with a computer in her arms, typing a bunch of codes quickly with her fingers. Uncle Shi, those who meet the requirements have been selected. When will we start the second round of selection? Reagan on the side turned his head and looked at Yunshi. Their gray domain is recruiting new people, and quite a few people have signed up. Yunshi does not pursue quantity, but only quality, so it set up 3 rounds of selection to screen people in batches. In the next 2 days, you and Parker will conduct online assessments on them, and I will personally conduct online interviews next weekend. Yun, she said slowly. There is no need to rush to meet these new entrants into the gray domain. After the probation period is over and things have become completely stable, we may have a meeting with all employees if there is an opportunity. Oh, cool. Our new base will be located in the suburbs of Beijing. I will arrange people to build it there. After I graduate next year, we will move there. Yun, she said slowly with his eyebrows moving slightly. This is all thanks to the land that Qi Yeqing gave her. Just as he was thinking about it, the doorbell suddenly rang twice, and Yunshi raised his eyelids. Who would ring our doorbell? Parker came over from the side, turned on the screen on the door, and then turned to look at Yunshi. Uncle Shi, this is our new neighbor. He felt that this person looked familiar, because in the past 2 days this neighbor often invited Yunshi to dinner, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. Moreover, the man looked a little sick and coughed from time to time, but he didn't seem to be dangerous. So when Parker saw that it was him knocking on the door, he became less vigilant. So Parker opened the door, and the man outside appeared. Qi Yeqing's eyes fell on Pike's face for a second. Then he walked in. Second Master, why are you here? Yunshi put down his computer and walked over with a slight smile on his lips. Now she is very familiar with Qi Yeqing and others, and often eats their delicious food. So Yunshi is of course very happy when they come to visit her as friends. Besides, Qi Yeqing is so pleasing to the eye. Qi Yeqing is over 1.8 meters tall, and standing opposite Yunshi, he makes her look particularly petite. His lips curled slightly. Qi Rui and the others are not here, I'm a little bored. Yunshi nodded. Maybe Qi Yeqing had to disguise himself as a person in a wheelchair when he was outside. Qi Rui and the others were out doing business. And if he went out alone, he would definitely be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. It would be boring to stay in the villa all the time, so he came to find her next door. Through her understanding of the Qi family in the capital and Qi Yeqing's situation, she also roughly knew that the Qi family had many enemies. As a child of the Qi family, Qi Yeqing must have been watched by many people. It really makes people feel sad. You can come over whenever you're bored in the future if I'm here. Yunshi's tone softened even more. Yunshi's words made Qi Yeqing smile deepen a little. He was happy to come here more often. Qi Yeqing and Yun, she came over and sat down on the sofa. Reagan and Pike immediately lowered their presence and planned to go to the second floor. As a result, they heard Qi Yeqing say, Actually, I want to ask you to go somewhere tonight. Are you free? Reagan and Pike looked at each other for a moment. Could this man have any bad intentions towards their master Shi? It's normal for Yunshi to attract men's attention since she is so beautiful, but it is obvious that Yunshi only regards this man as a friend. Forget it, they can't get involved in the boss's affairs. Besides, with Mr. Shi's intelligence and skills, it is impossible for him to be bullied. And here, Yunshi blinked. Where are we going? Is it fun? It's a very interesting place. I'm sure you'll like it. Qi Yeqing's peach blossom eyes were filled with a hint of tenderness, and his handsome face also had a little more color. Maybe he himself didn't even realize it, but it seemed that since meeting Yunshi, he smiled more often than before. Night, go to my villa and take off the mask. I've prepared one for you, he said when Qi Yeqing and Yun, she were getting ready to leave. So the two of them went to get the masks, and Qi Yeqing drove to the place he mentioned. The car was speeding in the night. Qi Yeqing was a very good driver, and an hour or two had passed. Is it so far? Yun, she tilted her head to look at his profile, and the smooth and beautiful jawline came into her eyes. Qi Yeqing pursed his thin lips, and his serious look was extremely attractive. Qi Yeqing heard her words and slowly replied, Not an Anqing. There are snacks in the back seat. Do you want some? We'll probably be there in another 20 minutes. Yunshi turned around and looked at the back seat, and sure enough, there was a bag of food there, the packaging of which looked quite high-end. I don't think I've ever seen you eat these before. Yunshi said this casually after turning his head back. Qi Yeqing smiled, still looking at the road ahead. I don't really like eating. Firstly, he was in poor health and would avoid eating snacks if possible. Secondly, he really didn't like eating, especially sweets. Yunxi blinked. Doesn't that mean that these snacks are specially prepared for her? Or is it that Qi Rue and the others like it more? This makes sense. After all, it takes a lot of effort to transport these imported snacks. Yunxi leaned back in her chair. Although it was quite late at night, she was very energetic. She felt that the place that Qi Yeqing had brought her all the way to must be worth looking forward to. Finally, 20 minutes passed. Qi Yeqing's car was parked on the side of the road, and there was no parking lot here. Yunxi immediately put on the half mask and looked around. This place obviously looks quite remote, but there are actually a lot of people coming and going at this time. Where is this? Yunxi asked softly. Ghost Market. Qi Yeqing's answer made Yunxi stunned for a moment, but the next second he felt a little happy and excited. The reason why the Ghost Market is called the Ghost Market is certainly not because there are ghosts, but because it is only open late at night in the early morning and not many people know about it. There are all kinds of people here, and there are also many good things hidden. This place really piqued Yunxi's interest instantly. The half mask covered her delicate eyebrows and eyes, revealing her fair and beautiful chin. Qi Yeqing looked at her raised lips and knew that he had brought her to the right place. Let's go. Qi Yeqing suddenly put his fingers to his lips and coughed twice. This cough made Yunxi withdraw her gaze from the distance. She raised her head and looked at Qi Yeqing, who was walking side by side with her. Are you wearing too thin clothes? Yunxi took a look at his coat. No. Qi Yeqing steadied his breath and spoke slowly, his tone sounding a little weak. It's easy to cough at night, it's okay. Yunxi pursed his lips and sighed inwardly. Then Qi Yeqing suddenly felt a warmth coming from his fingertips. He lowered his eyebrows and saw Yunxi holding his fingers. The warm feeling was transmitted into his body at once. Qi Yeqing moved his hand naturally, completely wrapped Yunxi's hand, and then pulled her forward. In a place where no one was paying attention, a hint of smile and satisfaction flashed across Qi Yeqing's narrow eyes, making her look particularly charming. Chapter 72. Ghost Market, Token of Love. There are many people wearing hats or various disguises in the Ghost Market, especially the traffickers who are most reluctant to be recognized, because many of the items sold here are not obtained through normal channels. However, since they can come here, buyers and sellers naturally know each other well. One party is willing to buy, the other party is willing to sell, and they leave after the deal is done, never to see each other again. Yunxi and Qi Yeqing turned around many times and finally walked into the entrance. It was an extremely spacious alley with bright lights. Some were shouting, while others were silent. Sir and Miss, please come and choose some. These are all good items from the latest batch. The two of them really caught people's attention at first glance, and the stall owner raised his voice to call them over. The two turned their heads to look at him, and he immediately had a shrewd look in his eyes. He smiled and said, "You two are really a perfect match. Does this gentleman want to pick out a nice item for his girlfriend?" Judging from their appearance, they should be very young. If they are not husband and wife, they must be a young couple in love. As he spoke, he took out a rectangular box. I think this plum blossom hairpin is very suitable for this lady's temperament. In ancient times, this hairpin was a token of love. We will be together forever, and we will be together forever. What a great gift. The stall owner spoke so convincingly that Qi Yeqing stopped in his tracks. He looked at the hairpin in the stall owner's hand. It was indeed beautiful. He didn't explain that they were not a couple and simply ignored the question. Qi Yeqing lowered his head to look at Yunxi beside him and said in a gentle and magnetic voice, "Do you like it?" However, as soon as he asked, the stall owner interrupted him, sighing at his disappointment. "Young man, why ask girls if they like it? You should just buy it and give it to them." Most girls are too embarrassed to ask for it, as they can tell at a glance that the young man has little experience. Yunxi blinked and smiled. "No need to buy it for me." She looked at the stall owner again. "You misunderstood. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend." The stall owner curled his lips and smiled at them slyly. "Little girl, why are you still embarrassed to admit it? Look at how skillfully you hold hands. Young people nowadays. Okay, young man, are you going to buy it or not?" He changed the subject again. It was obvious that he meant that if the two didn't buy it, he would call someone else. At this time, Qi Yeqing nodded and said, "Buy it." Yunxi still held one of his hands and tugged at his sleeve with the other hand. "You have to ask how much it is. There must be a lot of people who ask for exorbitant prices. Little girl, love is priceless." The stall owner said this slowly. Qi Yeqing smiled and looked at Yunxi with lowered eyebrows. "Money is not important as long as you like it. A token of love? Engagement? although he had never thought of this originally. But now he increasingly doesn't want this little girl to be coveted by others. He hopes that this is the warmth and light that belongs to him alone. Qi Yeqing clenched his hands a little tighter and narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing this, Yunxi's heart seemed to be struck by something inexplicably. This man was so nice to her. Oh my, you two are taking so long. The stall owner was getting a little impatient. I won't cheek you. This is a century-old hairpin, but it's not that old. 8,000 yuan, fixed price. Qi Yeqing took out the card and handed it to the stall owner without hesitation. After paying, the stall owner was very happy. Remember to put it on your girlfriend yourself. I wish you a long and happy life together. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to go and call on other buyers and ignored the two of them. Qi Yeqing and Yunxi continued to walk inside, stopping at a stall from time to time. There are really a lot of good stuff here, Yunxi said with a smile. Weird and strange with all the unexpected things. And there seem to be very few fakes. This place is just a little closer to Anqing. I'll take you to a bigger one next time, Qi Yeqing said. Yunxi nodded. Even though she was once a super intelligent robot, she didn't have much impression of this little-known ghost market. After all, this kind of market is extremely secretive, and many of them are not fixed in one location, making it difficult to find them even if you search on the internet. At this moment, Yunxi glanced casually, and another stall suddenly caught her attention. I feel that the white light in my meridians is somewhat active. After the last time gambling on stones, Yunxi already knew that this situation meant there was something good. Let's go over there and take a look. Qi Yeqing followed Yunxi and walked over to a stall. Look around. The prices are clearly marked. The stall owner, wrapped in a coat, leaned back and forth in a chair, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Yunxi looked at the things on the stall, and sure enough, there were prices on all 20 or so items. Why is this black dagger so expensive? It must be rusty. Yunxi pointed his finger forward and asked the stall owner. The price on it is actually 2,100,000. The stall owner raised his eyelids listlessly when he heard the voice, glanced over, yawned, and said slowly, Oh, I made a mistake. I just put it there casually. Qi Yeqing was a man of great sensitivity and observation. He understood at a glance that Yunxi was probably interested in this knife. So he said casually, This looks like a piece of scrap metal. Qi Yeqing reached out and picked up the dagger, looking at it from front to back. But it's quite hard. I can go back and meld it and process it into a small kitchen knife or something. Who knows? It might be useful. What do you think, Cece? Qi Yeqing's Cece caught Yunxi off guard. It was just a sudden change of name. Nothing. Yunxi reacted quickly. She pretended to hesitate for a moment. But then why bother buying this and processing it? Just go and buy a ready-made one. The two of them were talking back and forth. The stall owner probably couldn't sleep either. He raised his eyelids in confusion and waved his hand. What is there to discuss? That dagger is useless. If you buy something else, I'll give you this broken knife. Although it is called a dagger, it actually looks like it has just been taken out of the stove and is completely black. He picked this thing up not far away when he was robbing a tomb. He thought it was an antique, so he brought it back, but after studying it for a long time, he found out it was just a broken dagger. Still not very sharp. It was probably dropped there accidentally by someone while robbing a tomb. This thing, no one wants it even if I give it away. Okay. Yunxi seemed to agree reluctantly, then looked at the other objects and finally chose a porcelain vase. According to her feeling, it should be several hundred years old, and the price is not high. It would be nice to put it in the study. Boss, just buy this. There's a POS machine here. Just swipe it yourself. The stall owner said motionlessly. Yunxi took out the card from his pocket and was about to swipe it, but was stopped by Qi Yeqing. I'll do it. You don't have to pay if you come out with me. After saying that, Qi Yeqing swiped his card to pay. Yunxi still held one of her hands, so she had no time to refute him. Thank you. Yunxi had no choice but to let him pay the bill, but she was thinking in her heart that she would have to pick out something for him next time. After all, reciprocity is the right thing to do. Qi Yeqing smiled and said, Don't be polite with me. Let's go ahead and take a look. Good. Chapter 73, We Are Too Weak. The next day, it was the weekend. Reagan and Pike are preparing to assess the new members. Yunxi started playing with the dagger in the room. As far as she knew, this dagger was not made of copper or iron, and the specific material could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. There were no gemstones or anything like that inlaid on it. It was just gray. Yunxi has already found a shop that can refurbish cold weapons, and plans to go there in a few days after making an appointment. The vibrations coming from her fingertips told her that this dagger was not simple and might become a good weapon. While playing with it, Yunxi felt that her healing power seemed to have become stronger, which made her happy. It seems that this ability can be improved with the help of jade or some antiques, and the specific ones still need to be explored. As for what will happen after this ability becomes stronger, Yunxi still doesn't know. After putting the dagger into a box, she turned on her computer and selected another task on the hacker website. After a short period of time, the rank of 5 elements lack of money on the website was raised to a very high level, directly reaching the 3rd place in the hacker rankings, and became famous in the industry in a short time. He is a very popular figure on the website. Moreover, her task completion rate was 100%, which shocked other colleagues and attracted many people to specifically want her to take their orders. That is to say, she has been here for a short time, otherwise she might have squeezed out the 1st place. As soon as Yunxi came online, people in the website forum started talking about him again. This great guy is online again. Is he here to take orders because he is short of money again? What a joke, short of money. Look at the tasks she completed. They add up to hundreds of millions, right? How can she be poor? The elder is the elder. We mortals cannot compare to him. I really want to see his true face. I don't know if the master will accept disciples. I really want to become his disciple. Don't dream. Even if I accept you, I won't accept someone of your level. As he was speaking, that 5 elements or lack of money indeed took on another task, but it was a task that had been hanging here for many days, and no one dared to take it. Even the number 1 hacker didn't accept it, because this mission involved the S area. It's not that he couldn't accept such an order, but he didn't dare to accept it. What if you accidentally offend the big boss? It would be fatal. Besides, they don't have a very good understanding of the network control situation there. The S area is very chaotic, and they don't want to be affected. But these people never expected that Yunxi would actually take on this task. She really is willing to risk her life for money. It's over. This may be the last time we see this great god online. What bullshit are you talking about? This great god is awesome. He has a 100% mission completion rate. I believe he will be able to do it this time. Then this time we might break her completion rate, unless her background is strong enough, unless she really comes and goes without a trace. As they were talking, everyone watched 5 elements or lack of money go offline. And here, of course Yunxi knew what Area S was, and she didn't just accept the mission casually. She is familiar with the network conditions in various regions around the world, and is not restricted. Besides, what does what happened in Area S have to do with her a hacker? She is only responsible for making money and upgrading. Then Yunxi opened the game again and planned to play 2 rounds. At this moment, an invitation message suddenly popped up. As soon as Yunxi saw the nickname CC Chonghua above, she knew that this was the girl who wanted to play games with her before. Yunxi hadn't logged into the game for several days, so naturally he hadn't played with her. Yunxi did not refuse the invitation. When Jing Cici saw that Yunxi agreed, she immediately greeted her in the message box. CC Chonghua, Senior, I didn't expect to invite you. CC Chonghua, Senior, I have another friend I want to invite in. Is that okay? You know him too. Yunxi naturally wouldn't mind anything. It was just a game. Anyway, the fact that they could play together meant that their rank was not much different. Qian, after getting her consent, Jing Cici immediately invited Shun Yihang in. Although Shun Yihang did not send any message, he was extremely excited holding his phone at the moment. Originally, his rank was not that high, and he had been asking his friends to play for him during this period just so that he could play with Yunxi one day. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. So the 3 of them immediately started playing. When playing with players of this level, you will basically meet veteran players and great players. Jing Cici had been following Yunxi to assist her, while Shun Yihang was fighting alone, and they would go to rescue him from time to time. And with Yunxi's magical operation, they won one game after another. Just after the 5th game ended, Yunxi said, I have something else to do, so I'll log off first. Then he quit the game. At this time, Jing Cici and Shun Yihang also started chatting online. Jing Cici, so this is what it feels like to play games with the boss. Yunxi is really amazing. But her next sentence made Shun Yihang feel heartbroken. Brother Heng, the 2 of us are just too incompetent and will hold her back. Shun Yihang thought about how he had been killed several times just now, or he had been saved by Yunxi. He was really losing face and dignity. Other times boys take girls to play games, but he does the opposite. But he just wanted to play with Yunxi more often to increase their familiarity. Jing Cici sent him another message. Let's practice hard. At this moment, Jing Cici put away her phone at home, and the corners of her lips curved up. On Monday, Yunxi came to school as usual. Nowadays, when she walks on campus, She is a beautiful scenery in many people's hearts. Everyone basically agreed that Yunxi was on the list of campus beauties and academic gods of Shenglan College. In the class, when Yunxi went to the back of the classroom to get some water, Jingxi came over. Yunxi, did you play games with my sister? Your sister? Oh. Yunxi looked at him. Jing Cici. Jingxi pouted in disdain when the name was mentioned. She was showing off to me yesterday. His sister's words always make him very angry. Oh, then we did play together. Yunxi nodded. Then wait and we can fight together. I'm the first one to know that you are X. Our relationship is a little better than others. Jingxi winked at Yunxi. He didn't expect that although he was a classmate of Yunxi, he was not as quick as his sister. I don't know how Jing Cici got to know Yunxi. And there was Jiang Jun, who even became his disciple directly. He alone had not had the chance to play a game with this great player. Oh no, we did play against each other on the field, but we never played together again after that. Thinking of this, Jingxi, as a loyal fan of the game, suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Yunxi nodded and said casually, sure, if there is a chance. Chapter 74. You took my place. After the second class, there was a long break. A piece of news was suddenly pinned to the top of the school forum, causing an uproar. The title of the content above was actually I Want to See Yunxi, and there was a picture attached below, which was actually taken from the rooftop of another building in the school. It is obvious that the website has been controlled, so this news is pinned to the top just for everyone to see. In an instant, the students and teachers became nervous, and some of them were watching the show without knowing what was going on. Oh my God, who is this? Oh my God, he's not going to jump off the building. And I remember the rooftop was locked. Is this a threat to Yunxi? What does this person want to do? Everyone was guessing, and as if it was a tacit understanding, many students immediately went to the classroom windows to look at the building. Sure enough, there was a person standing on it. Isn't that Susan from class 1? Quick, let's go over there. In an instant, whether they were concerned or just watching the fun, all ran out of the teaching building. Some people looked up at the rooftop from the ground, some quickly called for help, and some ran to the rooftop first. Yun, she naturally didn't expect this to happen. Meet her on the rooftop? At this time, a teacher had already rushed to the rooftop, but he couldn't get close to Susan at all. Student Su Shanshan, if you have anything to say, please speak up. If you have any difficulties, the teacher can help you solve them. Come down quickly. There were also a dozen or so classmates who went up there, but they were more than 10 meters away from Susan, and they just looked at her nervously. Susan, wearing her school uniform, stood on the edge of the rooftop, watching them quietly. I won't go down unless Yunxi comes. It was obvious that she was insistent on getting Yunxi to come over. Everyone was at a loss at this point, and it would take some time for the rescue team to arrive. So someone from the school's upper echelons immediately contacted Yunxi and asked her to go over and stabilize the situation. 5 minutes later, Yunxi arrived at the rooftop. She looked at the girl over there, somewhat puzzled. There was no expression on her face as she walked to the front of the group of teachers and classmates. Student Su Shanshan, Yunxi is here. If you have anything to say, just say it nicely. The teacher shouted to Su Shanshan with some nervousness in her tone. If she jumped down in excitement, things would become serious. Let her come over. Su Shanshan looked at Yunxi's figure. Her fingers clenched tightly, and even her breathing became a little unstable. Yunxi pursed her lips and glanced at the teacher. The teacher had no choice but to nod and whispered to Yunxi, Yunxi, you must not irritate her and don't get too close to her. Stay steady and wait for help to arrive downstairs. Okay. Yunxi agreed and turned to look at Susan over there. She walked over step by step. Yunxi stopped and looked at her quietly until he was 3 meters away from her. I remember we didn't know each other. Yunxi spoke first. Susan suddenly sneered, looking inexplicably crazy. Yunxi, you took my place. How could you not recognize me? Yunxi, you know that my current situation cannot be separated from you. Look. As soon as she finished speaking, Susan rolled up her school uniform sleeves, revealing her arms. Yunxi's gaze fell on it, and his eyes narrowed for a moment. Her arms were covered in bruises, as if she had been beaten, and there was hardly a piece of good white flesh to be seen. Who did this? Susan didn't answer her, and at this time the rescue team had already run in from the school gate and was heading towards the building. Susan had tears in her eyes. She was gritting her teeth with reluctance and pain. Her voice was hoarse. For 3 years, I have always been number 1 in the grade. But this time, because of you, I lost my number 1 position. Are you always as bad as before? Why did you have to steal mine? Do you know how much this means to me? I don't care what happens to you. But you took my place. Do you know how much pain this causes me? The wind on the rooftop blew her hair, and there was an increasing madness in Susan's eyes, as if Yunshi was the culprit of all this. The students standing at the back heard vaguely what was said here. They were worried about this side and whispered to each other. It turns out that it's because Yunshi got first place in the exam this time. Susan had always been first in the grade before, so she must have resented Yunshi. That's impossible. Susan isn't that kind of person. She's usually very quiet and always works hard to study. So what on earth did she want to do just to say these things? Coming in second is pretty good, isn't it? It's just one place short. This way. Susan glanced downstairs and continued to look at Yunshi. After hearing what she said, Yunshi understood what was going on. Life is full of ups and downs. It would be good if you can surpass me next time, right? Yunshi's voice was very soft, and her calmness had a soothing effect. But at this time, Susan seemed to have fallen into a vicious circle of her own thoughts. Or maybe she had been suppressed for too long and suddenly exploded, and Yunshi happened to be the outbreak point. It's gone, nothing can go back, Susan said hysterically, shaking her head. She looked at the sky, then at her classmates in the distance, and when she heard the anxious voices downstairs, Susan smiled. No one would understand how she had survived all these years. She is the pride of the family. She represents her parents' face and honor. She is under infinite restrictions and can only do what her parents ask. Once she wasn't good enough, she would be deprived of food, punished by family rules, and put in solitary confinement. She lived like a puppet. Only if she always ranks first, takes the prize money, and wins awards in various competitions can she maintain the illusion of superficial harmony and see her parents smile at her. She's had enough. Originally, as long as she finished these months and left Anqing, she would be able to find a way to escape. But things don't go as planned. Yunshi broke it all. No one knows what she went through this weekend. She couldn't bear it anymore. It all had to end. Susan suddenly calmed down, looked at Yunshi, but said nothing. Yunshi sensed something was wrong, but still advised softly, Susan, only after suffering enough setbacks can you be reborn. You have to believe in yourself. Although Yunshi thought that this matter had nothing to do with her, she would still help if she could under the current circumstances. Really, there were bloodshot eyes and tears in Susan's eyes. She looked at Yunshi and seemed to hesitate. Yunshi nodded and slowly extended her hand to her. Don't worry. Give me your hand. She took 2 steps forward. Susan looked downstairs, turned her head, and finally slowly stretched out her hand. Chapter 75, Jumping Off the Building. But just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, what happened the next second made everyone break out in a cold sweat. The moment Susan grabbed Yunshi's hand, her fingers held tightly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She was about to take a step away from the edge of the rooftop. However, Susan suddenly curled her lower lip and pulled Yunshi towards her with great force, using the greatest viciousness accumulated in her heart. The fierceness came up and happened in a matter of seconds, which was completely beyond the ability of a normal person to resist. Su Shanshan actually grabbed Yunshi and threw him into the air, her eyes filled with fearlessness and relief. Yunshi's eyes fixed when Su Shanshan made her move, but he was still caught off guard. Because he was very close to the edge of the rooftop, he was directly pulled by her and fell downstairs. Everyone was panicked. This was totally unexpected. The teachers and students behind all rushed over at once, but it was too late to catch them. At this time, the life-saving cushion below had not been fully inflated. Susan must have taken this opportunity to jump down, because she never thought about being rescued, and she wouldn't think about it. The classmates and teachers gathered downstairs watched Su Shanshan pull Yunshi down. Yunshi! Many people from class 17 in the crowd shouted nervously and almost rushed forward to catch them. But how could they possibly go and pick it up? The rooftop on the 8th floor might not be completely safe even if there was a life-saving mat falling down. If someone tried to catch it, more people would get hurt. The only thing that flashed through everyone's mind was, it's over, completely over. Originally, everyone wanted Yunshi to persuade Susan to rescue her, but no one expected that Yunshi would be implicated. At this time, some students had already closed their eyes because they could not bear it anymore. They had already anticipated what kind of tragic scene would happen in a few seconds. Perhaps there will be no peace in St. Orchid College in the next few months. However, people did not hear any tragic noise. Looking up, Yunshi was actually holding onto the balcony wall on the 7th floor. Hurry, hurry, inflate the life-saving cushion, someone shouted immediately. Yunshi, hold on. They thought that nothing would happen to such a weak girl after being pushed down. Unexpectedly, Yunshi not only held on to the wall tightly, but also grabbed Susan with one hand, which made people tremble with fear. Girls have weak arm strength, not to mention Yunshi is so thin. She had to use one hand to hold on to prevent herself from falling, and with the other hand she had to hold on to someone to prevent herself from falling. It was really difficult for her to sustain this for long. At this moment, some people wished that Yunshi would let go and rescue themselves first. Because to them, Susan really went too far. She wanted to die and even drag someone with her. But Yunshi held her steadily. "Hold on for 5 more minutes. It will be fine in 5 minutes," the rescuer shouted while inflating the balloon. Everyone was terrified, and some people took out their phones to record videos. And at this time above, Susan's heart was pounding as she thought she was going to fall but failed. But she still held on to Yunshi's hand and wanted to continue jumping. Yunshi's eyes were full of coldness. His lower lip curled in a cold smile, his hands still tightly grasping the wall. "You really are not afraid of death. But for someone who is not afraid of even death, what else do you have to be afraid of?" Yunshi asked back with some sarcasm, but his voice was still steady, not like that of someone who was dangling in midair. She shouldn't have been so kind. She wasn't a sentimental person to begin with. But she couldn't just throw her down now, otherwise it would be her fault. Susan was struggling at this moment, but in fact she was quite frightened being hung in the air like this. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "You don't understand at all. What don't you understand? Don't you understand your cowardice?" Yunshi sneered, not being polite at all. "If you have the courage to jump off a building, why don't you resist a little and work hard for what you really want? To put it bluntly, you are still a coward. Perhaps the greatest courage you've ever had is to jump off a building and drag me with you." Yunshi spoke sarcastically, and every word he said touched Susan's heart. But no matter how Susan struggled, Yunshi didn't let her go. She was so tired that she had no strength left hanging in the air. But she knew that if she didn't die today, one could imagine how miserable her life would be in the future. "Yunshi, let me go, and let me die." Susan no longer expected to drag Yunshi along. She seemed to have some strange strength. She didn't even loosen her hands and didn't seem tired at all. Yunshi smiled without much warmth. "Give up. I don't want to be dragged down by you." At this time, the life-saving cushion was finally inflated, and the people below were also shouting. Naturally, they all thought that Yunshi would not be able to hold on any longer. "I've probably been exhausted to the extreme after persisting until now." Yunshi lowered his eyes to look at Su Shanshan and said lightly, "Don't worry, I'll let you feel it now." Before he finished speaking, and before Susan could even react, Yunshi let go of her hand and threw it away. Susan fell quickly, and one could even feel the look of fear on her face. She just fell straight down and landed in the middle of the life mat. Immediately, everyone gathered around. "Yunshi hasn't come down yet." Everyone looked up and found that Yunshi flipped over and jumped onto the balcony with great agility. Yunshi glanced down, then looked at his red hands, turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight. Susan was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and it is unknown what happened next. Anyway, she later disappeared from St. Orchid College. Susan's incident frightened many people in the school. After all, it was just a matter of time before 2 people could be injured or killed. Fortunately, Yunshi rescued him. Someone had posted the video of Yunshi saving people online, and by the time the school wanted to suppress it, it was too late. Then netizens saw that one of Yunshi's slender arms was firmly grasping the wall, and the other was holding the girl firmly. The internet was full of praise for her strength, perseverance, and fearlessness in the face of danger. Of course, some people also revealed the origin of this incident, and a small number of people complained that if Yunshi hadn't snatched the first place from others, this kind of thing would not have happened. This kind of comment naturally received a lot of criticism and attacks. And after things fermented, Yin family. Is Yunshi crazy? Yun Siyue, who is usually gentle and elegant, could hardly suppress her anxiety after seeing the hot searches online. Her eyes were wide open and her fingers were trembling. She didn't know if it was out of fear or something else. Meng Xiaorong and Yun Ping also widened their eyes. Go to school immediately to get her back and contact their class teacher. Meng Xiaorong's voice was sharp, full of anxiety and anger. Yunshi hadn't come back for a few days. Although they were a little worried, they didn't look for her and waited for her to give in and come back. But they never expected that such a thing would happen if the child was not supervised for a few days. They were instantly terrified. It's hard to imagine what would happen if Yunshi fell from that tall building. If he doesn't die, he will probably be paralyzed. Mom and Dad, we can't let her have any chance of getting into trouble again. Yun Siyue pursed her lips, her voice soft but firm. Her face did not look good, and her body was swaying as if she was about to fall down. She was obviously frightened out of her wits, although she did not see the accident with her own eyes. Meng Xiaorong came over and hugged her slowly. It's okay, Yue. This time Mom and Dad will never let anything happen to her again. And she must also complete her engagement with the chief family. Hold on a little longer. There are still 2 months left. Once we get through this, everything will be fine for our family. Chapter 76, Who Hired You? It was time to go home from school. Yunxi carried his school bag and walked out of the classroom with a calm step. Shen Yihang trotted up from downstairs and saw Yunxi head on. Yunxi, are you okay? Don't you need to go to the hospital? His sunny and handsome face was now filled with some worry. After the incident just now, many teachers and students gathered in class 17. Even the principal came over. Naturally, he had no chance to say a word to Yunxi, nor did he see clearly what happened to Yunxi. Are you fine? Yunxi shook his head, calm as usual. Shen Yihang moved his lips and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qiao Yuan's voice, not far away. Yunxi, come here. Qiao Yuan waved at her. Yunxi glanced at Shen Yihang and walked towards Qiao Yuan. Shen Yihang stared at her back, sighed secretly in his heart, and felt a little frustrated. This way. Qiao Yuan brought Yunxi to the end of the corridor, where there were not many people. Yunxi, what happened today was beyond the teacher's expectation, and I failed to protect you. Qiao Yuan felt very sorry and blamed himself. As his student, he naturally has the obligation to protect him. Are you really not feeling unwell? Let the teacher take you for a checkup. He was still a little worried. I'm even a little afraid that this kind of thing will become a psychological shadow for Yunxi. But Yunxi curled his lips and said in a relaxed tone, It's okay, teacher. My palms are just rubbed red. There's nothing else wrong. By the way, your parents called me today. Qiao Yuan said to her. He looked at Yunxi. They said they would come to the school to pick you up, but the get out of class was over, so I thought you might have already left the school. From what Yunxi's parents said, it seems that Yunxi hasn't been home for a few days. I don't know why they only remembered to contact the school now. Yunxi pulled his lower lip, his smile revealing a bit of coldness. Okay, teacher, I know this. Her so-called parents knew exactly what they were planning. They may come to school tomorrow morning. Qiao Yuan said again. He doesn't have a good impression of Yunxi's parents now. Student Yunxi, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me and I will do my best to help you. Qiao Yuan is a relatively young teacher, and many of his ideas are not old-fashioned. Moreover, he himself was born into a large family, so he was more or less aware of the various strange things that happened in wealthy families. So he would not force Yunxi to go home. Yunxi nodded. Okay, thank you, teacher. After the two of them finished talking, Yunxi went downstairs and walked out of the school, intending to return to her villa. At this time, most of the students in the school left at the end of the get out of class, and there are now fewer people on campus. It gets dark very early in autumn and winter. The setting sun hangs in the sky, leaving a little dark red glow. Yunxi walked out of the school gate, walked on the roadside, and hailed a taxi. She didn't drive, as that would have been a bit ostentatious, especially if the Yin family knew about it. Who knows what trouble it would cause. Because I have only lived in the villa for 2 days, I haven't found a driver to pick me up and drop me off. After getting in the car, Yunxi set an address and took out his cell phone to look at it. The car sped along the road and turned a corner after 5 minutes. Yunxi slowly raised his head and said, Master, we shouldn't turn this way. Even if she didn't look at the road, her sense of the route was quite strong. Little girl, it's time to get off work or get out of school, and the original route is too congested. The driver replied calmly and continued driving forward. Yunxi nodded and said nothing more. But the route seemed to go further and further off the track, and finally stopped at a row of unfinished buildings. Yunxi had a blank expression on his face, with a hint of coldness in his clear eyes. His fingers touched the things in his trouser pocket, but he didn't take any action. She wanted to see who was targeting her again. Sure enough, as soon as the car stopped, several big men suddenly surrounded the car. He opened the car door directly and tried to pull Yunxi down. Yunxi glanced at the surroundings, but did not resist, allowing them to walk into the unfinished building. As soon as you step into the unfinished building, you will see a large empty space with nothing else inside. Who are you? Yunxi asked as if a little scared. The men naturally didn't pay much attention to this thin and weak girl and didn't think she had any chance of escaping. One of the men stared at her face and nodded with satisfaction. She's a pretty girl. This business is worth it. Yunxi's school bag was also snatched away by several people and thrown on the ground. She was wearing a school uniform, pursing her lips, and looked frail. The person holding her let go, and Yunshi took 2 steps back. Who are you guys? What do you want to do? Of course I can't tell you who it is. A yellow-haired man smiled and looked at Yunshi with envy. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone. I advise you not to struggle. Just enjoy yourself. We'll let you go when we're done. Ha. Several people suddenly looked very wretched. Yunshi roughly understood what was going on based on these few words. But after searching in my mind, I couldn't figure out who was behind this. How much money did he offer? I can pay as well. Yunshi stared at them, his tone suddenly becoming calm. We also have professional ethics. They didn't buy it, and besides, they had received enough money. Okay guys, let's get to work and then we can have a feast after we're done. Yunshi felt like he was in a den of wolves. Moreover, even if there are some people around this area, they will not pay attention to what happens in the unfinished building. There was a wall behind Yunshi and those men in front of her, so she couldn't escape even if she ran. One of them even took out a camera and waited for what would happen next. 2 men took off their clothes, and the other one pounced directly on Yunshi. It's obvious what they were going to do. Unfortunately, the person they met was Yunshi. Suddenly, a slap landed directly on the man's face, with not a force that a little girl should have. The next second, Yunshi punched him directly, his eyes narrowed slightly, with the corners of his eyes raised, as if mocking and full of coldness. This was totally unexpected by the others. One person was thrown to the ground before he reacted, "Bitch! Go ahead, push her to the ground." The fact that a few people dare to take the order shows that they have some skills. Originally, I thought this girl was delicate and weak, so I didn't intend to use violence directly. However, they didn't expect that her action would catch them off guard. Suddenly, they decided not to be polite to Yunshi. But the idea was just an idea. Before they could do anything, they were beaten black and blue by Yunshi. This girl is like being possessed. Who the hell are you? A man gritted his teeth, with a taste of blood in his mouth. That person clearly told them that this was just a girl from an ordinary school, and that the problem could be easily solved. But what the hell is this? Even if you practice Taekwondo and Sanda since childhood, you will not be able to achieve such skills. What kind of monster is this woman? Yunshi brushed off the dust on his body and curled his lips coldly. She walked forward step by step and stepped on the finger of the man who looked like the boss here. Yunshi looked down at them and said, "I wanted to sort it out with you guys, but you just wouldn't listen." They were stunned for a moment, then remembered that Gang Yunshi said she could also give money. "Tell me, who hired you?" Her voice was light but oppressive. The pretty face looked like a femme fatale in the eyes of the people on the ground. "I can't tell you that." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yunshi's foot increased in strength, causing him to almost howl in pain. Annie, taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters is the rule of the underworld. He grimaced in pain. At this moment, a person next to him suddenly seemed to stand up and rush towards Yunshi. But the next moment, a knife suddenly appeared in Yunshi's hand and started spinning at his fingertips. "I advise you not to try to attack me again. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here today," she said casually, making several people feel cold. They didn't expect that such a student would carry a knife. Although they do have it, their mission is not to kill people. At this time, Yunshi loosened her feet and the man's fingers relaxed. But then Yunshi suddenly swung the knife in his hand downward and stabbed it directly between the man's ring finger and little finger. It is firmly planted in such ground. This immediately made the man's eyes widen and a cold sweat broke out. "If you don't tell me, it won't be that simple." Yunshi threatened slowly. "Say it. I say it. I say it. Is there anything more important than life?" They have already felt her strength, and there is no telling what she might do. She looked even more ruthless than them. "It's a woman. She sounds about your age. She's pretty generous in her attacks. She must have a grudge against you. Besides, you are weak today. It's easy to catch you." The man who came to them was wearing a mask and a hat, so they naturally didn't ask his name. They just took the money and did the job. Yunshi didn't think he was lying. A female, about the same age as her. He also knew that she might have had some health problems today, so he took this opportunity to attack her. It seems that it is probably someone from school. But how could he be so cruel to her? How much hatred does he have towards her? Yunshi had no expression and spoke in a cold voice. "Didn't she ask you to take pictures? Wait for her to come out. Do the same thing to her that she asks you to do to me." She would have no tolerance for such people. "Ah, this." The man hesitated. "I'll give you double the money. Take a picture of her face. I want to know who she is." Yunshi glanced at a few people and said, "Don't let me down, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Chapter 77, It's Your Own Fault. We have professional ethics. After Yinshi returned to Tsuyuan, he was stopped by Qi Yeqing, who came out from next door as soon as he reached the door. Cece, why didn't you reply to my message? Qi Yeqing walked towards her and looked at Yinshi's beautiful face. The red petal birthmark under her eye exuded a bit of cool charm. There is no rouge or powder, but she is breathtakingly beautiful. Qi Yeqing pursed his lips slightly, and it was obvious that he was a little worried. Let me see your palm, he said softly and stretched out his hand to Yunshi. Yunshi naturally extended his hand, which was slowly held by Qi Yeqing. Qi Yeqing lowered his head slightly and stared at the palm of Yunshi's hand. His fingertips were a little cold, which made people feel tingling for some reason. Yunshi pursed her lips and felt her face getting a little hot. Why is she shy? What's there to be shy about? Yunshi didn't understand. Qi Yeqing's attention was on Yunshi's hands, but he didn't expect that her hands were still so white and tender, without any injuries, not even a red mark. Qi Yeqing was slightly stunned. At this time, Yunshi withdrew her hand, curled her fingers behind her back, and smiled faintly at Qi Yeqing. My hand is fine. I'm not hurt anywhere. She knew that Qi Yeqing must have watched the video that was posted online today. In fact, in such a situation, her hands would indeed be scratched and worn, and might even be dislocated. But she has the power of healing. It healed without waiting for anything. Qi Yeqing didn't ask any more questions, and he had always vaguely guessed that Yunshi had some different abilities. In addition, Yunshi was quite skilled, so it shouldn't be a big deal. At least I'm not hurt. Qi Yeqing curled his thin lips slightly. His sickly weakness revealed a bit of charm, and his eyebrows and eyes were dotted with a bit of tenderness. He raised his hand and ruffled Yunshi's hair. Let's go, let's have dinner at my place. The next day, it's still that unfinished building. A woman wearing a black hat and a black mask appeared here. After she walked in, she looked at the man standing in front of her and said, "The remaining money has been transferred to your account. Where are the things?" The reason why she came in person was because she was the only one who knew about this matter. It was inconvenient to send someone else. However, although the man was holding a camera in his hand, he gave a look to the people around him. Several men directly blocked the exit, preventing the woman from leaving. "What are you doing?" She frowned and said in a bad tone, "Give me the things quickly." Seeing this scene, she felt a little uneasy, wondering what these people were doing. Could it be that they think the money is too little and want to extort more from her? If this is true, then it is really greedy. Do you have any professional ethics? She suddenly became a little irritable, but she managed to control her temper. As for the money, we have already transferred it back to you. We are very professional, the leading man said slowly. In fact, it was because his face and teeth were hurting, so he couldn't speak quickly. The woman's eyes widened when she heard this. What do you mean? She found them based on recommendations from others, and they should be reliable. What is the result? Are they going to go back on their word? I spent so much money to place the order. How can you go back on your word? Didn't you tell me that the photos were taken? Where are the photos? I'm telling you, if you don't get things done, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Her words made the man laugh out loud. Sister, are you going to catch us? Don't get yourself in first. This woman is not only vicious, but also has a bad brain. The woman was so angry that she glared at them and turned to leave. There were so many of them that she couldn't take the photos by force. Although she was extremely unwilling and annoyed, she had to accept that she had been cheated this time. She would make these people pay. I'm sorry, you can't leave. A man behind her stared at her and said solemnly, "Take off her hat and mask for me." Before the woman could react, her eyes widened as the man who came up to her forcibly pulled off the disguise on her head. She was weak and couldn't resist at all. The next moment, a pretty face appeared, but her expression was distorted, and her makeup was smudged when she took off the mask. And this face turned out to be Tong Yuyin. The camera clicked twice and captured her appearance in an instant. Why the hell do I feel like this guy looks familiar? The yellow-haired man touched his chin, feeling somewhat envious of this face and figure. He felt excited at the thought that he could finally do a good job this time, but he always felt as if he had seen this woman somewhere before. Huh? Isn't this a little model I saw on the internet before? The other person thought about it and finally remembered. His words made Tong Yuyin panic, and she quickly covered her face with her hands, but it was of no use. If they revealed what she had done, her star career would be ruined. But there was no other way at the moment. She could only pretend to be calm. Tong Yuyin sneered. "Since you know who I am, why don't you give me my things and let me go?" She raised her chin in a superior manner and was very disgusted with having any contact with these people. They couldn't afford to offend someone like her. I've said it before, we have professional ethics. No matter if you're a model or a celebrity, I advise you not to struggle and just enjoy yourself to avoid suffering physical pain. The leading man smiled and said the same thing he had said to Yunchi before. What bullshit are you talking about? Take away that disgusting look. Tong Yin instantly felt uncomfortable all over when being stared at by several people, as if she was being blasphemed. She had clearly come to them to humiliate Yunchi, but everything that was happening before her left her confused. How could they have any evil intentions towards her? Sure enough, these people are like rats in a sewer, disgusting. And Yunchi, it was a blessing in disguise that she didn't die from jumping off the building yesterday. She should just hide like a rat in a well and not get in the way of Tong Yin. But she just happened to snatch her position as the school belle, causing so many people to compare the two of them, and she was even more famous than her on the internet. Why does she do that? At this moment, the man in front of her was angered by her sarcastic and disdainful tone. I think the really disgusting people are people like you with evil intentions. He packaged himself very well online, but what was the result? She actually looks down on them. If she has the guts, why doesn't she not place orders with them? On the one hand, he pretends to have a good image, while on the other hand, he places orders to harm others. Oh, you stinky bitch, disgusting? I'll let you see how powerful I am. I'll let you see how you beg for mercy under someone like me. After saying that, a man undressed and rushed towards Tong Yin. Although Tong Yin talks big, she has no skills at all. She was frightened and turned around to run away. There were no usable self-defense tools on the ground in the building, so she could only shout and scream, hoping that someone outside would come in to help her. But it was no use. She was knocked to the ground in a few seconds. Tong Yin struggled frantically, feeling sick in her heart, but now she had to beg for mercy. I'll give you money. I'll give you money. Let me go. She couldn't understand why these people changed their minds at the last minute. Of course, Tong Yin did not connect it with Yunchi. She thought Yunchi must have been murdered. Then these people must be greedy for her beauty and are tempted by her. It's really disgusting. Tong Yin felt a little regretful. She had never asked anyone to place an order before, but nothing had gone wrong. If she had known this earlier, she would have asked someone else to help her get it. Her heart was beating fast, and she felt sick and scared. It's useless. We have professional ethics, the man said without stopping his hands. Tong Yin's clothes were pulled open, and the other two men also stood aside. We can finally have a good meal later. That girl was so scary yesterday that they still feel pain in their ribs. At this time, no one paid attention to Tong Yin's feelings. She kicked the person on her body hard and hit him with her arms. It seemed that she had lost her arrogance, and she just wanted to leave here quickly. I can give you whatever you want. Let me go, let me go. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. The man snorted coldly. They just want their lives. The only thing to blame is this woman's own fault for provoking that girl with horrible skills. The man did not stop. Tong Yin felt constant pain in her body. Despair gradually appeared in her eyes, and her heart was filled with hatred. Chapter 78. Human hearts are unpredictable. We are a good match. Yunchi is attending classes at school. I saw the message on my phone and squinted my eyes to think about who it was. Only then did I remember that it was a female classmate from Class 2, the former school belle, and I had no substantial connection with her. This was someone Yun she had never expected. She curled her lips coldly, with no emotion in her eyes. It is true that human hearts are hard to predict. Then the person sent another message. What should we do with the photos we took? You guys can handle it yourselves. Yunchi tapped the screen of his phone with his fingertips, replied with a few words, and then deleted the chat with this person. She was in no mood to watch those eye-catching things. As for Tong Yin, it was just that what she wanted to do came back upon herself. Yunchi ignored the matter. During the break, Jing Cece also sent her a message to comfort her. At the same time, someone came to Class 17 to look for Yunchi. It is Qian Temple. Suddenly, everyone started gossiping. They had almost all heard about the Qi family's previous marriage, which was with the less famous Yin family, and the marriage partner was Yunchi. They never thought that the two would be together. After Yunchi was called out, the two came to the playground and talked while walking. However, Yunchi showed no expression. Yunchi, you didn't have any problems yesterday, did you? Don't you need to take a couple of days off to rest? The scene yesterday also made Qi Yingxi shudder. It was the first time he felt so worried about a girl. He felt that maybe he was really attracted to Yunchi. I also asked my mother to call your mother and ask them to take you to the hospital for a checkup. That would give them more peace of mind. Only then did Yunchi stop and turn to look at him. I didn't agree to the marriage with the Qi family. Her tone was very flat. I don't know why you want to marry me, but as a friend, you should know that doing so will cause me a lot of trouble. Yunxi knew very well why such a big family would choose the Yun family as a marriage partner under normal circumstances. Qingxi clearly said that they were good friends. Although Yunxi didn't feel that they had a good relationship, Yunxi still disliked such behavior. Qingxi obviously didn't expect Yunxi to say such a thing. He was stunned for a moment before he pursed his lips and said, Yunxi, we have known each other for so many years. I think we are a good match. Qingxi admitted that he had selfish thoughts in his heart. He indeed made this decision after Yunxi became outstanding. To him, Yunxi was indeed special. She was his innocent good friend when he was young. Adding to their childhood friendship, he felt that there was nothing wrong with their marriage. My parents are also very open-minded, and they will treat you well. Qingxi wanted to put Yunxi at ease. Judging from everything that has happened to Yunxi in the past few months, Yunxi has great potential and will definitely excel in the future. So his parents would not disagree with him being with the daughter of such a small family. Qingxi thought very comprehensively, but he did not expect Yunxi to be unwilling. Yunxi looked at him slowly, and her gentle voice made Qingxi's heart tremble. But I don't like you. What she meant was naturally the emotional kind of liking. Since you consider me a friend, I hope you can find a way to cancel this engagement. She didn't want to obey the Yun family and get engaged. Qingxi felt inexplicably uncomfortable for a moment, and he sighed helplessly and apologetically. Yunxi, you have to know that marriage is not a joke. Both parents have agreed, and it has been reported in the newspaper. Yunxi looked at him for a few seconds and smiled faintly, but without any warmth. If I try to solve it myself, the result might be worse than breaking off the engagement normally. Think about it carefully. She said this to Qingxi because he said they had known each other since childhood. Otherwise, she would have solved it herself. Qingxi lowered his eyes. Sorry, Yunxi. Then he looked into Yunxi's beautiful and clear eyes again. Yunxi, do you believe in love growing over time? He hoped Yunxi could figure it out on her own. He didn't want to let her go and miss her. He has a good impression of Yunxi, and he also believes that their relationship will become closer as they spend more time together. Qingxi hopes Yunxi won't make a decision so quickly. I believe it. Qingxi was delighted when he heard these 3 words. But Yunxi said indifferently in the next sentence, but love depends on the person. I don't think there can be any love between you and me. Qingxi curled his fingers. He didn't expect Yunxi to be so ruthless in severing ties with him. It seemed that she no longer would smile sweetly when given candies like she did when she was a child. In her eyes, he was like a stranger. In fact, this was also caused by him, wasn't it? But he really didn't want to miss this opportunity. He somehow felt that Yunxi would only move further away from him in the future. So he wanted to keep her, to continue their childhood friendship and develop it into love. Yunxi, there must be a possibility between us. I want us to have a good future. I hope you can seriously consider it. Qingxi couldn't bear to listen to her any longer. He was afraid that what she would say next would make him even more sad. So he looked at Yunxi deeply, turned around, and walked away, leaving the playground. Yunxi looked at his back, without any emotion at all. She had done her best, and since Qian Temple was unwilling to cancel it, she would just deal with it directly. There is a bench under a tree in the campus. Chu Lianxue and In Yuan sat together. When I raised my eyes, I suddenly saw Qingxi walking from the playground to the teaching building. Chu Lianxue had an elegant smile on her lips, and she waved to him. Brother Yingxi, what a coincidence, they met here. However, after hearing the voice, Qingxi just glanced at her, nodded, and continued walking forward, looking a little absent-minded. Chu Lianxue withdrew her hand awkwardly, but still kept smiling. But after a while she couldn't laugh anymore, because she saw Yunxi also walking out from the playground. Isn't that Yunxi? Could it be that Qingxi and Yunxi were together just now? And Yuan immediately expressed her thoughts. After she finished speaking, she remembered how special Chu Lianxue was to Qingxi and quickly said, Qingxi's face doesn't look right. Maybe they are having a quarrel. Chu Lianxue's face darkened even more, especially when she thought about the engagement between the Qi family and the impoverished Yin family. She wanted to question the Qi family. Obviously, as the daughter of the Chu family, she is the most suitable match for the Qi family. Where did this Yin family come from? She was filled with hatred and anger and wanted Yunxi to disappear completely. Chu Lianxue raised her head and looked towards Yunxi. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked her up and down. But Yunxi didn't seem to have changed at all. Chu Lianxue narrowed her eyes, and Tong Yin's figure appeared in her mind. She had clearly planned it all out, to use a borrowed knife to kill someone and destroy Yunxi. She specially hired people to compare Tang Yuyan and Yunxi in various forums and praise Yunxi. With Tang Yuyan's personality, she would definitely not tolerate it. But so much time has passed. It's time for Tang Yuyan to do something to Yunxi. Why is there no movement yet? Or has something already happened, but Yunxi is just deliberately maintaining the appearance? Chapter 79. Take you home, cancel the engagement. After school, Yunxi walked out of the classroom, and just as he reached the corridor, he saw Meng Xiaorong standing there. She was talking to Qiao Yuan with a smile and looked like a wealthy lady. Meng Xiaorong turned around and saw Yunxi carrying a school bag and waved to her gently. Xiaoxi, come here, Mom will take you home. Li Huan and Zhang Beibei at the back looked over here. It seems that Yunxi's mother cares about her a lot, Zhang Beibei said in a low voice. There was a suicide incident yesterday, and her mother came to pick her up from school in person. She must be worried about her health. However, Li Huan curled his lips, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. Think about sister she's passed. It wasn't like her family treated her well. When she thought of this, Li Huan remembered that she had bullied Yunxi in the past. Damn it, she regretted it so much. Zhang Beibei recalled Yunxi's poor and timid appearance in the past, which certainly did not look like the person who had the love and care of his parents. And it seemed that when there were some small family gatherings, their family rarely brought Yunxi along. If she hadn't thought about it, she would have almost forgotten what Yunxi was like before. She is like a completely different person now. Then why are you suddenly coming to pick her up now? Is there any conspiracy? Li Huan looked over there again and said, don't worry. Even if there is anything, sister, she can handle it. And here, Yunxi followed Meng Xiaorong and left the school. In fact, when it comes down to it, they are Yunxi's nominal family. She can't stay away all the time unless she breaks off the relationship. And she still hadn't figured out what their secret conspiracy was. Yunxi needs a final answer, which can also be regarded as an explanation to the original owner. As soon as she got into the Yun family's car, Meng Xiaorong slammed the door shut. Then came a slap in the face. But Yunxi is no longer the Yunxi who was too weak to let her hit him in the hospital bed at the beginning. She reached out and firmly grasped Meng Xiaorong's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. Mom, control your temper. I won't tolerate your beating or scolding. A cold voice sounded, and Yunxi directly shook her arm down. Meng Xiaorong was so angry that her hands were shaking. She didn't expect Yunxi to be even more rebellious. Yunxi, I gave birth to you and raised you. If you do something wrong, I have the right to beat you. Her sharp and aggressive voice rang out in the car. If the car wasn't driving fast, people outside would have heard it. Yunxi glanced at her indifferently and ignored her. Meng Xiaorong felt like she had punched cotton. The anger was stuck in her heart, and she couldn't vent it. This continued until we got off the bus. Yun family. When Yun Ping raised his eyes and saw Yunxi walking in, he glared at her fiercely. Yunxi, you had a great time outside for a few days, but you almost fell down the building and died. He frowned and was full of anger. The mention of this really makes him scared and angry. Yunxi looked at him and curled her lips coldly, saying lightly, it's not like I wanted to jump. Your daughter was pushed down the stairs. Shouldn't you show some concern first? Care? Isn't it your own fault? If you don't do something, will people push you down? Yun Ping criticized her harshly, without giving her any warmth at all. Yunxi sneered. Well, he's not dead anyway, so it has nothing to do with you. I really don't know what kind of parent she met. It's outrageous. Seeing that Yunxi was about to rebel completely, Meng Xiaorong gave Yunping a look. Yunping then stopped arguing with her and said, Yunxi, from today on, I will ask for leave for you. You stay at home and take care of yourself. I'm not injured. I don't need to recuperate. At this time, Meng Xiaorong spoke up, her voice a little calmer, but still sharp. Yunxi, Mom and Dad are also thinking about your health. Just stay at home. Once you're well, I'll send you to class. Also, I'm planning on getting engaged to the Qi family in a while. Yunxi's eyes were filled with indifference. She felt that this family was becoming more and more crazy day by day. After a moment, she nodded nonchalantly. Okay, I'll take good care of it. Her tone was calm, as if she had no dissatisfaction. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked upstairs without even looking at them. Just stay at home. Anyway, the Yun family can't trap her at all. This time she was going to find out exactly what they were up to. That evening, at 10 o'clock, a piece of news in the wealthy circle of Anqing suddenly disappeared. It has completely disappeared from the internet, and there is no trace that it was ever sent out. The content of that section disappeared from the remaining newspapers printed by that publishing house. but the newspapers were still there. When I looked for the printed content again, I found that it was exactly the same as in the newspaper, except that the section was missing. The newspapers placed at the publishing house are still the same, but they are very strange. Those who bought the newspapers had their newspapers taken back one by people who claimed to be from the publishing house. Anqing Qi family. What's going on? The eldest lady of the Qi family frowned as she listened to the content on the phone. Go check it out. How could this happen? After saying a few words, he hung up the phone. What's wrong? Qi Hai asked her, feeling as if something big had happened. The news that we were going to get engaged to the Yun family has disappeared. Her tone was full of disbelief and surprise. Disappeared? How is that possible? Wasn't it already reported in the newspaper? Besides, who would do this? Isn't this equivalent to offending their Qi family? Lin Fengling shook her head. Who knows? Qi Hai thought about it and said, Do you think this is a trick used by a big shot? Big shot? What other big shot could there be in Anqing? Lin Fengling was puzzled. Who would deliberately mess with the Qi and Lin families? Besides, if they do something like this in Anqing, there is nothing they can't find out. And it's just an engagement. Who would be dissatisfied with it? The news of the engagement has already spread. Even if there is nothing about it on the internet, what does it matter? Lin Fengling smiled and mocked the person who did this behind the scenes. However, what happened next was even more beyond their expectations. At 11 o'clock at night, a piece of news became a hot topic on Anqing News. The marriage contract between the Qi family and the Yin family was canceled today. This instantly turned these wealthy families into spectators and became the topic of their conversation. They just announced their engagement, but it was canceled not long after. It's really laughable. However, they were not optimistic in the first place. The gap between the Yin family and the Qi family was too huge, and they were not a match at all. Some families were immediately delighted and could continue to arrange marriages with the Qi family. But the Qi family's move made several people frown. After receiving the news, Lin Fengling stood up immediately, not knowing what to say. She held her phone and stared at the big words on the screen and was furious for a moment. Who did this? She immediately called the party that released the news, but they said that it was the Qi family who requested it be released and even provided proof of their contact. Lin Fengling was stunned when she saw it. Chapter 80, he can't control this kind of girl. Lin Fengling never expected that their contact information had been stolen. The person behind this is really thoughtful. She was so angry that she laughed. Qi Hai didn't seem to have much emotion about this. He just frowned slightly and thought about it. Our accounts are all confidential. To be able to do all these things tonight, the person behind this must be someone extraordinary. Although it was just an engagement, and with an unknown family, it had no impact on them. But this challenged the dignity and status of their Qi family, as if it was a joke on them. How could they tolerate this? I'll contact my brother to check it out right now, Lin Fengling said after thinking for a while. As long as it is within the scope of Anqing, her brother Lin Shua will definitely find it. She must find out who is behind this. Qi Hai approved of her behavior. But after Lin Fengling called Lin Shua and told him what happened, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. A moment later, the voice was heard again. Lingling, Yingxi, and Na Yunxi are not suitable for each other. It's better to cancel the engagement. Lin Fengling didn't hear the other meaning of this sentence. She just sighed. The Yun family is indeed a small family, but Yunxi is indeed very outstanding, and Yingxi also likes her. We as parents don't want to force him to marry someone he doesn't like. Marrying into a wealthy family on par with them can indeed strengthen the family and add more embellishment. But what good would that do if their son wasn't happy? They also checked and found out that Yunxi was not only famous for playing games, but also had high grades and good looks. He had many advantages and was not that bad. However, Lin Shua said slowly on the other end of the phone, That's not what I meant. I can only say that Yunxi and Yingxi are not the same kind of people. Yingxi can't handle this kind of girl. He had heard about everything that happened to Yunxi in Jiyuan society. She could even beat Yin Ming. So how could she be a simple person? They had initially thought that she was just a student with good skills, and they had underestimated her. In addition, I heard that the person Chun Yin and the others are following now is also her. Her methods are evident. Besides, someone like Yunxi would never be willing to be controlled by his family to arrange a marriage. After listening to Lin Fengling's account of what happened tonight, Yunxi immediately came to his mind. Maybe this was Yunxi's doing. In short, such a girl still has a long way to go in her development prospects, and the Qi family is not suitable for her. Brother, you can't control it? You. Why did Lin Shua say that? Do you know Yunxi? From the words, It seems that Lin Shua and Yunxi are quite familiar with each other. But Lin Shua didn't say much. Lingling, just listen to me about this matter. Don't investigate it, and don't try to get married with the Yun family anymore. Lin Fangling was of course also a smart person and roughly understood what Lin Shua meant. Okay bro, I got it. After hanging up the phone, she lowered her eyes and thought for a while. Could it be that Yunxi is not what he seems to be? Otherwise, how could she know Lin Shua? How could she be evaluated like this by Lin Shua? Afterwards, Lin Fangling told Qi Hai what had happened on the phone. Qi Hai nodded and said, "Then let's do as Big Brother says." Since he suggested this, there must be a reason. Lin Fangling sighed. "I'll go talk to Xiangxi." She opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, then went to Qiangxi's room and knocked on the door. Qiangxi came out in his pajamas, holding a cell phone in his hand, probably having seen some news. "Mom, what's going on with this post online? Why did they suddenly say they wanted to cancel the engagement? Didn't his parents have a nice chat with him before? Mom wants to talk to you," Lin Fangling said in a gentle tone. The two went downstairs and sat on the sofa. Lin Fangling looked at him and said, "Tonight all the news about your engagement disappeared, and then there were news like this posted online, but these were not done by Mom and Dad." "You mean someone planned it?" Qiangxi frowned slightly. Lin Fangling nodded. "Mom just wanted to ask you, is it really necessary to marry Yunxi?" She stared at Qiangxi and asked slowly. However, at this moment, Qiangxi suddenly recalled what Yunxi said to him on the playground. "If I try to solve it myself, the result might be worse than breaking off the engagement normally. Think about it carefully. Could it be her? But could Yunxi have come up with such a neat and foolproof method?" Qiangxi was uncertain. He pursed his lips, feeling both irritated and somewhat painful in his heart. "Mom, what do you think?" He turned to look at his mother and suddenly didn't want to continue acting according to his own ideas. The marriage was arranged and then canceled, and many people have been watching the show behind the scenes. If the marriage contract is signed again, one can imagine what other wealthy families will say. Lin Fangling thought of what Lin Shua had said just now. She patted the back of Qiangxi's hand, sighed, and spoke slowly. "Yingxi, Mom knows that you want to find someone you like. But if it's really not suitable, it's useless to like it." She didn't know who Yunxi was. If she had the chance, she really wanted to meet him. "Now I just hope my son can let go in time." Qiangxi lowered his eyes and spoke after a few seconds, his tone quite calm. "Mom, this matter. Let's just leave it at that." In fact, he has always been a very sober and realistic person. Yunxi, a brief moment of sincerity and joy in his youth. "Do I really like her that much? Actually, not really. At least I don't like her so much that I can do anything for her." He couldn't bring so much trouble to his family because of his own ideas. What's more, Yunxi himself was so unwilling. Force her to stay by his side? For him, for Yunxi, and for the entire Qi family, this might not be the right choice. Maybe he should find a wealthy family that is worthy of him and a suitable daughter to marry. Taking back his thoughts, Qiangxi stood up, his expression unclear. "Mom, I'm going upstairs to rest." "Go ahead," Lin Fangling replied softly. She also sat there and began to think about how to tell the Yun family. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative to approach the Yun family. There had to be an explanation for the inexplicable cancellation of the engagement. Otherwise, the Qi family would lose face in this circle. But the Yun family was in an uproar at this time. Yunxi was in the upstairs bedroom, looking at the candlestick chart on the computer while quietly listening to the noises coming from the living room downstairs, with the corners of her lips curled up, revealing a bit of indifference. "Remove it? What have we done? Why do they just remove it without saying anything? Could it be that our Yun family is just like this, coming and going at will? The Qi family must give us an explanation. What else can we say? How can we afford to offend the Qi family? Yunxi was not worthy of the Qi family in the first place, and now the Qi family has changed their mind. Besides, it's just right to cancel it and save trouble." Having said this, the downstairs became quiet. After a while, he lowered his voice and spoke again. "But can he still give me this originally agreed project? The Qi family's actions have made us lose face, so we definitely can't just not compensate them at all." The door of another bedroom upstairs was half open. Yun Siwe sat inside reading a book. She listened to her parents' conversation and smiled slowly, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. She thought Yunxi would have 2 months of good luck, but now it seems that it is really a hopeless situation. "I'm afraid the greatest role she can play is for Yun Siwe." She lowered her eyes and continued to flip through the book seriously, with a gentle expression. Chapter 81 game development has been completed. At this time, Jing Cece asked Yunxi to play games again, And this time she also brought Jingqi, Jiangjun, and Shinihang along, making up a complete team. Wow, with the master leading us, doesn't that mean we can all take off? Jiangjun sent a message in the dialogue box, and his happiness could be felt in his words. Jingqi said, just don't hold your master back. Jing Cece turned on the voice chat, her sweet voice full of admiration. Senior Yunqi is amazing. There are many people in our class who admire her. If they knew that I played games with her, they would probably ask me for her autograph. And Shinihang also wanted to say something at this time, but he didn't know what to say. He felt like he was the one holding Yunqi back. Then the game started. Several people cooperated with each other through voice chat. After a few rounds, the others were quite happy. The master is awesome. If you follow him, you will have meat to eat. Senior Yunqi, luckily you saved me a few times just now. Otherwise, I would have been killed several times in an instant. Hey, let's go out for dinner together sometime, or just come to my house, and we can play games face-to-face together. It must be fun. Jing Cece said with a smile. Jingqi agreed and said, that's fine. Let's have a gaming party for all of us. This kind of thing happens often in their circle. What kind of racing party? Flying chess party? Music party? At this time, Shinihang, the sunny boy, was a little depressed. He stared at his dismal record and sighed secretly. In the past, he never realized that he was so bad, and was even quite confident in his level. After all, there are not many people of his age who can play to his level. However, now that he was playing with them, he felt the gap. At this moment, a message popped up on Yunqi's phone. She then said to them, I have something to do now, so I won't play for now. You guys play first. Okay. After several people responded, Yunqi went offline. This way. Jing Cece sent a message to Shinihang. Jing Cece sent him a voice message. Brother Hang, what's wrong? I hardly heard you talk. Are you too embarrassed to talk to someone you like in front of them? Huh? She laughed and teased. Shinihang. No, I just feel a little ashamed of myself. With his personality, he would be shy at most even when facing Yunqi, but not embarrassed to speak. Jing Cece. Ah? She paused for a few seconds and sent another voice message, her tone a little hesitant. But Brother Hang, you also mind what I said. Actually, I don't think you and senior sister Yunqi are very suitable. Shinihang immediately sent, why? He doesn't think there is any question of whether it is appropriate or not. If he likes someone, he will pursue her vigorously. Jing Cece. It feels like both their personalities and concepts are different, or it's not easy to be a good match for a girl like senior sister Yunqi. I'm just expressing my thoughts, don't take it seriously. However, Jing Cece's words made Shinihang fall into deep thought. He also subconsciously compared himself with Yunqi. As a result, he didn't sleep well that night. In the Yun family, Yunqi received a message from Qi Yeqing. Cece, you didn't go back to Toon today? At this time, Qi Yeqing was sitting on the sofa in the villa, looking at the mobile phone screen. He seldom plays with his phone, but he's been looking at it quite frequently lately. Qi Rui put the cut fruits on the table and said, Second Master, Miss Yin didn't come to eat today. I had prepared new ingredients. He seems to have already integrated himself into the role of a professional chef. In a short time, he got to know Miss Yun's eating habits. Even Yunqi himself might not have noticed this, but he felt that their dishes were particularly to his taste. Qi Yeqing leaned on the back of the sofa, pursing his thin lips. He inexplicably felt that he seemed to be a little weak after not seeing Yunqi for a day. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly lit up and he opened it as quickly as possible, although his face remained calm and composed. As expected, it was Yunqi who replied, My parents have locked me up at home. I guess I won't have much chance to go back these 2 days. Qi Yeqing narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and recalled the information he had previously investigated about this little girl. It seemed that she was not having a good time in her own home. I guess the Yun family mistook pearls for fish eyes. The corners of Qi Yeqing's lips curled up, and there was a hint of coldness in his charming eyes. But this is Yunqi's own family matter, and he believes that she can handle it well. Second Master, the engagement between the Qi and Yun families has been canceled. Qi Rui suddenly saw the news on the internet. But it looks like there's something fishy going on here. Qi Rui swiped down the screen. Qi Yeqing raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the dialogue box on his phone, and smiled slowly, with an inexplicable hint of doting in his eyes. He guessed that it was probably Yunqi who did it. At this time, as soon as Yunqi finished sending messages to Qi Yeqing, he was bombarded with messages from Qian. Shizi, how is it? Has the game software you mentioned already taken shape? Is there anything I can help you with? I'm not rushing you, take your time. I'm just asking. Of course, Xiao Qian couldn't wait to see Yunqi's results. He wanted to know how high Yunqi's technical level was. But developing a game, especially a good game, is a very complicated process and takes a certain amount of time. Yunqi had to complete the task independently, and he was in school at the same time, so it was definitely not possible for him to finish it so quickly. It's basically done, and we need to do internal testing next. This message made Xiao Qian open his eyes wide and blink hard. Is he seeing things? So fast. His hands were shaking with excitement. Yunqi couldn't be teasing him. Shall I send it to you? Wait a moment, I'll perfect it. Yunqi turned on the computer and started typing on the keyboard. In fact, this time is already considered long for her. After all, her predecessor was a super intelligent robot, and few people could match her understanding of codes and programs. However, Yunqi had other things to do during this period, and she wanted to design a unique and perfect game, so the early planning and code writing took a long time. Xiao Qian jumped up from his chair. He didn't expect Yunqi to send it to him directly. This was something he had not expected, but was looking forward to. He immediately looked at the computer, tapping the desktop with his fingers, waiting for Yunqi to send it. He waited and waited, and it was less than 10 minutes, but to Xiao Qian it seemed like a long time. When he saw the message pop up, he immediately started typing on the keyboard. Yunqi had already converted the software for him, and he just had to click to download it for a trial. And when the interface appeared, Xiao Qian was shocked, and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. He looked at it carefully for half an hour. Then he sent a message to Yunqi with trembling excitement. Shizi, I'll book a ticket back to Anqing right now. I'll go over and talk to you in detail. The phone was no longer enough to express his thoughts. He wished he could fly over right now. Then Xiao Qian stared at the computer screen for several hours. Chapter 82, Giving him a gift, CC is so nice. The fact that the Qi family canceled the engagement made the people in the Yun family very depressed. The Qi family said that their two families were not suitable, but they did give them some compensation, but it was still far from the big project they had mentioned before. This feeling of disparity made Yunping unhappy for several days. Yunqi stayed at home all the time. They didn't let her go anywhere and asked Lin's mother to look after her, although Yunqi had actually jumped out of the window many times. That night, Yunqi went to the southeast district. Here is the Yunqi headquarters. Su Jie drove Yunqi here. Sister Shi, some things have been a little tricky recently, so I had to contact you. Chunyan looked at her and said after Yunqi sat down. Yunqi raised his eyelids and asked slowly, what happened? Chunyan sat forward, crossed his hands, and leaned forward slightly. We have heard about some situations recently. Some stores in Anqing seem to be doing drug business privately. It is not simple. It seems to involve human trafficking. Yunqi frowned slightly when he heard this. Then Chunyan said, although this has little to do with us and has not affected our business, it has had an impact on the overall business environment. It's definitely not their turn to take care of this kind of thing. But what those people did was secretive, and by the time they are found out, we don't know how much they have done. Over time, you never know what serious consequences may arise. So he asked Yunqi to see if it should be dealt with. Do you know which store it is? Yunqi asked at this time. Chunyan thought for a moment. We haven't received accurate information, but we roughly guessed that it might be the Shindu Baiwen nightclub. This club is located in the west district of Anqing. The owner behind it is not a local. We recently tried to get someone in, but it was a bit difficult. You have to have a membership or be brought in by someone. Yunqi thought about it for a moment and nodded. I understand. Send me any new information. I'll go check it out in a couple of days. Sister Shi, are you going there in person? Chunyin asked hurriedly. Yunqi smiled calmly, her eyes sparkling. I've never been to that kind of place. I want to see the world. After coming out of the southeast area, Yunqi came directly to Tsuyuan. Reagan Pike and the others are out on a mission and are not here. She saw the light on next door, so she walked over and rang the doorbell. In the house. Chi Rue raised his head when he heard the voice. Who's coming to our place so late? He immediately went to check the screen at the door, which showed a delicate and beautiful face. Second Master, it's Miss Yun. Didn't they say that Miss Yun won't be coming here recently? Qi Yiqing was looking at some information. In fact, when the doorbell rang, his ears moved. After confirming that it was Yunqi, a faint smile inexplicably appeared on the corner of his mouth. Go open the door, he said slowly. After a while, Yunqi walked in. Qi Yiqing also stood up and walked towards Yunqi, his voice magnetic and charming. Why are you here so late? However, Yunqi took a step back and did not let Qi Yiqing get close to her. Qi Yiqing's expression paused for a moment. Yunqi smiled, her eyes were clear and elegant. I just came in from outside, I still feel cold. Qi Yeqing was already in poor health, and it would be bad if he caught a cold. Qi Rui winked at Qi Yeqing behind Yun Shi. This Miss Yun is very caring. Qi Yeqing smiled softly, seeming helpless and doting. Without hesitation, he strode to her side and rubbed her furry head. It's okay. It's not cold. Just by touching Yun Shi, I felt a lot of warmth. How could I feel cold? I felt inexplicably empty inside after not seeing her for 2 days. Now that I see her standing next to me, I feel very satisfied. Qi Yeqing pulled Yun Shi over and sat down on the sofa. Have you eaten? He looked at her. Yun Shi shook his head. I didn't have dinner. That's perfect. Let's eat together. Qi Yeqing looked at Qi Rui over there and motioned him to go and cook. Qi Rui nodded to indicate okay, then turned and went to the kitchen. In fact, what Qi Rui was thinking in his heart was, doesn't the second master usually not eat much at night? Miss Yun is indeed different. She can even change the second master's habits. And here, Yun Shi took something out of his pocket and handed it to Qi Yeqing. Here, this is for you. She had a smile on her lips, which looked very beautiful. Qi Yeqing looked at her palm, on which was placed a jade plate as transparent as glass, with a touch of emerald green on it. The delicate luster looked particularly beautiful under the light. There are also auspicious cloud patterns carved on it. He picked it up slowly and actually felt the warmth on it, the warmth brought by Yun Shi. Qi Yeqing's eyes moved slightly. Is this glass seed? Moreover, it seemed as if it was infused with Yun Shi's aura, making him feel happy physically and mentally when he held it, as if it brought him energy. Yun Shi smiled lightly, his eyes slightly curved. I always eat at your place, just as a way of repaying you. Of course, eating for free was just an excuse. She felt that Qi Yeqing was very good to her, so she naturally had to give back. On the other hand, it was for Qi Yeqing's health. Yun Shi knew that she could absorb healing power through these jades and jadeite, but she had never tried to use these objects as a medium to store healing power. And after she tried it, she found that it actually worked. That was exactly what she wanted. So Yun Shi found a place and polished it himself using 1/3 of glass-type jadeite. Unexpectedly, the results were quite good. She poured her healing power into it, but such a small piece couldn't hold that much. But once the energy inside is used up, she can still input more. In this way, Qi Yeqing will continue to receive the healing energy from the jade token, and over time, he will probably feel better and not so uncomfortable. Qi Yeqing stared into Yun Shi's eyes, and his heartbeat seemed to speed up as he was dazzled by the smiling light in her eyes. He smiled deeply, revealing a bit of elegance and purity, with a hint of red at the end of his peach blossom eyes. Cece is so nice. I will always keep her with me. It smelled like her, and he liked it. In a short period of time, he seemed to be becoming more and more dependent on and more greedy for the existence of such a person. Then Qi Yeqing put his hand on his lips and coughed twice, and he vaguely saw Yun Shi's sudden worry out of the corner of his eye. I will also be leaving Anqing for a while in a couple of days, so Cece may not be able to eat here for a few days. He still has some things to deal with. In addition, he glanced at Yun Shi, his eyes raised, and he had his own thoughts. Will the little girl miss him if she suddenly can't see him? Yun Shi just nodded. Okay. She smiled in her heart. Actually, she couldn't always eat at other people's houses. At this time, Qi Rui carried the plate to the dining table and raised his voice from a distance. Second Master, Miss Yun, it's time to eat. Chapter 83. Jealousy, silent slap in the face. The second day. While no one from the Yun family was at home, Yun Shi locked the bedroom door and jumped out of the window easily. Then went to start a technology company. As soon as she entered, Yun Shi's slender figure and beautiful and calm face immediately attracted many people's attention. At the same time, Zhao Hong at the front desk also raised her head. She was originally maintaining a professional smile, but she froze when she saw Yun Shi. Why is it her again? She hadn't seen Yun Shi since the last time she saw him, and she thought Yun Shi would never come again. I never expected to see this face again. The next moment, Zhao Hong saw Yun Shi was about to walk in, so she quickly stood up, trotted over, and stretched out her arms to stop her. Miss, you cannot go in without permission. Then she smiled again. Although you and Mr. Qiao know each other, the rules cannot be broken. Zhao Hong felt that this little girl simply regarded herself as the chairman's wife and thought she could break in whenever she wanted. She snorted inwardly and became more and more displeased with Yun Shi. At such a young age, he doesn't know how to study hard in school and just wants to climb up the social ladder. How could she be worthy of Mr. Qiao? He was just pretty. Zhao Hong complained in her heart, but met Yunshi's calm eyes. Yunshi's unhurried voice reached her ears. You may not know yet, but I have already joined your company. She glanced at the glass door not far away and said, It can recognize faces. Zhao Hong was stunned for a moment. How is it possible? When did it happen? Moreover, she never came to work after she joined, and Zhao Hong never saw her again. Is she talking nonsense? Besides, at her age, which department in the company would want her? She hasn't even graduated yet. Even if she became a member of the company, Zhao Hong would have known about it, unless she was a member of the confidentiality team, and they might know less. A secret team? Then the girl in front of me was even more impossible. Is she at that level? Zhao Hong smiled. The mockery in her eyes was obvious. Miss, this is not a place where you can lie casually. Either you have an appointment or you can't get in. If you force your way in, I'll call security. Her voice was a little loud, causing the staff members who were coming and going to stop and watch, not knowing what was going on. At this time, the front desk manager heard the noise and came over. What's wrong? She glanced at Yunshi, a strange face, and then asked Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong still kept smiling, but the words that came out of her mouth were not gentle at all. This lady said she has joined the company and can go in directly. She lied without thinking. I've seen many people like this. How can I let her in? She hoped that the manager would know about this and then report it to Xiao Qian. Let Xiao Qian see clearly what kind of person this girl is. She actually wants to pretend to be a company employee to get in. The front desk manager gave her a look, asking her to speak more restrainedly. Then he looked at Yunshi. Miss, do you have an appointment? Yunshi listened to their chattering, frowned, and slowly said, I'm a member of the company. I think facial recognition might be more intuitive. It was a technology company like this that anyone could enter with just a smart identification, but they stopped her and questioned her. I said a lot, but still didn't let her prove it. On the contrary, she saw ridicule and jealousy in the micro-expressions of the receptionist, which Yunshi really couldn't understand. The front desk manager is a very smart guy. When she heard her say that, she immediately reached out her hand. Miss, go over and try it. If they couldn't recognize it, they would still have time to warn her. But looking at her calm expression, she seemed very confident. Could it be that he is really joining the company? But they have not made any new recruits recently, and there has been no news of any new members joining. I don't know what's going on. Zhao Hong curled her lips and followed Yunshi closely, staring at her, afraid that she would slip in when someone else opened the door. However, the next moment, Yunshi stood in front of the facial recognition module. Her picture and the text below appeared directly on the screen. Position, confidential. Zhao Hong was stunned at the time. How is this possible? There must be something wrong. Then after catching the manager's gaze, she immediately shut up and no longer dared to say that it was an error in facial recognition. Then Yunshi said nothing more to them, just walked in and disappeared from their sight. And she actually took the exclusive elevator up, which was the one Xiao Qian took. Zhao Hong accidentally dug her fingernails into her palm, pinching it until it turned red. Everything that just happened seemed to be humiliating her. There was a hint of indignation and jealousy in her eyes. Zhao Hong, what's wrong with you today? The manager frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with her behavior. Even if you doubt her identity, you should maintain your attitude. Did you take the etiquette class in vain? Zhao Hong pursed her lips and lowered her head. Cousin I. But how could such a little girl be a confidentiality worker? I don't believe it. The manager immediately squeezed her arm and warned her in a low voice. Whether you believe it or not, the facts are right in front of you. Just hope she doesn't complain, or else your salary will be deducted in half for your attitude. Zhao Hong gritted her teeth, thinking that this woman must have risen to the top by relying on her relationship with Director Qiao, who arranged a position for her. Especially since this is a confidential position, people are less likely to talk about it behind your back. It must be like this. Zhao Hong was even more furious. And at this time upstairs, Yunshi has arrived at Xiao Qian's office. As soon as Xiao Qian came in, he smiled and said, Shizi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The coffee is almost cold. I just asked the secretary to make you another cup. Come and sit down. Xiao Qian waved at her. After the two sat down face to face, Xiao Qian immediately couldn't wait to talk about the topic of game software. Shizi, the graphics quality of your game is really exquisitely designed. I have tried several rounds frequently in the past 2 days. There is no lag at all, and it is very novel. Although I am the only player in it, and it is a bit monotonous, I believe that once such a game is released and more online players come, it will definitely create a new gaming craze. Xiao Qian excitedly danced and expressed his ideas. Once again, I marveled at Yunxi's talent. Shizi, you are really good at code intelligence. He gave her a thumbs up. Yunxi smiled, but couldn't deny it in his heart. She is very confident in this aspect. You haven't named your game yet, right? Once you've given it a name, the company can do another round of testing before sending it out for internal testing. Yunxi thought for a moment and said, let's call it Defender number 00. After hearing this, Qian thought about it and nodded in approval, saying with a smile, this is a good name. Escape game, protect yourself. Shizi, since you were the one who designed it, you should also fill in the name design and send it to the company for testing. If the name is not created by her, it will be signed by someone else, which is unfair to Yunxi. Okay, I'll send it to you tomorrow. Chapter 84, Let Her Go Back to School. A week later, Yunxi had a good diet at home every day and felt that he had become plumper. After a few days, there was very little communication with Meng Xiaorong and the others. But on this day, the school suddenly called the Yun family. Is this Yunxi's mother? Is Yunxi okay? It was the call from the Dean of Studies Kong Yong. Meng Xiaorong immediately replied in a gentle voice, it's nothing serious, don't worry. It's not easy for anyone to be a leader of St. Orchid College, so she naturally can't be rude to them. However, Kong Yong's next words caught Meng Xiaorong off guard. Then let Yunxi go back to school. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and we can't delay it. Meng Xiaorong quickly covered her mouth, then replied with a smile. It's like this. We want Yunxi to stay at home for a while to recuperate. Her health has not been good. We will take her for a checkup later. Maybe I'll have to take some time off. At this time, Kong Yong seemed to think about it and spoke again. Although his tone was gentle, he still had the majesty of this position. Yunxi's parents, the school cannot ask for leave for too long, unless you can bring the medical records here. Besides, Yunxi still has a competition to participate in. It's a critical moment. If you want to examine her, you can ask for leave until the examination time. In short, what he meant was to let Yunxi come to school as soon as possible. This made Meng Xiaorong frown. What medical records does she have? She can forge them, but... Okay, Director Kong, I'll discuss it with my husband. This was all she could say for now. After the two parties hung up the phone, the dean's office is here. Kong Yong raised his head and looked at the anxious Qiao Yuan opposite him. I've said everything I should say. Just wait for the news. That's right. Qiao Yuan saw that Yunxi was taken away and didn't come to school for several days, and it might not be that useful for him to contact Yunxi's parents. So he asked Kong Yong to help him make a phone call. It's just a leave of absence. Why are you, as the class teacher, so anxious? Kong Yong asked with some confusion. Maybe it's because Yunxi's good grades can make the atmosphere in class 17 much better, and Xiao Yuan wants Yunxi to maintain his grades during this time. So he's so anxious. Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, it's not because of asking for leave. It's because Yunxi's family situation is a bit special. He said this but didn't say anything more. Kong Yong understood what he meant. He nodded. Okay, let's do this for now and see what her parents mean. The Yin family. After Yin Ping came back from get off work, Meng Xiaorong told him about the call from the school, and the two of them discussed it quietly in the bedroom. This school is really troublesome. Yin Ping frowned. Meng Xiaorong lowered her voice and said, what should I do? I'm afraid that the school. Why don't we just expel her from school? This was immediately rejected by Meng Xiaorong. No, wouldn't that be abnormal? Can we let her continue to go to class? With her being like this, who knows what trouble she might cause again, which will cause a lot of trouble. Yun Ping suddenly felt a little annoyed. He got extremely angry when he thought about how Yunxi had been so rebellious this semester. If she had continued to be the same as before, by the end of the semester, their family would have gone completely according to plan and everything would have been peaceful. Who would have thought that Yunxi would become more and more disobedient, as if he had taken the wrong medicine? Meng Xiaorong frowned and sighed. Her voice was low, but still a little sharp. What else can we do? We can't run away abroad forever. As long as we are still in Anqing in the future, we have to handle things properly and not let others suspect us. For Siyue and our entire Yun family, there is no other way. The two were silent for a long time, thinking of countermeasures. It seems that she can only continue to go to school. However, the two of them didn't know that their conversation, which they thought was very private, was heard by Yunxi in another room. In the room, the earphones were hanging on Yunxi's earlobes. She listened quietly to every word, her eyes flickering slightly. The Yun family allowed Yunxi to go to school again, and Yunxi was not at all upset about this. But this time they were a little stricter with Yunxi. She was required to come back on time after school in the car driven by the Yun family driver and not to run around. At school, Class 17. Sister Shi, you're finally back. I thought you were locked up at home. Li Huan said in a low voice. Yunqi smiled nonchalantly. I was really locked up, but this time I was released again. She had nothing to hide from Li Huan. Ah! Li Huan curled his lips. It seems that neither of our two families is good. At this time, Chu Lianxue in the front row glanced silently at the back, with the corners of her lips curled up, feeling extremely happy in her heart. Because she also heard that the Qi and Yun families had canceled their engagement. She said that Yunxi was not worthy of the Qi family. Sure enough, the Qi family took the initiative to cancel the engagement, as if they were playing a trick on the Yun family. No matter how capable Yunxi is, he will always look down and out and will never be able to climb up the social ladder. I don't know whether Tong Yiyan has done anything to Yunxi during this period of time. It seems that I haven't seen Tong Yiyan for several days. Chu Lianxue didn't care about this anymore. What she wanted now was to quickly tell her father and let the Chu family marry the Qi family. Everything in the school is still going on as usual. This day, Xiao Yuan walked into the classroom. He looked around the class and smiled. Classmates, the school is planning to hold a cultural performance in a month. I think you have all heard the news. Sometimes these students get the news earlier than he, the class teacher. The students all nodded. Then Xiao Yuan said, our class also has to submit 2 programs. This will be the last cultural performance before graduation. Speaking of this, I feel inexplicably sad. You guys can choose from among yourselves and sign up for a program. When the time comes, let the monitor tell me. Everyone is participating actively. Xiao Yuan said the last sentence and turned to leave the class. Then Xing, when you turned around and looked at everyone, is there anyone willing to participate? Does anyone have any opinions? Class monitor, how about we organize a big chorus or recitation or something, and our whole class can just participate? A classmate said with a smile. I refuse. My singing is terrible. I hope I don't make the whole class sing out of tune. Someone expressed his objection. I object too. I can't memorize those words. There should be a lot of talented people in our class. Let's pick 2 good ones and go on stage directly. Xing Wenyu said slowly. At this time, Chu Lianxue slowly raised her hand and said in a soft voice, Class monitor, I can play the violin, I'll join in. Okay, Xing Wenyu responded, then looked at the other students. Anyone else? Be more active. Class monitor, Chu Lianxue spoke again, and the students around her looked at her. All I heard was her saying, our classmate Yunxi has been indifferent all this time. Why don't we let her go on stage and participate this time? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Huan suddenly sneered. Chu Lianxue, if you want to participate, then participate. Why did you drag Yunxi along with you? What do you mean by ignoring it? It's not like he has never been on stage before. Didn't Yunxi participate in those game competitions and English speech competitions? Why didn't I notice that Chu Lianxue was so annoying before? Li Huan was also worried that Yunxi had never learned how to sing, dance, or play the piano. After all, her family treated her so badly. The other students subconsciously glanced towards Yunxi. Yunxi slowly raised his eyes, looked towards Xing Wenyu, and raised his lips. It's okay, I'll join in. Chapter 85. This location looks familiar. And a few days later, Yunxi once again logged onto the hacker website. But she saw a lot of messages pop up from the past 2 days, which she had not had time to read. I clicked my finger and it showed that it was sent by the hacker administrator. Boss Wu Xing is short of money. Have you started your mission yet? We recently discovered that this task was placed by the white hacker website next door when we checked the background. If you haven't completed the task yet, we can reject the order now on the grounds that it was placed by a competitor. They had previously only conducted superficial reviews of orders, and the industry has its own rules and orders cannot be placed with each other, so they did not discover it at first. When I was reviewing it a few days ago, I felt something was wrong. After checking, I found out that the order was placed by a competitor's website. Especially when it comes to the S area, it is obvious that they want to bring down some big boss of their website. So the hacker administrator quickly contacted the 5 elements who were short of money. Yunxi was speechless for a moment at the news, then slowly typed, it's done. Just the day before. S area. Outside the huge castle, a helicopter landed, and Qi Yeqing's figure appeared on the ground, followed by Qi Rue. Sir, you will need to attend the trade fair in 7 days. Mrs. Kane from Country Y will be here in 2 days and will be received by the governor. But she wants to see you because she has something important to discuss. And Continent C wants us to help transport a batch of goods. And Qi followed Qi Yeqing and reported to him all the recent events. And Qi is in charge of the secretariat of the castle. They're the ones who record and handle every meeting or activity. Qi Yeqing listened to all these things, but his expression did not change at all. It was obvious that he had gotten used to it. And Mr. Qing, Poison Leopard said they have a new batch of weapons and asked if we would like to take a look. Okay, I got it. Qi Yeqing's tone was calm, and his aura was intimidating. Qi Yeqing just walked into the ancient castle and sat down, flipping through a stack of papers. However, 20 minutes later, a man walked in hurriedly. The visitor bowed slightly, full of respect, sir. But his expression at this moment was very solemn. What's wrong? Qi Yeqing didn't look up and continued to flip through the things in his hand. Sir, our intelligence network was broken into by an unknown person. Our maintenance department tried to stop it as soon as possible, but failed. We went to investigate the other party's location, but they were stronger than us. And Joe reported, feeling very ashamed. It stands to reason that the network maintenance in their area, especially the castle, is top-notch. Even if someone tries to break in, they have always been caught red-handed. Besides, who would have the courage to challenge them? But he happened to show up today, and he came and went without a trace, so they couldn't catch him. Qi Yeqing frowned slightly when he heard this, raised his head and looked at him, and opened his thin lips slightly. The data was stolen? Yes. However, what was lost was a layout drawing of the castle. The drawings we have are only the initial design drawings, not the final completed drawings. Moreover, the castle here was originally built and has a history of 100 years, but it is surrounded by new buildings that were built later. But it has been built for some years and many things are no longer the same as on the drawings. And because of the frequent modifications, they did not save the new layout. Even so, Joe did not feel relieved. Instead, he was a little nervous. Sir, I am more worried about when this person will break in again. It will be troublesome if he steals some important documents. Qi Yeqing's charming and cold eyes moved slightly, and his voice was cold and indifferent. A technique like this should be hired. He could even easily bypass the system that he had personally strengthened. That's interesting. A bit of means. Qi Yeqing put down the documents in his hand and slowly stood up. I'll go take a look. The car stopped in front of the network maintenance department. The castle area is very large, and you need a car to go back and forth. Qi Yeqing walked in. There are 7 or 8 network technicians working here. They are all top talents in this field. They followed Qi Yeqing a year after he came to this area. One person immediately stood up and gave up the main control console. Qi Yeqing sat over, his jade-like fingers clacking on the keyboard, his slender phoenix eyes calm. Through that man's attack, he easily found their loophole and then filled it up. However, it is difficult to find out whether there are other loopholes for the time being. But it can ensure that the other party will not invade through this channel again. In less than 10 minutes, Qi Yeqing had perfected the system. He stood up and glanced at Gio beside him. If there is any movement again, report it in time. Yes. Qi Yeqing took the car back to the castle. Then he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. In the study, on the left is an oversized ebony table with an ultra-thin black computer on it. Qi Yeqing sat down and turned on the computer. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and he instantly entered an interface. Then I didn't know what I was searching for, but a few seconds later a task appeared on the screen. The task was for the castle in Area S. Qi Yeqing narrowed his eyes slowly, curled his thin lips slightly, and chuckled softly, which made people a little puzzled. You really got yourself into trouble. Unexpectedly, after checking on the hacker website, I found that there really is such a task. He hasn't logged in for a long time. In fact, Qi Yeqing was the founder of this hacker website, but after it developed, he gave it up and no longer managed it personally. Maybe only once every few months. I didn't expect that my territory would be invaded by my own people. He wanted to see who took the order. This person seemed to be very skilled, even seemed to have surpassed him. Qi Yeqing naturally has the right to check anything on this platform. Then he saw that the person who took the order was a man called 5 Elements Lack of Money. Qi Yeqing raised his eyebrows. It's amazing that someone has risen to the top of the list in such a short time. Qi Yeqing took a quick look at the record of 5 Elements Lack of Money doing the task and immediately wanted to recruit this person under his command. If they could recruit this person, the security factor of their castle would surely be enhanced to the point where it would be almost invincible. Of course, before that, you need to get to know this person. He has always been cautious and naturally would not easily recruit someone just because of his high level. Qi Yeqing tapped on the keyboard quickly again and directly located the other party's address. As the founder of the website, even if that person concealed his tracks, he could still find him as long as he completed the mission and became a hacker. But then Qi Yeqing's lazy and cold eyes suddenly changed a little. Ansheng, South District, Jingyuan Villa District. This location looks familiar. Chapter 86 Investigation I. That night, after everyone in the Yin family fell asleep, Yinshi locked the door and jumped out of the window. Sujie's car was parked not far away. The car was driving quickly, and when passing by a clothing store, Yinshi directly bought some clothes to change into and left his original clothes in the car. The car then drove to the west side. Shindu Baiwen nightclub. The exterior is extremely magnificent, the lights are dazzling, and people are coming and going, talking and laughing all the time. From a distance, you can see all kinds of luxury cars parked at the door, and listening to the sounds coming from inside, you can feel that it is a place of prosperity and joy. The nights here are particularly lively. Yinshi walked slowly to the door and was stared at by many people passing by. She was wearing a red long dress and holding an exquisite bag in her hand. Her makeup was not heavy but just right. The red petals under her eyes contrasted with her clothes, revealing a unique charm and enchantment. Her black and smooth hair was slightly tied up with a hairpin, revealing her slender white neck. Her faint and charming smile dazzled many people. Even Su Jie, who was in the car not far away, looked at her from behind and sighed. How can there be such a wonderful woman? But these people might be deceived by her charming appearance, just like he was in the beginning. With her skills and abilities, she shouldn't be in any danger. In a place like this, it's not very safe for a beautiful woman like her. Su Jie felt a little worried again, but he could only wait for her from a distance and not cause trouble for her. Here, the staff at the door smiled more sincerely when they saw such a beautiful woman, although she seemed a little unfamiliar. Miss, please tell me your membership code. They have strict information entry procedures and will never let fraudsters get in, so inspection is a must. Yinshi said a string of numbers and letters to him, and the employee inputted through the smart machine in his hand and smiled at her more friendly. Ms. Jiangxi, please come in. I didn't expect that this is a black gold member. No wonder I have never seen him so often. Such customers don't come very often, but they spend a lot every time. I didn't expect this young lady to be of such a high rank. A woman in the back looked at Yunshi's back, hooked her hands on the arms of the men next to her, and pouted with jealousy. I don't know where this woman comes from. And at this time, after Yunshi entered, he looked like he came here often and was very familiar with the structure of the place. He went straight to the bar area on the second floor. Just like at the door just now, Yunshi, a beautiful woman in a red dress, sitting at the bar attracted many people's attention. It's not even the early morning yet, so it's not the busiest time here. Yunshi is waiting for an opportunity. She ordered a glass of expensive wine and sat there. Beauty, would you like to have a drink together? At this time, a man in his 30s, wearing a suit, sat next to her, smiling slowly with a unique mature charm. There was no fluctuation in Yunshi's eyes. He just smiled and clinked glasses with him without saying anything. He shook the glass and put it on the bar counter. Why don't you drink? The man asked with a puzzled look. Yunshi glanced at the wine and said lazily, It's my habit to order, but not drink. Of course, Yunshi's habit originated from the first time she drank and met Qi Yeqing. She always remembered how drunk she was, so you should never drink in such occasions. But it was just right that someone like this came to talk to her and also to provide cover for her. The man raised his eyebrows, thinking that the woman was quite interesting. My name is Wei Lei. Nice to meet you. Jiangxi. Yunshi reported the fake name written on the membership card lightly. Wei Lei glanced at her wine glass and said, You must be a high-level member. Why are you playing here alone? You can get a rough idea of the wine she ordered by looking at it. Some of the wines are not available to low-level members. But this girl looks very young. Yunshi smiled faintly. Isn't it normal to come here alone? Wei Lei smiled helplessly. It's normal. I came here alone too. At this time, another two men came over and asked Yunshi for his contact information, but Yunshi ignored them, so they could only leave in embarrassment. The bartender was particularly friendly and respectful to Yunshi. Ms. Jiang, since you don't drink, would you like something else without alcohol? They will know who are the people coming in today and what their identity levels are. The girl in front of me is a black gold member, so of course I have to provide better service. Yunshi put one hand on the bar, smiling brightly, and suddenly waved to the employee. When he came closer to her, she whispered, Are there any new and better ones? It seemed that she was asking about drinks, but the employee seemed to understand something about the black gold member asking such a question. Seeing the employee's reaction, Yunshi's smile deepened. Yunshi didn't notice that the man next to her lowered his eyes, then looked at her again. He seemed to be smiling faintly, but no one knew what he was thinking under the dim, flickering light. The employee went and said something to the bartender over there, and then the bartender started to mix non-alcoholic drinks in a fancy way. Yunshi waited here quietly. Wei Lei looked at her profile. Her eyes were bright and pure, yet charming, which made people dazzled. Amid the deafening music, colorful lights, and the catalysis of alcohol, the whole scene entered the most exciting moment of the night. People were coming and going upstairs and downstairs, laughing and flirting, dancing, drinking and playing cards. This environment completely distracted people. The employee also brought over the new drink prepared for Yunshi. Ms. Jiangxi, the drinks you ordered. He then smiled and said, if you need to go to a private room, please let me know. Yunshi nodded and said nothing. She picked up the cup in front of her calmly, as if she knew everything here. At least that's how Wei Lei next to her felt. The liquid in the cup is lake blue, enchanting and confusing. Yunshi slowly brought the cup to his nose, sniffed it gently, and his expression remained normal. This drink looks really good. Wei Lei on the side praised with a smile. Yunshi took a sip of the drink slowly, then picked up her bag with one hand, stood up with the cup in the other, glanced at Wei Lei, and said with a sense of distance, see you later. Of course, under normal circumstances there will not be this later. Yunshi has already verified through the drinks here that there is indeed something wrong with the Shindu Baiwei Club, and then she needs to continue shopping. Yunshi walked slowly around the club, holding the blue drink. During this period, he met many people who tried to strike up a conversation with him, and Yunshi dealt with them with ease, and also learned some information from the behavior and words of these drunk people. Chapter 87 Investigation, Part 2. Yunshi walked slowly step by step in a corridor, with private rooms of various sizes on both sides. The sound insulation is very good, and people with normal hearing can hardly hear the laughter and talking inside, and can only vaguely hear some music. This floor is filled with private rooms that have been reserved in advance by the club's most distinguished guests. This beautiful lady. Suddenly, a man's footsteps came closer, and he walked over from the bathroom. Why haven't I seen you here before? Shangwani was wearing a flashy floral shirt, with his lips curled, and his eyes seemed drunk. He looked like a playboy. The moment he walked in and saw Yunshi's face, he was amazed. Yunshi, however, looked indifferent and slowly replied, there are so many people here. How can I guarantee that I have seen all of them? Shangwan immediately laughed and stared at Yunshi's face. I have always remembered such a beautiful face. The girl in front of me has a pure, indifferent, and charming feeling that makes people unable to stop. This moment gave Shangwan a sense of freshness and a desire to conquer. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Jiangxi. Shangwan then moved closer to Yunshi and smiled softly. Nice to meet Miss Jiangxi. Would you like to play with us in the box for a while? He pointed to the room diagonally in front of him. I like someone. Yunshi remained cold and indifferent, and replied with a slightly curved lip. Shangwani nodded, but it was obvious that he didn't want to let Yunshi go. At this time, he glanced at the blue wine in her hand, and suddenly lowered his voice, leaned slightly to Yunshi's ear, and said, I have something better than this sea of fire in the room above me. I wonder if Miss Jiangxi is willing to taste it with me. He stood up straight, smiling and waiting for Yunshi's answer. Yunshi's eyes slightly raised, showing a bit of curiosity and interest. She shook the cup casually. This am indeed a little tired of drinking. Then Miss Jiangxi, let's go. Shangwan Yi's smile deepened, feeling that he was still in control. As expected, as long as he gives her what she wants, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she cannot escape his hands. Shangwani was about to take a step further and put his arm around her shoulders, but Yunshi dodged him lightly. He withdrew his hand, but he didn't feel embarrassed. Anyway, as long as you get to the room, what else can you not get? Yunshi walked beside him with a faint smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes were so deep that it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. For Yunshi, it was a piece of cake. She didn't expect that such a person would come to her door, and he was so familiar with the drinks in her hand. She must be able to get a lot of things from him. The two went upstairs, but at this moment, Yunshi seemed to see a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Looking over, I only saw a figure disappearing around the corner. Yunshi's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly withdrew his gaze. The upstairs are all rest rooms, similar to a hotel. Shangwani opened a door with the card and extended his hand politely. Ms. Jiangxi, please come in. Yunshi walked in without any hesitation, without any sign of nervousness or embarrassment on his face. Shangwan raised his eyebrows as he looked at her back and suddenly decided to play with her step by step because this girl seemed very interesting. How about my place? It's a great atmosphere, right? Shangwan said to Yunshi with a smile as he walked in. The room was dimly lit and filled with aromatherapy, exuding an ambiguous and romantic atmosphere. He has booked the room. Shangguan Yi sat on a chair nearby, with 2 buttons of his shirt undone, making him look even more wanton. Yunqi slowly put the wine glass in his hand on the table, then looked at him. Where's the thing you were talking about? Why rush? It would be nice if we could just chat for a while. Shangguan Yi didn't intend to let her get anything directly. He took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, opened it, poured it into 2 glasses, and handed one to Yunqi. Try this, I've saved this for many years. Yunqi spun the wine glass gently and took a sniff, but did not drink it. I don't like drinking. She looked into Shangguan Yi's eyes. Shangguan Yi's mind was inexplicably shaken, although her eyes were still so indifferent. He immediately smiled and said, "How can you come here without drinking?" However, Yunqi curled his lips lightly and glanced at the blue drink on the side. "I only like to drink that kind." How could Shangguan Yi not understand what he meant? The woman in front of him was very obsessed with what he had just said and had no intention of discussing other topics with him. But he, who has always been experienced in love, couldn't do anything about her. Doesn't she want something else? He is so handsome and rich, which attracts many people. But Jiangxi has no reaction when he looks at him, as if he is just an ordinary man. Is she too cunning? Or is she really not interested in him? Or does she actually want to have some fun with this? After all, there were only the 2 of them here, and she didn't seem to be on guard against him. After thinking for a few seconds, Shangguan Yi smiled, his eyes curved as if doting. "You really don't wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away." He went to a drawer on the side, entered the password, and the drawer was slowly opened. Shangguan Yi took out a bag of something that looked like tea. "Beautiful Miss Jiangxi, are you used to this kind of drink?" He took out a bottle and shook it. When Yunqi saw what was in his hand, his expression didn't change at all, as if he was used to it. She smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter what the drink is." Shangguan Yi nodded in understanding. With a look of joy on his face, he found a beautiful cup and poured the drink into it, then took out a piece of food from the bag and slowly put it into the cup. Then he shook the cup and walked towards Yunqi. He sat on the chair next to Yunqi and handed her the cup. "But to be honest, you don't look like you like this thing." Shangguan Yi stared at her beautiful face, his eyes full of tenderness. "Generally speaking, if you touch this thing for a long time, your appearance is unlikely to be as smooth and delicate as snow." Yunqi did not answer, but raised the cup and sniffed it gently. "It is indeed very special." Of course, this was just arrived in the past 2 days. Shangguan Yi was very happy with her compliment. "If you need anything in the future, you can always come here to find me." He smiled. He wanted to have long-term contact with the person in front of him. In the past, he would never stay with a woman for more than 3 days. But this Jiang, she had an indescribable charm. He likes it. Yunqi raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up. "Is it possible that as a member here, I can't get this kind of quality?" "That's right. Something this rare needs a high price, and it needs to be reserved in advance. Ordinary people won't even get the news," Shangguan Yi said with a smile without thinking much. He leaned forward and looked at Yunqi, somewhat bewitchingly. "So, come find me if you want." "So, you are an extraordinary person?" Yunqi curved her red lips and joked. Shangguan Yi laughed happily. "I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Shangguan Yi, and I'm temporarily living in Anqing." He first stated his identity. "My uncle owns all the shares in the Shindu Baiwa Club. Tell me, what can I want?" He spread his hands, looking quite frivolous. Yunqi shook the cup and said nonchalantly, "Would you like to drink together?" "You mean we should go together?" Shangguan Yi was full of interest. There are very few people who would take the initiative to smoke this thing with him, especially such a beauty. "My honor. I want to mix the drinks." Yunqi watched his movements quietly, and after a while he came over. "Let's have a toast." Shangguan Yi simulated. He was already excited even before he drank. He could already imagine how happy it would be next. Yunqi, however, drank a cup with him slowly without any worries. Shangguan Yi really did smoke this stuff often. He felt visibly excited and aroused right after he drank it. If he drank a few more sips, he seemed to be about to have hallucinations. However, he thought Yunqi was the same as him, and he was even happier. But in fact, Yunqi was looking at him expressionlessly at this moment. The thing she just drank had no effect on her. Next, not wanting to see this man go crazy, Yunqi slapped him with his palm, causing him to faint temporarily. Then Yunqi left the room as if nothing had happened. Chapter 88 Investigation, Part 3. As soon as I walked out of the room, I ran into Wei Lei. I didn't know what he was doing here. Yunqi's eyes moved, and he planned to go downstairs with a natural expression. Wei Lei saw it as soon as she came out, and when he glanced at her, the cup in his hand was gone, but she looked no different from when they first met. Miss Jiang. Wei Lei called her first and walked towards Yunxi. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? He asked with a slow smile. Yunxi glanced at him and said indifferently, as you can see. She didn't explain much. Before Wei Lei could ask any more questions, Yunxi walked downstairs, still as charming and nonchalant as ever. He stared at her back, not knowing what he was thinking. Yunxi walked to the next floor, then turned and walked into the corridor. He walked out after dozens of minutes and finally left the club calmly. In the car, Su Jie was relieved to see Yunxi come out safe and sound. Sister Shi, how is it? Go back and tell me. Emperor Night Bar, a room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Yunxi had already changed into her original clothes from the dressing room and walked in. Chun Yin and the others are all here. Sister Shi, drink some water. They all knew that Yunxi had sneaked into the Xindu Baiwei Club today. Yunxi sat down and drank some water, then looked at Chun Yin and the others. There is indeed a problem there, at least drug trafficking is real. Feng Lingling sneered and said sarcastically, no wonder the business there is so much more popular than our club. It turns out that they are doing these things in secret. After Yunxi's renovation, the traffic of their dye club has increased significantly, and the income has also increased, but it is still somewhat inferior to that of Xindu Baiwei. However, if we want to handle this well, we must investigate enough evidence. Yunxi said slowly again. This kind of thing will ultimately need to be resolved by Anxing, and they can only be responsible for providing certain clues. Sister Shi, I will send someone to observe nearby every night. Chun Yin said to Yunxi. But Brother Yin, what if they do something during the day? Feng Lingling asked. Yunxi raised his eyes slightly. I installed a micro camera at a location on the first floor. I wonder if I can capture some pictures. She placed it in a hidden location, so it shouldn't be discovered by the staff there. However, it is not certain whether that location is where they transport goods and do business. Yunxi just chose the place based on the highest probability. Okay, Sister Shi, I will also send more people to keep an eye on the special vehicles and personnel nearby. Chun Yan's eyes darkened. After all, we have stayed in Anqing longer. I don't believe he can beat us. If worse comes to worse, they can still seek help from other forces. Although the Southeast District usually forms its own alliance, when they encounter such a harmful guy, they will still unite to deal with him. Yunxi nodded. The goods they have are not simple either. They should have a long-term fixed source. After drinking it, she could tell the purity and type of it. This Xindu Baiwei Club is really something. If I find anything useful, I'll contact you guys. I can't come out recently. Yunxi stood up and said, I'm going back first. Okay, let Su Jie take you back. Take care, Sister Shi. Yunxi had returned home quietly and had accomplished a big thing tonight. And a few hours later, Xindu Baiwei Club. In a room, Shangwani woke up slowly, his head still a little groggy. I don't know why, but the back of my neck hurts. But when he raised his eyes, he saw that he was still in the same place and had not gone to the bed. The surroundings were also quiet. He immediately came to his senses and remembered that he was with that beautiful and charming woman, Jiangxi. But the cup containing the blue drink was gone, and the cup that was supposed to be on the opposite side also disappeared, as if the woman was a figment of his imagination. Shangwan, he rubbed his head and cursed. Damn, I was actually tricked by this woman. He immediately stood up to see if anything was missing, but everything seemed normal. Shangwan, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, revealing a bit of amusement. Interesting, I clearly saw you drink it. This woman really doesn't care about him at all. She didn't even leave any contact information. He thought they could enter that dream together, but she slipped away so easily. What method did she use? Or is it that this woman has been exposed to this kind of thing for longer than he has, so that little bit has no effect on her? It turns out that he was deceived. Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. I will find you. However, when he contacted his uncle to retrieve the club surveillance footage for tonight, he was told that the surveillance footage was malfunctioning and nothing was recorded. Then he checked the membership records, but couldn't find the woman. It was as if she had never been there. It's the weekend. Yunxi was about to go out with her school bag, but was stopped by Lin's mother. Miss Shi, Madam won't let you go out. She didn't look respectful to this young lady. Yunxi curled his lips. His tone was cold. You don't want me to go out? Do you want me to die of boredom at home? Miss Shi, Madam is thinking about you. Yunxi is now not as submissive and easy to control as before. Even Lin Ma's fierce attitude is no longer effective. Thinking about me? Aunt Lin, what do you think would happen if I jumped off the building because I was in a bad mood? Yunxi smiled, as cold as an iceberg. Sure enough, Lin's mother's face froze for a moment, but she seemed calm, Miss Shi, please don't threaten me. I am also doing what the madam asked. Yunxi might really do such a crazy thing. After all, she had cut her wrists once before. Now he is so rebellious, going against his wife and husband every day. Who knows what he might do in this moment of desperation and excitement? Yunxi just smiled indifferently, looking a little indifferent, and said in a leisurely tone, Mother Lin, please think it over carefully. Yunxi has now completely hit their soft spot. Mother Lin was also secretly a little scared. If something goes wrong, she can't escape responsibility. Miss Shi, let me ask the lady. I didn't expect Yunxi to be so strong and shameless now. Then she called Meng Xiaorong and repeated Yunxi's words. Yes, ma'am. After receiving Meng Xiaorong's instructions, Mother Lin turned and looked at Yunxi, who had a calm expression on her face. Miss Shi, you can go out, but you must come back on time and report to Madam wherever you go. I know. Yunxi just responded casually and walked out the door. It was unknown whether he heard what Lin Ma said or not. Mother Lin looked at her back and frowned slightly. Then he called Meng Xiaorong again. Chapter 89, She is a very cold person. Reflection. Huaihai City. This is the second preliminary round of the Emperor's Sane Alliance. The top players from each division last time will be gathered here to form appropriate teams and conduct multiple PKs. Then into the finals. Finally, the 3 strongest teams will be selected to participate in international competitions. Although this kind of team is not their own team in the past, and the cooperation is relatively unfamiliar. After all, they are all strong players from the game on the list, and it also tests their ability to respond and their true personal strength. Yunxi arrived at a hotel near the competition venue and met Jingxi there again. There were 2 other people traveling with him. The moment the girl saw Yunxi's face, her expression froze for unknown reasons. Yunxi. Jingxi was very excited when he met Yunxi by chance. Did we book the same hotel? This is really fate, Jingxi said with a smile. At this time, the boy wearing glasses next to him also spoke up. This must be X. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Chang Anyun, and my game name is Onbeta. It was obvious that he was also very happy to see Yunxi. After all, he is a gaming master, and he is so handsome, it is impossible not to like him. Hello. Yunxi smiled slightly. The girl next to her also greeted her and held out her hand. I'm Wanwan Inian, Fong Nianwan. But Yunxi felt a kind of hostility in her eyes, which was somewhat inexplicable. Yunxi. She shook hands with Fong Nianwan. Fong Nianwan smiled slowly, but without much friendliness. See you on the field. Although there are still several hours before the competition, she already has some intention of competing secretly. Jingxi walked to Yunxi's side, smiling. Yunxi, let's have dinner together later. Qian, don't you want to eat with us? We still have to discuss the competition. Fong Nianwan added directly from the side. Jingxi thought for a second. How about we go together? Then he looked at Yunxi and asked for her opinion. What do you think, Yunxi? Is it okay? After all, Yunxi was not familiar with these 2 people, and he was afraid that she would not want to eat with everyone. No, you guys go ahead. She really didn't like being with strangers. It would be better if she were alone. Jingxi nodded, but said to Fong Nianwan and Chang Anyun, then I'll eat alone with her, and I'll talk to you after dinner. In fact, it's the same as talking to Yunxi about this competition. Who knows, you might even get some different advice from Yunxi. Anyway, they won't be sure who they can team up with by then. Chang Anyun felt a little regretful that he couldn't have a meal and chat with X, but it didn't matter. There were many gaming masters, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Okay, you guys go ahead, Nianwan and I will eat together. He was quite carefree. Fong Nianwan looked unhappy, but no one seemed to notice. After entering the hotel, Yunxi and Jingxi went to a nearby restaurant to eat after a while. And here, Fong Nianwan was eating while chatting casually with Chang Anyun. Brother, is that X a big shot? It seems like she doesn't take us seriously. When they first started playing the game, they had the same master. Later, they often teamed up with their master to play together, so they are closer in terms of relationship. Chang Anyun just raised his eyelids and muttered while chewing something. No, if she was a big star, Qian wouldn't be able to have a good relationship with her. When it comes to good relationships, Fong Nianwan's eyes dim, and she can't be in a good mood. She smiled softly. That might be because we're not familiar with each other. She seems to be a pretty cold person. I don't know. Chang Anyun didn't care about Yunxi's personality. Anyway, the only thing involved between them was games, and they didn't have much of a daily interaction. Fong Nianwan nodded casually and changed the subject, no longer mentioning Yunxi. When it was getting dark in the afternoon, all the contestants headed to the competition venue. Jingxi came by car. and he asked Yunqi to get in his car and go to the stadium together. Yunqi naturally had no need to refuse. But when Fang Nianwan saw Yunqi getting out of Jingqi's passenger seat at the entrance of the competition venue, her eyes were filled with gloom. This is another exciting game. These people are already outstanding players who have stood out from the crowd of gamers at the top of the rankings. The upcoming team competition will be even more competitive, which makes people full of expectations. We have now divided you into the best groups according to your roles and levels. Please follow the instructions on the big screen to go to your group's room. The broadcast said at this time, there is a huge screen in front of everyone where they can see which group they are assigned to. I'm actually on the same team with Sunrise and Sunset, the number 1 team on the list. Awesome. My team is well organized. Everyone walked in while talking. Yunqi took a quick look and said to Jingqi next to him, what a coincidence, we are in the same team. Jingqi also saw it at the same time and was immediately excited. This is great, thanks to the people who divided the groups, and also to Wanwan Yin, she is also in the same team with us. I didn't expect to be assigned to the same group with Yunqi. They have played together before, so they know each other's level and can cooperate well. There is also Fang Nianwan, who was originally in the same team with him. It is good to be grouped together now, so that they know each other well. After arriving at each group room, Fang Nianwan looked at Yunqi and Jingqi and spoke first. I didn't expect that we were actually on the same team. It's a pleasure to work together. She was very happy to be on the same team with Jingqi, but with Yunqi, she thought they would be rivals. Who could have imagined that they would become teammates? Subconsciously, she felt that she and Yunqi would never be able to work together. Hopefully these few games will go more smoothly. She has to compete in international competitions. After everyone has taken their seats, the game is about to begin. Everyone knows the rules, but they will still be reminded again on the broadcast. They were divided into 14 teams in total and randomly assigned to opposing teams. The last 5 groups remaining win. At the same time, the live broadcast of the entire network also began, and many spectators outside the venue were watching. Each team has made a very clever arrangement. I bet the 3rd group will be fine. They have a number 1 on the list. They can lead the team. The 5th group is also okay. These people are all old acquaintances and will definitely cooperate well. It's not enough to just look at one person. I think this 10th group should be good, with X, Qian, and Wanwan Yin. There are 2 girls on the first team. I am not optimistic about their performance. They are a team full of great players. I'm not sure if they are good enough. What does this have to do with gender? X has reached the 3rd place in a short period of time. Who can compare with him? Everyone had their own opinions, and comments were endless. At this time, the competition officially began. Chapter 90, The New Generation of Gaming Goddess. The first round went on normally, and we were the first to defeat 7 groups. The 7 losing groups will compete against each other again, and finally there will be 3 groups left, which will compete against the 3 losing groups in the next round. And in the second round, since they are all stronger teams, Group 10 was slightly behind in the early stage, and the 3 groups they were facing were temporarily stronger. Therefore, some people in the team became a little anxious. Lake, you should stop charging into battle all the time. Stabilize the economy first. Fang Nianwan frowned slightly, but because it was a live broadcast, her overall demeanor was relatively normal. And then she couldn't help but speak again. Come on, X, can you please have some team spirit? You have been doing everything according to your own ideas in this round and the last round. This isn't one of those little games we had before where you can hold the whole game by yourself. Several people were talking while fighting. After hearing this, Jingqi said, Wanwan Yin, I think there is nothing wrong with X. Didn't he perform very well in the last game? He also didn't see that Yunqi lacked team spirit. She just followed her own plan in the early part and only performed at her best in the later stage in team battles. Qian, I know you are classmates and you are protecting her, but now we are on the field, in the game. I am just expressing my opinion from the overall perspective. Fang Nianwan answered calmly while staring at the game screen. Moreover, she didn't feel that Yunqi was a good fighter. She suspected that netizens had praised her too much before. In short, she can't play smoothly at all when we are in the same team with her, which is really frustrating. Their conversation could not be heard in the live broadcast at the moment, so everyone looked calm. When Yunqi heard Fang Nianwan's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. On the one hand, she couldn't explain to her why she played the game that way while playing the game, as this would disrupt everyone's operations. On the other hand, Yunqi didn't want to intensify the conflict between teammates. At this time, Fang Nianwan saw that Yunqi did not refute, and thought that she knew she was in the wrong, so she felt relieved. She was typing seriously, but occasionally she would pay special attention to Yunqi's situation. Her character died twice without her knowing it. Yunshi didn't say much throughout the whole process. Until now, the time has finally come. Yunshi took the lead and killed an opponent instantly. Well done, Jingqi praised. Netizens who follow Group 10 also frequently launch barrage comments. It seems that X is going to rise. X's cooperation is really amazing. Now I actually feel that the CP feeling between Wanwan Yin and Qian is not that strong. X and Qian also work very well together. It is said that X and Qian are classmates. Do you think there is a possibility of further development? I said X is the new generation of gaming goddess. No one would refute it, right? At this moment, X really started to kill everyone in the game, and at the same time she was talking calmly to her teammates. On the lake, come over to my side for a moment. She led the team in a counterattack in an extremely calm and orderly manner. Fang Nianwan pursed her lips. Although she didn't want to listen to Yunshi at the moment, she had no choice but to follow the team. In the end, in this thrilling situation, the 10th group won the victory. Fang Nianwan frowned slightly. She was not as happy as she had imagined after winning the game. She always felt that her status was being ignored. Obviously, she had been famous in the Emperor-Saint Alliance earlier than Yunshi, but now she inexplicably felt that Yunshi was superior to her. This feeling is so unpleasant. Rest time. Jingqi came over and patted Yunshi on the shoulder, gave her a thumbs up, and said, Yunshi, you are really amazing. In the situation just now, I thought we were at a disadvantage and it was difficult to recover. Yunshi smiled at him and said, it's because everyone cooperated well. The other two teammates also praised Yunshi. Fang Nianwan watched the scene from the side, her fingers clenched tightly, and the unhappiness in her heart deepened. She smiled and said to Yunshi, Yunshi, don't mind what I just said. I was just anxious for the moment. It's okay. Yunshi curled her lips a little, but in fact, when her gaze fell on Fang Nianwan's eyes, she saw a hint of jealousy and displeasure. Yunshi lowered his eyes and paid no attention. All I can say is that people have different minds, and it's impossible to satisfy everyone, so it's best to just do your best. Then after a short break, another one will begin. Overall, this game went relatively smoothly. When there were only 2 groups left competing for the first place, conflicts arose among the 10 groups. There are also some contradictions in the 3rd group. After all, it is the first time that these people are together in a team, so it is normal that they are unfamiliar with each other or have different opinions. Of course, this is also a test for them. Only by being able to better adapt to various environments and teammates can you become a better player. In Group 10, X, didn't you see that I was in danger just now? You were so close. Couldn't you help me? Wanwan Yin, why didn't you come when I asked you to come? Hushang, I told you not to charge in a battle all the time. Look how many times you've been defeated in the first place. Qian, can you please stop following X? Check on the other teammates. Although they seemed calm on the surface, they were actually becoming increasingly dissatisfied with their teammates. The scene in the game was briefly a mess. Yunshi pursed her lips. She had been silent until now, but now she slowly spoke in a calm tone. Everyone, hold on and cooperate well. This is the last round. That's easy to say. Who doesn't want to win this game? But look at the situation. Can this be coordinated well? Fang Nianwan sneered. It makes Yunshi seem like the captain of the team. Her attitude is really unpleasant. Jingqi still stood by her. If she and Jingqi had cooperated like they did before, they would definitely be stable throughout the game. But what about now? Yunshi seemed to have the ability to make people obsessed. I wonder why these people trust her so much. As a newcomer to the industry, even though she has good gaming skills, she still lacks in other aspects. Fang Nianwan was feeling more and more dissatisfied. Wanwan, let's cooperate and finish this wave, Jingqi said at this time. At this moment, the scene in the game is that they are cooperating with each other, and Yunshi is performing a wave of instant kills from behind. If they win this team battle, they will turn the tables. But Fang Nianwan saw that this was clearly a collaboration with Yunshi, as if they were Yunshi's foil. She could imagine that by then all the comments would be praising X for being awesome. And what about them? Instead, they praised Yunshi more and more. Fang Nianwan started to get distracted when she thought about this. Then, because of the lack of unity, the final team battle resulted in a lose-lose situation for both sides. This game between these two teams has been going on for a long time. In the barrage, what's going on? It looks like they're not cooperating well. They are all big names in the gaming industry, so it is inevitable that they will not accept each other, which is normal. In addition to personal ability, the most important thing in this kind of game is teamwork. If the teamwork is not good, no matter how good one person is, it will be useless. I don't know which of these two teams will win. The longer time dragged on, the more they became restless. Yunqi looked at the screen with a serious expression, which made her look particularly good and had a unique charm. Without their knowledge, Yunqi became a hot topic online because of her looks and talent. At this moment in the game, Yunqi suddenly changed his strategy. She talked to her teammates and then started her charge alone. You can't do this. You will lead us all to failure. Fang Nianwan suddenly spoke up to stop him, full of disapproval. She intuitively felt that Yunqi's approach wouldn't work. How powerful does she think she is? In this situation, such a strategy is nothing but suicide. But unfortunately, the teammates supported Yunqi again. Fang Nianwan's face turned pale and blue, and she seemed out of place in the way they treated her. However, the next moment something unexpected happened. When both teams were somewhat exhausted and thought that there would be endless team fights, X directly launched a counterkill, catching the opponent off guard. With the cooperation of others, Team 10 moved forward and finally won. Yes, marvelous. They breathed a sigh of relief all of a sudden, and then they realized that this game was really tiring, and their eyes and heads were not feeling well. The barrage of comments during the live broadcast also came one after another, and a few people were leaning on chairs to rest. It's finally over. I'm happy to be on the same team with you. See you in the next game. On the Lake said to the others. Anyway, no matter how unpleasant it was just now, they got first place, which is the happiest thing. Their final will be held in a while, and they will still be in the same group, so of course they have to be friendly. The two of them walked out. Yunqi, Jingqi, and Fang Nianwan were also preparing to walk out. Jingqi looked at Fang Nianwan and said, Nianwan, you seem to be a little bit off today. Since they were all acquaintances, he naturally expressed his thoughts. Fang Nianwan bit her lower lip secretly, then smiled reluctantly. Maybe I'm a little nervous facing this kind of competition. Jingqi nodded. Next up is the finals. We have to control our mentality even more. Well, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. At this time, Fang Nianwan said something to the two of them, then raised her foot and walked in another direction. Jingqi nodded and left with Yunqi. Fang Nianwan on this side glanced at the backs of the two people and gritted her teeth. She was extremely annoyed and didn't want to see Yunqi again. Even if they won first place and made it to the finals, it would not be able to relieve her depressed mood.